The Divine Emperor's tyranny has reached its zenith, and the world unites to bring him down. Countless cultivators from the Alliance Against Heaven have sealed the Divine Emperor within the chaotic furnace, and after 7 days of refinement, he shall surely perish. Feng exclaimed. What the hell? This is the grand finale. Why must I be reincarnated as the defeated villainous boss? Oh, it turns out someone slay the Divine Emperor, save the Divine Empress. The Divine Emperor is guilty of heinous crimes, wreaking havoc upon the Divine Land. Only by killing him can we restore clarity to our realm. The Divine Emperor must die to reshape the Divine Land. The cries for blood resonated throughout the heart of the Divine Land, where the Divine Emperor's palace stood. Once, the Divine Emperor's palace had ruled this continent for 100 millennia, but now it had transformed into a hellscape. Countless cultivators wielding various artifacts charged from all directions toward the Divine Emperor's palace, slaying any of his minions they encountered. Above the palace, hundreds of streaks of light shattered the final layer of the palace's defenses and surged into the heart of the Divine Emperor's palace, the Divine Hall. After a considerable time, innumerable cultivators gathered in the vast square outside the Divine Hall, their expressions tense yet filled with anticipation as they gazed inside. Within the Divine Hall, hundreds of elite cultivators encircled a massive cauldron. Esteemed ones, the Divine Emperor has been trapped within the chaotic furnace. Within this furnace, all things can be refined, and even with the Divine Emperor's formidable cultivation, he cannot withstand 7 days. We have won. In front of the chaotic furnace, standing at the forefront was a young man dressed in white, exuding elegance. His back bore a long sword, his face like a jade crown and his eyes like bright stars, as if he were born to be the focal point of everyone's gaze. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the entire Divine Emperor's palace erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Hero Chao is magnificent. Were it not for Hero Chao's brilliance, with the Divine Emperor's boundless cultivation, hope for the Divine Land would be lost. We owe our gratitude to Hero Chao. Hero Chao's contributions are profound. He should be the new Divine Emperor, leading the Divine Land. Amidst the chorus of cheers, the young man wore a beaming smile, appearing calm and humble as he bowed to the crowd. Inside the chaotic furnace, Feng's mind was a tangled mess, taking him a while to grasp his situation. Reincarnated? Feng was bewildered. Even if reincarnation were the case, why must he become the main antagonist? What kind of madness was it to be reborn as the ultimate villain boss? Moreover, it was during the climax of the story. Originally, he had been a gaming addict, engrossed in a newly released RPG, and now he found himself inhabiting the final boss of that very game. The plot of the game was straightforward: a passionate youth battling through trials to defeat the villainous Divine Emperor. However, the game boasted 7 stunning heroines, each meticulously designed, leading to its meteoric success. These 7 heroines possessed unique appearances, personalities, and character arcs, embodying the essence of the game itself. After gaining worldwide acclaim, they were affectionately dubbed the 7 virtual national wives by ardent gamers. The cool and aloof Divine Empress, the adorable little princess who was the Divine Emperor's sister, the enchanting Yun Fei, his most favored concubine, the androgynous empress from another realm, the ethereal Linglong fairy, said to be the woman the Divine Emperor could never possess, the shape-shifting queen of the demon clan, a 9-tailed fox, and the darkly alluring Wu Jun, the Divine Emperor's top assassin, whose status was akin to that of a commander of the Imperial Guard but was purely feminine. Each of these 7 heroines was breathtakingly beautiful, all sharing different relationships with the Divine Emperor, yet each harbored deep-seated resentment against him for various reasons, ultimately choosing to support the protagonist, Chao Zhe, in his rebellion against the Divine Emperor, orchestrating his sealing within the chaotic furnace. It could be said that without the covert and overt assistance of these 7 heroines, the protagonist, Chao Zhe, would never have attained his subsequent prowess, nor commanded the loyalty of the world's heroes. Regrettably, as is often the case in games, if things strayed too far from the norm, they could not go online. Thus, throughout the narrative, although the protagonist, Chao Zhe, had various fateful encounters with the 7 heroines, he never even held their hands. To maintain plot integrity, the game developers were compelled to give Chao Zhe an indecisive personality, further accentuating the strengths of the 7 heroines. A slogan within the game proclaimed, "Slay the Divine Emperor, save the Divine Empress." And since the protagonist was named Chao Zhe, another slogan circulated among the gaming community: "Kill Chao the thief, seize the wife." Yet, regardless of gamers' perceptions of the characters, The ultimate storyline culminated with Chao Zhe leading an array of heroes to assault the Divine Emperor's palace and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Now, however, Yi Feng found himself reincarnated as the Divine Emperor, trapped within the chaotic furnace, with only a few days left before he would be refined. Yi Feng was utterly dumbfounded. What was the point of this grand finale? Why had he been thrust into this situation? Was he simply to await his own roasting? Yi Feng was filled with grievances, but at that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. The life editing system has been activated. Does the host wish to commence editing? Yi Feng was taken aback, then elated. A system? That meant there was hope. Yi Feng swiftly began to comprehend the functions of the system. The so-called life editing system allowed him to rewrite his past life experiences. However, Yi Feng soon found himself perplexed, asking, "What use is rewriting my past life if I am still trapped here?" The system's mechanical voice replied, "The life that the host rewrites will be displayed for those around to witness. The host's salvation depends on the past they craft." At this revelation, Yi Feng understood. Although the game portrayed the Divine Emperor as ruthless and malevolent, plunging the divine land into darkness and fear, now he had the opportunity to change that narrative. If Yi Feng crafted his story well, he could alter the perceptions of those outside, transforming their impressions of the Divine Emperor, that is to say, himself. With more supporters, wouldn't his chances of salvation increase? With this thought in mind, Yi Feng immediately began to operate the system. Outside the chaotic furnace, Chao Zhe was the first to notice something amiss within. Why has the Divine Emperor ceased to resist? Could it be that he has some other means of escape? Others hurriedly suppressed their glee, turning their gazes toward the chaotic furnace. A sweet, youthful voice chimed in, filled with a hint of innocence. "Impossible. The chaotic furnace is an ancient artifact. All things can be refined within it, and the Divine Emperor cannot escape." The speaker was none other than the Divine Emperor's sister, a cute yet voluptuous little girl, often referred to as a lowly with a youthful face. Yet, no one dared to genuinely regard her as just a lowly, for she was the Divine Emperor's sister, Mu Lingyin. Yi Feng and Mu Lingyin were siblings despite their differing surnames. Everyone, including Mu Lingyin herself, merely assumed one followed the father's name while the other followed the mother's. In truth, even Mu Lingyin remained oblivious to the fact that she and the Divine Emperor Yi Feng were not blood siblings, a secret tied to events from millennia past that Yi Feng had never disclosed to her. At this moment, upon hearing Mu Lingyin speak, Chao Zhe's demeanor softened, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. "Lingyin, fret not. This Divine Emperor is cruel and unfeeling as your brother. He has extracted your soul's essence for his own cultivation and even dug out your 9 apertures Linglong heart, severing all brotherly ties. Such deep enmity, I, Chao Zhe, shall avenge you." Chao Zhe wore a face of righteous indignation as he gazed at the chaotic furnace, forming a seal with his hands while continuing to speak. "When the chaotic furnace is activated to refine the Divine Emperor, his very soul shall be refined alongside it, never to be reborn. During the process of refining the soul, fragments of his memories will be released, allowing me to fully showcase the Divine Emperor's past atrocities through the power of the chaotic furnace, revealing it to the world." As his words fell, Chao Zhe activated the chaotic furnace, unleashing an ancient and primordial wave of energy that pierced the divine hall and ascended into the heavens. A scene then unfolded in the sky above the divine land, visible from every corner of the realm. It was none other than the Divine Emperor's memories. Chapter 2. The birth of Mu Lingyin. On the vast expanse of the Shenzhou continent, stretching across millions of miles, resided billions of human beings. At this moment, in any corner of the Shenzhou continent, one could simply lift their gaze to behold a vivid image in the sky. This image emanated a terrifying aura, as if it obscured the entire heavens, with the subtle force of profound principles subtly surging within it. Thanks to the existence of these principles, the image witnessed from any location on the Shenzhou continent appeared identical, devoid of any discrepancies in perspective. Consequently, when the image manifested, the entire continent was thrown into a frenzy. Countless mortals were engulfed in panic and confusion, as cities and towns erupted into chaos. Moreover, numerous sects, both large and small, scattered across the Shenzhou continent, saw their powerful practitioners rise into the air, gazing up at the sky with uncertainty, while simultaneously activating their protective formations as every cultivator braced for an impending threat. Yet, at that moment, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the Shenzhou continent. "I am Chao Zhe of the Alliance to overthrow heaven, And I hereby proclaim to the world, the Alliance has conquered the Divine Emperor's palace and sealed the Divine Emperor within the Chaos Cauldron. The Chaos Cauldron is an ancient artifact. As it refines the Divine Emperor's soul, fragments of his memories will manifest. Fear not, mortals. Upon the Divine Emperor's demise, the Alliance will restore clarity to the world. This was the voice of Chao Zhe, amplified by the combined efforts of hundreds of top practitioners from the Divine Emperor's palace, enabling his voice to echo throughout the realm. The mortals within the towns let out a collective sigh of relief, although many were unaware of what the alliance to overthrow heaven entailed, and the Divine Emperor's palace felt even more distant to them. The essence of the message was clear. There was no immediate danger. As for the countless cultivators across the land, they were initially taken aback, only to be struck by astonishment. The Divine Emperor's palace had been breached. The Divine Emperor had been sealed and refined. The world was on the brink of transformation. The alliance to overthrow heaven. Wasn't that the group led by Chao Zhe? Had they truly toppled the Divine Emperor? It felt unsettling. Was the Divine Emperor so easily subdued? Despite their myriad doubts, a sense of relief washed over them, and they began to gaze with keen interest at the image in the sky. At that moment, after a brief play of light and shadow, the image gradually clarified, revealing a tranquil and serene small mountain village. Within the Divine Emperor's palace, the instant Mu Lingyin caught sight of the village materializing. Her expression shifted slightly, her gaze growing even colder. Beside her, a figure cloaked in black, seemingly shrouded in a thin veil of darkness, immediately turned to Mu Lingyin. Though the silhouette was indistinct amidst the black mist, the alluring curvature of her form and her exquisitely delicate features imbued her with an irresistible charm. Lingyin, are you all right? Mu Lingyin shook her head, her complexion somewhat pale yet maintaining a semblance of calmness. I am fine. At that moment, Chao Zhe glanced over, curiosity piqued. Sister Iner, what is the matter? The figure in black remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed upon the image in the sky as she softly parted her lips. This is Lingyin's childhood home. Chao Zhe understood in an instant. Falling into silence, he and the surrounding practitioners had heard whispers of Mu Lingyin's past. Mu Lingyin is the younger sister of the Divine Emperor Feng in their childhood. The two were left orphaned after the untimely death of their parents, relying on each other for support, which forged a deep bond between them. It is said that Feng was particularly fond of Mu Lingyin during their early years. However, after ascending to the throne as the Divine Emperor, he grew increasingly distant and indifferent towards her. Eventually, he began to punish her for even the slightest transgressions, culminating in the horrific act of casting her into the infernal sea of flames, forcing her to endure 1,000 years of torment. It is worth noting that this infernal sea is a terrifying abyss that strikes fear into the hearts of countless cultivators across the divine continent. After enduring such suffering for a millennium, Mu Lingyin emerged, believing she had reached the pinnacle of her trials. Yet, to her utter shock, Feng ruthlessly extracted her soul's blood, rendering her cultivation null and nearly causing her spirit to dissipate altogether. Had it not been for the unwavering support of Wu Anjuan, the foremost assassin under Feng and also Mu Lingyin's dearest friend, who exerted every effort to stabilize her spirit, she would have perished long ago. Wu Anjuan, the figure clad in black beside Mu Lingyin, is none other than Qin Wuan. Now, the first scene projected from the Divine Emperor's memories is that of the small mountain village where he and Mu Lingyin were born. The sight of it naturally stirs profound sorrow within Mu Lingyin. Qin Wuan sighs softly, at a loss for words to provide solace. It is then that Chao Zhe, with a charming smile, remarks, Sister Lingyin, there is no need for sorrow. The past has faded away, and the blood ties between you and the Divine Emperor have long been severed by his own hand. Had he not been so merciless in extracting your soul's blood merely to enhance his own spirit, you would not have turned against him. To treat his own sister with such cruelty reveals that the Divine Emperor is no longer the brother you once knew. Mu Lingyin remains silent for a moment before eventually nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, the bond of siblinghood has long been obliterated amidst millennia of persecution, vanishing entirely on the day her soul's blood was drawn. The Divine Emperor is merely the Divine Emperor now, no longer her brother Feng. With a newfound tranquility, Mu Lingyin resumes watching in the vision. Within the mountain village, a middle-aged man steps out of his home, clad in a scholarly blue robe, exuding a refined demeanor that belies the appearance of a rural farmer. As he ventures forth, he encounters several villagers along the way, who greet him with polite salutations. Good day, Mr. Yi. Are you heading to the Mu residence? I hear the Mu family's wife is about to give birth. In the Divine Emperor's palace, the crowd is taken aback. This immortality must be the Divine Emperor's biological father. It appears that he serves as a private tutor in the village, which explains his scholarly appearance. Yet, the emergence of the Mu family raises questions. Given the surname, it is difficult for everyone not to associate it with Mu Lingyin. But if Mu Lingyin is indeed the Divine Emperor's sister, then her father should be immortality as well. What, then, is the significance of the Mu family? The onlookers cast curious glances, only to find Mu Lingyin's face mirroring their own astonishment. Sister Lingyin, what is the connection between the Mu family and you? Chao Zhe inquires, somewhat perplexed. Mu Lingyin shakes her head in confusion, responding, I do not know. Perhaps they are relatives of my parents? The others nod in disbelief, continuing to observe him. Why he makes his way to the Mu residence at the eastern edge of the village. Calling out before stepping into the courtyard, a robust man soon emerges from within the house. The moment the man appeared, astonishment suddenly flickered in the eyes of those nearby. His gaze sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura of vigor and deep breaths. This individual was indeed a cultivator. Yet, his presence was cleverly concealed, making it difficult to discern his level of mastery. A cultivator? In this humble mountain village, there exists one who masquerades as an ordinary person in seclusion. At this juncture, two individuals exchanged greetings, and immortality glanced into the room but refrained from entering. Instead, he inquired, How is my sister-in-law? The midwife has arrived, I presume? The man, referred to as Brother Mu by Mr. Yi, let out a sigh, squatting at the door with a troubled expression, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. The midwife is here, but she has stated that the delivery is difficult. It has already been more than a day and I wonder if Chinger will be able to pull through this trial, alas. Observing Brother Mu's deep sighs, Mr. Yi felt a tinge of worry but still placed a reassuring hand on Brother Mu's shoulder, saying there is no need for concern, good fortune will favor the virtuous. When my wife gave birth to Fenger, it also took a considerable amount of time. Feeling nervous as a first-time father is entirely normal. Once your sister-in-law successfully delivers the child, if it is a boy, he can become a brother to my Fenger. If it is a girl, perhaps I might seek a familial alliance with you. That would be quite the honor. Had it not been for your assistance, Brother Yi, my wife and I might have found ourselves in dire straits, unable to remain here. Brother Mu chuckled, finding solace in the company of a friend. After a brief conversation, suddenly, the sound of an infant's cry echoed from within the house. Brother Mu immediately sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. The child has been born. Yet, at that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. Outside the mountain village, a thunderous cold snort resounded. Mu Wu, after fleeing for so long, did you truly believe we could not find you? Chapter 3. The God Emperor who was frightened to tears in the air just beyond the village. A streak of light halted, transforming into a figure clad in black, standing with hands clasped behind him, coldly gazing down at Mu Wu and his companion. You wretched dog, how dare you entice the young lady to escape? Your crime is punishable by death. Where is the young lady? Mu Wu's eyes widened in rage as he shouted. We have already fled, yet you persist in your pursuit. Are you truly intent on driving Chinger into the fiery pit? The figure in black snorted disdainfully, his gaze dripping with condescension and contempt. What concern is it of yours, a mere servant, to speak of the young lady? Where is she? Hand her over, or you shall die. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. Mu Wu bellowed in fury, unleashing the hidden energy within him, intending to confront the figure in black. However, tragically, his momentum shattered upon contact. Within the Divine Emperor's hall, someone gasped in shock. This figure in black possesses the cultivation of the divine ability realm. Yet Mu Wu is merely at the nascent soul stage. What a pity! In the realm of cultivators, one begins at the lowest level of body refinement, followed by chi training, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine spirit, out of body, divine ability, tribulation transcendence, true immortal, great Tao, sage, and ultimately, the immortal realm. There are 13 major realms in total, and the disparity between each is akin to heaven and earth. Alas, Mu Wu stands 3 major realms below the figure in black. To confront them directly would be akin to courting death. In the Divine Emperor's hall, a palpable tension manifested on Mu Lingyin's face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon laying eyes on Mu Wu for the very first time, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Witnessing Mu Wu ensnared in a perilous predicament made her heart constrict with anguish. At that moment, the scene shifted, revealing a diminutive figure stealthily leaping through the window into the Mu household. It was a child, no more than 6 or 7 years old, who, upon entry, beheld the unfolding scenario within the room. Just as the midwife by the bedside was about to chastise the boy for intruding, the frail woman on the bed offered a weak smile, her gaze tenderly lingering on the infant cradled in the midwife's arms. "Granny Li, please hand the child to Xiao Feng." Granny Li hesitated, yet upon seeing the resolute expression upon the woman's face, she reluctantly passed the infant to the young boy. "Be careful with the baby. Don't let her fall." The child, anxious yet cautious, cradled the infant while casting a puzzled glance towards the woman. She smiled gently and sat up. Granny Li, eager to have the woman lie down, was met with a dismissive wave of her hand as the woman softly addressed the child. "Xiao Feng, this is your sister. Her name is Lingyin Mu Lingyin. You must take good care of her from now on. Do you understand?" The child, who was none other than the young Yi Feng, nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner. The woman affectionately ruffled Yi Feng's hair and pointed towards a green brick nestled in the corner of the room. "Granny Li, please help lift that brick. Beneath it lies a cellar where the two children can hide, for enemies are approaching." Granny Li, her face etched with concern, moved the green brick aside to reveal a small cellar, just large enough for the two children to conceal themselves. After ushering Yi Feng and Mu Lingyin into the cellar, Granny Li turned around to find the woman had already risen from the bed, fully dressed and standing gracefully. Yet her attire, a deep azure garment, was unlike anything Granny Li had seen before. It was not the clothing of a village woman, but rather exuded an air of opulence and elegance. Adorned in this exquisite attire, the woman seemed to transform into a celestial being of unparalleled grace. "Granny Li, remain within the room and do not venture outside." With that, the woman turned and, before Granny Li could intervene, she pushed open the door and ascended into the air, leaving Granny Li in a state of astonishment. "Seventh Elder, I have forsaken the clan. Why pursue me to this extent? Can you not spare my husband and me?" In the vision, as Yi Feng entered the cellar and Mu Lingyin's mother stepped outside, the green brick was replaced, obscuring the view of the outside world, leaving only darkness and the sounds of dialogue. "Qinger, you've snuck out for quite some time. You've played enough, now return with me." "No, wait. What is this aura?" The woman's voice, though weak, was imbued with mirth. "Seventh Elder, can your discerning eye not perceive? I have been wed to Mu Wu for over a year now. I am no longer the celestial body you seek." The seventh Elder's voice erupted in fury. "How dare you? The family has nurtured you for this very moment, to utilize your celestial body, and you dare to bestow it upon a mere lackey? Where do you place the family's honor? Do you truly wish for death?" The woman remained unperturbed, devoid of any trace of fear, calmly stating, "Having escaped with Mu Wu, I have long since set aside matters of life and death. Elder 7, you need not attempt to intimidate my husband and me with threats to our lives." Elder 7, consumed by rage, responded with a sardonic laugh, "Good, very good. The honor of the family shall not be tarnished by your wretched existence. As it stands, I am the only one present today, and I cannot allow you to disgrace the family. Therefore, let us all perish." As his words echoed, a resounding explosion erupted. The woman, filled with terror and fury, inquired, "Elder 7, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I am silencing you. Everyone who knows of your existence must be eliminated. The villagers are innocent, merely ants. Blame your own obstinacy for their demise. No, please, Granny Li, Brother Yi, no." The cacophony outside grew increasingly intense, intermingled with the woman's anguished cries, Mu Wu's furious roars, and the faint sounds of screams emanating from the mountain village. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all was rendered silent. In the cellar, the small boy's eyes widened in terror as he beheld droplets of blood trickling down. The infant in his arms was on the verge of wailing, and the boy hastily covered her mouth, careful not to stifle her too forcefully. Fear, confusion, uncertainty, worry, and panic danced across his youthful visage, mingling with glistening tears that rendered him utterly alone and helpless. Within the Divine Emperor's hall, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. This small boy was none other than the Divine Emperor, Yi Feng. Who would have thought that the Divine Emperor had such a past in his youth? In that moment, the assembly grasped the truth. The relationship between the Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin was not that of brother and sister. Mu Lingyin's mother must have been a daughter of a certain cultivator family, possessing a unique constitution. Just as she was to be exploited by her family, she secretly pledged herself to Mu Wu, and the two fled their clan, seeking refuge in this small mountain village, aided by Yi Feng's father. However, on the very day Mu Lingyin was born, their family arrived, and upon discovering that Mu Lingyin's mother was no longer pure, they ruthlessly slaughtered the entire village to suppress the news. In light of such history, It is no wonder that the divine emperor harbored such coldness towards Mu Lingyin. After all, they shared no blood ties, and she was not his biological sister. Given the divine emperor's inherently ruthless nature, it is hardly surprising that he would treat Mu Lingyin in such a manner. Yet, none had anticipated that within this imagery, one could catch a glimpse of such a side of the divine emperor. The stark contrast between the merciless, iron-fisted figure remembered by all and the terrified little boy depicted in the vision was striking indeed. Chapter 4. The genesis of the divine emperor's path, as the assembly reflected upon the revelation that the once lofty divine emperor had once possessed such a side. Chao Zhe suddenly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering across his features. The child of destiny and leader of the alliance against heaven, he quickly discerned the anomaly, murmuring softly to himself. This does not add up. If Sister Lingyin and the divine emperor are not related by blood, then why would the divine emperor extract her soul's blood? Though Chao Zhe's mutterings were not particularly loud, they nonetheless instilled an immediate silence in the surroundings. Particularly, Mu Lingyin's expression froze momentarily as she slowly turned her gaze towards Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe, feeling somewhat awkward, forced a chuckle and waved his hand, stating, regardless of the circumstances, it is an undeniable fact that the divine emperor has persecuted Sister Lingyin. Just as he had spoken halfway, Mu Lingyin suddenly inquired in a rather frosty tone, "What do you mean by that statement?" Chao Zhe cast a hesitant glance at the others around him, and after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly posed a question. Doesn't anyone else find this a bit peculiar? It is not uncommon for heartless practitioners of the demonic path to extract the soul blood of their closest kin to enhance their own spiritual power. However, there is a prerequisite. Unless they are blood relatives, the soul blood of others cannot be integrated with one's own spirit. If Sister Lingyin is not truly the biological sister of the divine emperor, and they share no blood relation at all, what could be the emperor's intention behind extracting her soul blood? What Chao Zhe articulated was common knowledge within the cultivation realm of the divine continent. Everyone was aware, yet no one had considered this angle until now. His remarks prompted a collective realization among the crowd, leading them to ponder in confusion indeed. Even the techniques of the demonic path cannot merge the soul blood of individuals with no blood ties. What could the divine emperor possibly be attempting? Could it be that after thousands of years, the divine emperor has grown accustomed to concealing the fact that he and the princess are not blood siblings, to the point of forgetting the truth himself? Impossible. Even those who have transcended to the divine realm can ensure that they will not lose their wits in their lifetime, let alone the divine emperor, who is the only immortal being in 100,000 years. Could he truly forget such an important matter? Furthermore, even if the divine emperor had indeed forgotten, would he then assume the princess to be his biological sister? That would be exceedingly cruel. It is akin to the heartless tactics of demonic practitioners. In an instant, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. At the forefront, Chao Zhe, Qin Wuan, and others appeared deep in thought. No matter how one considered the situation, something felt amiss. They had always believed that the divine emperor extracted Mu Lingyin's soul blood to enhance his spiritual cultivation, but with this fundamental rationale now overturned, what then could be the purpose behind the extraction? Everyone found themselves ruminating on this conundrum. Only Mu Lingyin's complexion grew pale, as she silently bit her lip, remaining speechless. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, from the perspective of the youthful divine emperor, darkness had persisted for what seemed like an entire day. The sounds from the outside world had long since faded, yet the emperor continued to cradle the infant in his arms, huddled within the cramped confines of a cellar that was barely spacious enough for the two children to turn around. For a full day, the newly born Mu Lingyin had occasionally cried out, likely due to hunger. Each time she wailed, the divine emperor found himself in a flurry of activity. He was aware that Mu Lingyin was hungry, but in this cellar, where could he possibly procure milk to nourish her? In the oppressive darkness, he could only hold Mu Lingyin, gently rocking her back and forth, never pausing for even a moment. It is important to note that at that time, the divine emperor was merely a 6-year-old mortal child. Even an adult would find their arms sore and numb after holding a child for an hour or two. How much more so for a 6-year-old child cradling another for an entire day? Even in the depths of darkness, Mu Lingyin and Chao Zhe were able to perceive the pallor of the divine emperor's face. Yet, throughout this ordeal, the divine emperor remained silent. As time progressed, Mu Lingyin's cries dwindled, evidently sapped of strength by hunger. However, the divine emperor dared not venture out immediately, for dangers may still lurk outside. Should they encounter peril, the two children would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, the divine emperor could only grit his teeth and endure. After an entire day had elapsed, he finally summoned every ounce of strength to push open the cellar lid above him, emerging with the frail Mu Lingyin in his arms. Upon exiting the cellar, the Divine Emperor's pale visage was marked by a profound stupor, for before his eyes lay an expanse of desolation. The residents of the Mu family, the courtyard, and indeed the entire village had vanished without a trace. The once thriving hamlet was reduced to barren land, devoid of even a single blade of grass. The Divine Emperor stood transfixed, staring at this scene for an extended period. Father, Mother, Uncle Mu, Aunt Mu, Uncle Wang, Grandma Zhang. He mumbled these indistinct titles, his voice growing increasingly louder until it culminated in a hoarse cry. He called out these familiar names time and again, yet received no response in the Divine Emperor's palace. All were engulfed in silence, fully aware of the grim reality that had unfolded. For the sake of familial reputation, lives had been extinguished and evidence erased. The victims were none other than all who had known of Mu Lingyin's parents in the village. The entire hamlet had been obliterated. The so-called Seventh Elder had meticulously erased all traces of the village's existence. It was likely that the inhabitants of this village had long since been interred in the earth. The survival of the Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin could be attributed to the very cellar itself. After all, Mu Lingyin's parents were cultivators of no insignificant stature, particularly her mother, who had devised the cellar as a final refuge. Within that cellar, there must have been some formation that concealed their presence and sound, thus safeguarding the two children. However, the capabilities of such powerful cultivators could not be intuitively grasped by an ordinary child. Their deductions stemmed from an understanding of the methods of cultivators, yet a 6-year-old child, raised in an isolated village, had never even encountered a cultivator. How could she possibly discern this? As the 6-year-old Divine Emperor beheld the empty expanse, confusion was all that filled his mind. Just as everyone assumed this to be the case, the image of the Divine Emperor abruptly ceased his cries. Though his throat was becoming hoarse, the look of bewilderment on his face began to fade, for he felt Mu Lingyin struggling in his arms. Though her movements were faint and she made no sound, the Divine Emperor understood that his sister was hungry, so starved that she could not even cry out. After a brief moment of silence, the Divine Emperor abruptly stepped back, glancing toward the distant mountains, then half-turned his body and knelt in a particular direction. That direction was where the Yi family had once resided. Thud, 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 with a resounding thud. Upon this desolate and barren expanse, beneath the relentless rise of the mountains, the diminutive form of the Divine Emperor, cradling a newly born infant in his arms, repeatedly struck his head against the ground, each impact reverberating with clarity. 9 times, after delivering 9 resounding blows, the Divine Emperor slowly rose, his forehead a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood. Having concealed himself in the cellar throughout the day, he was now encrusted with dust, while blood streamed down his cheeks, mingling with the grime. This visage, undeniably wretched, evoked a profound solemnity within the hearts of every formidable cultivator observing this scene from beyond, ranging from those who had merely transcended the tribulation realm to the exalted true immortals and the pinnacle of saints such as Chao Zhe, Qin Wu, and in each bow resonated deeply, a tribute to parents and kin. Subsequently, he cast a lingering glance at the desolate landscape, and with resolute determination, the Divine Emperor surged forth, turning towards the vast mountain range, sprinting with unyielding fervor. At the tender age of 6, he had abruptly lost his entire world. With only the fragile bond of the one-day-old infant remaining in that moment, he made an extraordinarily decisive choice. He would clutch the infant in his arms and, as a naive boy, plunge into the perilous mountains that even seasoned cultivators dared not enter lightly, embarking on a path of defiance against the heavens, a journey that would span millennia, marked by unparalleled bloodshed. As he ascended the path of the Divine Emperor, Chapter 5, A Fortuitous Rescue, the Heyun mountain range, located in the northeastern part of the Divine Continent, stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles northeast from the central Divine Emperor Palace, encompassing a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Beyond the Heyun mountain range lies the frigid northern tundra of the Divine Continent, a realm of life's prohibition, where even cultivators, if lacking in sufficient prowess, find it exceedingly difficult to survive for any length of time. In truth, few venture to the northern tundra, primarily due to its extreme cold and the scarcity of natural treasures and resources. Additionally, the Heyun mountain range itself is fraught with peril. Within the sprawling expanse of tens of thousands of miles, countless forbidden zones, deadly realms, reclusive masters, and ancient great demons lie concealed. The myriad dangers within, even a saint entering, could not guarantee their survival. Yet now, the 6-year-old Divine Emperor, holding a newborn infant, stepped into the Heyun mountain range. Such an audacious act left those in the Divine Emperor Palace watching this scene momentarily speechless. To be fair, even at 60 years of age, after decades of cultivation, would they have dared such a feat? Nonetheless, they understood that the Divine Emperor's choice was indeed the correct one. For around the Heyoon mountain range, settlements were scarce, as one could never predict when a horde of beasts might emerge from the mountains, razing villages to the ground. Thus, the humble mountain village where the Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin grew up was likely the only one within 100 miles, if not a greater radius. Even if the 6-year-old Divine Emperor knew the way, his frail form, while carrying an infant, could hardly traverse over 100 miles in search of aid. Moreover, having gone an entire day without food, Mu Lingyin could no longer wait. Without sustenance, she might perish from starvation. Thus, the only choice for the Divine Emperor was to brave the perilous journey into the treacherous Heyoon mountain range, where danger lurked at every turn. Having barely stepped into the mountains for less than an hour, the Divine Emperor had already encountered several life-threatening crises. For a mere 6-year-old child, this ancient and perilous wilderness was fraught with dangers at every step. Even a seemingly innocuous snake by the roadside could spell doom for him. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's face was ashen. Having been trapped in the cellar for an entire day, his strength utterly depleted. Yet, he did not falter, pressing deeper into the jungle with relentless determination. Each brush with death sent chills down the spines of the mighty cultivators observing from below. Not to mention the countless mortals and cultivators across the Shinjo continent who were glued to the unfolding spectacle. Among the billions of viewers, the vast majority were completely unaware of the so-called alliance of heaven's destruction and did not connect the image of the small boy to the infamously notorious Divine Emperor. Most merely perceived the scene as a mere performance. However, this so-called performance gradually began to tug at their emotions, instilling a sense of tension within them. In such a perilous mountain, how long could these two children possibly survive? Within the Divine Emperor's palace, the atmosphere grew heavy and silent. Chao Zhe perceptively sensed this tension, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. It seemed the Divine Emperor's fortunes were not insignificant. His path to cultivation must have been paved with opportunities found within the Heyoon mountain range. Alas, had he not encountered such fortunes, perhaps the malevolent Divine Emperor of today would not have existed. Others were struck with realization. Indeed, in such a dangerous wilderness, could one truly expect a child to care for an infant and survive unscathed? Such a notion was utterly absurd. It must be fortune. The Heyoon mountain range concealed countless legacies, relics, and sanctuaries left behind by predecessors over millennia. The Divine Emperor was presumably destined by fate to encounter such opportunities, allowing him to survive and safeguard Mu Lingyin's life. With the anticipated developments now foreseen, the tension among the observers began to dissipate. Yet, as time ebbed away in the unfolding scenes, the Divine Emperor continued his faltering journey into the depths of the mountains. Without any sign of the anticipated calamity, hours passed within the images, and the Divine Emperor's stamina was utterly exhausted. He had traversed a mountain peak and officially entered the heart of the mountain range, drenched in sweat and trembling in every limb. Yet, the so-called fortune predicted by Chao Zhe showed no signs of manifesting. Just then, the Divine Emperor stumbled upon a cave. It seemed this cave held untold wonders. I too had once fortuitously wandered into a cave, triggering its mechanisms and gaining the legacy of a venerable master from tens of thousands of years ago. A smile crept across Chao Zhe's lips, a glimmer of pride in his gaze. Those around him cast envious looks his way. Who would not covet such serendipitous fortune, where merely entering a cave could yield extraordinary opportunities? No wonder Chao Zhe is the child of destiny. Such fortune is indeed extraordinary. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what kind of inheritance the Divine Emperor has acquired within this cavern. Just as the crowd began to speculate, the Divine Emperor swiftly cleared a small, pristine space in the cave, carefully placing Mu Lingyin upon the ground, and then turned to depart. At that moment, Mu Lingyin's breath had grown faint, and she would neither weep nor call out, ensuring she would not attract any wild beasts. However, was the Divine Emperor truly planning to abandon her here and make his escape alone? The onlookers were left in astonishment. Could it be that the Divine Emperor's fortune was not found within this cave? Moments later, they realized that the Divine Emperor was retracing his steps. After a short distance, his movements suddenly grew increasingly cautious. What was he up to? He had shown no such wariness on his way in. Was it necessary to be so careful on the return? As the crowd pondered these questions, the Divine Emperor finally changed direction, deviating from his original path and stealthily moving towards another route. After a brief interval, when the Divine Emperor came to a halt, Everyone in the Divine Emperor's court was taken aback. At that moment, the Divine Emperor was concealed within the underbrush beneath a large tree, his slight frame completely hidden by the towering flora surrounding him. Not far in front of him lay another cave, shallow enough to reveal its interior from the outside. It was unmistakably a wolf's den. A wild wolf lay at the entrance, while deeper inside were two young pups. The Divine Emperor had evidently set his sights on this den of wolves. Those two pups were clearly just born, and while the mother wolf might indeed possess milk, the question remained. Who among the common folk would think to seek milk from a wild wolf, given their inherently ferocious nature? Moreover, the crowd was baffled as to how the Divine Emperor had discovered this wolf den. How had he accurately pinpointed this location without having passed through here before? And what were his intentions for procuring wolf milk or perhaps wolf meat from the mother wolf? He was but a 6-year-old child, utterly exhausted, barely taller than the mother wolf herself. Chapter 6. A grave reflection. The divine land is a realm of cultivators. Although there are countless mortals, the spiritual energy here is abundant. Besides the cultivators who wield immense power, there exist numerous extraordinary beings born of this rich spiritual essence. Such beings include demon beasts, the demonic race that once ruled this continent 1,000,000 years ago, and even the malevolent spirit race, which existed long before, now lost to legend with no traces remaining in the present world. Although it is governed by human cultivators, the demon race has never entirely vanished. Approximately 1/3 of the divine land remains their territory. Furthermore, even outside these domains, demon beasts frequently manifest, an endless cycle of slaying and being slain. For even ordinary wild creatures, under the influence of such concentrated spiritual energy, possess the potential to cultivate into demon beasts. Once these demon beasts awaken their intellect and can transform into human form, they become part of the demon race. The demon race cannot be eradicated. The Heroine mountain range, stretching an impressive 90,000 miles, ranks among the top 3 mountain ranges in the Divine Land and is renowned for its perilous nature. Although this area does not belong to the territory of the demon race, countless demon beasts reside deep within the Heroine mountain range. When faced with these formidable creatures, even cultivators must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, they risk being buried within the mountains. And what of a mere 6-year-old child? One need not even mention demon beasts. Even ordinary wild animals could effortlessly take his life. Within the Divine Emperor's palace, Chao Zhe and the others have already surmised that the Divine Emperor intends to seize the wolf's milk. However, a diminutive child of 6 years is unlikely to contend even with a 1-month-old pup, let alone 2 adult wolves. This is nothing short of courting death. No one can fathom how such a powerless child could snatch milk from the jaws of a wolf. Hundreds of cultivators exchanged glances, rendered mute by disbelief, with confusion etched in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Divine Emperor concealed himself within the thicket, utterly still, his breathing having slowed significantly, resembling a stone statue. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the crowd. Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor. It was as if the Divine Emperor had discovered the only vantage point and blind spot within a 100-meter radius of the wolf den. The cultivators turned their gazes in unison. Among them stood a towering figure clad in dark iron armor, his face obscured by a mask, gazing skyward while murmuring to himself. Chao Zhe furrowed his brow, then quickly recognized the significance of the Divine Emperor's actions, prompting him to inquire, Commander Lin, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Chao Zhe's question, the burly man withdrew his gaze and pondered momentarily. This man was Lin Gang, a general under the Divine Emperor, commander of the palace's imperial guards. At the peak of sage-level cultivation, he was lauded as one of the top 10 experts beneath the Divine Emperor. Yet now, he had also joined the alliance against heaven, becoming a member rebelling against the Divine Emperor. Lin Gang's prowess, vision, and abilities were beyond doubt, and thus, when he spoke, others naturally reflected deeply, including Chao Zhe, who promptly posed another question. Lin Gang then elucidated, though this thicket appears to be in close proximity to the wolf den, it is a blind spot that perfectly evades the gaze of those wild wolves. Unless one approaches, they would remain unaware. Moreover, this location is one of the nearby windward points. The mountain winds can mask his breathing and scent. Positioned downwind from the wolf den, even the wild wolves would be unable to detect him. The crowd finally grasped the concept, directing their attention to the imagery. Subsequently, Chao Zhe was astonished to realize that within hundreds of meters surrounding the wolf den, no other location could be found that served as both a blind spot and a windward point. How had the Divine Emperor discovered it? Not to mention, a 6-year-old child possessing such keen observational skills is truly chilling. Yet Lin Gang's explanation was not complete. Furthermore, Have you all forgotten how the Divine Emperor initially located the wolf den? He did not pass through this area at all. The crowd fell silent, frowning in contemplation. Indeed, having not traversed this spot, how could he accurately pinpoint this den of wild wolves? Observing the Divine Emperor's recent path, it was clear he had known about the presence of a den of wolves and furthermore, one that had just given birth. Had it not been for the sight of actual wild wolves in this vicinity, upon careful reflection of the scenes that transpired during the Divine Emperor's ascent into the mountains, even I might have overlooked the fact that, as the Divine Emperor traversed the area, he passed by several trees, upon which were marks left by wolf claws, and not far off lay the droppings of wild wolves. Most notably, among those claw marks, there were several left by juvenile wolves. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by sheer astonishment. Even for these cultivators, had they not been deliberately searching, it would have been nearly impossible to detect such subtle clues. Yet, this 6-year-old child, the Divine Emperor, managed to achieve this feat. To describe his meticulousness as akin to a hair's breadth would be a gross understatement. Suddenly, a thought flashed through someone's mind in the crowd. 100,000 years ago, in his youth, the Divine Emperor already possessed such intellect and such a meticulous and cautious nature. After 100 millennia, how much more has he matured? How could someone of such caliber, as the Divine Emperor, who governs the world of Shinjo, possessing unparalleled and immortal cultivation, fail to notice the emergence of the Alliance of Heaven's punishment? Such a formidable force, comprising numerous top-tier cultivators, a dozen saints, hundreds of Tao realm experts, and nearly 1,000 true immortals. Could such a powerful entity truly orchestrate today's events right under the Divine Emperor's nose? However, this thought did not linger long, merely flashing and then vanishing. At this moment in the imagery, the Divine Emperor lay motionless for a considerable while. Suddenly, from the wolf den, a fully grown male wolf emerged, striding away into the depths of the dense forest, its figure disappearing moments later. There were 2 adult wolves in the den. The one that left was the male. It was likely off in search of prey. Yet, within the den remained a female wolf. This female wolf was even larger than the male by a significant margin. Although she had recently given birth to pups, she was still one of the sovereigns of the mountain wilderness. Countless eyes beheld as the young Divine Emperor's gaze fixated on the wolf den, a mere 10 meters away. His expression remained impassive, his eyes calm and composed, with a suppressed killing intent. Just after the male wolf departed, the young Divine Emperor sprang into action. His first move was to grasp a vine from a large tree at the edge of the thicket. In this remote and secluded forest, many trees bore such vines, robustly entwined around their trunks. It is said that not even the 6-year-old Divine Emperor would struggle to swing as an adult could, for most vines could easily support the weight of a grown man. Thus, when the young Divine Emperor seized the vine and leaped from the ground, his petite form soared into the air. At that very moment, the female wolf at the cave's mouth bristled, springing up with a roll, arching her back, adopting an aggressive stance. The most ferocious beast of the forest, the female wolf, exhibited an extreme level of aggression, especially since she had her recently born pups behind her. Even the notoriously savage wild wolves possess an instinct to protect their young. To safeguard her pups, the female wolf would even dare to confront larger beasts of the forest. However, the young Divine Emperor's emergence was utterly abrupt, and he appeared from a mere 10 meters away. It is crucial to note that within 100 meters, this was the female wolf's territory. Any disturbance in the vicinity would never escape her notice. However, at this moment, an inexplicable foe had materialized at such a close range, as though emerging suddenly from the void, soaring through the air with remarkable speed. The mother wolf's pupils nearly transformed into slits, a manifestation of extreme tension. The enemy's appearance was far too abrupt and unexpected. Had it been a human, they would likely have been rendered speechless by fear. Yet, the mother wolf, being a creature of the wild, reacted swiftly, instinctively lowering her body, her entire form taut with anticipation. This was the optimal offensive posture for a wild wolf, particularly effective against aerial adversaries, as her tense physique allowed for an immediate leap and pounce, her head slightly raised, revealing her sharp fangs, ready to counter any descending assault with a fierce bite. Such hunting acumen was cultivated through years of survival in the jungle. In these mountains, there existed not only terrestrial beasts but also countless avian creatures, with eagles and hawks being particularly common. Thus, in this dense forest, a creature like the wild wolf must surely possess strategies to counter aerial attacks. At the very least, it should not be left defenseless against flying foes. This mother wolf was evidently a seasoned hunter of the jungle. and her stance was ideally suited to confront avian threats. Regrettably, the young divine emperor was not a bird. Although the mother wolf had anticipated all potential angles of aerial attack, ready to retaliate and repel any aggressor from above, the young divine emperor did not possess the talons or fangs of a predatory bird. How could he possibly launch an assault from above? In fact, even the mother's initial observation that the enemy was approaching from the air was erroneous. The young divine emperor could not fly. He merely swung forth using a vine. At the very moment the young divine emperor hung suspended in midair, he released his grip on the vine. While the trajectory of a bird's dive can be predicted, as it is not instantaneous movement, even the swiftest flight leaves traces and follows a pattern. However, the freedom of flight in the sky cannot be compared to the regulated arc of someone swinging from a vine. The young divine emperor left the mother wolf with far too little time to react. Almost simultaneously with the mother's instinctive response, he had already let go of the vine, his body slicing through the air like a dart, at an exceptionally cunning angle, landing behind the mother wolf, within the cave. Experience can be deadly. No, it is deadly for the wolf. The mother wolf, with her wealth of combat experience, had already anticipated the young divine emperor's flight path the moment she saw him emerge, even casting her gaze in that direction in advance. Yet, the young divine emperor had approached from an entirely different angle, effectively disappearing from her line of sight in that instant. Caught off guard, the mother wolf instinctively sought to scan her surroundings for the young divine emperor's figure. But in the next moment, a surge of excruciating pain radiated from her rear. As the saying goes, copper head, iron bones, but a tofu waist. This phrase aptly describes the wolf. The weaknesses of a wolf are remarkably few. Apart from the universally recognized fatal points such as the eyes and neck, there are only the waist, abdomen, and a certain private area beneath the tail. The eyes and neck are not even worth considering as targets. Even the most seasoned mortal hunters would not deliberately aim for these spots, as they are far too small and difficult to strike. Similarly, the waist and abdomen are challenging to attack, as wild wolves instinctively protect these areas. Moreover, the area beneath the tail is naturally shielded by the tail itself, and it is exceedingly rare to find an opportunity to approach a wolf from behind. Thus, it is no surprise that hunters find it exceedingly difficult to confront wild wolves. Yet, astonishingly, the young divine emperor managed to reduce this she-wolf to a mere wilted flower with a single encounter. Chapter 7. The general, despite the she-wolf's extensive experience in battle, her body already marred with scars, the pain of being reduced to a wilted flower elicited a mournful howl, causing her to collapse to the ground and roll about, howling incessantly. At this moment, within the divine emperor's palace and throughout the realm of Shenzhou, all present beheld the young divine emperor holding a sharp, slender stone, akin to a dagger. This very stone was the one he had picked up while carrying Mu Lingyin into the mountains, using it to clear his path through the underbrush. When the young divine emperor had settled Mu Lingyin in the cave, everyone assumed he had discarded the stone. Little did they know he had kept it hidden close to his heart. This was clearly a premeditated choice of weapon, with even the trajectory of his vine swinging calculated with precision. Although there was a slight miscalculation, it did not hinder the outcome, ultimately delivering a significant blow to the she-wolf. While such an injury would not be fatal to the she-wolf, nor even classified as a serious wound, it nevertheless rendered her nearly incapable of fighting back during that fleeting moment, crippling a substantial portion of her combat strength. Yet, the actions of the young divine emperor were far from over. As the stone embedded itself deeply within the she-wolf's battered form, he found it impossible to extract it. After a single attempt, he resolutely released his grip, rolling away swiftly from beneath the trembling she-wolf's abdomen. Fortunately, at merely 6 years of age, the young divine emperor's small stature allowed him to escape the den and emerge outside the cave. Inside the cave, the she-wolf's once vibrant green eyes, they were now a deep crimson. The she-wolf glared fiercely at the boy, who was scrambling to his feet, and lunged forward, intent on tearing this human apart. However, as she took her first step, the she-wolf staggered, nearly losing her balance, for the pain of being reduced to a wilted flower pierced her to the core. Yet, the wildness and bloodlust within her compelled the she-wolf to bare her fangs and pursue him nonetheless. The she-wolf's speed had significantly diminished. Had she not been injured, she could have easily pounced upon the young divine emperor, leaving him no chance of escape. But now, her slowed pace offered him a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, even with her speed reduced, she still outpaced the young divine emperor considerably. Despite his almost supernatural intellect, he lacked the extensive experience of navigating dense forests, and his running speed was likewise unremarkable. Furthermore, within a radius of several hundred meters around the wolf's den lay terrain familiar to the she-wolf. She could traverse it with her eyes closed. Should he venture beyond this range, perhaps her speed would decrease even further. Thus, the area within 300 meters of the wolf's den became the young divine emperor's line between life and death. Escaping this 300-meter radius might provide a chance to evade the relentless pursuit of the she-wolf. Failure to do so would seal his fate within this confined distance. In the depths of the jungle, the haunting howls of wolves echoed ominously behind the young divine emperor, a mere 10 meters away, alarmingly close. Yet, the young divine emperor remained silent, his head bowed in fervent flight, his countenance devoid of the fierce desperation one might expect in such dire circumstances. Instead, it was a mask of impassivity, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion, revealing an extraordinary calmness. A mere 6-year-old child, confronted with such life and death peril, maintaining such composure and tranquility. What remarkable fortitude this reflects. It is worth noting that just a day prior, he had been nothing more than a mischievous child from a humble mountain village. In this moment, across the expanse of the divine land, billions of mortals and cultivators alike were riveted on the imagery unfolding in the sky, and every observer was rendered utterly speechless. A diminutive figure, scarcely reaching the waist of an adult and only slightly taller than the she-wolf, stood on the precipice of death, yet he displayed no despair, no collapse, no madness. Instead, he embodied a cold, almost ruthless resolve to survive. The silhouette racing through the jungle was engaged in a desperate struggle for life, not solely his own, but also for the newly born Mu Lingyin, who awaited him in the cave. The 300 meters of jungle, though seemingly not far, was the most level path he could choose, easily visible to the end, for the intricate terrain would only hasten the she-wolf's pursuit. In the woods, how could a human possibly match the agility of a beast? Yet, those brief 300 meters felt interminably long. Even though, on the screen, it flashed by in an instant, to the captivated audience, it seemed to stretch for an eternity. At last, the young divine emperor breached the 300-meter mark. Yet, in that very moment, the she-wolf closed in. The sharp claws of the beast grazed him, causing him to stumble, the force of the she-wolf's assault striking him. Behind him, his clothing tore, revealing 3 gaping, blood-soaked wounds that spanned nearly 2 palms in length. Such grievous injuries upon a 6-year-old child would typically elicit cries of agony, but the young divine emperor uttered not a single sound. Even his expression remained remarkably unchanged, as he lunged forward 2 steps, regaining his balance and continued to sprint with unabated speed. Behind him, the she-wolf was now perilously close, her pace merely a fraction slower. Man and beast, their speeds were comparable, making it impossible to discern who was swifter. However, if this pursuit continued, the young divine emperor's demise was inevitable. His stamina was all but depleted, and though he had yet to collapse, he was propelled solely by an iron will. A few hundred more meters, and he would be utterly exhausted. Even the strongest resolve could not compensate, for every ounce of his physical potential had been exhausted, leaving no possibility for further flight. Though the she-wolf bore wounds, her endurance remained sufficient. Running a few more hundred meters posed no challenge, especially considering her blood loss was minimal. Just as the young divine emperor appeared destined for despair, the astonished onlookers witnessed a miraculous leap from him. His leaping ability could not possibly compare to that of the she-wolf. At this moment, as he leapt, his speed would inevitably diminish. Was he courting death? The she-wolf's blood-red gaze emanated a fierce malevolence, and she almost simultaneously sprang into action, lunging towards the young divine emperor suspended in midair. Yet, in the next instant, the young divine emperor seized a vine that dangled from above. It was a vine hanging from an ancient tree, whose age was indeterminate, with dozens of such vines present. In the depths of this mountainous forest, such a multitude of vines was not particularly rare. The young divine emperor seemed to have merely grasped one at random with a single hand. At this juncture, clinging to the vine, he appeared unable to evade the she-wolf's assault. Did he? Just as Chao Zhe and the others pondered this, they beheld the divine emperor's unoccupied right hand simultaneously reaching for another vine. However, his right hand was not merely grasping the vine. He was exerting all his strength to yank it with great force. The young divine emperor was not particularly strong. His weight barely amounted to a few dozen genes. Before the vine, which hung down several dozen meters, he should have been unable to dislodge any of the vines apart from causing them to sway. Yet, surprisingly, his tug seemed to resonate with the very ancient tree itself, causing dozens of vines to tremble. In midair, these thick vines intertwined, resembling a grand net that descended upon both the boy and the wolf. The she-wolf could no longer evade. Meanwhile, the young divine emperor maintained a firm grip on the vine with his left hand, swinging forward just enough to evade the encompassing net of vines. Crossing the river, a solitary figure sank to the depths. With no retreat left, he was resolute. The young divine emperor waited patiently for the duration of an incense stick before gradually approaching the struggling she-wolf. Enveloped by the thick vines, the she-wolf's initial reaction was to struggle and retreat, attempting to escape the confines of the net. However, these vines were anchored to the ancient tree. A mere wild wolf could not sever them, and the more she retreated, the tighter her bindings became. After the incense stick had burned down, the she-wolf was firmly ensnared. Though still thrashing, she was nearly immobilized, merely writhing in place. Within the divine emperor's hall, Chao Zhe and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Lin Gang sighed, reflecting on the young divine emperor's remarkable observation and cunning from such a young age. It was truly fearsome. I find it hard to fathom how such a being could be so effortlessly ensnared within the chaotic furnace by us. The surrounding individuals visibly shifted in countenance, their faces betraying their unease. Chao Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, a discomfort brewing within him, yearning to refute, yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. For the scene before them was undeniably irrefutable. The young divine emperor had merely passed by the ancient tree on his way to the wolf's den, without even pausing for a moment. Such a tree, adorned with over 100 hanging vines, was commonplace in this dense forest. It was hard to conceive how the young divine emperor had discerned the intricate connections among the vines at a glance. Though the vines appeared scattered, they were, in truth, interlinked, entwined, and relying upon one another for support to dangle from the tree. To achieve the remarkable feat recently accomplished by the young divine emperor, one must discern the intricate interconnections among these numerous vines at a glance and precisely identify the singular vine whose slightest tug could unleash a cascade of movement throughout the entire system. Merely tugging at this specific vine would unfurl the entangled network of vines, causing the portions wrapped around the grand tree to fall away, thereby forming an expansive net that could cover a designated area. In this dense jungle, finding a tree vine capable of such a task is exceedingly rare, akin to a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. It is indeed a serendipitous coincidence to encounter such a specimen near the wolf's den. However, the young divine emperor's ability to accomplish this is far from mere chance. Were a common person to attempt it, even an adult mortal would need to painstakingly observe and calculate each tree for an extended period to barely manage it. Without a certain level of intellect, it would be utterly impossible. Even cultivators, despite their divine consciousness and superior thought speed, would find it challenging. For even the elite cultivators within the divine emperor's hall, who closely followed the young divine emperor's movements, could see the tree yet failed to conceive of utilizing this inconspicuous tree to ensnare the she-wolf. Such cunning, such wisdom, such composure, combined with unparalleled determination, patience and caution it is truly unfathomable that these qualities could manifest in a mere 6-year-old mortal child. Chapter 8. The pure and untainted princess in the current scene. The young divine emperor has discovered a rather slender vine nearby. Upon returning to the she-wolf's side, he finds her utterly immobilized, her fierce green eyes glaring at him as if she yearns to devour him. Unperturbed by the she-wolf's menacing gaze, the young divine emperor approaches and binds her claws and jaws with the vine. Noticing that the she-wolf has lost all capacity for resistance, he finally crouches down, taking a moment to catch his breath. It is essential to note that since the upheaval in the mountain village began, the young divine emperor had been cradling the newly born Mu Lingyin in the cellar for a full day and night. Subsequently, he fled into the mountains while carrying the infant, recently engaging in a fierce battle with wild wolves. These individual trials would be enough to exhaust an adult to the point of immobility. Yet the young divine emperor has not rested properly throughout. Even while lying in the bushes, waiting for the opportune moment, he remained perpetually alert and tense, hardly resting at all. At this moment, he finally feels the strain overwhelming him. It is not a lack of willpower, but rather that his body has reached an absolute limit. This is a threshold that cannot be surpassed through sheer determination alone. Continuing further could lead to his demise from exhaustion. Thus, the young divine emperor reluctantly squats on the ground to rest for a brief moment. However, after merely a fleeting respite, he musters the strength to rise once more. At this point, his complexion is ashen, devoid of any hint of color. In the divine emperor's hall, Mu Lingyin observes this scene, her gaze gradually filling with confusion and helplessness. She had never imagined that, In order for her to survive, the young divine emperor had borne such immense burdens. Were it not for her, he would never have exerted himself to such extremes. In the distance, a faint howl of wolves seems to echo, leaving one to wonder if the male wolf has returned. The young divine emperor turned his gaze towards the she-wolf, and after a moment of silence, he wordlessly retrieved a sharp stone and approached. Chao Zhe furrowed his brow and inquired, "If you intend to obtain wolf's milk, why not bring this defenseless she-wolf back? What will happen if you kill her now?" It seemed he still possessed the naivety of youth. Before Chao Zhe could finish his sentence, Mu Lingyin's voice, cold as ice, interjected, "Do you truly believe he has the strength to carry the she-wolf back in his current state?" Chao Zhe was instantly rendered speechless, his expression shifting subtly. Although Mu Lingyin was the sister of the divine emperor and widely recognized as the esteemed princess, her demeanor was typically amiable and cheerful. Rarely did she harbor grudges or exhibit anger. Yet at this moment, her tone bore an icy edge, seemingly in disapproval of Chao Zhe's recent remarks. Was she defending the divine emperor? Chao Zhe gazed at Mu Lingyin in astonishment. She appeared to realize that her tone had been inappropriate, yet she offered no explanation, descending into silence. Deep within her heart, an uncomfortable sensation began to stir, though she could not pinpoint its source. It merely felt distressing that the question incessantly lingered in her mind. Clearly, in the past, you sacrificed so much for me. You were once willing to risk your life for my sake, and you treated me with a care that surpassed even that of siblings. But why? Why did everything change? Why did you gradually distance yourself from me? Why did you heartlessly cast me into the inferno of torment for a millennium? Why did you extract my soul's essence and violate my heart, leaving me in despair? I cannot comprehend. In the vision, the young divine emperor decisively slit the she-wolf's throat. Subsequently, using a concave stone to collect a modest amount of wolf's milk, it was not for lack of desire to gather more, but rather the she-wolf was on the brink of death, wounded, and with the male wolf yet to return from the hunt, there was scarcely any milk to be had. Once he procured the milk, the she-wolf fell silent, her life extinguished. The young divine emperor then laboriously cut a piece of wolf meat, roughly the size of an adult fist, and tucked it into his garment before resolutely turning to leave. Without a moment's pause, with the wolf's milk in hand and his strength nearly depleted, the young divine emperor staggered on his way back, his steps unsteady. Even the simple act of walking nearly caused him to falter multiple times. Yet he persevered, his arms, trembling with exhaustion, remained as steady as iron bars. Upon returning to the cave, not a single drop of the wolf's milk spilled from his grasp. Inside the cave, the infant Mu Lingyin had not cried for quite some time, appearing somewhat lethargic. The newborn, barely 2 days old, had not consumed a single drop of water and had lost the strength to wail. Thankfully, Mu Lingyin remained silent. Otherwise, her cries might have attracted nearby wild beasts. The young divine emperor lifted Mu Lingyin into his arms, then, with the bowl in hand, tilted it back and forth in the divine emperor's palace. Everyone abruptly turned their attention towards Mu Lingyin. She stood there, dumbfounded, her cheeks flushed. It was well known that on the continent of Xinzhou, Princess Mu Lingyin of the divine emperor's palace epitomized the image of an ethereal, pure maiden. For 100,000 years, she had never entangled herself in matters of the heart nor taken a husband. Coupled with her innocent nature and amiable disposition, her reputation for purity had spread far and wide. It is well known that Mu Lingyin has never been touched by a man. Yet now, hundreds of billions of people across the divine continent are witness to the young divine emperor feeding Mu Lingyin in the most intimate manner possible. Although one appears as a 6-year-old child and the other as a newborn infant, no one harbors any improper thoughts. In fact, outside the divine emperor's palace, none of the onlookers find anything amiss, nor do they even entertain such notions. However, within the palace, the atmosphere among the hundreds present has grown peculiar. For Mu Lingyin is right beside them. In an instant, the ambience within the palace became strangely tense, yet no one dared to speak further. After all, Mu Lingyin is the sister of the divine emperor, who has wielded the resources of the divine palace for 100,000 years. Even if she were a mere pig, she would have long since cultivated herself to the level of a saintly being. Moreover, Mu Lingyin is no pig. On the contrary, her talent is hardly inferior to that of the divine emperor. The divine emperor is the only immortal being in the contemporary world of the divine continent, while Mu Lingyin is but a step away from him. She stands at the pinnacle of the saintly realm, and is already infinitely close to the threshold of semi-immortality, in terms of cultivation. There are no more than a handful of individuals in the world who could be compared to Mu Lingyin. None present dared to engage in such reckless jesting with her. Even Chao Zhe wore an awkward expression, remaining silent while his heart seethed with resentment. He is the fated son, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, and the one who personally toppled the Divine Emperor's unparalleled genius. Chao Zhe's rise has spanned merely 1,000 years, marked by countless fortuitous encounters. However, throughout this millennium, he has remained unmarried for a reason. Anyone surrounded by exceptionally talented women would inevitably overlook ordinary ones, and it is precisely those 7 illustrious women who have supported Chao Zhe's ascent. Whether it be the breathtaking Divine Empress Qin Xuanying, the ethereal fairy Su Linglong, or the likes of Mu Lingyin and Qin Wuan, each is renowned for their stunning beauty and distinct charm. Each possesses an aura of purity, akin to celestial beings, leaving any man before them feeling inadequate. Chao Zhe is no exception. Thus, even though he has formed deep connections with these 7 women over the past millennium, he has never crossed any lines. He may have the desire, but not the courage. At this moment, Chao Zhe feels as though his jealousy might explode. It is important to note that Mu Lingyin and the Divine Emperor are not blood siblings. This secret has been buried by the Divine Emperor for 100,000 years, and even Mu Lingyin remains unaware. Now that the secret has been unveiled, the lack of any blood relation between this pair of so-called siblings inevitably ignites a flame of jealousy within Chao Zhe. After all, they are face to face. Though he is aware that Mu Lingyin had no memories from 100,000 years ago, and that the Divine Emperor was merely a 6-year-old boy then, he cannot suppress his discomfort. While many in attendance feel a sense of unease, the Divine Emperor's palace remains eerily silent. In the image, Mu Lingyin finishes the bowl of wolf's milk, her little face noticeably brightening, before she drifts into a deep slumber. Observing Mu Lingyin's improved complexion, steady breathing, and peaceful sleep, the young Divine Emperor lets out a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, the young Divine Emperor's body swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground. After nearly 2 days of relentless exertion, every last ounce of strength within him had been utterly depleted, leaving him teetering on the brink of complete physical collapse, verging on sudden death. This moment, as his mind relaxed, even if just for an instant, it proved to be the tipping point that overwhelmed the young Divine Emperor. For an ordinary person, it would have been utterly impossible to endure until now. Even if someone could have managed it, they would likely succumb to unconsciousness at this juncture, with no certainty of ever regaining awareness. Yet, the young Divine Emperor, with sheer determination, clung to the final threads of his consciousness, seizing the bloodied wolf meat beside him, lifting it with all his might, and forcing it into his mouth. And the imagery, the boy, with his gaze already dulled, his complexion ashen, and his vitality nearly extinguished, gnawed at the piece of wolf meat, struggling to swallow it, as blood gradually stained his lips and face. Across the vast expanse of the divine continent, hundreds of billions witnessed this scene, all moved to the core. A seemingly innocent 6-year-old child now resembled a wild beast, ravenously devouring wolf flesh, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Strangely, a wave of compassion surged within countless hearts. However, the hundreds of top-tier cultivators within the Divine Emperor's palace and the multitude from the Heavenly Destruction Alliance felt an entirely different sentiment: dread. Indeed, these formidable practitioners, whose powers span the heavens and the earth, looked upon this 6-year-old boy with a profound sense of terror. They understood all too well that, despite the young Divine Emperor's current plight, he was destined to become the foremost individual both above and below the heavens, an immortal existence of unparalleled renown throughout the ages. What a terrifying figure this would be, even if he were currently sealed within the chaotic furnace, destined to be refined in 7 days with no hope of return. It instilled a deep-seated fear within the hearts of those from the Heavenly Destruction Alliance. Of course, at this moment, the young Divine Emperor remained oblivious to these thoughts. Inside the cave, he finally consumed the last of the wolf meat before succumbing to unconsciousness. His act of ravenously devouring the wolf flesh was merely a manifestation of his inner resolve. At that time, his awareness was already somewhat clouded. He persisted. To survive. Chapter 9. The death tribulation within the Divine Emperor's palace, gazing at the now silent cave where the 2 sleeping children lay, Chao Zhe suddenly spoke. This tribulation would likely prove insurmountable for the Divine Emperor. Even if he were to awaken, escape from death would seem nearly impossible. It all depended on when his fortuitous encounter would arrive. Chao Zhe's words immediately drew the attention of those around him. Lin Gang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that, young hero Chao?" With a swift motion, Chao Zhe unfurled his folding fan, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied, "Without a fortuitous encounter, it would be utterly impossible for the Divine Emperor to overcome the challenges ahead. This is not akin to dealing with that mother wolf. As he spoke, noticing the lingering confusion among the crowd, Chao Zhe shifted his tone. Have you forgotten? In that wolf den, there is not only the mother wolf but also a male wolf. Wolves in the mountains excel at tracking. If the Divine Emperor had merely returned with the wolf's milk, it would have been acceptable. However, he had the audacity to bring back a piece of wolf meat, and his body bore no signs of cleansing. The stench of blood would undoubtedly attract the vengeance of the male wolf, and without any preparation, what grounds did he have to confront such a beast? The crowd suddenly realized. Lin Gang's lips twitched slightly, rendered speechless. Among the throng, someone inhaled deeply and expressed a hopeful sentiment. If the Divine Emperor were to perish here, perhaps the world of Shenzhou would no longer have to bear the oppression and darkness of 100,000 years. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet, they were all acutely aware that this was an impossibility. The imagery was but a memory of the past, unchangeable. Thus, the Divine Emperor would undoubtedly be saved. The only solution to this dire predicament, it seemed, lay within the extraordinary encounter spoken of by Chao Zhe. However, curiosity lingered. Where could this fortuitous event be? When would it arrive? Just as they pondered, a wolf's howl echoed from the imagery. In the cave, the young Divine Emperor, who had been in a deep slumber for several hours, was suddenly roused. His complexion had improved somewhat, yet the toll on his body had left him somewhat weakened. As he propped himself up with his arm, the flesh trembled. After such extreme fatigue, one's limbs and even the muscles throughout the body would be unbearably sore, and the fatigue before sleep would manifest as pain upon awakening. At this moment, although the Divine Emperor had regained some strength, the soreness was inescapable. Were he a mere mortal, even an adult would likely be too daunted to move. Yet, the young Divine Emperor displayed no sign of hesitation. He rose directly to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intense vigilance in the dim cave. He understood that the male wolf was approaching. However, he was now bereft of any power to resist. Though strength remained, his body had not yet recuperated, and under the weight of soreness, even with remarkable willpower, he could only manage the slightest movement. As for combat, it was nearly impossible. Just then, the young Divine Emperor cast his gaze downwards, resting upon the peacefully slumbering Mu Lingyin on the grass mat. Was she hiding here? No. If the male wolf were to burst into the cave, Mu Lingyin would be in grave peril. Thus he had no other choice. In the next moment, the young Divine Emperor stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, striding toward the cave's entrance. The howl of the wolf echoed not far outside. To step out meant to confront death directly. Yet, he remained resolute. He parted the underbrush at the cave's mouth, and in the imagery, only the somewhat indistinct silhouette of the Divine Emperor remained. As the twilight sun cast its rays within, one could fleetingly glimpse the wild wolves prowling 100 meters away. Chao Zhe lightly waved his folding fan, a calm smile gracing his lips. What a pity, after all, he is but a child. Were his thoughts a touch more astute, perhaps he could have foreseen this calamity, set a trap, or refrained from bringing back wolf meat, perhaps even cleansed his garments. In any case, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Chao Zhe seemed to express some regret. Yet within his words lay a deeper significance. Observing the imagery of the young Divine Emperor's recent experiences, Chao Zhe discerned that many within the Divine Emperor's court appeared to be emotionally unsteady. The Divine Emperor had ruled the Shenzhou world for 100,000 years, amassing great power. Even among the members of the Feixing Alliance, few dared to confront the Divine Emperor directly. Were it not for the chaotic furnace as a means to confront the Divine Emperor, it is likely that few would dare to join the alliance against heaven. Now, witnessing the terrifying presence of the 6-year-old Divine Emperor, many find themselves gripped by trepidation. Chao Zhe aims to convey through his words that the young Divine Emperor is not an immortal. He too possesses shortcomings. After all, he is merely a child, inherently flawed, and there is no need for such fear. However, just as Chao Zhe uttered these words, Mu Lingyin cast her gaze towards him, her expression devoid of emotion. Her voice frigid as she spoke. It is easy to speak when one stands unscathed. Chao Zhe's countenance froze, and he halted the motion of his paper fan. Others turned to glance at him, for they had never witnessed Mu Lingyin's face so cold. At that moment, Mu Lingyin regarded Chao Zhe with a chilling stare, the warmth of her usual smile entirely absent. Could the young hero, at the age of 6, accomplish what the Divine Emperor had achieved in his youth? A casual inquiry, yet it struck Chao Zhe's heart like a dagger, rendering his expression increasingly rigid. Let alone at 6. Even now, sealed of all his powers and reduced to the form of an ordinary person, could he possibly achieve such feats? In an instant, not only Chao Zhe but even the others wore awkward expressions. Let us not jest. Sealed of their powers, they were merely ordinary individuals, and with the limitations of an ordinary body, attempting to replicate the feats of the young divine emperor would likely leave them utterly exhausted. The greatest chasm between them and the young divine emperor lay in willpower. The divine emperor's tenacity allowed him to perpetually transcend his physical limits, teetering constantly on the brink of exhaustion and death. How could an ordinary person ever attain such a feat? At this moment, Mu Lingyin withdrew her gaze, her expression impassive as she regarded the image in the sky, yet her heart was far from tranquil. After cradling an infant for a day and a night, trekking through the mountains for miles, battling wild wolves, and consuming their flesh while still not fully recovered, she could endure excruciating pain and resolutely step forward to confront another wild wolf. Each of these events was accomplished by a mere 6-year-old child. Xiao Xiaoxia, do you truly believe that under such circumstances, one could spare a thought for what you have mentioned? To anticipate and prepare in advance. If he had truly done so, he would likely have perished long ago from sheer exhaustion. While now he stands on the brink of despair, at least he retains the capacity for action and resistance. Even if the chances of victory are nearly non-existent, he is not devoid of opportunity. However, had he attempted to set traps or the like before losing consciousness, he would never awaken again, left to the mercy of the wild wolves. Mu Lingyin seemed to be speaking to herself, her voice soft yet, in truth, directed at Chao Zhe and the others. In an instant, the divine emperor's hall fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere became palpably tense. After a considerable pause, Qin Wuan sighed softly. Although she was typically reticent, the gravity of the situation compelled her to speak. Lingyin, do not say more. We all understand these truths, but that the divine emperor is, after all, our adversary. Mu Lingyin fell silent, choosing not to respond. Others also visibly relaxed slightly. Chao Zhe feigned indifference as he continued to watch the footage, yet internally, he could hardly contain his admiration for Qin Wuan. Indeed, the divine emperor was their adversary. Who would dare speak in favor of an enemy, undermining their own people's prestige? Was Mu Lingyin, having lived for 100,000 years, truly out of her mind? This fleeting thought crossed Chao Zhe's mind, but he dismissed it, merely sensing that Mu Lingyin's demeanor was markedly different from her usual self, unaware that this was merely the beginning and the footage. The light outside the cave gradually dimmed. The young divine emperor sheltered Mu Lingyin in a cellar, emerging only on the following morning. He then ventured into the mountains, engaging in a fierce battle with the mother wolf, and returned to fall into a deep slumber for several hours. When awakened by the howls of wolves, it was already evening, and nightfall approached swiftly as darkness enveloped the cave. The wolf howls faded into the distance, seemingly trailing the young divine emperor away. That night was eerily silent. It was not until the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thicket into the cave the next morning that a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the underbrush, grasping at the ground within the cave. Everyone's pupils constricted. In the thicket, the young divine emperor appeared deathly pale, struggling to crawl back into the cave, his body already drenched in blood. No one could discern the exact number of wounds on the young divine emperor, for at that moment, he had become a veritable figure of blood. His clothing, tattered before he entered the mountains, was now further stained with blood after slaying the mother wolf, but it was primarily covered in dirt. Though equally disheveled, the nature of this disarray was strikingly different from before. At this moment, the young divine emperor's garments were nearly torn to shreds, with most of the damage inflicted by claw marks. These were the result of savage wolf claws, with some wounds clearly made by bites. As for the myriad wounds concealed beneath the tattered fabric, they were beyond counting. Such a ghastly sight caused many to involuntarily gasp in horror. A mere scratch from a wolf's claw would elicit screams from an ordinary person. How could the young divine emperor remain silent with so many injuries? Even though he had returned safely to the cave, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a single sound escaping his lips. Yet, despite his remarkable fortitude in suppressing his agony, the sheer number of wounds and the copious blood he had lost rendered him unconscious the moment he collapsed beside Mu Lingyin. In that instant, the world fell silent. Countless gazes were cast toward the heavens, fixated on the blood-soaked figure of the young boy in the footage, rendered speechless. The timeline within the imagery had progressed close to 3 days. Yet, in the realm of the divine continent, only a fleeting moment had passed. Nonetheless, this brief instant left an indelible impact on countless hearts. At this moment, even those who privately harbored resentment toward the divine emperor, who often decried his cruelty, found themselves in a tumult of emotions. They always lamented that heaven was blind, allowing a being like the Divine Emperor to become the sole immortal entity in 100,000 years. However, now that they witnessed the entire scene with their own eyes, a thought flickered through the minds of many. If a being as formidable as the Divine Emperor cannot attain immortality, then it seems unlikely that anyone else in this realm possesses such qualifications. Chapter 10. 3 years in the footage, the youthful Divine Emperor remained unconscious for the better part of an entire day, only awakening to the sound of Mu Lingyi's cries. At that moment, the young Divine Emperor's wounds had ceased to bleed, yet they had not scabbed over. The blood had merely congealed. Although the sight was harrowing, fortunately, the injuries were merely superficial. Despite being numerous and painful, they were not life-threatening. The excessive blood loss had rendered the young Divine Emperor exceedingly weak. Yet, from the moment Mu Lingyi's first wail pierced the air, the young Divine Emperor sprang to consciousness, hastily rising to embrace her, a sense of urgency now adorning his previously tranquil face. They were deep within the mountains. The cries of an infant could easily attract nearby beasts. At this juncture, the young Divine Emperor was no longer in a position to confront another ferocious creature. Even when he was aware that the wolf lurked just outside the cave, he had not felt the pangs of anxiety. For he knew there was still hope. Though that hope was exceedingly slim, it was not a foregone conclusion of death. As long as one dared to fight with all their might, there remained a chance. Thus, the young Divine Emperor resolutely emerged from the cave to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the wolf, ultimately triumphing over it. No one could fathom the peril the young Divine Emperor faced during the battle with the wolf, but one could surmise the gravity of the situation merely by observing the multitude of wounds adorning his body. It was a brutal clash, devoid of any frivolities or traps, a straightforward confrontation. To the ordinary observer, a frail 6-year-old boy, weakened and in pain, would seemingly stand no chance against a robust wolf. Yet, the young Divine Emperor achieved the impossible. Without traps or ambushes, he prevailed through sheer grit. In truth, the origin of his numerous injuries was rather simple. Wounds exchanged for wounds, life gambled for life. Although the young Divine Emperor had no opportunity to set up traps, his composure and intellect played a pivotal role. During the skirmish with the wolf, he maintained an unwavering calm, meticulously observing the direction of each attack, time and again. He evaded fatal strikes while willingly enduring minor wounds to inflict similar harm upon the wolf. He fought, relying on the fortitude of his spirit to surpass that of the wolf. Identical injuries, yet differing physical resilience. Logically, it should have been the young Divine Emperor who faltered first. Yet gradually, it became the wolf that could no longer endure. Ultimately, the young Divine Emperor seized his moment, delivering blow after blow to the wolf, emerging victorious from that deadly standoff. However, that victory marked the extent of his limits, a threshold that transcended the bounds of anyone's imagination. At this point, the young Divine Emperor could no longer engage in combat with an adversary as ferocious as the wolf. Though his injuries were not fatal, they were grievous. Having lost too much blood and exhausted his strength, the excruciating pain coursed through his bones. At this moment, the young Divine Emperor was devoid of any fighting capability. Should the cries of the infant summon a beast, he would truly meet his demise. Yet, on his face, there was no trace of fear. Rather, he was filled with urgency and concern. Within the Divine Emperor's hall, hundreds of cultivators exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken truth. The young Divine Emperor did not fear death. Had he feared it, he would not have dared to confront the wild wolves twice the previous day. What he truly feared was that if he perished, he would be unable to protect the cherished Mu Lingyin in his arms. At that moment, it was impossible to ascertain whether the lives of himself or Mu Lingyin weighed more in the young emperor's heart, but his emotions suggested that she held greater significance. What sort of sentiment leads one to value another's life above their own? In this world, how many biological siblings possess such a capacity? At this juncture, Mu Lingyin's heart was a tumult of emotions as she stared vacantly at the anxious young Divine Emperor in the vision, biting her lip until it bled, yet paying it no mind. All present watched in silent witness as the urgency on the young emperor's face lasted but a fleeting moment before he resolutely carried Mu Lingyin out of the cave. To step outside was to grasp at hope. Fortune, in the end, favored the young Divine Emperor, though not in the manner that Chao Zhe and the others had imagined as an opportunity for cultivation. Instead, it was merely a den of wild deer. A mother deer, weakened from a difficult birth, lay on the brink of death, while the buck had vanished. Within the hollow of the tree where the fawn lay, the young Divine Emperor nurtured the mother deer for 7 days, using her milk to sustain both Mu Lingyin and the fawns. Regrettably, after those 7 days, the mother deer succumbed. During that time, she could barely rise, unable to leave the hollow, as the young emperor tirelessly sought water and wild grass to sustain her, while the mother deer reluctantly shared a portion of her milk with Mu Lingyin. Curiously, despite the necessity to feed her two fawns, whose nourishment was barely sufficient, the mother deer showed no resistance when the young emperor extracted the milk, despite her ability to move. Observing the mother deer's behavior in the vision, many felt a sense of perplexity. However, that fleeting image soon vanished. 7 days later, within the hollow, the mother deer lay in a corner, suddenly letting out a mournful cry. The young divine emperor rose and approached her side, gently placing his hand upon her abdomen, falling into a heavy silence, his expression darkening. After a prolonged silence, the mother deer's cries grew weaker until her eyes opened one final time, her body becoming still. At that moment, the young divine emperor finally spoke. "Do not worry. I will ensure your offspring thrive. As long as I live for at least 6 months, they shall not perish." As his voice faded, the mother deer's eyes gradually lost their luster, slowly closing, never to make a sound again. In the divine emperor's hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and all remained muted. Though she was merely an ordinary wild deer, not even a human, in the vast expanse of the Hayun mountain range, countless such creatures perished daily, with new lives arising. Yet, in this moment, many felt an inexplicable complexity within their hearts. Among the crowd, Lin Gang let out a soft, deep sigh. The mother deer, aware of her impending demise, willingly allowed the divine emperor to nurse from her, hoping to evoke a sense of compassion that would lead him to care for her newborn offspring after her departure from this world. Indeed, all creatures possess a spirit. This time, the onlookers were neither astonished nor directed their gazes toward Lin Gang, for they too shared the same sentiment within their hearts. Every being, even the wildest of beasts, harbors profound emotions towards their kin, their progeny. However, the image continued to unfold. As the mother deer succumbed, only 2 individuals and 2 fawns remained in the cave. Aside from the young divine emperor, the other 3 were helpless infants, dependent on one another for survival. Despite having enjoyed 7 days of tranquil existence, seemingly filled with hope, they now found themselves plunged back into despair. Fortunately, after a week of recuperation, the wounds of the young divine emperor had significantly healed, and his strength had finally returned. The numerous injuries sustained during his battle with the male wolf had mostly scabbed over. These wounds, primarily superficial, had begun to mend after a week without bandaging. The young divine emperor was fortunate indeed. Had these wounds become infected, he would likely be facing yet another life-threatening crisis at this moment. Nevertheless, he was still ensnared in a dire situation. With his injuries not fully healed, any sudden movement could easily cause them to rupture. As a mere child, even with the company of Mu Lingyin, survival in these deep mountains would be a formidable challenge, let alone with the addition of 2 burdens. A common individual might not endure even a few days under such circumstances. Yet, the subsequent actions of the young divine emperor left countless others feeling shameful. For 3 whole years, he ventured out daily in search of sustenance, each outing fraught with peril, each encounter teeming with danger. Even herbivorous beasts would not allow a stranger to milk them without resistance. The creatures capable of providing enough milk for an infant and 2 fawns were all large wild animals. During these 3 years, the young divine emperor battled wild boars, confronted wolves, and vanquished foxes, time and again escaping the clutches of death, repeatedly daring the odds to survive. In the imagery, these fleeting scenes might appear ephemeral, yet the impact they impart is ever-growing. A mere moment of reflection reveals the immense challenges faced by the young divine emperor in the heart of these mountains. Yet amidst such adversity, he adapted swiftly. Gradually, as Mu Lingyin grew in the visual narrative, she learned to sit, crawl, walk, and speak. Conversely, the young divine emperor became increasingly gaunt, yet more resilient. The 2 children, one large and one small, relied on each other in this secluded wilderness, and before long, 3 years had elapsed. The 2 fawns, after a year, departed, returning to the wild. Though the beasts of the forest held a bond with the young divine emperor who reared them, ultimately, they too had to return to their natural habitat. With their departure, only the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin remained. Now, the divine emperor was 9 years old. Within the hollow of a tree, Mu Lingyin was busily constructing a small shelter from twigs and leaves. Engaging in plead that moment, outside the tree hollow, footsteps echoed through the AI. Mu Lingyin's cherubic face suddenly radiated with life as she sprang up and dashed towards the entrance of the hollow, leaping into the embrace of the youthful divine monarch. Though the divine monarch was nearing 9 years of age, He possessed a robust physique. Despite being somewhat lean, he was as sharp as an arrow. Clad in clothing fashioned from animal hides, his attire, albeit rudimentary and coarse due to the lack of needles and thread, was held together by slender vines woven around his waist. His hair was tousled, his face slightly grimy, and his skin a deep bronze, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, exuding an untamed wildness. In contrast, Mu Lingyin, merely 3 years old, had fair skin and delicate features, unmistakably a nascent beauty of unparalleled grace. Brother, come see the shelter I built in the realm of Shenzhou. Countless onlookers beheld the bond between the two children, a heartwarming sight. They chuckled softly at the sight of the youthful divine monarch, occasionally flustered as he attempted to soothe the child. Accustomed to witnessing his cunning and intelligence, they were rarely privy to such a discombobulated demeanor. It seemed that dealing with Mu Lingyin was far more challenging than confronting the ferocious beasts of the mountains. As night enveloped the world, Mu Lingyin slumbered soundly within the hollow, while outside, the divine monarch sat beneath the tree, his eyes bright as stars, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. For 3 consecutive years, he had kept watch each night. Yet this night felt markedly different. For reasons unknown, the forest was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Typically, as night fell in the mountains, the moon and stars provided some illumination, and unless fog rolled in, it would not be so obscured that one could not see their hand before their face. However, tonight, it was as if the sky had been shrouded in a cloak of darkness, utterly pitch black. As the divine monarch pondered this unsettling turn, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from afar. The mountains trembled and quaked as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The youthful divine monarch leaped to his feet, terror-stricken as he gazed towards the source of the roar, every hair on his body standing on end. That sound was undoubtedly a beastly roar, but what manner of creature could produce such a furious bellow? The noise struck his ears like a deafening thunderclap, jolting him to his core. Yet, after merely a brief moment of shock, he turned and dashed into the hollow. Sure enough, Mu Lingyin, roused from her dreams, was on the verge of crying out. The divine monarch quickly placed a gentle hand over her mouth, whispering words of comfort. Although Mu Lingyin was spirited and often playful, having lived in the depths of the mountains with the divine monarch for 3 years, she had learned, even in her tender years, of the myriad dangers lurking within. She had witnessed him bloodied and on the brink of death countless times. Thus, despite her fear, she merely nestled closer into his embrace, too frightened to lift her head, but refraining from shedding tears. In that moment, the divine monarch was equally anxious. He was but a mortal boy, confronting an entity that clearly transcended comprehension, and even he could not remain entirely composed. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of calm. Uncertain of the distance from which the sound originated, he understood that the best course of action was to remain silent. Yet the roar from outside resounded again and again, growing ever louder. The young divine emperor covered Mu Lingyin's ears with both hands, striving to protect her nestled in his embrace. However, he himself was already shaken to the point where blood began to seep from his ears. In the divine emperor's palace within the realm of Shenzhou, many people exchanged horrified glances. The sound must have emanated from 100 miles away, and its power was truly astonishing. Could it be a celestial beast? A collective gasp of cold air swept through the crowd. What constitutes a celestial beast? Only those demonic creatures of the true immortal realm can be referred to as celestial beasts. Beasts that surpass the true immortal realm are exceedingly rare. Without the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, achieving such a status is nearly impossible. Could there be descendants of ancient divine beasts within the Heyun mountain range? Judging by the sound, it did not seem to be the legendary Qinghuan bloodline that dwells deep within the Heyun mountains. In an instant, everyone found themselves filled with doubt. Clang! At that moment, an extraordinarily clear sound of a sword's resonance echoed, reverberating through the heavens. The pupils of all cultivators in the divine emperor's palace constricted. Even Chao Zai's expression shifted slightly as he murmured softly, "This is the sword resonance of heaven and earth. Such a phenomenon can only be manifested by sword cultivators of the saint level. It embodies the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The so-called sword resonance of heaven and earth occurs when a sword is drawn, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, allowing the sound of the sword to travel hundreds of miles, capable of striking down foes from a distance of 1,000 miles. Truly terrifying. The presence of this sword resonance signifies that at this very moment within the Heyun mountain range, there must be another formidable cultivator of the saint level engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beast. Moreover, the sound persisted for a prolonged duration, indicating that the beast was likely a saint beast as well. Otherwise, it would have been subdued by that saint-level sword cultivator long ago. A battle of saints can devastate the heavens and the earth. Despite being 100 miles away from the young divine emperor, such a distance is but a fleeting moment amidst combat. The entire Heiyun mountain range is, in fact, shrouded in a crisis of annihilation, including the two children huddled together in the tree hollow. Fortunately, the sounds of the clash continued for a full 2 hours, and as dawn broke, the noise gradually faded. Listening closely, the final echoes of the beast's roars conveyed a sense of despair, ultimately suggesting that the saint-level sword cultivator had emerged victorious in the divine emperor's palace. Chao Zai's eyes sparkled with realization as he chuckled, though that is it. It seems the divine emperor, in his youth, was a disciple of a saint-level sword cultivator. No wonder his cultivation advanced at such an extraordinary pace. Others soon followed suit in their realization. Indeed, for 3 whole years, the young divine emperor had not encountered any fortuitous encounters with cultivators and had yet to embark on his journey of cultivation. If he delayed any further, he would soon turn 10. For both cultivators and mortals, the age of 10 marks a watershed moment. Should one begin the path of cultivation after turning 10, achieving significant accomplishments becomes exceedingly challenging. After the age of 10, the body's bones gradually mature, resulting in diminishing plasticity. As one ages, the difficulty of physical refinement escalates. The initial step of physical refinement on the path of cultivation is already incredibly arduous, not to mention the subsequent stages of training. A child under the age of 10 might require merely a year to attain the level of qi refinement. However, if one were to reach the ages of 12 or 13, or even later, the process of physical refinement alone could take several times, or even a dozen times longer. By the time one embarks on the path of energy cultivation, they may already be in their 20s, with their physique having fully taken shape. Once spiritual energy enters the body, its effectiveness in enhancing one's constitution diminishes significantly, rendering future achievements unlikely to be substantial. Unless one can endure the excruciating pain of body refinement and forcefully reshape their bones and meridians amidst boundless suffering, success in body refinement would be fleeting. Alternatively, one could consume rare treasures of heaven and earth that directly aid in body refinement. Yet, who among 10-year-old children could withstand such agonizing torment akin to the scraping of bones and the extraction of hearts? Moreover, who could easily procure such exquisite treasures? Therefore, the 9-year-old divine monarch is expected to soon encounter an opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation, and the nearby saint-level sword cultivator presents the greatest possibility. With a master of such caliber, the young divine monarch need not worry about his future cultivation. This is a speculation echoed by nearly everyone, especially Chao Zai, who, after deep contemplation, remarked with uncertainty that perhaps the young divine monarch, possessing exceptional temperament and courage, might proactively draw closer to that path. Just as Chao Zai uttered these words, the image revealed that the young divine monarch had indeed emerged from the tree hollow. Inside, Mu Lingyin had spent a night in fear, eventually soothed to sleep by the young divine monarch. Meanwhile, he stealthily traversed the forest, making his way toward the source of the sounds. However, after walking only a few miles, the young divine monarch was left astounded. The sight before him was truly breathtaking. The Heiyun mountain range, reputed to encompass 100,000 peaks, stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. The mountain where the young divine monarch stood was merely the outskirts of the Heiyun mountain range. After departing from the now-vanished mountain village, crossing 4 peaks led him to this mountain, which he named Wolf Mountain, for it was here that he fought his first battle against a wild wolf upon entering the range. Deeper within lay countless mountains, varying in size and height. At this moment, the young divine monarch stood on the mountainside of Wolf Mountain, gazing at the adjacent mountain he had named Boar Mountain, the site of his encounter with a wild boar 3 years prior. Yet now, Boar Mountain had vanished, or rather, half of Boar Mountain had disappeared. The once mighty Boar Mountain had been drastically truncated, its upper half severed cleanly by a single sword strike, toppling into the distant valley below. Previously, to behold the peaks further within, one would have to ascend to the summit of the nearby tallest Boar Mountain. From the side of Wolf Mountain looking deeper into the Heiyun mountain range, one would be entirely obstructed by Boar Mountain. But now, the young divine monarch found himself merely halfway up the mountain, yet he could see a vast expanse beyond 100 miles. For within this 100-mile radius, nearly all the mountain peaks had been significantly lowered. In a single night, the earth had trembled and transformed. The young divine monarch stood in silence before the dramatically altered landscape, experiencing a moment of shock that gradually subsided into calm. He then leaped down the cliff using the vines in the forest. The diminutive figure of the young divine monarch moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, leaping and bounding toward the heart of the utterly devastated mountain. Dozens of mountains had been shattered, countless forests destroyed, and untold lives lost in this battle. However, it matters not. The forces of nature are boundless. In a few decades, this place will once again transform into a dense forested wilderness, akin to the other regions of the Hayun mountain range. After a full 3 hours, he finally came to a halt. Before him lay an expansive clearing, an area spanning over 10,000 meters. This locale was once dominated by a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, yet at this moment, the once majestic peak had completely vanished. It was neither uprooted nor shattered. Rather, the young divine emperor lowered his gaze and firmly stamped his foot upon the ground. Clang, clang. The simple shoes fashioned from snake skin produced a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron as the scales met the earth. He crouched down, unsheathing a stone knife from his waist, and forcefully thrust it into the ground. Although the stone knife was not particularly sharp, it was certainly capable of piercing the hides of most wild beasts. However, as the blade struck the earth, it could not penetrate even a fraction. The ground had unmistakably become as hard as steel. The young divine emperor's pupils constricted sharply, and after taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he slowly rose to his feet. He had come to an understanding. This ground may very well be the remnants of that great mountain. The mountain had not been shattered nor cleaved and cast away. It had been utterly flattened by an unparalleled force. Such a magnificent mountain, subjected to immense pressure, had been crushed into a vast plain, transforming the area into a colossal valley of over 10,000 meters in diameter. This occurrence shattered the young divine emperor's perceptions entirely. Were it any ordinary person, they would likely succumb to madness at this moment. It is akin to having one's worldview obliterated in an instant. The impact is sufficient to drive one to the brink of insanity. Yet the young divine emperor remained composed. Though deeply shaken within, his countenance exhibited no change. Upon rising, he felt a sense of relaxation, for he understood that vigilance and caution held little significance here. This was the very epicenter of battle, where ordinary beasts could no longer survive. The only ones who might still be alive would be the victors of that cataclysmic conflict. Such beings could obliterate him with a mere breath. The wariness and caution meant to confront common beasts and venomous creatures would bear no weight in the presence of such entities. Rather than exhaust himself in hiding, it was more prudent to walk forth with boldness. Thus, in the next moment, the young divine emperor strode confidently ahead. He circumvented a massive boulder several meters high, and the vast clearing unfolded entirely before him. This valley, flattened by immense pressure, bore no traces of battle apart from a few scattered stones from distant locales near its edges. The center remained utterly devoid of anything. Just as the young divine emperor surveyed the area, finding nothing of note and preparing to depart, a light laugh suddenly echoed from behind him. "What are you searching for?" Chapter 12. Mu Jiuqiu, the unexpected voice that resonated through the imagery, startled countless onlookers, causing their hair to stand on end. They had just peered around through the young divine emperor's perspective and clearly seen that no one was present. Yet now, a voice emerged unexpectedly, sending many into a state of heightened anxiety. Could it be that this is the formidable sword cultivator of saintly stature? Just as the crowd was enveloped in speculation, the youthful divine emperor turned with a casual grace, devoid of tension or wariness. As if he had anticipated the presence behind him, he nonchalantly uttered a phrase that left countless individuals in a state of apprehension. "I am searching for the one who dismantled my home." As the youthful divine emperor pivoted, a figure clad in black, with long hair cascading down to his waist and a strikingly handsome visage, emerged into view. A middle-aged man, to be precise. Indeed, he was a middle-aged man. Yet the most straightforward descriptor would be distinguished gentleman, exuding an extraordinary charm. It is uncertain how many souls, upon their first glance at this middle-aged individual, silently marveled in admiration. This man stood there, seemingly merging with the very essence of heaven and earth, embodying an ethereal grace while simultaneously radiating the unique sharpness characteristic of a sword cultivator. An exquisite harmony. However, upon hearing the youthful divine emperor's words, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, shattering that effortless allure. Subsequently, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. He raised his sleeve to wipe the blood away, then, with a wry smile, retreated a couple of steps, leaning against a large boulder. The youthful divine emperor then noticed a patch of dark red blood congealed on the ground beside the boulder, unmistakably the result of the middle-aged man's earlier spitting of blood. At that moment, the middle-aged man, with an air of resignation, remarked, "I had already scoured a 100-mile radius. Yet I never anticipated anyone could venture here. Tell me, how is it that a child like you finds himself in such a remote forest?" The middle-aged man regarded the youthful divine emperor with a hint of bewilderment, his eyes filled with astonishment. Though his discerning gaze, it was evident that the youthful divine emperor was merely a mortal, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, his physique yet to undergo any refinement. This was indeed perplexing. Within the Heyoon mountain range, even in the absence of demonic beasts, the ordinary wildlife could easily reduce a boy like him to nothing more than bones and remnants. Yet, this young lad was clad in animal hides and donned snakeskin shoes, clearly indicating that he had endured the trials of survival in these deep mountains for an extended period. A child of less than 10 years, capable of speech, ruled out the possibility of having grown up in the mountains. It implied he must have ventured into these woods only a few years prior. The moment he laid eyes on the youthful divine emperor, the middle-aged man had already deduced these facts. However, what baffled him beyond comprehension was how a boy, no older than 10, could have entered the mountains at a tender age of around 6 and managed to survive until now. The middle-aged man's perplexity remained unspoken, yet his confusion was perceptible to all in that instant. Countless hearts across the Shinjo realm echoed with fervent exclamations. It was not only him who found it incomprehensible. Even we, the onlookers who had witnessed his daily life unfold, struggled to fathom it. Yet, in that moment of reflection, the middle-aged man could not hear the collective thoughts of the countless individuals in the Shinjo realm. Nor could the youthful divine emperor, at this moment. The young divine emperor cast a glance at the middle-aged swordsman, remaining silent. The middle-aged swordsman, seemingly unperturbed by the silence, merely offered a wry smile and said, "Child, could you do me a favor and venture 10 miles away to ascertain whether that monstrous creature is still alive? It poses a significant threat to the Heyoon mountain range. If it still breathes, it will eventually claim your life. That is a ferocious beast, an exceedingly powerful one. Have you heard of it?" The sincerity in the middle-aged swordsman's demeanor was palpable, however, within the divine emperor's palace. The emotions of Mu Lingyin, which had just begun to settle, suddenly surged as she lifted her gaze, her eyes directed at the middle-aged man now laced with murderous intent. This middle-aged swordsman was no virtuous individual. He was fully aware that the young divine emperor was merely a mortal, cognizant of the formidable strength of the beast he spoke of, even if gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was beyond the capabilities of an insignificant mortal to confront it. Beasts and cultivators are fundamentally different. When a cultivator is severely wounded and lacks the strength to resist, it is indeed possible for a mortal to slay them. Especially sword cultivators, who, focusing on their craft, do not possess extraordinary physical prowess. When gravely injured and stripped of their sword energy, they become little more than mortals. Yet, beasts are an entirely different matter. Regardless of the type, a beast's physical form is paramount. The most significant difference between beasts and human cultivators lies in the innate physical gifts of beasts, which far surpass those of humans from the very beginning. Hence, any beast, once it reaches a certain level of power, cannot be dealt with by mere mortals. Even in death, mortals find it impossible to penetrate the hide and flesh of a beast, let alone when that beast may still be alive. In such a case, the beast could simply shift a paw, utilizing its immense physicality or weight to crush the young divine emperor. The middle-aged swordsman clearly harbored ill intentions. Were it not for Mu Lingyin's understanding that this vision was from 100,000 years prior, she might have sought out that middle-aged man herself, even turning the entire realm upside down to engage him in a duel of swordsmanship. However, in the current vision, the young divine emperor was not a cultivator. He had never even encountered a beast, thus remained oblivious to the potential traps within the middle-aged swordsman's request. The young divine emperor simply gazed calmly at the middle-aged swordsman and retorted, "You have destroyed my home, yet you still ask for my assistance?" The middle-aged swordsman was momentarily taken aback, then let out a dry laugh, shaking his head as he replied, "This mountain is your home? If that is indeed the case, then I can only offer my apologies. However, slaying demons and eradicating evil is the duty of our kind as cultivators. As a sword cultivator, well, you wouldn't comprehend such matters. In short, if that beast is not slain, who knows how many more like you will perish at its jaws? Do you understand what I am saying?" The middle-aged swordsman's righteous demeanor exuded a sense of integrity. The young divine emperor bowed his head, seemingly in contemplation. The corners of the middle-aged swordsman's mouth curled slightly upward. Could it be that this wild child truly comprehends the gravity of the situation? The smile held a hint of mockery, yet it was concealed from the young divine emperor's view. But in the next moment, without raising his head, the young divine emperor abruptly asked a question. "What is your name?" The middle-aged swordsman paused for a moment, and then instinctively responded, Mu Jiuqiu. In the presence of the mortal youth known as the young divine emperor, the middle-aged swordsman felt no need for defense. After all, a name is hardly a sensitive matter, thus he spoke without hesitation. However, this name left countless individuals in the divine land momentarily stunned. Mu Jiuqiu? Mu. So it is indeed a surname of Mu? In the footage, the young divine emperor slowly raised his gaze. It was only at that moment that everyone, including the middle-aged swordsman, discerned the murderous intent that filled the young divine emperor's eyes. The middle-aged swordsman's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing, and his expression turned icy, his countenance radiating the unique sharpness of a sword cultivator, coldly fixating on the young divine emperor, his tone becoming extraordinarily indifferent. What does this imply? The young divine emperor offered no reply, merely drawing forth the stone blade from his waist and advancing step by step toward the middle-aged swordsman. The swordsman seemed to wish to rise. Yet at that moment, he found even lifting his arm a considerable challenge. As his expression grew increasingly severe, he coldly inquired, Do you harbor enmity with the Mu family? Or is it with me? I recall never having encountered you, nor have I ever heard of a rival from the Mu family as young as you. The middle-aged swordsman appeared to seek clarification, but before he could finish his sentence, the young divine emperor had already arrived before him. Across the divine land, countless individuals were witness to this scene, including innumerable cultivators. Any cultivator could discern that the middle-aged swordsman was gathering the sword chi within him. Though exceedingly faint, if he could muster even a wisp of sword chi, he could obliterate the young divine emperor. Yet, in the next instant, with a soft thrust, the stone blade pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's chest, sinking in more than 3 inches. A look of astonishment lingered on the swordsman's face. In the divine land, countless onlookers were momentarily dazed. Just a fleeting moment, even a few seconds, was all that was needed for the middle-aged swordsman to forcibly condense a strand of sword chi to slay the young divine emperor. Such a brief span required only a moment of hesitation from the young divine emperor, or perhaps just the time to utter another trivial word. Could a boy under 10 truly seek to kill without hesitation? But that is the nature of the ordinary. Were the divine emperor an average person, how could he possibly be the sole immortal existence in 100,000 years? Though the young divine emperor was still merely immortal, his decisiveness, his resolve, and his aura of slaughter far surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. If one intends to kill, there is no need for idle chatter. One must act without delay. When the young divine emperor took action, there was not a trace of hesitation. He raised his hand, brandished the blade, and thrust downward, a series of movements executed with astonishing decisiveness. Surrounding him was an aura of death, ruthless and resolute. The atmosphere in the divine emperor's hall, as well as among the countless cultivators throughout the divine land, was thick with tension as they collectively inhaled sharply. The presence of such murderous intent emanating from a tender youth sent waves of shock through myriad sects across the realm. Do not be misled into thinking that murderous intent is merely an emotion or a temperament. It is a tangible force. The divine land is a realm of cultivation, having witnessed numerous prominent sects rise and fall over the course of hundreds of thousands to millions of years. Among these sects, some cultivation methods are intrinsically linked to murderous intent. Although the essence of killing intent may appear intangible and insubstantial, once one masters the art of condensing this formidable energy, the sect is destined to rise to prominence. Presently, a remarkable 6-year-old boy is already enveloped in killing intent. Chapter 13. The path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation encompasses 13 realms, commencing from the body refinement stage and culminating in the immortal stage, all governed by discernible patterns. Body refinement serves as the foundation of cultivation. Without a robust physique, one cannot endure the influx of celestial and earthly spiritual energy. Upon reaching a certain threshold of physical prowess, one can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cleansing the body and expelling impurities, a process known as chi refinement. Once the body has been sufficiently purified, it can begin to store spiritual energy. When this energy accumulates to a significant volume, it marks the establishment of a foundation. As the quantity of spiritual energy increases, the capacity of the body to store it remains finite. How, then, can one amass greater reserves of spiritual energy? The answer lies in compression, transforming gas into liquid, and then solidifying that liquid into essence. When the spiritual energy condenses into a solid state, it culminates in the formation of the golden core. At this stage, the golden core represents the utmost limit of one's capacity to contain spiritual energy. Yet, this is far from the terminus of cultivation. During the golden core stage, although the spiritual energy has coalesced into a solid form. The human body is a treasure trove. To elucidate in the simplest terms, from a physical standpoint, the golden core is the apex. However, it is the mental and spiritual will of humanity that embodies the quintessence of heaven and earth's brilliance. Following the formation of the golden core, one can ceaselessly enhance their mental will, which is to say, their soul. Once the soul attains a certain level of strength, it can imbue the golden core with a semblance of consciousness. When the golden core possesses awareness, it is akin to the solidified spiritual energy coming to life. A lifeless golden core and a sentient one are entirely different concepts, giving rise to the primordial infant. A golden core endowed with spirit transcends into a being. Initially, the primordial infant possesses only a rudimentary consciousness. Yet, as this awareness strengthens, it may eventually parallel that of a normal human. At this juncture, the cultivator seems to harbor two souls within, the primary soul and the primordial spirit. Of course, the primordial spirit is an extension of the primary soul and does not truly exist as a separate entity. Nevertheless, at this stage, the primordial spirit cannot detach from the body. Should it venture into the external world, it would be assimilated by nature, decomposed, and diluted, ultimately reverting to its original gaseous spiritual form. Thus, it is imperative to continuously enhance the spiritual essence of the primordial spirit, which entails fortifying the soul until one can ensure the primordial spirit's immortality through mental intent, allowing it to exist independently of the body. This is the out-of-body state. Further along the path lie divine abilities and tribulations. In summary, prior to the formation of the golden core, the enhancement and absorption of spiritual energy are merely accumulations of energy. From the inception of the primordial infant onward, even unto the immortal stage, the essence of cultivation ultimately revolves around the strengthening of the soul. The soul represents the true foundation of a cultivator. Moreover, killing intent serves as a swift avenue for the rapid enhancement of the soul. The manifestation of killing intent within a cultivator is not merely a product of violence. While bloodshed can amass ferocity, the emergence of killing intent is not guaranteed. Some individuals may never engage in acts of slaughter yet still exude killing intent. This phenomenon is enigmatic, and even many transcendent beings struggle to articulate the origins of killing intent. However, once a cultivator harbors a murderous aura within, even in the absence of specialized techniques to nurture such energy, it can gradually accumulate and grow stronger, ultimately coalescing into a lethal force. Should this lethal force further solidify, it could amalgamate into the ethereal essence of Xianhuang. Whether it be the foundational murderous aura, the more advanced lethal force, or the ethereal essence, all serve as the finest nourishment for the soul. With this essence, a cultivator's spiritual consciousness can expand at an astonishing pace. The rapid enhancement of spiritual consciousness signifies that, post the Yuaning stage, the rate of cultivation advancement will accelerate even further. This explains why countless cultivators are drawn to the murderous aura like moths to a flame. The very moment the young divine emperor exuded a murderous aura, the entire realm of Shenzhou trembled. Powerful figures from innumerable sects abruptly rose, and even those hidden away in the depths of secluded mountains opened their eyes wide in astonishment. To possess a murderous aura is a rarity, occurring in 1 out of a billion. The fact that a mere 6-year-old boy could possess such a trait is more formidable than any external opportunity. Such a prodigy is undoubtedly a potential powerhouse for the future. Even with the most mediocre talent, they would at least commence their journey at the level of a true immortal. In the current scene, the young divine emperor, enveloped in a murderous aura, exhibited unparalleled decisiveness. In the blink of an eye, the stone blade had pierced the chest of the middle-aged swordsman, disrupting the fleeting sword energy he had managed to coalesce. Yet, this was not the end. A torrent of hot blood splattered across the young divine emperor's face, causing his lips to twitch. Despite having lived in these mountains for 3 long years and having fought fiercely against wild beasts countless times, this was his first experience of taking a human life. Killing a person and slaughtering a beast are entirely different concepts. Just like a butcher in the mundane world, who may have slain countless livestock, would hesitate at the thought of taking a human life, for that is akin to slaying one of their own. At this moment, the young divine emperor was equally tense, even feeling a touch of nausea, as if he were battling the urge to vomit. Yet, his movements showed no sign of hesitation. The stone blade was withdrawn from the middle-aged swordsman's chest and thrust down once more. 1 strike, 2 strikes, targeting the chest, throat, abdomen, until the middle-aged swordsman was reduced to a mere heap of flesh, devoid of any sound. Only then did the young divine emperor stagger back 2 steps, gasping for breath, before he retched violently. At this moment, the young divine emperor appeared more disheveled than ever, yet his gaze was imbued with a profound sense of satisfaction. Within the Divine Emperor's palace, hundreds of top-tier cultivators observed this scene in profound silence. Chao Zhe snapped shut the folding fan in his hand and spoke coldly to Iti, such a tender age, not yet 10, to possess such ruthless determination. It is no wonder that the future Divine Emperor would become the most feared demon in Shenzhou. The adage 3 years see the old reveals much. The crowd remained silent. Some nodded in agreement, while others bowed their heads, remaining mute. The middle-aged swordsman, Mu Jiuqiu, was presumably a member of the Mu family, the greatest enemies of the young Divine Emperor. If they were placed in the same position, how would they have acted? Furthermore, it was Mu Jiuqiu who harbored ill intentions, aiming to kill the young Divine Emperor first. Of course, in the presence of Chao Zhe, no one dared to refute him. Everyone was merely puzzled by one thing. How could the young Divine Emperor have acted with such resolute decisiveness? How did he discern that Mu Jiuqiu might be a member of the Mu family? As the crowd meticulously recalled, a sudden realization dawned upon them in the footage from 3 years ago. The elderly figure who appeared outside the mountain village was clad in black attire as well. While wearing black cannot serve as conclusive evidence, there exists a detail that many had overlooked. Fortunately, although 3 years had passed in the imagery, it was but a fleeting moment in reality. Upon further contemplation, they remembered that the black-clad elder's belt bore a clover with 9 leaves, identical to that on Mu Jiuqiu's belt. If the black clothing were merely a coincidence, could the striking similarity of the belts also be attributed to chance? It was for this very reason that the young Divine Emperor connected the dots to the black-clad elder and inquired about Mu Jiuqiu's name. With this thought, a collective realization swept through the crowd. Yet, at that moment, one individual in the throng gasped in astonishment. We must all reflect carefully. It took us a while to recall the 9-leaved clover's design, and yet, that footage was from 3 years ago. Instantly, many felt a shiver of dread. Indeed, 3 years. The young Divine Emperor in the imagery had aged a full 3 years. How remarkable that he could retain such a seemingly trivial detail with such clarity, recalling it the very first time he laid eyes on Mu Jiuqiu. What extraordinary memory and observational skills. It was chilling to contemplate. At that moment, at the forefront of the crowd, Mu Lingyin, without turning back, spoke in a chilling tone. Not only that, the crowd was taken aback. What do you mean? Without waiting for their thoughts to coalesce, Mu Lingyin provided clarity. Upon seeing Mu Jiuqiu for the first time, perhaps the Divine Emperor did not immediately recognize the 9-leaved clover's pattern, yet he remained vigilant. Consider this. If you were mere mortals, a 9-year-old child encountering such a being, likely a formidable practitioner, in the depths of the mountains, what would your demeanor be? The crowd instinctively thought that they would undoubtedly exhibit utmost respect, and at the very least, would not dare to offend. However, they soon recognized the inconsistency. Upon meeting Mu Jiuqiu, the Divine Emperor's very first words were remarkably brusque. I am searching for the one who dismantled my home. This statement carried a hint of reproach, coupled with a trace of anger. With the wisdom and temperament of the young Divine Emperor, could he fail to realize that this sudden appearance of Mu Jiuqiu might very well be the practitioner responsible for the devastation of the surrounding mountains? Would he truly be so impolite in the presence of such a practitioner? Under normal circumstances, certainly not. Thus, something was amiss. At this juncture, Mu Lingyin continued. Have you grasped it? Indeed, the Divine Emperor's choice of words was all a probe, not a verbal test, but one of attitude. His opening remark was a test of the middle-aged swordsman's character, as well as a probe into his injuries. The rationale is quite straightforward. A person capable of determining another's life or death would hardly maintain a friendly demeanor in the face of an affront. Generally, they would not. In the realm of Shenzhou, practitioners tower over mortals, akin to how humans regard ants. If an ant were to audibly insult a human, and that human heard it, a typical response would not be one of rage, but rather, the ant would likely be crushed without hesitation. The situation is quite similar. If Mu Jiuqiu were still endowed with the ability to effortlessly control the life and death of others, when confronted with the impudence of the youthful Divine Emperor, he would not necessarily resort to lethal action. At the very least, he would impart a lesson. However, in his current state of severe injury, the Divine Emperor could not ascertain whether Mu Jiuqiu still possessed the capacity to extinguish him at will, thus he was compelled to probe cautiously. His method of inquiry lay in his demeanor. While somewhat audacious, this attitude was not excessively so, preventing Mu Jiuqiu from retaliating with lethal intent. Yet, should the latter retain even a modicum of strength, he would undoubtedly receive a minor reprimand. Under such circumstances, he might not perish, but he could certainly sustain injuries, perhaps grave ones. Nonetheless, as long as he remained alive, and could ascertain the extent of Mu Jochio's remaining power, it would be well worth the risk. Remarkably, a single phrase, an unguarded expression of attitude, could yield such profound results. It is hardly surprising, yet prior to this moment, how many within the Divine Emperor's court had contemplated this? And among those present, who could exhibit such reflexes and decisiveness? The intellect of the youthful Divine Emperor was enough to leave even the most esteemed practitioners in awe. Chapter 14. Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise them to do good, but that was not the end of the matter. The Divine Emperor, with a single utterance, discerned that his opponent could no longer wield power, thus enabling him to observe calmly. It was precisely for this reason that he noticed the intricate patterns on the belt, recalling the enigmatic figure in black he had encountered 3 years prior. Yet, have you observed closely? Throughout the entire ordeal, the Divine Emperor's countenance and physical reactions remained devoid of any discernible change. Had he not suddenly erupted in fury at the end, you would never have suspected he could make such observations, would you? Mu Lingyin's frigid voice struck like a heavy hammer upon the foreheads of the hundreds of elite practitioners present, resounding with clarity. Indeed, consider this from another perspective. If someone were to slay all your kin in this world, forcing you to flee in terror into the mountains, struggling for survival in utter helplessness for 3 long years, how profound would your hatred be for such an individual? Now, if someone were to suddenly appear before you, possibly linked to your most formidable enemy, perhaps even a kin of that foe, how would you react? Within the halls of the Divine Emperor, everyone found themselves deep in contemplation, searching their own hearts. They would undoubtedly struggle to maintain perfect control over their emotions. Even in the most composed state, there would inevitably be fleeting moments of emotional upheaval. Even if they refrained from any overt action, their expressions, gazes, and even the most basic physical responses would betray them. After all, one is not a machine. Instinctual reactions are often beyond control, and even those of the saintly echelon cannot flawlessly govern their innate responses. Yet, the youthful Divine Emperor discerned the connection between Mu Jochio and his family's annihilator, all while maintaining an exterior of unwavering composure. For in the presence of a being of saintly caliber, even the slightest reaction could be perceived, and even if the adversary had temporarily lost all power, their insight and understanding would still remain intact, would they not? As long as there is the slightest unusual reaction, it will be perceived by the other party. Yet, the young Divine Emperor exhibited not a trace of reaction, as if he had never noticed the intricate patterns at all. Subsequently, the Divine Emperor unexpectedly inquired about the name of Mu Jochio, seemingly asking casually. However, it was precisely this abruptness and nonchalance, combined with the absence of any anomaly he had displayed from the beginning, that rendered Mu Jochio completely unguarded, leading him to answer the question directly. His response ultimately confirmed the identity and origins of the other party for the Divine Emperor, culminating in the astounding scene that left you all in shock. Mu Lingyin slowly turned, casting a glance at the hundreds of cultivators behind her, her gaze imbued with an odd significance. Upon realizing Mu Jochio's connection to the nemesis of his clan, she did not even bother to inquire about the relationship between him and the Elder in Black, instead opting to strike decisively. Do you not understand? This was not mere savagery, nor was it a misattribution of blame. It was the most astute decision made in a state of utmost calm. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Previously, many had speculated that even if they acknowledged Mu Jochio's connection to the Elder in Black, a family capable of producing a powerhouse at the saint level would surely comprise thousands, if not tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of individuals. With such an extensive family, it was entirely possible that Mu Jochio had never even encountered the Elder in Black. In such a scenario, to strike down a saint-level swordsman with such brutality seemed rather excessive, did it not? Some even sought to exploit this point to criticize the Divine Emperor's nature. Brutal. Was this not a manifestation of cruelty? After all, Mu Jochio was not the Elder in Black himself, was he? Yet now, hearing Mu Lingyin's words, they furrowed their brows in contemplation. Before they could retort, Mu Lingyin coolly remarked, "Have you forgotten the words spoken by the Elder in Black when he appeared outside the mountain village 3 years ago? Have you forgotten that the obliteration of that village was not due to the Elder's brutality, but rather in accordance with the family rules of that clan, the Mu clan? It was for the sake of the Mu family's reputation. In a family that would annihilate an entire village for the sake of face and engage in rampant slaughter of commoners, how many virtuous individuals could possibly exist? Moreover, Mu Jochio's strength had already reached the saint level. Indeed, it is highly probable that he is the foremost individual of the Mu clan. He may even be the ancestor of the Mu family. The ruthless conduct of the Mu clan is likely a legacy passed down by Mu Jochio himself. A chill ran through the crowd. Yet, Chao Zhe furrowed his brow slightly and quietly countered. But these insights are only clear to us as bystanders. The Divine Emperor, who is embroiled in this situation and has never interacted with the realm of cultivation, should be unaware of such matters, right? He may not even know which of Mu Jiuqiu or the Elder in Black possesses greater strength. Indeed, in the eyes of commoners, what distinction exists between the nascent soul stage and the saint stage? After all, both are exalted beings. The crowd turned their attention toward Mu Lingyin. She smiled coldly and then indifferently retorted, "Very well, even if that is the case. Even if he knows nothing at all. May I inquire whether, once Mu Jiuqiu's injuries have healed, there will be an investigation into the identity and background of the Divine Emperor brother? Do you believe that, given the capabilities of a sage, he could successfully conceal the enmity between the Divine Emperor brother and the Mu family?" At this juncture, a faint smirk graced Mu Lingyin's lips. Let us not forget, even a sage, or one at the nascent soul stage, or even the golden core or foundation establishment levels, possesses countless methods to compel a mere mortal to divulge the truth effortlessly, rendering them utterly defenseless. Under such circumstances, how could the Divine Emperor brother possibly safeguard his life? To refrain from resistance is tantamount to death. Do not overlook the fact that within these wild and untamed mountains, no one has imparted the ways of the world to the Divine Emperor brother. His survival here, his ability to protect the still tender me, and his endurance through each passing day until now, rely not on compassion for the world, but on his decisiveness and that indomitable spirit of courage. His understanding of the moral boundaries and concepts of humanity was only acquired before the age of 6. To put it succinctly, one cannot counsel others in virtue without first experiencing their suffering. Each of Mu Lingyin's words caused the hundreds of cultivators present to lower their heads slightly. Even Chao Zhe found himself rendered speechless, for they could not refute her at this moment, although the young Divine Emperor was nearing his 10th year. As Mu Lingyin articulated, he had spent the past 3 years in the depths of the mountains, coexisting with beasts and death. Who would have taught a child before the age of 6 the intricate moral principles of humanity? Even if he had been exposed to them, the understanding would not have been profound. In simple terms, this youth's worldview had yet to take shape, lacking even a semblance of form. 3 years of survival in the wilderness established a necessary premise for all his actions: to live. Beyond this fundamental criterion, any superfluous demands are devoid of reason. Yet, it is human nature for most to impose their own standards upon others. Although cultivators may soar through the skies and traverse the earth, at their core, they remain human. Therefore, many within the Divine Emperor's palace, and indeed throughout the Divine Continent, share the sentiment that the young Divine Emperor's violent outbursts were somewhat excessive. However, they have never paused to consider the matter from the perspective of the young Divine Emperor, nor contemplated why he would act in such a manner. Nonetheless, within the Divine Emperor's palace, Mu Lingyin provided an explanation that was irrefutable. In an instant, silence enveloped the assembly. Yet, after a brief moment, Chao Zhe let out a soft sigh. Seemingly imbued with compassion for the world, if the great upheaval had never occurred back then, or if that cloaked elder had not devastated the mountain village, and the young Divine Emperor had not fled into the deep mountains, perhaps his savage and brutal nature would not have been cultivated, and thus, the merciless Divine Emperor of 100,000 years hence would not have come to pass. The assembly nodded in profound agreement, some sighing deeply. Every action and consequence seems preordained. In a one is born a tyrant. Who could have foreseen that the roots of the merciless Divine Emperor, hardened over 100,000 years, could be traced back to a cloaked elder of merely the divine ability stage? One cannot help but marvel at the peculiarities of fate in this instance. Mu Lingyin refrained from rebuttal, as her own heart was entangled in complexity. In that image, the Divine Emperor, who regarded her life as more precious than his own, indeed stirred a profound emotion within Mu Lingyin, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. However, millennia later, the memory of that ruthless, heartless emperor, who extinguished humanity and subjected himself to relentless torment, remained indelibly etched in her heart. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Chao Zhe discreetly smiled. Fortunately, it was clear that the Divine Emperor was ultimately a brutal figure, and one should not be swayed by this vision. In the vision, the youthful Divine Emperor stood silently before the corpse of Mu Jiuqiu, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful yet. The twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed the immense psychological strain he felt after committing his first murder. After a brief moment, the young Divine Emperor prepared to handle the remains of Mu Jiuqiu. Just then, a faint white light flickered. In the realm of Shenzhou, countless cultivators silently acknowledged the truth. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage possesses a spark of sentience within their nascent soul. By the time they reach the God transformation stage, even if their physical body were to turn to ash, as long as their primordial spirit endures, they remain immortal. How much more so for beings of the sage realm? Although Mu Jochio's strength had completely withered before her death, rendering her almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, her primordial spirit persisted even after her physical demise. Moreover, if that primordial spirit could survive, it would one day restore its powers, perhaps even reconstruct its physical form. Upon witnessing the emergence of that white light, the cultivators of Shenzhou understood it was the primordial spirit of Mu Jochio. A primordial spirit of a sage, even in a state of depletion, was not something mere mortals could slay. Unlike the physical body, which mortals could scarcely comprehend, the primordial spirit eludes their grasp. In the next moment, a faint shadow began to rise from Mu Jochio's corpse, cold and imbued with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, fixing its gaze upon the young divine emperor. The young divine emperor's pupils constricted, and he recognized that shadow with a single glance. It was Mu Jochio. Yet, he was uncertain of the shadow's true nature, only aware of an unprecedented sense of peril enveloping him. Did you expect this? Neither did I. A mere mortal dares to strike against a sage. Alas, you cannot kill me. So, it is your turn to perish. Chapter 15. Trapping the sage's primordial spirit. In the brief span of those words, the faint, almost translucent shadow of Mu Jochio visibly solidified. A primordial spirit, even when reduced to its utmost weakness, can still recover. It merely requires the absorption of spiritual energy. The process is just slightly slower than the recovery of a physical body. In mere moments, the primordial spirit would regain a sliver of strength, and even with just a trace of power, it could easily annihilate the young divine emperor, who lacked any capacity for resistance. How could a mortal hope to contend with an existence as ethereal as a ghost? Yet, the young divine emperor refused to succumb to despair. He almost instinctively raised his hand, wielding a stone dagger aimed at Mu Jochio's primordial spirit. However, as the stone dagger pierced through Mu Jochio's chest, it inflicted not the slightest tangible harm upon the primordial spirit. Had an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would surely have been momentarily astonished, unable to comprehend the extraordinary nature of what transpired. But the young divine emperor was not ordinary. Realizing that his attacks were utterly futile, having failed to even graze the tangible form of his opponent, he cast aside the stone blade with barely a moment's hesitation. Throughout this ordeal, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Then, as all eyes were riveted upon him, and the onlookers pondered how the youthful divine emperor would navigate this perilous situation, the young sovereign made his next move. Across the realm of Shenzhou, countless individuals speculated on the actions of the divine emperor. Would he continue to resist? Yet, his strikes had not even grazed his adversary. The sole outcome of further defiance could only spell death. Would he flee? As soon as Mu Jochio's divine essence regained even a modicum of strength, it would take but a brief moment for him to attain the prowess to rival that of the core formation stage, or even the nascent soul realm. Pursuing a mere mortal would be a trivial endeavor. What, then, was to be done? The young divine emperor provided the most astute solution: to scour the remains of Mu Jochio. Indeed, the means to contend with a cultivator's divine essence could only be possessed by a cultivator, and at this moment, the closest practitioner to the young sovereign was none other than Mu Jochio himself. The opportunity to confront his divine essence lay solely within the remnants of Mu Jochio's body. Upon witnessing the young sovereign's actions, even Mu Jochio was momentarily taken aback, for he had not yet conceived of this course of action, while the divine emperor had already taken the initiative. Such calmness and wisdom tightened Mu Jochio's heart, for he was acutely aware that his corpse indeed harbored methods to counter divine essences. As this realization dawned upon him, Mu Jochio's divine essence stirred into action. Although it had only regained a fraction of its former strength, barely enough for some semblance of movement, it sufficed. Even if his restored power was nearly non-existent, scarcely distinguishable from that of a mortal, his intangible and ethereal nature was his greatest advantage. Confronting a mere mortal youth would be exceedingly simple. Just as Mu Jochio lunged forward, intent on thwarting the divine emperor's plan, the young sovereign seized a handful of Mu Jochio's hair, dragging the lifeless form backward with fluid grace, as if the sequence of movements had been meticulously choreographed. Simultaneously, the other hand of the divine emperor deftly explored the remains of Mu Jochio. In but a brief moment, his hand emerged from Mu Jochio's garments, now adorned with a small ring. Across the realm of Shenzhou, countless individuals were momentarily stunned. Any cultivator would recognize that the ring was unmistakably a storage ring. In the realm of cultivation, storage items are categorized into 3 tiers. The most basic being storage pouches, capable of holding a few cubic meters, followed by the more advanced storage rings. Additionally, there exist storage bracelets that can accommodate spaces equivalent to a 3-courtyard estate, akin to a warehouse spanning hundreds of meters and thousands of square meters. Beyond this, the items transcend mere storage tools into the realm of ancient artifacts. The vast majority of such artifacts not only possess formidable capabilities, but also contain an internal space, resembling a miniature world. For instance, the chaotic furnace that currently seals the Divine Emperor possesses a chaotic space within, wherein Emperor Feng is ensnared. Other ancient artifacts are largely similar. However, the spatial capabilities they possess are merely auxiliary functions rather than their primary purpose. Throughout the entire realm of Shinjo, there are scarcely a handful of intact ancient artifacts, which is why even beings of saintly stature predominantly carry storage rings, with few fortunate enough to possess true ancient relics. On the person of Mujocho rests a most exquisite storage ring. Yet, this item is typically recognizable only by cultivators, and even among them, very few are deemed worthy to wear it. The majority resort to storage bags, often carrying multiple. How could a mere mortal, the young Divine Emperor, so precisely identify the storage ring? It is evident that the ring, while unmistakably a ring, was not worn upon Mujocho's finger. This conundrum is rather straightforward and easily deduced, yet it requires careful contemplation to fully grasp. Nevertheless, the young Divine Emperor, from the moment of his exploration to the acquisition of the storage ring, required merely a few breaths. The instant he touched the storage ring, he discerned it to be an extraordinary item, prompting him to retrieve it. Such rapid cognitive processing is enough to leave the world in awe. Not even a child under 10 could respond with such swiftness. At the moment he beheld the storage ring, Mujocho's divine essence momentarily halted, followed by a cold smirk. You are but a mortal, devoid of spiritual energy. How could you activate the storage ring? Even if you were to obtain it, it would amount to nothing. Before Mujocho could finish his words, he witnessed the young Divine Emperor seize the chest of his lifeless body and tear with ferocity. The chest had already been rendered a bloody mess by the young Divine Emperor's stone blade, and with that tearing motion, a chunk of flesh was wrenched free. Subsequently, the young Divine Emperor pressed this flesh directly onto the storage ring. In the next moment, the ring emitted a brilliant flash, and a sudden pull of energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, Mujocho's divine essence had not even the time to gasp before it was drawn into the storage ring. This spectacle left countless observers in the Shinjo realm utterly stupefied. Mortals, of course, could not fathom the reason behind it. As for the cultivators, it was only after witnessing the young Divine Emperor's actions that they began to comprehend the rationale. Indeed, the young Divine Emperor was merely a mortal, devoid of spiritual energy, incapable of activating the storage ring. Even if he were a cultivator, it would be futile. How could a saint's storage ring lack protective measures? Should another acquire the storage ring and attempt to forcibly open it, they would face dire repercussions. Even a true immortal or one of the great Tao could suffer grievous injury from the backlash of a seemingly insignificant storage ring's defenses. Yet, what if it were the saint's own flesh? The reasoning is rather simple. No-one would impose restrictions that would cause the storage ring to reject its own blood. That would indeed be foolish. Moreover, no one can guarantee that they will never sustain injury or encounter unexpected misfortune throughout their lives. Hence, a powerful cultivator like Mujocho would certainly leave contingencies when establishing such defenses. Should the day come when they suffer grave wounds or become sealed, losing all cultivation, they could utilize their own blood or other means to temporarily activate the storage ring, hastening their recovery. Many cultivators in the realm of cultivation adhere to this practice, and of course, this is contingent upon the cultivator still being alive and maintaining their soul's connection. Otherwise, should one's soul be utterly scattered, this final contingency would become utterly ineffective. At that juncture, attempting to activate the storage ring would necessitate breaking through the restrictions, rendering the master's flesh and blood futile. After all, one cannot afford to grant an advantage to their adversaries. Can they? Such knowledge is common sense within the realm of cultivation, yet for mortals, few possess this awareness. The youthful Divine Emperor is equally oblivious, yet he comprehends that he has no means to activate the storage ring. The sole possibility of activation lies within the blood and flesh of Mujocho. It was merely an attempt. Clinging to this slender hope, he succeeded. This was a gamble of grand proportions, however. What is truly remarkable lies in another aspect. Upon activation of the storage ring, one can choose to extract items or to store them. From a conventional standpoint, upon acquiring the storage ring, one would naturally wish to extract its contents to ascertain if anything could be of use against the primordial spirit. Yet the young divine emperor chose to do the opposite. He was acutely aware that even if he were to remove all items from the storage ring, he would still be unable to contend with Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit. Firstly, he had no knowledge of the quantity of items within the ring. Should he extract them, amidst the myriad of miscellaneous items, how could he possibly discern their utility? Secondly, even if he were to extract them, they could easily be seized by Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit. Thus, the young divine emperor directly opted to confine Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit within the storage ring. If he could not kill it, he would at least imprison it. It was as simple as that. After meticulously cleansing the blood from the storage ring, thereby eliminating any chance of reactivation, the young divine emperor grasped the ring and turned to leave. Without a hint of hesitation, he set his course towards the location previously indicated by Mu Jiuqiu, 10 miles away, where the demonic beast resided. While he could not eliminate the primordial spirit, he could employ another S-blade. The borrowed blade was none other than the very beast Mu Jiuqiu had mentioned, gravely injured and uncertain of its fate, a holy realm demonic beast located 10 miles away. Throughout this series of actions, the young divine emperor exhibited no hesitation or deliberation. His movements flowed with grace, marked by utmost decisiveness. Each judgment and choice he made was unexpected, yet invariably the most correct and the only option for survival. The young divine emperor was unaware of how long the ring could confine Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit. He could only hasten his search for the demonic beast. Fortunately, as a formidable sage, Mu Jiuqiu displayed no wariness upon encountering the young divine emperor, and the information regarding the beast's location proved truthful. Indeed, the beast was situated just 10 miles away. Upon sighting the creature, countless individuals across the divine land gasped in astonishment. It was unmistakably a colossal kuei-nyo, akin to a mountain in size. The kuei-nyo, an ancient divine beast, is characterized by its azure-hued body, a single leg, and a roar that reverberates like thunder, radiating with the brilliance of the sun and moon. To this day, the bloodline of the kuei-nyo has become exceedingly rare, and this particular beast may not possess the purest lineage, yet achieving the status of a holy beast renders it truly formidable. The moment they beheld the kuei-nyo, many cultivators experienced a moment of clarity. In a wonder the earlier valley had manifested. They had previously pondered how the sword cultivator, despite his prowess in battle, could have flattened a mountain. Now, upon witnessing the kuei-nyo, they understood. It must have been the work of this magnificent beast. At this very moment, the mighty kuei-nyo, nestled between two mountains, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Its enormous eyes, akin to small houses, fluttered open and closed, and its body remained utterly still. It was evident that death was imminent. Even when the young divine emperor appeared on the slope not far from it, the creature merely cast a fleeting glance, offering no further regard. Until the young divine emperor, once again, wrapped the blood and flesh of Mu Jiuqiu around a storage ring and hurled it towards the kuei-nyo. Chapter 16. Return to the mortal realm in the valley. If the colossal kuei-nyo were to rise, its height would rival that of the nearby peaks. Yet, in its current state, the kuei-nyo lay on the ground, on the brink of death, its once mighty presence that suppressed mountains and rivers now diminished to a mere whisper. Otherwise, the young divine emperor would never have been able to approach so closely. The cold gaze of the kuei-nyo held no trace of emotion. Had it possessed any strength, it would have surely devoured this unfamiliar human whole. After all, it was a human who had reduced it to this pitiful state. The kuei-nyo was on the verge of death, utterly helpless, and that human. Just as hatred began to seep from the depths of the kuei-nyo's eyes, the young divine emperor cast the storage ring forth. Encased in the ring was the flesh and blood of Mu Jiuqiu, but this time, the young divine emperor chose not to open or collect it. Instead, he directly threw the storage ring towards the kuei-nyo. A gamble. He was taking a risk. This time, he wagered that the storage ring was indeed Mu Jiuqiu's possession, and that Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit would undoubtedly find a way to unlock the ring, albeit requiring some time. Perhaps, even without the flesh and blood, given enough time, Mu Jiuqiu could open the storage ring on his own. By then, with precautions in place, Mu Jiuqiu's primordial spirit would no longer be something the young divine emperor could contend with. Thus, it was imperative to resolve the matter before Mu Jiuqiu emerged. While the young divine emperor lacked a solution, the kuei-nyo surely possessed one. The young divine emperor's gamble proved fortuitous. In the next instant, the storage ring flickered with light in midair, and a shadow of the primordial spirit materialized, becoming increasingly substantial, its expression brimming with murderous intent. It gazed upon the young divine emperor, seething, "You seek your own demise." With a furious roar, Mu Jochio's primordial spirit prepared to strike. But just then, an earth-shattering bellow erupted behind him. Mu Jochio's pupils constricted in shock as he turned his head, his expression one of horror. Behind him, the Kuei-Nyo had struggled to lift its head, opening its gaping maw wide to devour Mu Jochio. In his astonishment, Mu Jochio attempted to resist. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a primordial spirit, not fully restored, sufficient to confront mere mortals, but against the Kuei-Nyo. Even a dying Kuei-Nyo was far beyond his means. In that instant, the Kuei-Nyo's eyes erupted with an intense mixture of hatred and exhilaration. Even it had not anticipated that such a diminutive human could bring Mu Jochio's primordial spirit to it. This offered a chance for vengeance before its demise. What a thrill! In the next moment, the Kuei-Nyo's massive jaws closed, and Mu Jochio's primordial spirit was engulfed within. Thunder rumbled, and from the Kuei-Nyo's once dim form, a streak of pearly moonlight shimmered, ultimately converging in its abdomen, coalescing into arcs of wandering lightning. Faint cries of anguish and curses emanated from within the Kuei-Nyo, growing ever fainter in but a few breaths. Silence reigned once more at that moment. Kuei-Nyo cast a gaze towards the young divine emperor perched on the mountainside opposite. His eyes clouded with confusion. It struggled to comprehend the situation. This child, much like Mu Jochio, was also human, was he not? Why extend assistance to himself in vanquishing Mu Jochio? At this juncture, Kuei-Nyo harbored no intent to kill the young divine emperor. Yet, the young divine emperor remained vigilant, gradually retreating, his movements measured and cautious. Observing the divine emperor's response, Kuei-Nyo did not react excessively. The mere act of raising its head and opening its mouth to refine Mu Jochio's primordial spirit had drained the last vestiges of its strength. It was now utterly exhausted, incapable of even dispatching this ordinary boy unless the divine emperor approached. Ultimately, Kuei-Nyo offered a barely perceptible nod in the direction of the young divine emperor. However, one must not forget that Kuei-Nyo's form was as colossal as a mountain. Even such a subtle gesture was exceedingly pronounced in the eyes of the young divine emperor. He paused momentarily, contemplating, and then, somewhat awkwardly, clasped his fists in salute towards Kuei-Nyo before turning to flee into the thicket of the mountainside, vanishing from sight. Within the valley, a torrent of scalding white vapor erupted from Kuei-Nyo's nostrils, sending loose stones flying within a 100-meter radius. This was Kuei-Nyo's final resort. Had the young divine emperor harbored nefarious intentions and dared to approach, that single breath could have claimed his life. Yet, with that breath released, the last remnants of Kuei-Nyo's essence gradually faded away as it closed its eyes and returned to oblivion. Several hours later, the young divine emperor returned to the wolf den within the mountains. Inside the den, Mu Lingyin, nestled in a corner, wore a visage etched with worry as she awaited his return. Upon seeing him enter the den, she hurriedly rushed towards him. The young divine emperor, however, had no time to offer her comfort. He gently patted her small head and spoke softly. "Lingyin, we must leave this place." Mu Lingyin looked up and inquired, "Where are we going?" The young divine emperor smiled and raised his gaze towards the direction beyond the Heyun mountain range. To dot the world of humans, deep within the mountains, each day teetered on the precipice of life and death. Even while sheltered in the den, the young divine emperor could not guarantee their safety. Thus, he had been waiting for Mu Lingyin to grow a bit more, to reach the point where she could trek 100 miles, at which time they would depart. Yet, Mu Lingyin was merely 3 years old now. Time was no longer on his side. The members of the Mu family had indeed ventured into the mountains. While he could wager his life on his own survival, he could not, nor would he dare, gamble with Mu Lingyin's life. They had to leave. Fortunately, Mu Lingyin was now capable of communication and was quite obedient. Even if the journey proved arduous, it would not be insurmountable. After gathering some wild fruits and dried meat, the young divine emperor set forth with Mu Lingyin, departing from the Wolf Mountain towards the expanse beyond the Heyun mountain range. In days gone by, when the young divine emperor traversed alone, he could cover even dozens of miles in a single day. However, with Mu Lingyin in tow, their pace was markedly reduced. Moreover, it was only at the age of 6 that he had first ventured beyond his childhood village. Having never set foot in other towns or settlements, he could only choose one direction, marching resolutely forward until he encountered a village or discovered the official road, which would eventually lead him to the settlement. Was it merely 100 miles? The journey spanned a considerable 400 miles before he finally stumbled upon the first human village, and this was already a fortnight later. It was a quaint little hamlet, yet it surpassed the hometown of the young divine emperor by a significant margin, boasting several hundred, nearly 1,000 households. Gazing at the distant curling smoke, the young divine emperor finally exhaled in relief. Starved of strength, Mu Lingyin, who clung to his back, could only cry out in delight. Hichu Jia village. It's the village entrance. A few old men puffed on their pipes, gathered together to play Pai Gao, though they refrained from gambling, for they were bereft of money. Not far away, a group of women busied themselves, either washing clothes, picking vegetables, or sewing, all the while engaging in casual chatter about their lives. This appeared to be a scene typical of every village, much like Yijia village of your. As the villagers exchanged idle words, a woman suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Were those two small children? How had they ended up in such a wretched state? The villagers turned to look, many rising to gaze in curiosity, murmuring in disbelief. In the distance, two figures approached, one large and one small. The smaller figure seemed to be no more than 2 or 3 years old, while the older one appeared to be around 8 or 9, with the larger one carrying the smaller one, stumbling along. Neither child wore a single intact piece of clothing. They were instead wrapped in animal hides and vines. Their bodies covered in dirt. Among the crowd, several kind-hearted women rushed forward. Moments later, the young divine emperor finally drew near, feeling somewhat awkward as he regarded the people before him, hesitantly asking, "Esteemed uncles and aunts, may I inquire as to where this place is?" One woman in the crowd called out loudly, "This is Hujia village in Linping Prefecture. Where do you two children come from? How did you end up in such a state?" The young divine emperor smiled faintly, his face slightly pale, and calmly replied, "My sister and I lost our way in the mountains several years ago, and we have only just escaped from the Heyun mountain range." As the young divine emperor recounted his tale, the crowd fell silent. All eyes turned in disbelief towards the two children, exchanging glances, rendered speechless. According to the young divine emperor, their family had been traveling with a merchant caravan when, 3 years prior, they encountered mountain bandits. Their parents perished, and he and his sister fled into the depths of the mountains under their parents' desperate protection. However, due to his sister's tender age and his own ignorance of nearby towns, they remained in the mountains for 3 long years. These words, of course, were fabricated by the young divine emperor. His father had once been the village teacher in Yijia village, often regaling him with stories. Though merely 6 years old at the time, the young divine emperor was exceptionally intelligent and had retained many of these tales. Merchant caravans, mountain bandits, these were all stitched together from his fragmented memories. Although there were numerous inconsistencies and many details left unmentioned, the villagers harbored no doubts whatsoever. How could 2 children under 10 possibly concoct lies? Forgetting the details was entirely normal. If their story were flawlessly crafted, it would instead raise suspicions. Moreover, the appearances of the youthful divine emperor and Mu Lingyin serve as a testament to the fact that they have indeed resided in the depths of the mountains for an extended period of 3 years. Among the crowd, numerous women gazed upon the disheveled figures of these 2 children, their hearts aching with sympathy. Mu Lingyin, who was nestled against the back of the youthful divine emperor, appeared relatively unscathed. Clad in a single piece of animal hide, she was clean, although her complexion was somewhat pallid, likely due to hunger. Nevertheless, her delicate features were exquisitely sculpted, rendering her utterly endearing. In stark contrast, the youthful divine emperor bore a far more harrowing countenance. At this moment, as he traversed over 100 miles while carrying Mu Lingyin, having endured days of hunger, his pair of serpent-skin shoes had long been worn to tatters, leaving his feet bloodied and raw. Coupled with his ashen visage, cracked lips, and extreme frailty, he appeared on the verge of collapse. Among the crowd, whispers of astonishment began to circulate. How on earth has this child managed to persevere? Were it me, I could never have carried a child and traversed such a distance to arrive here. As the crowd murmured in amazement, Mu Lingyin, feeling a twinge of fear, shrank further behind the youthful divine emperor and softly uttered, "Brother, I am hungry." It was only then that the onlookers snapped back to reality, and several well-meaning aunties hurriedly stepped forward. "Stop staring. Quickly prepare some food. These 2 children are on the verge of starvation. Yulao-san, hurry and fetch some clothes from your 2nd and 4th sons. Fengzi, quickly bring some warm water. These poor children must have gone several days without sustenance. They cannot eat porridge directly. They need to warm their stomachs with some hot water first." Under the direction of one aunt, the crowd dispersed in a flurry, while others ushered the 2 children closer to the village. From that moment onward, the youthful divine emperor and his sister made their home within this village. Time swiftly passed, and 7 years elapsed. Chapter 17. Seeking a master at the entrance of Hu family village. A woman in her 50s brightened with excitement, rising to wave her hand. When the others spotted the youthful divine emperor Yi Feng approaching from outside the village, They all rushed forward. Xiao Yi, what bounty have you brought back today? Wow, what a magnificent wild boar. Truly a remarkable find. Just look at this boar hide. It's incredibly tough. Without you, our village could never have captured such a robust wild boar. Xiao Yi, bring 2 pounds of meat over tonight, and I'll make you some delightful braised pork. The youthful divine emperor, no, he had now matured into the young divine emperor, was now 16 years old. Over the course of 7 years, Yi Feng had become the premier hunter of Hu family village, unmatched by any other hunter. Regardless of the season, whenever Yi Feng ventured into the mountains, he would invariably uncover traces of wild game, ensuring a fruitful hunt. Moreover, no matter the creature, once it fell under Yi Feng's gaze, there was always a method to subdue it. Hu family village lay beyond the Heyun mountain range, approximately several dozen miles away. The reason Yi Feng and Mu Lingyin had traversed hundreds of miles to find Hu family village was merely due to their lack of familiarity with the terrain. The Heyun mountain range spanned tens of thousands of miles, and the distance varied greatly depending on the entry point into the mountains. Years ago, when Yi Feng arrived at Hu family village, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers, which preserved his life. Since then, he settled in the village with Mu Lingyin, residing in a house at the eastern edge of the village. This dwelling had belonged to a solitary old man decades prior, and after the old man's passing, the house stood vacant. With the villagers' assistance, the house was renovated, thus becoming Yi Feng's home. At this moment, the youthful divine emperor Yi Feng, though merely 16 years of age, possessed a robust physique. Clad in clothing, his form appeared unremarkable, yet beneath the fabric lay a chiseled body brimming with explosive strength. In the past couple of years, matchmakers in the village had taken notice of him, persistently attempting to introduce him to eligible young women from both the village and neighboring ones. However, the young divine emperor consistently declined these advances, for his heart belonged to Mu Lingyin. It seemed he had resolved to remain by his sister's side until she wed, after which he would contemplate his own affairs. Now, Mu Lingyin had reached the age of 10. A decade had passed since the great transformation of Yi family village. The massive wild boar, weighing several hundred pounds, was secured on a makeshift cart crafted from wooden planks and hemp ropes, being dragged home. At the threshold of their home, Mu Lingyin perched on the doorstep, her eyes sparkling with joy as she spotted her brother, and she rushed to greet him with exuberance. In that instant, the young divine emperor's piercing gaze softened. "Brother!" Mu Lingyin exclaimed. Leaping into his embrace, he held her with one arm, gently tapping her forehead with his own, and playfully inquired, "Have you been waiting long? Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" With a bright smile, Mu Lingyin evaded his forehead with a giggle, replying, "I've already eaten. Uncle Chen invited me to his house for dinner, and he asked if I would like to learn things from him." The young divine emperor, surprised, set down the hemp rope while unloading the wild boar, and curiously asked, "Learn things? What kind of things? Carpentry? We certainly don't need to learn that. What use does a young lady have for such skills?" The Uncle Chen she mentioned was the village carpenter. However, in this humble mountain village, if villagers needed tables or chairs, they could easily craft them themselves. After all, which farmer was incapable of chopping wood or felling trees? The only furniture that genuinely required a carpenter's expertise was one singular item, a coffin. Indeed, while Uncle Chen claimed to be a carpenter, his true vocation was crafting coffins, which explained the young divine emperor's reluctance to let Mu Lingyin learn from him. Yet, undeterred, Mu Lingyin squatted nearby, intently watching her brother as he skinned the wild boar, unfazed by the bloody scene, and casually remarked, "Not that. Uncle Chen also said that a little girl like me shouldn't learn his carpentry skills, but he has other things to teach me. Although I need to learn to read first. Brother, can you read? If you can, I could learn to create fire." The young divine emperor paused momentarily, perplexed by her words. "Create fire? What do you mean by that?" Mu Lingyin raised her small hand, gesturing excitedly. Like this, with a wave, fire appears. Isn't that amazing? The young divine emperor's pupils contracted. Now a young man, having lived in Hu family village for several years and frequently overhearing the villagers' conversations, combined with his quick reflexes, he swiftly grasped the implications. Where is this mere fire? This is sorcery. That is the method of the immortals, a cultivator. Bang. The young divine emperor plunged the bone-cutting blade into the wooden board, rising solemnly to face Mu Lingyin, pressing her. "Did Uncle Chen mention what this technique is?" Mu Lingyin pondered carefully before uncertainly replying. "I think it's called cultivating the path." It was evident that Mu Lingyin paid little attention to the name of the technique, her interest solely fixated on the transformation of fire. Yet, the young divine emperor immediately grasped the significance. Cultivating the path. Mu Lingyin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, indeed. It is cultivating the path. The young divine emperor took a deep breath, recalling that Uncle Chun, like himself, was not a native of this village but rather an outsider who had arrived decades earlier. In his youth, Uncle Chun had come here alone and settled down, merely a carpenter. Who would have imagined that this Uncle Chun was, in fact, a cultivator? At this moment, the young divine emperor's expression grew increasingly intricate. In the divine emperor's palace, numerous individuals stifled their laughter. The lad has finally realized that the old man is a cultivator. Indeed, although only a brief moment had passed in reality, the 7 years depicted in the imagery were vividly observed by all. In the recordings, Uncle Chun had appeared countless times, as their families were adjacent on ordinary days. When the young divine emperor went hunting, Mu Lingyin often visited Uncle Chun's home for meals, and in gratitude, the young divine emperor would frequently share his catch with Uncle Chun. When Uncle Chun first made his appearance, the people in the divine emperor's palace had already discerned that he was a cultivator. However, his cultivation was weak, merely at the foundation establishment stage, having yet to condense his golden core. Uncle Chun's aged appearance was not an act. It was a reflection of his impending demise, with perhaps only 10 years of life remaining. Typically, foundation establishment cultivators possess a lifespan of 200 years, but Uncle Chun bore hidden injuries. Though he was only 140 years old, he was nearing the end of his vitality. Mu Lingyin, this clever girl, was intelligent and whimsical. Although she had yet to display exceptional talent in cultivation, such a brilliant child, even without innate gifts, would likely achieve greater heights than that dull-witted Uncle Chun. Over a century of cultivation, yet only reaching the foundation establishment stage. This clearly illustrated Uncle Chun's poor aptitude. In this mountain village, it was only natural for Uncle Chun to choose Mu Lingyin as his successor. As for why he did not select the Divine Emperor, it was because the Divine Emperor was already 16 years old. After the age of 10, it becomes exceedingly difficult to embark on the path of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, one might not even complete body refinement until the age of 30, and throughout their life, they might remain stagnant at the chi refinement stage, never attaining foundation establishment. Of course, should one endure immense suffering to forcibly alter their meridians and bones or encounter certain rare treasures, there might still be hope. Yet, such hope is exceedingly slim. Uncle Chun, being merely a lowly foundation establishment cultivator, had never even contemplated these two possibilities, hence his choice of Mu Lingyin over the Divine Emperor. Now, with Uncle Chun proposing to take Mu Lingyin as his disciple, the young Divine Emperor finally realized that all these years, there had been a cultivator living next door. As night fell, and Mu Lingyin drifted into slumber, the young Divine Emperor sat quietly in the courtyard, lost in thought. 10 years had passed. The enmity stemming from the massacre of his family had been etched into the heart of the young Divine Emperor, a memory he dared not forget. Yet, he was but a mere mortal, utterly incapable of exacting vengeance. He could not even ascertain the whereabouts of his enemies. This was but one aspect of his plight. Furthermore, in this current world, the lives of mortals were entirely subject to fate. Although he had spent 7 years in relative tranquility here, the young Divine Emperor was acutely aware that, should misfortune arise, this humble mountain village could be obliterated by cultivators in an instant. To cultivators, mortal lives were akin to those of ants. To ensure his own survival in such a world, and to protect Mu Lingyin, he must ascend to the ranks of a cultivator. Of course, he could gamble that he would never again encounter a cultivator in his lifetime, that he would not face any unforeseen circumstances, and that he could live peacefully here with Mu Lingyin. However, the character of the Divine Emperor was not one to resign himself to fate. If there were a way to grasp his own destiny, that would undoubtedly be the best course of action. As dawn broke, the young Divine Emperor took a deep breath and rose to return indoors. He gently roused the sleepy Mu Lingyin, and the two made their way to Uncle Chun's doorstep. The young Divine Emperor tenderly tousled Mu Lingyin's hair and softly instructed her, "Lingyin, remember, if Uncle Chun takes you as his disciple, he shall henceforth be your master. You must respect him as you do me and heed his words as you do mine. Do you understand?" Mu Lingyin nodded, though her comprehension was vague. Then, the young Divine Emperor took Mu Lingyin by the hand and knelt before Uncle Chun's door. Yet, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to wait in silence. With the first light of dawn barely breaking, and with a request in mind, he dared not disturb Uncle Chun's rest. Just as he knelt, the door unexpectedly swung open, as if blown by a gentle breeze. Within, Uncle Chun's voice beckoned, "Come in." The young Divine Emperor rose quietly, casting a glance at the door. Indeed, it was the work of an immortal. Uncle Chun, clearly meditating in bed, had managed to open the door from afar. Such a minor feat could easily be accomplished by a chi-refining cultivator, yet to the eyes of mortals, it was already deemed a supernatural ability. Upon entering, the young divine emperor once again prepared to kneel with Mu Lingyin. But Uncle Chun waved his hand dismissively, "No need to kneel. Have you made up your minds?" The young divine emperor nodded. "We have decided. If you can accept us as your disciples, we shall not disappoint." Uncle Chin interrupted him abruptly. "Wait. Who said I would take you as my disciple? I shall only accept little Lingyin." As soon as Uncle Chun finished speaking, Mu Lingyin pouted. "If you don't accept my brother, then I won't be your disciple either." With that, she turned to leave. Uncle Chin's expression changed in an instant. Though his cultivation was weak, he was eager to find an heir, especially in the twilight of his life. Having finally encountered a suitable disciple, he was not willing to let go to tea that moment. The young divine emperor seized Mu Lingyin's hand and whispered firmly, "Be obedient." With a look of grievance, Mu Lingyin lowered her head. Observing her demeanor, Uncle Chun pondered for a moment before turning to the young divine emperor and casually remarked, "I shall not take you as my disciple. However, should you wish to embark on the path of cultivation, I can provide you with a foundational technique. If you truly manage to enter the realm of qi cultivation, it would be a remarkable fortune for you. As for other matters, you must not attempt to learn from Xilingyan in secret. Her studies differ greatly from yours." The young divine emperor's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fists in reverence. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 18. A despairing Hope, Indiana. The small courtyard of Uncle Chun. Two children now occupied the space, diligently reading each day. Go cultivate. One must first learn to recognize characters. The young divine emperor was indeed literate, although he had not touched a book since the age of 6. His father, Yi, had once playfully taught him when he was just 5 or 6 years old, not believing that such a young child could retain the knowledge. Yet, even after a decade had passed, the young divine emperor still vividly remembered the contents of the books. However, mere literacy was insufficient. He also needed to learn medicine, to discern the meridians and acupoints of the human body, enabling him to operate the techniques correctly and avoid straying into madness. Acquiring this knowledge would require 3 years. Yet, Mu Lingyin was already 10 years old this year, and Uncle Chun would not let this prime period of her rapid cultivation slip by. Thus, he taught Mu Lingyin to read and study medicine while also instructing her in body refinement. Body refinement was, in essence, a straightforward process, requiring only the combination of common medicinal herbs to temper the body, a task that could easily be undertaken by a master. Although Uncle Chun had imparted a so-called technique to the young divine emperor, he had never guided his cultivation, allowing the young divine emperor to merely listen while he taught Mu Lingyin. A year passed, and in the footage, Mu Lingyin indeed displayed remarkable talent. She had already entered the qi cultivation phase and even managed to draw qi into her body, genuinely embarking on her journey of cultivation. However, the young divine emperor's progress remained stagnant. Even though he followed Uncle Chin's prescriptions and used the money he earned from hunting to procure medicines, he could not achieve results comparable to those of Mu Lingyin. Despite expending tenfold effort and resources, he remained at a standstill. Within the divine emperor's palace, many cultivators observed this scene, shaking their heads in dismay. It had long been anticipated. The young divine emperor was already too old. Another year had passed, and he was now 17. Not to mention 17. Even children aged 12 or 13 had their skeletal structures and meridians solidified and began to mature, rendering them ill-suited for body refinement and making progress exceedingly difficult. To forcefully cultivate would only leave him watching others complete their body refinement within a year, while he may take a decade without any success. This was a lesson learned over countless generations of cultivators over the past hundreds of thousands of years. 10 years old was undoubtedly a watershed moment. Yet, the young divine emperor never relinquished hope. He continued to make attempts, even as the money spent on medicinal herbs was several times that of Mu Lingyin's. Observing the young divine emperor's repeated attempts and failures, many felt a pang of sympathy. Who could have imagined that the one who now commands awe across the world, the only immortal being in existence for the past 100,000 years, faced such arduous challenges on the path of cultivation in his youth? At last, on this day, Uncle Chin, with arms crossed, reclined in a chair, watching Mu Lingyin seated cross-legged on the mat under the great tree in the courtyard, practicing her techniques. Suddenly, he spoke to the young divine emperor beside him. "Xiao Yi, cease your attempts. Your age renders such endeavors exceedingly arduous." The youthful divine emperor opened his eyes, clad solely in a simple garment, seated within a grand bath filled with precious herbal concoctions. Now cooled that he gazed at Uncle Chin. Just when Uncle Chin, along with everyone present, anticipated that his words would surely disappoint the divine emperor, the latter's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he softly inquired, "Master, The difficulty implies there remains a possibility, does it not? Uncle Chun was taken aback. He had not expected such unwavering determination from the young divine emperor. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and sighed. Do not harbor such thoughts. It is indeed a possibility, but for you, it is ultimately unattainable. With a splash, the divine emperor emerged from the bath, kneeling on one knee before Uncle Chun. Master, I beseech your guidance. Uncle Chun regarded the robust young man before him, feeling a pang of reluctance. Throughout the past year, he had witnessed the divine emperor's persistence and effort. Countless times, Uncle Chun felt a sense of regret. Had the divine emperor met him before the age of 10, he could have witnessed his character and imparted the methods of cultivation much earlier. When the young divine emperor arrived in Hu family village with Mu Lingyin, he too was merely 10 years old, but his mysterious origins made Uncle Chun hesitant to teach him. By the time he observed the young man's true nature, it was already too late. Now, hope seemed utterly lost. After a moment of reflection, Uncle Chun sat up, his expression fraught with uncertainty. He understood the harshness of his forthcoming words, yet he could not bear to see Feng continue in futile pursuits. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with difficulty. 10 years of age marks a pivotal watershed in cultivation. Prior to this age, the refinement of the body is manageable, but post-10, the bones and meridians have largely solidified. To refine the body henceforth, only two possibilities remain. The young divine emperor listened intently. Within the divine emperor's hall and throughout the realm of Shenzhou, cultivators shook their heads in wry amusement. This was no secret. Any cultivator was aware of it that moment. Within the hall, Chao Zhe lightly flicked his folding fan, smiling with a sense of self-satisfaction as he remarked, though it is said there are two possibilities, in truth, there exists but one. I, too, once endeavored the first method, yet I must say, it is something no child could possibly endure. In this world, no mortal can withstand the excruciating pain of reversing their meridians. Moreover, whether such a reversal would yield any benefit remains uncertain. After all, it is merely a legend, and for hundreds of thousands of years, there have been no accounts of anyone successfully overcoming this trial. The others nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced in the vision Uncle Chun had begun to speak. The first method entails the acquisition of the most exquisite heavenly materials and earthly treasures to reconstruct the entire network of meridians. Even the most minute sinews require reformation, yet such treasures are exceedingly rare. Even among the most esteemed sects of our current world, few possess them in stock, and as for seeking them, it is nearly an impossibility. Such treasures are invariably guarded by formidable beasts. A mere mortal daring to seize them from these great demons is tantamount to courting death. The youthful divine monarch's pupils constricted. He was not one to harbor delusions of grandeur. In his past, he had encountered the so-called great demons, such as the colossal Kuei-Nyo, which had fought to a standstill with Mu Juqiu, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. To vie for something against such a formidable demon? There was utterly no hope of survival. This was not a matter that could be achieved through mere scheming. Subsequently, Uncle Chun paused slightly, his hesitation palpable as for the second option. After a considerable moment, Uncle Chun sighed and continued, the second method is merely a legend. No one knows if it is truly feasible, because no one has ever succeeded in doing so. Yet theoretically, it is indeed possible, and that is, forcibly reversing the meridians. Xiaoyi, over the past year, you have also learned medical arts from me. The human body has 360 acupoints, and the meridians number as many as 3,600. Among these, 720 are related to cultivation, in conjunction with the acupoints, totaling 1,080. However, the natural positions of the body's meridians are not suited for cultivation. To cultivate, one must alter the original locations of the meridians, allowing them to shift slightly to their appropriate positions. This is the essence of body refinement. After the age of 10, the meridians become fixed, making it exceedingly difficult to change them. Without alteration, body refinement will yield no results. And if spiritual energy cannot enter the body, how can one improve their constitution? The second method I speak of is forcible twisting. It is crucial to understand that all the body's meridians and acupoints are bound to the skeletal structure. To forcibly reverse them means first to fracture every bone throughout the body, allowing the bones to shift. At this juncture, merely stimulating the meridians would result in excruciating, bone-gnawing pain. Yet, paradoxically, one must also operate the cultivation technique at this moment, moving the meridians one by one, breaking the acupoints individually. As someone who has studied medicine, you must comprehend the sheer agony such actions would entail. Is this a suffering that a human can endure? Chapter 19. Reversing the meridians. Throughout history, countless mortals have, unwilling to accept their fate, sought the path of immortality. However, most mortals cannot encounter celestial opportunities before the age of 10 and must instead seek the path of cultivation after reaching adulthood. Consequently, within the realm of the divine land, nearly every year, mortals attempt to reverse their meridians and embark on body refinement, often in a futile search for the path to immortality. Yet, countless failures have taught humanity that this path is a dead end. Unless one possesses millennia of experience and an ironclad resolve, it is virtually impossible to overcome this obstacle. But if one is not a cultivator, how could they possess such millennia of tempered spirit? This is a paradox. At this moment within the divine monarch's palace, the onlookers gazed at the imagery, and Mu Lingyin quietly exhaled a breath of relief. Yet, the others bore expressions of dismay. They were the enemies of the divine monarch. Naturally, they wished for him never to tread the path of cultivation. Even if he did, they longed for him to experience the most extreme pain this world has to offer. However, in the imagery, Uncle Chen's expression was serious, and his words were clearly dissuasive. He intended to steer the divine monarch away from unrealistic aspirations, urging him not to contemplate reversing his meridians for the sake of immortality. Yet, if the divine monarch did not pursue immortality, how could they witness his agonizing plight? In that fleeting moment, many harbored discontent towards Uncle Chen, yet only Mu Lingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She hoped her elder brother, the divine emperor, would refrain from attempting something so reckless. Just as this thought emerged, all present beheld the image of the divine emperor gently nodding, rising to clasp his fists in salute, and performing a profound bow towards Uncle Chen before turning and departing the courtyard, leaving Uncle Chen in a state of bewilderment. Whether facing him directly or watching the image unfold, it was unmistakable to all that the youthful divine emperor's gaze radiated with unwavering determination. The instant the young divine emperor crossed the threshold of the courtyard, Uncle Chen could no longer contain himself and hurriedly exclaimed, "Where are you going?" The young divine emperor glanced back at Uncle Chen, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Beneath the grand tree, the young Mu Lingyin opened her eyes in confusion, unaware of the impending events. At this moment, the young divine emperor raised a finger, signaling for silence. Uncle Chen understood. He wished to keep Mu Lingyin in the dark. Then, the young divine emperor spoke with a chuckle. In this world, there are countless paths, yet most often, one can choose but a single one. Master, the choices this world presents to me are limited. Uncle Chen grasped the meaning behind the young divine emperor's words, yet there remained many matters of which he was unaware. Just as in the days when the youthful divine emperor had ventured alone into the Heyun mountain range while cradling Mu Lingyin, or when, at the tender age of 6, he battled ferocious wolves. Throughout this arduous journey, the young divine emperor was but 17. Yet his experiences were fraught with trials and tribulations that would overwhelm ordinary mortals in a lifetime. Still, Uncle Chen struggled to comprehend. With a dry voice, he inquired, "You could choose to lead a mundane life, living in peace. Rest assured, Lingyin possesses exceptional talent. In time, her cultivation will flourish, and even attaining the Yuanying stage will be within her grasp, ensuring her self-preservation." Having spent several years in the company of these two children, Uncle Chen knew well what weighed most heavily on the young divine emperor's heart, and he sought to persuade him with the prospect of Mu Lingyin. However, the young divine emperor merely shook his head with a smile. He uttered no further words, simply turning to leave the courtyard. Outside the gate, his calm voice resonated. "Master, I implore you, take good care of Lingyin. Do not allow her to return home for a month." His voice gradually faded into the distance. Beneath the tree, Mu Lingyin sensed something awry and hastily rose to pursue him, only to be halted by Uncle Chen. In that moment, Uncle Chen's expression was a tapestry of complexity and bitterness, a portrait of helplessness as he shook his head. Still so young. However, once one has ventured forth, they will understand it is a dead end. I can only hope they do not sink too deeply. Better to sample lightly. Indeed, to sample lightly may yet preserve one's life. The human body comprises 1,080 meridians. Should one only experiment with a few of them and a handful of acupoints, their life would not be in jeopardy. But should one naively attempt to engage them all at once, that would surely spell death. Uncle Chen had previously advised Mu Lingyin to calm her spirit and refrain from venturing out, and with lingering concern, he set up barriers within the courtyard to allow her to cultivate safely before hastily rushing outside. Moments later, Uncle Chen scoured the entirety of Hu family village, but found no trace of the young divine emperor. At the entrance of the village, someone informed him that the young divine emperor, alone and armed with a medicinal box, had ventured into the mountains. The onlookers speculated that Feng was likely foraging for herbs. Yet, Uncle Chen was aware that he was embarking on a perilous journey through the valley of life and death. In a state of urgency, Uncle Chin hastily pursued him. However, the mountain trails were numerous, and despite being a foundational cultivator with remarkable speed, he could not locate Feng outside the mountains. Ultimately, he had no choice but to venture into the mountains in search of him. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of Haiyun Mountain, finding a single individual proved to be no simple task. After a day had passed, Uncle Chin finally discovered the young divine emperor within a concealed cavern. However, upon entering the cave and witnessing the scene before him, he was profoundly moved. It was not just him. The entire realm of Shenzhou, with its hundreds of billions of mortals and countless cultivators, was struck with horror at that moment. Previously, they had only heard tales of the extreme difficulty in reversing the meridians, with no one ever having succeeded. Yet, no one had truly witnessed what the process of reversing the meridians entailed. Even cultivators merely knew the procedure but had never dared to attempt it, nor had anyone ever laid eyes on it. Today, however, everyone bore witness. Deep within the cave, upon the ground, lay a freshly carved clean wooden plank. The once beautiful natural wood hue had now turned a deep crimson, saturated with blood. The young divine emperor lay upon that wooden plank, drenched in blood. His body was riddled with countless wounds, too numerous to count. Blood flowed from these injuries, while much had already congealed. Yet, the young divine emperor remained conscious. His eyes were wide open, and in his hand, he clutched a delicate dagger. At the precise moment Uncle Chen stepped into the cave, he beheld the young divine emperor slicing through his own skin with the dagger, while his other hand wielded a silver needle, plunging it into the wound to manipulate the meridians. Beneath the bloodied skin, he could distinctly observe a sinew writhing. This was the method of reversing the meridians. The entire body, with its 360 acupoints, was intricately linked to 720 meridians, which in turn were attached to 206 bones. The so-called reversal of the meridians was not merely a cultivation technique, but rather a medical art. Involved the rigorous manipulation of every bone and meridian within the human body, along with the acupoints. Although the adjustments were not substantial, merely slight modifications, one could only imagine the ordeal of personally and forcefully stimulating each sinew within one's own body with a silver needle, inch by agonizing inch, until the flow of spiritual energy became palpable. Indeed, one had to engage in this process personally, for every individual's body is unique. Only one's own hands could ascertain whether the spiritual energy could circulate within, and only one could precisely gauge the extent of movement required. Such torment was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal to endure. Anesthetic? Indeed, there are anesthetics in the realm of Shenzhou, specifically a potent medicinal herb known as ma fen tian, which could numb parts of the body upon contact. But how could one maintain precision with an anesthetic? The entire process demanded unwavering endurance. To witness such a scene, even if only for the first time, sent chills down Uncle Chen's spine. Chapter 20. The Final Step. Not only Uncle Chen, but countless spectators throughout the realm of Shenzhou were left utterly speechless. Merely gazing upon it is profoundly terrifying, leaving countless individuals gripped by inexplicable pangs throughout their bodies. How could one endure such an experience firsthand? It is no wonder that over the span of tens of thousands of years, there has never been a report of anyone successfully overcoming this trial. In an instant, the entirety of the divine realm fell into an utter silence. Within the divine emperor's palace, the air was thick with gasps of astonishment. Yet, amidst the fervent reactions of the onlookers, the young divine emperor, who was meticulously stimulating his own meridians, remained utterly silent. With utmost seriousness, he employed silver needles to prod at his meridians, intently discerning the flow of spiritual energy, diligently progressing through the painstaking process of reversing his meridians step by step. The cave's entrance, Uncle Chun clamped his mouth shut, withholding his breath, wishing he could even halt his own heartbeat. He feared that any sound he might produce would disrupt the young divine emperor, jeopardizing all that had been achieved thus far. After what felt like an eternity, the meridian finally found its proper alignment. The young divine emperor retrieved a vial from his medicine box and poured some wound ointment onto the injury. The seemingly simple act of applying medicine revealed that his hand trembled ever so slightly. Indeed, how could one not respond to such excruciating pain? This very agony rendered every movement of the young divine emperor's meridians a Herculean task, consuming precious time. For even the slightest tremor in his arm could lead to a catastrophic misalignment. Once the young divine emperor had successfully applied the ointment, Uncle Chun finally dared to exhale. The faint sound caught the young divine emperor's attention, prompting him to glance over. Uncle Chun opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The bloodied visage of the young divine emperor fell into a momentary silence before he managed a faint smile in the next instant. All those witnessing the scene across the divine realm were left in utter disbelief. The divine emperor, at the tender age of 17, was he smiling? Was he attempting to reassure Uncle Chin? To alleviate his worries? What astonishing fortitude, what immense courage and composure this displayed. It was beyond imagination. Inside the divine emperor's palace, Chao Zai's expression darkened, his face a stormy shade of blue. The slap of reality arrived far too swiftly. Just moments ago, he had declared that no one could possibly endure this trial. Yet now, this scene unfolded right before his eyes. At that moment, Mu Lingyin took a deep breath, flipping her wrist to reveal an exquisite dagger and a silver needle. Then, with a swift motion, she made a small incision on her arm and inserted the silver needle into the wound, her every action mirroring that of the young divine emperor in the image. However, the instant the silver needle made contact with the meridian, cold sweat began to cascade down Mu Lingyin's forehead, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Pain. Excruciating pain. An unimaginable agony. Even after living for 100,000 years and reaching the pinnacle of saintly cultivation, Mu Lingyin found it nearly impossible to endure this torment without flinching. This was merely the beginning, a mere touch upon the nerve meridian. What would happen if she continued to stimulate it? This was just one meridian. What if she were to confront all 720 throughout her body? And this was merely the meridians. What if she had to endure the pain of each bone before stimulating every single part of her meridians? Suddenly, Mu Lingyin lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. It dawned upon her that 100,000 years ago, her elder brother, the divine emperor, had withstood such a soul-stirring agony, an indelible pain etched into his memory. How had he persevered? Such excruciating agony, I fear, would be a formidable challenge even for a powerful practitioner with an unwavering will, not to mention a saint. Enduring the entire ordeal would be exceedingly difficult. At that time, the divine emperor was merely a mortal. Within the divine emperor's palace, many took note of Mu Lingyin's actions. However, in the hearts of numerous onlookers, there was only a derisive snicker. Having reached the pinnacle of sainthood, the princess still could not withstand such a degree of torment. It appears that aside from the slight tribulations inflicted by the divine emperor over the past several millennia, she had lived under his protection and had not truly experienced suffering. Furthermore, women are inherently averse to pain, and female cultivators are no exception. With their biases against women and specifically against Mu Lingyin, many dismissed her plight, subsequently attempting the ordeal themselves. Almost immediately, a cacophony of gasps echoed through the divine emperor's palace. As countless individuals grimaced, their faces contorted in agony, some even writhing on the ground in distress. Their reactions paled in comparison to Mu Lingyin's. After all, Mu Lingyin had endured a millennium of excruciating trials in the infernal flames under the divine emperor's persecution, rendering her far more resilient to suffering than these so-called prodigies, who had merely traversed a path of fortune and ease. Observing the reactions of those around her, an increasing number of individuals began to experiment. Yet in the end, they merely skimmed the surface of the experience. Their obstinacy drove them to see if they could bear the pain, but even if they succeeded, would it truly be fair? It must be noted that within the divine emperor's palace, even the lowest among them had attained the true immortal realm. Many had reached the great Tao realm, even the saint realm, to compare themselves to a mere mortal, and yet still come up short. Moments later, aside from a handful, nearly everyone had attempted the trial. Subsequently, nearly all of them were left with flushed faces, feeling utterly humiliated and overwhelmed. At the forefront of the crowd, Chao Zai, who had initially been eager to participate, observed this scene and, after a couple of dry coughs, feigned indifference and returned to watching the imagery, abandoning any thoughts of trying again in the vision. Uncle Chun stood at the cave's entrance, silently watching and guarding, day after day. Each incision into the skin resulted in bloodshed. Though merely superficial wounds, there were hundreds, eventually amounting to thousands. Were it not for the young divine emperor's prior preparation of restorative elixirs, the sheer loss of blood would have rendered him unable to endure. The time required to adjust the meridians grew increasingly lengthy. As time progressed, the meridians delved deeper, and even the slightest touch affected numerous areas, compounded by the young divine emperor's increasingly unstable hands. Initially, adjusting a single meridian required but a cup of tea, then a stick of incense, and eventually, a single meridian demanded nearly an entire hour for adjustment. Throughout this process, he endured relentless agony. There could be no respite. Should he pause, the spiritual energy would recede, and the previously adjusted meridians might revert to their original state, rendering all efforts futile in the blink of an eye. 4 days had elapsed. Including the day Uncle Chun sought out the young Divine Emperor, it had been a total of 5 days. At last, the young Divine Emperor had reached the final meridian adjustment. This was the most crucial and perilous meridian throughout his entire being, the Great Spine Meridian, that is to say, the most substantial vein within the spine. Once this vein is disturbed, it sets off a chain reaction that affects the entire body. The pain will not be confined to a single area but will resonate from head to toe, causing excruciating agony throughout every sinew and muscle. Moreover, should one fail, or worse, sever the main spinal vein, it would result in instantaneous death. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could lead to complete paralysis. At this moment, the young Divine Emperor took a brief respite. All 719 veins throughout his body had been meticulously adjusted. This final step was also the most perilous. Once the main spinal vein was realigned, his internal meridians would regain their malleability akin to that of a 10-year-old child, enabling him to embark on the path of physical refinement. Yet, this step was fraught with danger. Perhaps I shall assist you. Uncle Chen was acutely aware of the risks entailed in this last maneuver. Should he lend a hand, although it would be challenging, at least his steadiness would prevent a tremor from inadvertently severing the main spinal vein. However, he observed the Divine Emperor shaking his head with a smile. Then, the young Divine Emperor gritted his teeth, resolutely clasping his hands behind his back with his left hand. He made a precise incision, and in the next instant, a silver needle from his right hand pierced through the gaps along his spine. Chapter 21. The success of physical refinement within the halls of the Divine Emperor. Hundreds of cultivators witnessed the young Divine Emperor's decisive actions, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Their earlier attempts had merely involved selecting a minor vein, and even that torment was unbearable for them. How much worse, then, would it be for the main spinal vein? Yet, in the unfolding scene, the young Divine Emperor's arm exhibited no tremor, as if he had entirely forsaken all sensation. But any cultivator would understand that such a feat was impossible. During the process of reversing the veins, one must never suppress their own perception, not even to the slightest degree. Failing to do so would inevitably lead to a miscalculation, resulting in utter failure. Thus, it was evident that the young Divine Emperor was enduring this ordeal with immense willpower. His arm was forcibly controlled. A glance at his expression revealed the truth. His blood-stained visage was utterly pale, with every muscle in his face quivering, jaws clenched tightly as if he might shatter his teeth. It was clear to see the extent of the agony he was enduring. Yet, amidst such suffering, the young Divine Emperor remained silent, his hand steady as a mountain, gradually maneuvering the silver needle. All 720 veins had been successfully repositioned. Though the final main spinal vein was the most excruciating, as long as he maintained his steadiness and could withstand the pain, this last step could be swiftly completed. In just a fleeting moment, the young Divine Emperor's hand shot upwards, withdrawing the silver needle from his body, and a faint, ethereal aura began to swirl around him. That was the aura of one who had stepped into the realm of physical refinement. For an entire year, such an aura had not graced his presence, signifying that despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to enter this realm. Yet now, with the reversal of his veins freshly completed, the ethereal essence manifested, signifying his successful entry into the stage of physical refinement. This transformation left everyone in stunned silence, including Uncle Chun, who appeared utterly bewildered. Was it truly so straightforward to transition into the realm of physical refinement after reversing the veins? It seems that something feels amiss. This is the first time anyone has witnessed the successful completion of the reverse meridian process, leaving them unable to speculate. In the next moment, as the aura manifested, the young Divine Emperor involuntarily began to convulse, his entire being appearing to twist and contort. His arms, legs, body, and face, each part of him was in a state of distortion. Lying upon the wooden bed, the young Divine Emperor's visage was contorted in the most grotesque manner. His posture utterly bizarre. In simpler terms, it resembled a maggot writhing in distress, an exceedingly wretched sight. Yet, every observer of this scene remained silent, even within the Divine Emperor's palace, where hundreds of formidable cultivators, including Chao Zhe and Mu Lingyin, stood in mute astonishment. No one dared to mock, for none possessed the right to do so. They all understood why the young Divine Emperor was in such a state. It was due to pain, an agony that far surpassed the limits of what any mortal could endure. Despite this torment, the young Divine Emperor had been steadfastly suppressing and controlling his body. mastering his limbs, step by step, completing the reverse meridian process. However, once this process concluded, the excruciating pain that he had held at bay for 5 days and nights surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his entire being, from bones to meridians, to convulse and twist uncontrollably. It was a physiological response, utterly beyond his control. What astonished everyone was that throughout it all, the young divine emperor emitted not a single cry of anguish. He kept his mouth tightly shut. After what felt like an eternity, the young divine emperor finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, a process that lasted for no less than 5 or 6 hours. On the wooden bed now, the crimson stains had faded considerably, largely washed away by the torrents of sweat that had flowed forth. The moment his body ceased to convulse, the young divine emperor fainted. It was not that his mind could not bear the strain, but rather that his body had long surpassed the limits of endurance countless times. In such circumstances, fainting became a form of protection. Uncle Qian held his breath, stepping forward cautiously, gazing with a complex expression at the young divine emperor, who lay upon the now sweat-soaked wooden bed. Why endure such suffering? Uncle Qian shook his head with a deep sigh, then hurriedly fetched clean water to administer to the young divine emperor. Afterward, he quietly sat by the wooden bed, waiting. This vigil lasted a full day and night. For 12 hours, the young divine emperor remained in a deep slumber. 7 days had elapsed since he departed from Hu family village, and by the dusk of the 7th day, he finally awoke, feeling somewhat revitalized after drinking water. Yet, he could not move easily, for the myriad wounds on his body were far too numerous. Although they had been treated, it was merely a hasty application of medicinal powder. Later, Uncle Chun had done a simple bandaging job, but the technique was truly hard to describe in any case. The young divine emperor was still unable to move. Any movement would risk reopening those wounds, a pain he could scarcely endure. Even though he had stepped into the realm of body refinement, he had yet to truly commence this process. He had already lost too much blood and had not had the chance to replenish it. Should he bleed again, death would be inevitable. Thus, he now lies upon the wooden plank, quietly awaiting the restoration of his body, the scabs on his wounds to form, before he can walk again. Fortunately, the injuries are neither extensive nor deep, and after more than a day of unconsciousness, he has already recovered considerably. By the dawn of the following day, the young divine emperor is able to sit up at the entrance of Hujiakan village. Uncle Chen drags a rope in his hand, which is tied to the wooden plank upon which the young divine emperor rests. Naturally, neither of them intends to bring back the blood-stained plank. Should Mu Lingyin catch sight of it, they would find themselves at a loss for explanations. As Uncle Chen approaches, many villagers, upon seeing him and the young divine emperor lying on the plank, hurriedly rush to greet them. They inquire eagerly while collectively lifting the plank to carry the young divine emperor back home. Before their return, the young divine emperor and Uncle Chun have already concocted a plausible story, claiming that they encountered danger in the mountains and fought against wild beasts, resulting in his injuries. This explanation, even if heard by Mu Lingyin, would not cause her undue concern. After all, since childhood, she has grown accustomed to seeing the young divine emperor return home battered and bruised. From this day forth, the young divine emperor can finally commence his cultivation. The first step is to refine his body. For children under the age of 10, cultivating body refinement necessitates the assistance of medicinal baths, combined with specific techniques to channel spiritual energy for cleansing, a process that spans a year to complete. And no matter how exceptional one's innate talent, this duration cannot be abbreviated. The young divine emperor is no exception. He too requires a year to enter the qi refinement stage. During this year, Mu Lingyin has already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, preparing to establish her foundation. The sister has surpassed her brother by an entire realm. Yet the young divine emperor remains unperturbed, never feeling embarrassment or jealousy, diligently immersing himself in his training. Each time Mu Lingyin makes progress, he feels even greater joy than when he himself advances. Their bond, reliant upon one another, transcends mere words. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Chapter 22. The eerie laughter in the mist. Over the span of 5 years, the brother and sister have diligently cultivated day and night. Aside from the young divine emperor occasionally venturing into the Haiyun mountain range for hunting to earn silver for purchasing medicinal materials, they have never neglected their training. Divine Emperor Feng, indeed, is the only one capable of stepping into the immortal realm in the subsequent 100,000 years. His talent is truly astonishing. Even though he is older now, and a year behind Mu Lingyin, he caught up to her cultivation pace by the 3rd year, and both siblings have simultaneously entered the foundation establishment stage. After 5 years, they have both reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As their master, Uncle Chun remains only in the later stages of foundation establishment. With their cultivation surpassing his, there is little left for him to impart beyond some common knowledge of the cultivation world. On this day, Uncle Chun calls the two before him. At this point, the young divine emperor is now 22 years old. Tall and robust, he possesses a physique that is not overly muscular yet exudes a sense of resilience and uprightness. Akin to a spear standing tall as for Mu Lingyin, she has begun to captivate the entire realm of Shenzhou with her image. Everyone knows that the divine emperor's palace's eldest princess, Mu Lingyin, is an unparalleled beauty, captivating the world with her grace. However, 100,000 years ago, the 15-year-old Mu Lingyin was not the same as the now peak Saint Mu Lingyin, exuding a different charm altogether. At 15, Mu Lingyin was vibrant and lively, brimming with mischief, her character infused with a certain ethereal quality. Her delicate face already hinted at the beauty of an enchanting maiden. Moreover, the girl had matured early. At 15, she stood tall and graceful, her figure exquisite and well-proportioned. Although not voluptuous, she bore no excess flesh, being slender and elongated. Over the span of 5 years, both siblings had undergone tremendous transformations in appearance. Yet, the most significant change was in Uncle Chun himself. At this moment, Uncle Chun was no longer the visage of middle age, but rather that of a frail elder, with hair and beard now turned gray. Reclining in a chair, he gazed at the two children before him, his expression a tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Feng, Lingyin, you both have reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, surpassing even my own abilities. There is little more I can impart to you. I only hope that in the future, you will forge a path to greatness. In this small mountain village, there are no opportunities to attain the golden core. You must take your leave. Mu Lingyin was taken aback, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Beside her, the young divine emperor gently patted her shoulder in comfort, his own demeanor tinged with melancholy. Yet ultimately, they had no choice but to depart. For the words of their master rang true. They were still young, their talents far exceeding those of Uncle Chun, and to squander their lives in this secluded village was indeed a disservice. Venturing forth was their only option to embrace a broader world. Days later, on a tranquil morning, as dawn's light began to break, the siblings shouldered their bags, bidding farewell to their master. Quietly, before the other villagers had awoken, they slipped away from Hu family village. At the village entrance, Uncle Chun stood beneath the great locust tree, tears streaming down his aged face. Eye in the distance, the silhouettes of the siblings, one tall and one short, gradually faded into the morning mist. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from behind Uncle Chun. They have left? Uncle Chun was startled, swiftly turning around. Behind him, along the path that traversed Hu family village, every household had opened their doors, figures standing at each entrance, gazing in their direction. Uncle Chun nodded, seemingly unfazed by the villagers' presence to bid farewell. Before him stood the village chief, an elderly man who rarely ventured out. The old man, frail and near the end of his days, had seldom been seen by the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin throughout their years in Hu family village, only making an appearance during the grand festival held every 3 years. At all other times, the chief remained homebound, seldom engaging with the outside world. Yet now, leaning on a dragon-head cane, his eyes clouded and his breath feeble, he stood upright. They have indeed departed. Those two are no ordinary individuals. The village chief murmured cryptically before turning to return home. As he passed each household, villagers bowed respectfully, their expressions deferential. Moments later, the village chief arrived home, and the villagers turned their gazes toward Uncle Chun. His countenance remained impassive, devoid of expression, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a series of peculiar laughter erupted, echoing eerily in the dim light of dawn. Yet Uncle Chun appeared oblivious, remaining utterly still. Gradually, the laughter intensified, as more voices joined in the mirth. One by one, the villagers, regardless of age or gender, even the smallest children and infants cradled in arms, had an exceedingly strange smile etched upon their faces. It was unclear why they laughed, nor could one discern why Uncle Chun exhibited no reaction. After a prolonged silence, the morning mist began to envelop the village of Hu, thickening into an impenetrable fog. Eventually, all traces of humanity vanished, leaving only the haunting sound of laughter. It was piercing, eerie, and chilling. Within the mist, the silhouettes of the villagers faded from view, and the figure of Uncle Chun at the village entrance slowly diminished as well. In that fleeting moment before his form disappeared entirely, a similarly bizarre smile appeared upon his face, and a faint, sharp laugh echoed into the air. This utterly uncanny scene was, of course, invisible to the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin, who had already departed. However, countless mortals and cultivators in the realm of Shenzhou, watching the unfolding imagery, beheld it with dread. Even the myriad cultivators felt a shiver run down their spines. That strange sensation lingered, haunting their minds without respite. In the divine emperor's palace, the gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with horror. Just now, what was that? In the imagery, the young divine emperor appeared to have lived in Hu village for over a decade. Yet these mighty cultivators, who had been mere spectators from the beginning, failed to realize that Hu village was a place so steeped in the uncanny. As the villagers' forms dissipated, they seemed no longer human, but rather transformed into malevolent spirits. No, not merely malevolent spirits. If they were only that, then even cultivators of the Golden Core realm would have sensed the anomaly. The fact that these beings could elude the perception of all cultivators across the realm raises an unsettling question. What, or rather, who, were these entities? In an instant, even Chao Zhe's expression turned exceptionally grim. Mu Lingyin's eyes widened in astonishment. Although her memories of Hu village had become somewhat hazy over time, she vividly recalled that very place. It was the village where she had spent 10 years of her childhood, and although she had never returned since, she remembered that it was Uncle Chun of Hu village who had guided her onto the path of cultivation. Even after 100,000 years, Uncle Chin's visage had grown indistinct, yet it was only upon seeing the imagery that she recalled his appearance. Nonetheless, the profound respect and reverence she held for her master had remained steadfast in her heart. But now, was Uncle Chin truly her master? What exactly had been the foundation of her cultivation? A chaotic whirlwind enveloped Mu Lingyin's mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Chapter 23. Encounter with a demon cultivator in the imagery. Mu Lingyin remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. She was still the innocent child, gazing about with wide-eyed curiosity. Half a month prior, she had departed from Hu village with the young divine emperor, traveling several hundred miles to reach Yinshui County. This was Mu Lingyin's first venture into a city in her lifetime. The capital of Yinshui County was named Yinshui City. Yinshui City was the most prosperous metropolis within a 1,000-mile radius. Within this city, the population numbered in the millions. During her days there, Mu Lingyin was nearly driven to exuberance, while the young divine emperor indulged her, accompanying her daily as they strolled through the bustling streets and vibrant temple fairs. However, after spending a few days, Mu Lingyin's enthusiasm gradually waned, and the young divine emperor once again broached their original plan. Lingyin, after a few days of leisure, it is time to rest sufficiently, is it not? Tomorrow, let us resume our journey. There are still over 1,000 miles to the Lihua sect, as mentioned by our master. The sooner we arrive at the Lihua sect and enter its gates, the better we can prepare for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. As they strolled along the main street, the young divine emperor spoke. Although Mu Lingyin felt a twinge of reluctance, she had always heeded her brother's words. After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Before their departure, Uncle Chun had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the common practices of the secular world and the realm of cultivation, as well as the precautions necessary for traversing the Jianghu. After all, despite being cultivators, they had only established their foundations. Should they encounter any treacherous tactics, their mere cultivation might not suffice to withstand them. Furthermore, Uncle Chun had provided them with a map, guiding them toward their destination, which lay a staggering 1,700 miles away at the Lihua sect. Although the Lihua sect was merely a third-rate sect within the vast expanse of the Shenzhou continent, it held a notable standing within the thousands of miles surrounding it, with only 2 other demonic sects capable of being compared to it as long as the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin could gain entry into the Lihua sect. They would naturally acquire the techniques for reaching the foundation establishment stage and, with diligence, procure the necessary resources. Such provisions were indispensable for cultivators. Relying solely on one's own efforts for foundation establishment would be too slow. Aware of the importance of prioritizing their endeavors, Mu Lingyin refrained from acting out of impulse. The following day, the siblings departed from Yinshui City, heading toward the direction of the Lihua sect. However, their journey was somewhat awkward. Typically, cultivators, unless still in the body refinement stage, would possess various techniques upon reaching the chi refinement stage. Although these techniques might not be particularly formidable, they would still qualify them as orthodox cultivators. They would possess offensive techniques such as flame arts and earth split techniques, as well as defensive techniques like chi manipulation. Moreover, for travel, one could learn a method of movement, and if they were affluent, they might even utilize talismans or talismanic treasures. This was merely the chi refinement stage. Upon reaching foundation establishment, most cultivators would have some assets. While it may not be the case that every cultivator possesses a magical treasure, Even the most humble foundation establishment cultivator ought to have one or two talismanic treasures at their disposal. Talismanic treasures are those talismans refined into tangible forms, which can be used repeatedly. However, regrettably, neither the young divine emperor nor Mu Lingyin possessed any talismanic treasures. They could barely muster two spells. One flame art that conjured a flicker of flame, and another chi manipulation spell that provided a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Beyond that, they were devoid of any further abilities. They were so impoverished that they lacked even a single spirit stone or talisman. It would be challenging to find any foundation establishment cultivators in the entire Shinjo world as destitute as they were. One could only surmise that growing up in a mountain village, solely focused on cultivation, while being tutored by a master as financially challenged as Uncle Chun, was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Yet, this also evidenced that the talents of these two individuals were, in truth, exceptionally high. Otherwise, since the beginning of their cultivation journey, apart from having consumed some mundane elixirs, they have never relied on any alchemical pills for assistance. Yet, the two have managed to reach their current level within just a few short years, which is indeed remarkable. However, no matter how extraordinary they are, it is merely talent, not true strength, and certainly not experience. Just as they departed from Yinshui City, having traveled less than 10 miles, the young divine emperor furrowed his brow, grasping Mu Lingyin's arm, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. As expected, in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged towards them. Just as the young divine emperor was about to evade, he suddenly became alert and pushed Mu Lingyin aside, simultaneously unleashing both the art of chi manipulation and the flame technique. A faint aura shield flickered into existence before him, while a ball of fire erupted from his fingertips, rushing towards the direction of the incoming wind. Concurrently, the young divine emperor bent low, narrowly avoiding a silent attack from behind. Indeed, he was a novice in the realm of cultivation, lacking familiarity with many basic concepts and devoid of the experience of wandering the world. Yet, he possessed the vigilance and caution of someone who had survived in the Hayun mountain range for 3 years. Additionally, he had an almost innate reaction and decisiveness. These qualities were the foundation of his survival. Although the fierce wind rushing towards him was formidable, he could withstand this strike with the combination of the flame technique and the aura shield from the art of chi manipulation. However, the attack from behind was silent and stealthy, making it impossible to gauge its power, thus necessitating evasion. This was the judgment the young divine emperor made in that fleeting moment, remarkably precise. Huh? It seemed someone in the void expressed surprise, followed by another voice, cold and detached. Act quickly, eliminate this person first. Meanwhile, Mu Lingyin, who had been pushed aside, only now began to react, her pupils constricting as she clumsily attempted to cast the art of chi manipulation and the flame technique. In this moment, the disparity between her and the young divine emperor became evident. Just a moment ago, he managed to effortlessly wield two techniques with impeccable timing, while now, in the absence of any targeted attack, Mu Lingyin struggled to cast the art of chi manipulation even after several attempts. At this point, she was on the verge of tears. Normally, she could also manage to invoke these two techniques almost instantaneously. But why was it so difficult now? She didn't even realize that in that fleeting moment, the young divine emperor had not only cast two techniques instantaneously, but had done so simultaneously. This was akin to executing two spells at once. To be fair, there were indeed quite a few cultivators capable of achieving such a feat, but the precision with which the young divine emperor grasped the timing was exceedingly rare. In simple terms, the young divine emperor had effectively managed 6 tasks at once. Pushing Mu Lingyin aside was 1. Observing and judging the 2 incoming attacks was 2. Simultaneously casting 2 techniques was 3 and 4. Secretly searching for the 2 enemies was 5 and 6. Facing 2 adversaries while also protecting Mu Lingyin. Such reflexes were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yet, in this moment, no one was analyzing these details. For the 2 individuals lurking in the shadows had already revealed themselves and launched their attack. They were unmistakably 2 malevolent cultivators shrouded in a thin veil of dark mist, exuding a powerful aura infused with the scent of blood. These 2 individuals are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. In the next moment, the true forms of the previously launched attacks materialize. Point 1 is a blood-red small sword, and the other is a perfectly round, jet-black orb. These are both talismans of remarkable quality. Many cultivators at the core formation stage, should they find themselves struggling in their pursuits, would possess talismans of this caliber, if not in greater numbers. These 2 practitioners of the demonic path, both in terms of cultivation and artifacts, have reached the apex among Foundation establishment practitioners. Such figures undoubtedly possess techniques far superior to those of the young divine emperor, who is currently facing a dire predicament. With a plethora of techniques and top-tier talismans, a vast chasm of disparity emerges. Those who wield techniques and those who do not, those equipped with treasures and those unarmed, inhabit entirely different realms. The two cast their ominous gazes upon the young divine emperor, blatantly disregarding Mu Lingyin. Yet, this is understandable. At this moment, Mu Lingyin is still desperately attempting to conjure a flame spell. Such a contender not only proves incapable of aiding the young divine emperor, but may also serve as a distraction. However, none who have witnessed the preceding images would blame Mu Lingyin. Throughout her life, she has existed under the protection of the young divine emperor, never having engaged in combat. Her experiences are a blank slate, and it is entirely normal for her to flounder in a critical moment. Moreover, with her enchanting beauty and her current earnest, pitiable demeanor, it is difficult for anyone to harbor thoughts of reproach. Abandoned by assistance, the young divine emperor must confront these two adversaries alone. Upon their meeting, combat ensues. Neither side exhibits any inclination for idle chatter. The blood-red small sword darts forward with incredible speed, piercing through the void toward the young divine emperor's face. The jet-black orb, meanwhile, circles around the young divine emperor's body, lying in wait. For an ordinary practitioner, facing two opponents with such disparate capabilities would undoubtedly spell doom. Yet, the young divine emperor shows no signs of surrender. From the very beginning, he has coiled his body like a leopard ready to pounce. At the moment the blood-red small sword lunges towards him, the young divine emperor's body twists in an uncanny manner. While his lower body remains still, his upper body suddenly pivots 90 degrees. This peculiar movement causes his body to form a bizarre cross, as if his waist had been wrenched apart. Such an action leaves the two opponents momentarily stunned. It is not only them. Even countless cultivators across the Shenzhou realm, watching the footage, find themselves bewildered. How does one even describe this motion? It appears painful to witness. How can the young divine emperor execute such a maneuver? It seems entirely beyond the capabilities of a human. In the fleeting moment of the opponent's astonishment, the young divine emperor decisively steps forward, narrowly evading the blood-red small sword that grazes the tip of his nose, and delivers a precisely aimed punch against the jet-black orb that has come within reach. With a sharp crack, the dark orb is sent flying. However, in this direct confrontation with a talisman, the young divine emperor's fist bears the consequences, with several fingers already twisted and deformed. Although he has evaded both talismans and positioned himself before the two demonic path practitioners, having rendered one hand incapacitated, can the young divine emperor truly triumph against these two evidently seasoned and ruthless adversaries? The answer is, indeed. Moreover, everything transpires in the blink of an eye. Before the two individuals, both adept at wielding talismans, any moment of negligence would result in the talismans returning to them, sealing their fates. Thus, the young divine emperor, upon making his move, enshrouded both adversaries, launching a simultaneous assault. A punch and a kick were directed towards the foes. Yet, such straightforward strikes appeared too crude for practitioners of the arcane arts. It was virtually impossible to land a blow. The two demonic cultivators seemed to have discerned the young divine emperor's intentions, exchanging cynical smirks, and without any apparent movement, each conjured a bone shield before them. These shields, forged from the bones of the deceased, though composed solely of mortal remains, possessed a defensive capability that far surpassed that of mundane energy shields after being infused with spiritual essence. The bone shields effortlessly deflected the young divine emperor's strikes. However, in the next heartbeat, one of the demonic cultivators widened his eyes in horror. For unbeknownst to them, the young divine emperor's other hand, previously deemed useless, had somehow grasped a dagger, its blade wreathed in flames, piercing through his ribs and plunging into his heart. The two demonic cultivators were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how the young divine emperor, with a seemingly incapacitated hand and a distorted arm, could wield a blade and deliver such a lethal strike. Their confusion, however, was short-lived, as one of the demonic practitioners fell lifelessly to the ground. Not far behind the young divine emperor, a crimson blade returned with lightning speed, falling to the ground, devoid of spiritual energy. As for the dark orb, it moved at a slower pace, still a distance away. In the next instant, the young divine emperor sprang into action, fists and feet unleashed in a dazzling flurry. What appeared to be mere physical combat, which most practitioners would disdain, suddenly left the remaining demonic cultivator in utter disarray. The young divine emperor's strikes were extraordinarily bewildering. His limbs seemed devoid of bones. Punches aimed at the front would curve to strike at the ribs, while kicks meant for the face would bizarrely land at the abdomen. In an instant, His fists and feet fell upon the demonic cultivator from every conceivable direction. Only when the black orb returned could the demon practitioner finally catch his breath. After using the orb to repel the young divine emperor, the demonic cultivator hastily retreated, determined to maintain distance and never allow the young divine emperor to close in again. Indeed, deprived of close proximity, the demonic cultivator adeptly controlled the talismans, calmly responding, while the young divine emperor found himself unable to breach the defenses. However, just as the demonic cultivator's intent to kill became apparent, the young divine emperor pointed a finger, flames cascading like chains towards the demon's legs. Just as the demon conjured the bone shield for defense, the young divine emperor's upper body inexplicably reclined backward, yet his finger remained steadfastly aimed in the original direction, with his legs showing no sign of bending, as if his waist had snapped at a right angle. Simultaneously, a streak of fire surged past 3 inches above the young divine emperor's waist, striking the demon practitioner squarely in the chest. It was the fiery spell of Mu Lingyin from a short distance away. The demon staggered back, his complexion pale, with his chest charred black. Yet, this blow was not enough to incapacitate him. Just as the demon practitioner took a deep breath, preparing to eliminate Mu Lingyin first, a chilling sensation enveloped his throat, and he suddenly found it difficult to breathe, as if all the air had drained away. The movements of the demonic cultivator became stagnant as he reached out to touch his neck, where blood gushed forth. Unbeknownst to him, the short blade wielded by the youthful divine monarch had been flung away, perfectly severing his throat. In the blink of an eye, the 2 demonic cultivators met their demise. Chapter 25. Disposing of stolen goods. After confirming the kill of the 2 enemies, the youthful divine monarch sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Although this skirmish was brief, it proved far more perilous than battling wild beasts. Humans possess intelligence, and their unpredictable actions are numerous. In combat with beasts, one can familiarize oneself with their habits, observe, and devise strategies. Even with inferior strength, one can orchestrate a kill. However, in the clash with cultivators, the exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the youthful divine monarch's spirit nearly depleted, with his internal spiritual energy almost entirely exhausted. Nevertheless, the youthful divine monarch exhibited astonishing willpower. After a brief moment, he rose to his feet, reassured Mu Lingyin, and began to search the bodies of the 2 demonic cultivators. This was not his first encounter with such a task. Having previously eliminated Mu Juqiu, he realized that cultivators might possess treasures. A moment later, the youthful divine monarch hastily departed with Mu Lingyin, only pausing after traversing several dozen miles into a grove by the roadside. After a brief rest, he retrieved several items he had discovered on the demonic cultivators. First were the 2 talismans, which likely represented the most valuable possessions of the 2 cultivators. Next were 2 small storage bags, containing little of significance. Upon emptying them, he found merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones resembling white jade, alongside a single medium-grade spirit stone of a yellowish HUE. In addition, there were a dozen talismans, but nothing else of note. The youthful divine monarch felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated that 2 peak foundation establishment practitioners might possess a method for forming a core, only to discover their poverty. With that, the youthful divine monarch glanced at the storage bags, contemplated for a moment, and proceeded to dig a hole to bury them. Uncle Chun had advised them that when traveling, if one were to acquire storage bags of unknown origin, they must never be kept on one's person for long. For while one cannot place restrictions on storage bags, they can retain tracking marks. Many sects possess such means. Should their disciples encounter misfortune, they can trace back through the marks left on the storage bags. The youthful divine monarch, being thus cautious, would naturally not commit such an error and buried the bags without hesitation. As for the other items, particularly the 2 talismans, they were refined with his spiritual energy before being securely stored away. Within the divine monarch palace, many shook their heads upon witnessing this scene. Although the youthful divine monarch had exercised sufficient caution, his master, Uncle Chun, possessed limited cultivation and only a superficial understanding of many matters. He merely informed them that storage bags and talismans might bear tracking marks, but failed to mention that talismans and even spirit stones could also potentially carry such traces. Talismans were less concerning, as the vast majority of cultivators would not be so ignorant as to fail to recognize tracking talismans. As for spirit stones, they can be inscribed with formations, which are readily apparent. A simple inspection of each stone would avert such a fundamental blunder. Regrettably, the young divine emperor was completely oblivious to such concepts. He was unfamiliar with the tracking talismans and the tracking formations. Thus, even after inspecting them one by one, he failed to discern that among the numerous talismans lay 2 tracking talismans and 3 spirit stones inscribed with formations. Although on the surface, the designs of those talismans appeared quite similar, and the formations on the spirit stones seemed merely ornamental, it must be said that the young divine emperor committed a grave error. The fact that these 2 demonic cultivators carried items with tracking capabilities indicated that they had formidable backers. Possessing such items was tantamount to courting disaster. However, it cannot be said that the young divine emperor lacked caution. He had been sufficiently prudent, yet alas, his experience and knowledge were woefully inadequate, as the others found themselves at a loss. The young divine emperor had already sped off with Mu Lingyin towards their intended destination. Several hours later, the 2 had managed to cover a distance of 100 miles before finally pausing to catch their breath. Had they possessed the skills of body techniques, escape arts, or even the ability to fly with swords, this time would have sufficed to traverse several hundred miles. Unfortunately, they were limited to running on foot, which naturally slowed their pace considerably. Upon sighting a grand city ahead, though it could not compare to Yanshui City, it was nonetheless magnificent and vast, prompting them to decelerate and join the throng on the official road into the city. Once inside, the young divine emperor showed no inclination to seek a tavern for rest with Mu Lingyin. Instead, after inquiring briefly, he traversed a significant portion of the city until they reached the bustling district of the western city. This locale was the most prosperous and vibrant part of the entire city, where, amidst the crowd, one could occasionally glimpse cultivators passing by. Moments later, the young divine emperor led Mu Lingyin to a building, and as they entered, the 2 individuals at the entrance scrutinized them closely but did not impede their entry. In the world of Shenzhou, countless cultivators recognized this place. The Guanghan Towered IT specialized in the trading of resources for cultivators, and those who entered and exited were invariably cultivators themselves upon entering. The hall was teeming with people, each one a cultivator, most of whom exuded an aura far surpassing the Foundation establishment stage. The Guanghan Tower in this grand city was indeed thriving, with hundreds of cultivators filling just this one hall. The young divine emperor spoke little, approaching the counter and inquiring directly, "Do you accept items?" The attendant behind the counter paused momentarily, casting a wary glance at the 2 before him, yet did not dare to show any negligence. The young divine emperor appeared relatively unremarkable, in his 20s and merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, which was not uncommon. However, Mu Lingyin, at the tender age of 15, had also reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. While this did not classify her as an unparalleled genius, it was rare for a rogue cultivator to possess such talent. Typically, those of this age at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment would be disciples from various sects, or at least members of prominent families within a city. Nevertheless, the Guanghan Tower had its regulations. Esteemed guest, while the Guanghan Tower indeed purchases various cultivation resources, the minimum standard is items valued at no less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The young divine emperor nodded, promptly extracting the contents of his possession and spilling them onto the counter. "Are these sufficient?" he inquired. The attendant cast a discerning glance over the items and immediately furrowed his brow. Dozens of inferior spirit stones, which in truth amount to the value of scarcely a single medium-grade spirit stone. It takes 100 of the inferior variety to exchange for one of the medium grade. As for those dozen or so talismans, they are merely low-level talismans. Although suitable for use during the Foundation establishment stage, each talisman holds a value equivalent to merely 1 inferior spirit stone. When all these assorted items are tallied, they barely equate to a single medium-grade spirit stone. The yellow-hued spirit stone, however, is inherently of medium grade. Moreover, the 2 talisman treasures, having been used only a few times and still retaining over half of their potency, can be reluctantly valued between 3 to 5 spirit stones each. Therefore, all the items presented by the young divine emperor could fetch at most 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, the Guanghan Tower is a commercial establishment. Even when acquiring items, they would inevitably lower the price to ensure profit. This is a truth well understood by all, thus these items would at most warrant a mere 6 or 7 medium-grade spirit stones. The quantity is simply too scant. After a moment of silence, the attendant clasped his fists in apology, stating, "I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that your items do not meet the acquisition price of 10 medium-grade spirit stones." The young divine emperor raised an eyebrow, promptly stowing his belongings without uttering a word, and turned to leave. This decisive action caused the attendant's lips to twitch in exasperation, compelling him to call out, "Esteemed guest, please wait. If the price could be lowered slightly." Chapter 26. Entering the sect, the young divine emperor paused, turning to regard the attendant with an impassive expression. After what seemed like a protracted moment of hesitation, the attendant finally mustered the courage to lower his voice, saying, "Esteemed guest, Even considering the yellow medium-grade spirit stone, the price would amount to no more than 4 spirit stones, which is indeed below the standard. Guanghan Tower cannot accept it outright. However, I could personally purchase them and make up the difference with my own items to reach 10 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed guest? 6. The young divine emperor's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion as he stated a figure, causing the attendant to momentarily falter. It appeared that this guest was indeed well versed in the market, as he would not have confidently quoted 6 otherwise. Yet 6 left no profit for him. After a brief moment of indecision, not wishing to attract too much attention, the attendant hastily declared, at most 5. Any more, and I cannot accept, deal with that. The young divine emperor promptly handed over the cloth pouch. The attendant exhaled in relief, inspecting the contents of the pouch before extracting several spirit stones and 2 talismans, returning them to the young divine emperor. Esteemed guest, these items are not required by our establishment. The rest here are 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. As the young divine emperor received the medium-grade spirit stones, he noted their distinct nature compared to the yellow medium-grade spirit stone. Across the realms, spirit stones serve as the universal currency among cultivators, categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. All possess identical sizes, meticulously cut at the time of extraction. The differentiation into these grades stems from the varying concentrations of spiritual energy contained within. Inferior spirit stones are uniformly devoid of any elemental attributes. Upon reaching the mid-grade spiritual stones, a portion of them would harbor varying attributes of spiritual energy. For instance, that particular earth attribute mid-grade spiritual stone. However, the majority remain attributeless. The exchange rate between different grades stands at a ratio of 100 to 1. Among mid-grade spiritual stones, those possessing attributes are notably more coveted, yet their intrinsic value remains unchanged. It is simply that the average individual would seldom trade attribute stones for those devoid of attributes. Should an exchange be necessitated, in the black market, approximately 100 attribute stones could be exchanged for about 110 equivalent attribute-less stones. Thus, when the young attendant converted the earth attribute stone into an attribute-less one, he merely profited by the equivalent of 10 inferior spiritual stones. However, for the youthful divine emperor, this arrangement suited him perfectly, as both parties understood each other's intentions implicitly. The divine emperor harbored concerns regarding potential tracking methods embedded within these items that he might not recognize, while the attendant was acutely aware of the dubious origins of these goods. Each held their own ulterior motives yet remained clear in their intentions. After the divine emperor departed the city with Mu Lingyin, he discarded the remaining items directly into a foul drainage ditch, subsequently fleeing with 5 mid-grade spiritual stones, thus completely evading any possible pursuit. This sequence of events left countless observers in the divine land utterly astounded. They recognized the divine emperor's inherently cautious nature, yet could hardly fathom the extent of his prudence. Even the slightest possibility of risk prompted him to divest himself of all those items. One must understand that selling these goods would incur a loss. For instance, those spiritual stones and talismans, originally valued at 100 inferior spiritual stones, might ultimately fetch only the worth of 60. This represented a significant loss. Nevertheless, the divine emperor preferred to incur a loss rather than take a risk. In an instant, the minds of many within the divine emperor's palace were ignited with a thought. The once youthful divine emperor, capable of such astonishing caution, what might one expect of him now? At the pinnacle of his powers? The rebellion of the heaven-slaying alliance against the divine emperor, the sealing of the divine emperor. How utterly unreliable does it now seem? In the imagery, due to this unexpected turn of events, the brother and sister duo no longer delayed, making their way directly toward the direction of the Fireblaze sect. Days later, following the map, they arrived beneath the Fenghua mountain, home to the Fireblaze sect. However, upon reaching the base of the mountain, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the Fireblaze sect one of the 3 most prestigious sects within a radius of thousands of miles? How could their gate be in ruins? Indeed, there existed a gate at the base of Fenghua mountain, a grand archway. Yet now, the archway lay in ruins, and even the plaque inscribed with the words Fireblaze sect had shattered, lying amidst the overgrown weeds. This was a sect of cultivation. Even in poverty, one would expect them to maintain their entrance, would they not? Even a single inferior spiritual stone would suffice to hire a substantial number of mortals to repair the archway. The siblings exchanged glances, and Mu Lingyin appeared somewhat at a loss. The young divine emperor, however, remained remarkably composed, rapidly regaining his calm after initial astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, his expression subtly shifted, and he promptly seized Mu Lingyin, intending to depart. Just then, A thin veil of black mist materialized around them, and the air's temperature seemed to chill ominously. A sinister voice echoed from an unknown direction. "Are you two disciples of the fire sect?" Just as Mu Lingyin was about to speak, she felt a gentle squeeze on her palm from the young divine emperor. Without a change in expression, he decisively shook his head. "We are mere hunters from a village near Heyun Mountain. By chance, we stumbled upon an opportunity in the mountains and have since secluded ourselves in cultivation, yet we find ourselves unable to break through to the core formation stage. We wish to seek apprenticeship at the fire sect, as we have heard it is a renowned sect within a radius of several thousand miles. Might you consider accepting my sister and me?" A voice from the shadows chuckled darkly. "The fire sect? It no longer exists. This territory now belongs to my Danpa sect. You wish to join the fire sect? That seems utterly impossible." The young divine emperor's expression turned to one of astonishment, quickly followed by a dimming of his gaze, as if he instinctively glanced at the money pouch at his waist, then sighed in resignation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he hastily inquired, "May I ask, was the fire sect annihilated by your esteemed sect?" The voice, for reasons unknown, lost much of its interest and casually replied, "Indeed. Your sect must be far more powerful than the fire sect to have destroyed it. I, disciple Yi Feng, along with my sister Mu Lingyin, humbly request to enter the gates of the Danpa sect." Saying this, the young divine emperor pulled Mu Lingyin down to kneel. However, the voice fell silent for a moment, not responding immediately. After a brief pause, a figure materialized before the two siblings. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face was rigid, exuding a chilling aura as he gazed intently at the pair. This individual was, astonishingly, a peak core formation cultivator. After scrutinizing them for a while, he coldly inquired, "You mentioned that you siblings encountered an opportunity in the mountains that prompted your cultivation. When did this opportunity arise?" The young divine emperor quickly replied, 5 years ago. I ventured into the mountains to hunt and came across a deceased monster, which inflicted a lingering poison upon me. Near the creature's corpse, I found some medicinal herbs to consume and fell into a coma for several days. Upon awakening, I discovered a cultivation technique in the monster's cave, which I brought back and have since practiced with my sister in our village. The core formation cultivator narrowed his eyes, a faint, inscrutable smile playing upon his lips, seemingly skeptical but choosing not to pursue the matter further. With a wave of his hand, he stated, "In that case, follow me back to the sect, and you too shall be my disciples henceforth." Chapter 27. The underworld sect amidst the swirling clouds in midair. A dark skull glided through the mist. Atop the skull, the core formation cultivator sat at the center, with the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin seated behind him, peering curiously downwards. This was the first time the siblings had flown high above in a magical artifact. Previously, near Hu family village, Uncle Chun had used a talisman to transport them, although the height and speed of the talisman were far inferior to this skull artifact. After a brief period of initial panic and tension, they had both acclimated to the altitude, though the biting winds at this elevation were somewhat uncomfortable. However, they soon adapted. After half an hour, the speed of the skull artifact began to slow, eventually descending into a range of mountains. The range was modest, seemingly just a branch of the Heyun mountain range. As the skull-shaped artifact hurtled directly towards a towering peak, Mu Lingyin could not help but let out a startled cry. The core formation cultivator cast a wry glance at her, his expression increasingly amused. In the next moment, as the artifact collided with the mountain, the peak seemed to vanish like a mere illusion. The scene before the siblings transformed dramatically, revealing an expansive valley. This peak? No, it could be said that the very heart of this mountain range was, in fact, an elaborate illusion formation. Nestled within the valley were grand palaces, resplendent in their magnificence. However, these structures were peculiarly constructed entirely from dark stones. Their inky hue profoundly deep. At the very center of the palatial cluster stood a pure white palace, though it was still too distant to discern its true form, as the skull artifact had already landed, obscured by the surrounding edifices. With a wave of his hand, the core formation cultivator stowed away the artifact and said indifferently, "Wait for me here." With that, he strode directly into the palace before him, re-emerging only after the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. He glanced at the young divine monarch and his sister. "Follow me." Moments later, he led the siblings into a smaller palace. Outside, it was shrouded in darkness, yet within, it was a dazzling spectacle of gold and splendor. The core formation cultivator took his seat upon the central throne, gazing at the two before him with a smirk. "I have already reported to the sect. From this day forth, you two shall be disciples of my Dangpao sect. recorded under my name. Henceforth, I shall be your master. Remember my name, Ligu Zhenren." The siblings exchanged a glance, and the young divine monarch promptly bowed to Ligu Zhenren, bringing Mu Lingyin along with him. "Disciple that pays respects to the master," Ligu Zhenren chuckled, waving his hand, causing 2 storage bags to appear before them. "Take these storage bags for your use. The sect's rules are contained within. Be sure to read them carefully. Remember, within the sect, do not roam about recklessly. When I have leisure time, I shall teach you the ways of core formation." With that, Ligu Zhenren rose and made his way to the back hall. Once he departed, Mu Lingyin instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief and weakly inquired, "Brother, where will we be staying?" The young divine monarch gave a wry smile. Ligu Zhenren had not mentioned their accommodations, nor had he dared to ask. This Ligu Zhenren clearly had ulterior motives. Moreover, the Dangpao sect was a dark sect, and in such an organization, they would have to tread carefully, refraining from asking too many questions for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, the young divine monarch gestured towards the entrance. "This palace should be the master's residence. If we lack a place to stay temporarily, let us rest here at the entrance. When the master remembers, he will surely arrange accommodations for us." Saying this, the young divine monarch signaled to Mu Lingyin to refrain from further inquiries, and together they sat at the palace entrance, silently cultivating. Although the 2 individuals had not engaged in the sacred binding ritual, their cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Despite this, their training seemed futile after perusing the soul booklet in the storage bag that outlined the sect's regulations. The young divine emperor dared not wander freely, especially after understanding the circumstances within the grand hall of the sect. The rules of the Dongpa sect were quite straightforward. Aside from designating areas within the sect that were off-limits, they contained only a few exceedingly simple clauses that must not be violated. For instance, one was prohibited from entering the main hall without permission, intruding upon another's palace was forbidden, and ordinary disciples were limited to a monthly quota of 10 kills within the sect. Not to mention other matters, the 3rd rule alone made the young divine emperor's brow twitch in disbelief. This implied that within the sect, disciples were permitted to harm one another, and while killing was allowed, it was merely constrained by a numerical limit. A sect that permits its disciples to engage in mutual slaughter, and even seems to encourage it, reveals much about its character. Moreover, there were no restrictions against plundering among disciples, nor prohibitions against the heinous practices of alchemical refinement or the slaughter of mortals, which are typically frowned upon by righteous practitioners. After studying the regulations, the young divine emperor settled into quiet meditation. As night fell, he abruptly opened his eyes, casting a dubious glance at Mu Lingyin. It was not that she exhibited anything unusual, but rather he felt a sense of abnormality within himself. For as soon as night descended, he had heard, from all directions within the sect, faint yet chilling cries and wails, making it difficult to discern whether it was merely the wind howling or if there were indeed tormented souls lamenting. Just as he pondered this, Mu Lingyin also opened her eyes, her pallor suggesting fear as she shrank behind the young divine emperor. His expression turned grave. This was no mere figment of his imagination. The wails were genuine, but from where did such cries emanate within the sect? Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings. Although they stood at the entrance, they remained within the confines of the sect, having not crossed outside. According to the regulations, this area was deemed safe. After confirming their temporary security, the young divine emperor peered into the enveloping darkness. Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent, the palaces appearing abandoned, as if no one resided within them. Gazing around, he noted that none of the numerous palaces, large or small, bore any light. Even the palace of the revered Master Ligu was shrouded in darkness, without so much as a flicker of candlelight. Amidst the shadows and the haunting cries, Mu Lingyin was nearly reduced to tears. The young divine emperor hastily produced a fire starter, just as someone nearby exhaled sharply. Whoosh! The flame was extinguished in an instant. The young divine emperor instinctively took a step back, shielding Mu Lingyin behind him, and then inquired, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Master Ligu cast a cold glance his way. Speaking with indifference, within the sect, once night falls, do not light any lamps. Should a lamp be lit, it signifies that this palace is open to all disciples for unrestricted entry, and the palace's master must accept any challenges from fellow disciples, disregarding life and death. The young divine emperor was taken aback. This stipulation was not found among the official regulations. It was clearly a customary rule established among the disciples of the sect. The revered Master Ligu offered no elaborate explanation, merely casting a fleeting glance at the 2 individuals before nonchalantly stating, "Come with me. Tonight, I shall impart to you the secrets of forming the golden core." No sooner had Master Li Gu's words left his lips than a deafening roar reverberated through the expanse of the valley, shattering the tranquility with an explosive sound. Boom. Chapter 28. The Slaughter of the Golden Core. Within the palace, Master Li Gu's previously serene countenance abruptly stiffened, his gaze lifting towards the heavens through the doorway, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. Amidst the cacophony, it seemed as though something was shattering, and the darkened sky appeared to fracture, revealing several rifts seemingly out of thin air. Master Li Gu's expression shifted dramatically as he seized the arms of the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin, propelling them deeper into the palace. Follow me. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves in the innermost sanctum of the palace. This was Master Li Gu's place of cultivation, and the young divine emperor had expected it to resemble a bedroom. However, upon witnessing the state of this chamber, even his composure faltered momentarily, turning his face pale. As for Mu Lingyin, she had already begun to retch, overwhelmed by sheer terror. This was no mere bedroom. It was unmistakably a blood pool. Within the pool, spanning several meters, crimson waters surged violently, and dozens of wooden stakes protruded from the depths, each bound to a writhing figure, convulsing in agony and despair. The stakes, soaked in blood, had turned a deep crimson hue, and the individuals affixed to them were covered in wounds, their blood flowing down into the pool. Surrounding the blood pool lay a ground littered with countless white bones, a grim testament to the horrors that had transpired. This blood pool was undeniably a congealed mass of the life essence of thousands of human beings. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted the senses of the siblings, nearly causing them to lose consciousness. In the next instant, Master Li Gu let out a sinister laugh, exclaiming, "It is but your ill fate and foolishness that has led you here. Just as I require 2 foundation-building candidates for my technique, your cultivation levels are quite suitable. Since you have called me master, it is time for you to contribute to my divine art." With that, Master Li Gu casually extended his hand, transforming it into an enormous, obsidian-hued claw, lunging towards the young divine emperor. Mu Lingyin, paralyzed with terror, momentarily forgot to resist. Yet, despite the grim expression on his face, the young divine emperor maintained an air of calm. Just as Master Li Gu initiated his attack, the young divine emperor shouted, "Command!" In an instant, a radiant light erupted, followed by a second, a third. A cascade of fiery embers manifested, heedless of the approaching obsidian claw, instead veering directly toward Master Li Gu's chest. Fire technique. The most rudimentary of spells, often dismissed by many Qi refinement practitioners as beneath them. Yet, this was merely the power of a singular fire technique. In the blink of an eye, dozens of flames had coalesced beside the young divine emperor. A typical practitioner would find it impossible to conjure such a flurry of spells so swiftly unless they had begun gathering energy in advance. However, in the heat of battle, the enemy would not grant one the luxury of time to accumulate the spell's seals repeatedly. The young divine emperor had clearly anticipated an upheaval long before it occurred. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had begun preparing in the shadows, ceaselessly gathering the seals of flame spells, holding them in abeyance, awaiting this very moment. In an instant, dozens, even hundreds of flame spells erupted simultaneously. The convergence of such a multitude of flames surpasses the capabilities of a single spell, coalescing into a magnificent dragon of fire. Within the blood-soaked chamber, the acrid scent was swiftly vaporized, and the spacious room became a veritable furnace, with waves of heat rolling through it. Li Gu, the master of bones, paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. Even though his cultivation surpassed that of the young divine emperor by a significant margin, and despite being a disciple of the esteemed inner sect of the Dantian sect, with a foundation far sturdier than that of a wandering cultivator, he found himself caught off guard by the explosive release of pent-up flame spells. The sheer force of over 100 flame spells was enough to severely injure him. With a fierce shout, Li Gu waved his hand, summoning a dozen talismans that materialized as ethereal artifacts to shield him. However, among these talismans, only a fraction were defensive in nature. The rest were offensive. While they managed to dissipate a substantial portion of the flame's power, they ultimately shattered after enduring merely 2 breaths. The residual flames surged forth, illuminating Li Gu's pale visage and striking his form directly. Yet, as a core formation cultivator, his physique was already formidable enough. And seizing the precious moments allowed by the 2 breaths, he activated his protective spells. Consequently, this devastating blow only resulted in a minor injury, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth, without truly compromising his core. Such a powerful flame spell, built up over a prolonged period, could only be unleashed once. Following this, he would be easily capable of delivering a fatal strike. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an icy, searing pain suddenly pierced through his back. Li Gu's expression froze instantly, all movement ceased, and the vital energy swirling around him dissipated like a punctured balloon. He stiffly turned his head to see only the frigid gaze of the young Divine Emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the young Divine Emperor had, under the cover of the overwhelming flames, stealthily positioned himself behind Li Gu, plunging a blade through his heart. But that was not all. Fearing that Li Gu might retaliate in his dying moments, the young Divine Emperor followed the initial thrust with a vicious upward slash. The pinnacle power of the Foundation establishment stage, combined with the blade's razor-sharp edge, cleaved Li Gu's upper body in two. Simultaneously, the young Divine Emperor leaped back, skillfully avoiding the torrent of blood that erupted forth. Observing the complete extinguishment of Li Gu's life force, the young Divine Emperor returned to Mu Lingyin's side, whose body had grown weak, supporting her as he hastened back to the main hall. At this moment, the tremors outside had not yet subsided. The booming sounds and the crashing of unknown objects continued to echo. Outside the palace, the clamor of battle could be distinctly heard. Upon reaching the entrance, it became evident that the entire Danteon sect had descended into chaos. The once starry night sky had vanished, replaced by a translucent dome enveloping the entire Danteon sect. Now riddled with multiple breaches from within the countless palaces of the sect, disciples soared into the air, charging towards those shattered sections with fervor. Meanwhile, countless cultivators clad in blue have surged in through the breaches, engaging in fierce battles with the disciples of the Dongpa sect. A mere glance reveals that a formidable assault on the Dongpa sect is underway. Furthermore, the attackers have already breached the sect's protective formation. Not long ago, the Dongpa sect annihilated the Liehua sect, and today, it appears that another sect seeks to eradicate the Dongpa sect. However, this does not bode well for the young Divine Emperor and his sister, Mu Lingyin, for those intruding blue-clad cultivators are far from righteous. They emanate a chilling aura of malevolence, their actions shrouded in treachery and infused with demonic energy. Clearly, the aggressors hail from a demonic sect. Moreover, with both the young Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin present within the Dongpa sect, although they are unfamiliar with anyone other than the formidable Li Gu, in the eyes of the blue-robed demonic cultivators, they are nonetheless considered part of the Dongpa sect. Falling into the hands of these foes would be no better than succumbing to the sect itself. The only glimmer of hope lies in the chaos enveloping the Dongpa sect, which may afford them a chance to escape. However, before departing, the young Divine Emperor resolutely returned to Li Gu's blood pool chamber, liberating the mortals bound to the wooden stakes. Regrettably, these individuals, having endured unbearable suffering, chose to end their own lives the moment they were freed, heedless of the young Divine Emperor's pleas. His expression darkened. At that moment, he was too preoccupied with his own survival to aid these mortals in fleeing the Dongpa sect, nor could he alleviate the torment inflicted upon them by the demonic arts. Helplessly, he could only witness their tragic demise in succession. After a brief silence, the young Divine Emperor regained his composure and searched the corpse of Li Gu in the blood pool chamber. The body of a core formation cultivator lacked the privilege of possessing a storage ring, yet the storage bag belonging to Li Gu was of a higher grade than any he had previously encountered, boasting a considerable space filled with a plethora of items. However, the vast majority of these items were sinister resources of demonic cultivators. Hundreds of intact human skins, countless skulls piled together, and the malevolent energy of reanimated corpses, alongside a small black flag that continually manifested faces twisted in hatred upon its surface. These items were of no use to the young Divine Emperor. He had no desire to employ them, fearing that doing so might corrupt his very essence and plunge him into the demonic path. Fortunately, the storage bag contained several mid-grade spirit stones and a few books. With no time to inspect the contents of the books, he merely glanced at the mid-grade spirit stones, which lacked the ornate patterns previously identified by the servant of the Guanghan Tower, and thus collected them all in haste and truth. Even if these stones bore tracking inscriptions, it mattered little. Once he escaped, he could await further news. If the Dongpa sect were to be destroyed, these tracking formations would become irrelevant. Conversely, should the sect survive, he would not dare keep such items in his possession, instead opting to dispose of them at a cultivator's shop, just as he had done before. Within the valley of the Dongpa sect, the bodies of the slain continued to rain down from the skies, the vast majority belonging to the disciples clad in black robes. The individuals clad in green robes, all of whom are elite cultivators, are predominantly at the nascent soul stage or higher. although their numbers are few. Their collective strength is remarkably formidable. This is clearly an assault by a sect whose power significantly exceeds that of the Dangpa sect. Beneath the shadow of the palace, two figures, one tall and one short, lie concealed, observing the fierce battle above. They are none other than the youthful divine emperor and Mu Lingyin. Having long departed from the palace of the esteemed Li Gu, they have arrived at the edge of the valley. However, the protective formations in this vicinity remain intact, with the nearest breach occurring over 20 meters above the ground. Any attempt to leap would surely reveal their presence. Thus, they can only wait patiently. As he observes, the youthful divine emperor notices that the green-robed cultivators seem to be engaged in more than merely eliminating disciples of the Dangpa sect. Concurrently, they are scouring the valley for something elusive. Yet, the divine emperor cannot ascertain what it is they seek. After a moment of contemplation, he concludes that no further breaches in the formation are likely to occur unless the entire array collapses, but the time frame for such an event remains uncertain. The only feasible course of action is to break through the formation themselves and depart unnoticed. With this thought, the divine emperor subtly gestures in a particular direction, signaling Mu Lingyin to follow. They then proceed to navigate through the shadows, perpetually concealed from the gaze of all, as if the divine emperor possesses the ability to perceive the entirety of their surroundings. This precise selection of route is nothing short of astonishing. Those observing the scene, however, are not taken aback, for such prowess had already been honed by the divine emperor during his time in the Heyun mountain range, hardly surprising. After a while, they finally arrive at the very edge of the formation, now able to directly interact with the barriers it has erected. The youthful divine emperor attempts to unleash a punch against the barrier, only to be met with a painful recoil. Despite the myriad of breaches within the formation, it remains the sacred defensive array of the Dangpa sect. Until it is thoroughly dismantled, it is beyond the capabilities of a Foundation establishment cultivator to breach it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the divine emperor suddenly retrieves a storage pouch gifted to him by Li Gu. Extracting an object from within it is a token, inscribed with the character for sacrifice. Previously, he had been oblivious to the significance of this token, but in light of Li Gu's earlier attempt to act against them, it has become apparent that this token may signify their identity, with the inscription implying its association with offerings. Had he possessed a token identifying him as a disciple of the Dangpa sect, he would naturally have been able to traverse the formation. But he does not, and he has already experimented with others' tokens, such as Li Gu's, to no avail. The tokens are likely exclusive. Now, the only remaining option is to test whether this sacrificial identity token can penetrate the formation. With this in mind, the youthful divine emperor immediately channels his spiritual energy into the token, attempting to advance a couple of steps forward. Yet, he is once again thwarted by the formation, as expected. How could a sacrificial offering depart freely? Moreover, when faced with an external invasion, the overseer of the formation would never permit disciples to leave. Otherwise, should they find themselves in a disadvantaged position, wouldn't the disciples simply flee? The token proves ineffective, which signifies the necessity of devising a means to breach the formation. Yet, their cultivation level is regrettably insufficient. It appears to be an intractable predicament. Beside the youthful divine emperor, Mu Lingyin's expression grows increasingly anxious. If they delay any longer, their chances of escape may dwindle. As the tumult of battle within the valley gradually diminished, the number of disciples from the Dangpa sect still resisting dwindled, and it seemed the green-clad cultivators were on the verge of victory. Yet, the young divine emperor appeared unperturbed. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings before retreating with Mu Lingyin into the most secluded shadowy corner. Waiting in silence in the divine emperor's hall, some were perplexed by his actions and voiced their confusion. Instantly, laughter erupted from the crowd. What else could it be? Surely, it was a mere attempt to hide and surrender once the fighting concluded. Alternatively, perhaps he hoped to wait until the green-clad cultivators annihilated the Dangpa sect, betting on the chance that they might overlook their presence. I doubt it. The young divine emperor, known for his extraordinary courage, might be contemplating whether there were any injured green-clad cultivators he could capture to threaten his way out. But that seems implausible. Those cultivators are at least at the peak of the core formation stage. Even if he could launch a surprise attack and defeat one, it would not be as straightforward as his battle with the real person Li Gu. This is the outside world. Once combat ensues, even if victorious, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Do not overestimate the divine emperor. Let us not forget that it is merely the case that no one is currently paying attention to these two lowly cultivators. Once the battle nears its conclusion, a casual scan by any nascent soul cultivator will reveal them without fail. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with speculation. However, just then, a derisive laugh interrupted their discourse. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then turned their irate gazes towards the speaker, Mu Lingyin. With a cold, detached expression, Mu Lingyin spoke. Surely, you have not grasped the true significance of the Divine Emperor's actions from the moment he encountered the real person Li Gu? Do you believe you possess the insight to fathom the Divine Emperor's profound strategies? Chapter 30. The simplest question with a single remark from Mu Lingyin. The hall of the Divine Emperor fell into an eerie silence. Everyone furrowed their brows, staring at her. What did she mean by that? The young Divine Emperor was merely trying to endure. Confronted by the core formation stage real person Li Gu, both he and Mu Lingyin were caught off guard and had no choice but to comply, biding their time. Only upon reaching Li Gu's palace could they secretly gather their strength for the fire spell. Even then, it merely caught Li Gu off guard. Without that final surprise attack, it would have been impossible to defeat him. Reflecting on the young Divine Emperor's various actions, the crowd found no hidden meaning. Yet, Mu Lingyin merely scoffed, then spoke with a chilling clarity. Foolish. The moment my brother the Divine Emperor discerned that Li Gu was a practitioner of the demonic path, he made the most judicious response. Consider this. If you were practitioners of the demonic path and had just obliterated the Liuhua sect, and suddenly 2 Foundation Establishment juniors appeared outside, what would your course of action be? The crowd pondered. What else could they do? Eliminate them to silence them. At that moment, Li Gu had already harbored murderous intent. How, then, do you think one might persuade Li Gu to temporarily spare their life? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Indeed, when confronted with the merciless and bloodthirsty practitioners of the demonic path, one cannot help but ponder how to preserve one's life in the face of such murderous intent. Reflecting on the actions and words of the young Divine Emperor at that time, many began to contemplate deeply. Had he merely conveyed his intentions, the formidable Li Gu would have undoubtedly dispatched them without a second thought. After all, they were but 2 insignificant Foundation Establishment juniors, easily expendable. Yet, remarkably, Li Gu refrained from striking at that moment. Do you comprehend the reason behind this? As the crowd pondered in confusion, Mu Lingyin did not keep them in suspense. Promptly providing the answer, it was because the Divine Emperor, with just a few words, had effectively demonstrated his worth. The distinction between Foundation Establishment and Core Formation is but a single realm. If these 2 were disciples of prestigious sects or exceptionally talented rogue cultivators, even at the Foundation Establishment stage, they could pose a lethal threat to those in Core Formation. Thus, when Li Gu was unaware of their true identities, these 2 youths still represented a potential threat to him. Consequently, the words spoken by the Divine Emperor served a dual purpose. They not only indicated that their abilities were meager, perhaps even inferior to that of an ordinary rogue cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage, but they also affirmed their inherent value. For he had swiftly revealed their ages and capabilities at that time. The young Divine Emperor was merely in his early 20s, while I was but a mere teenager. To reach the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment at such a young age, especially in my case, such talent would surely be rare even within the ranks of the Danpa sect. This was the value the Divine Emperor intended to convey. With value established and no imminent threat, it was only natural that they could temporarily ensure their survival. The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, if they were to place themselves in the shoes of the demonic cultivators, they might very well make the same choice as Li Gu. Moreover, the young Divine Emperor had actively sought to join the Danpa sect, effectively placing themselves in the hands of Li Gu, who would naturally suppress his murderous instincts for future use. As fate would have it, events unfolded precisely as the young Divine Emperor had orchestrated. Li Gu brought them to the Danpa sect, and it was not until an unfamiliar sect launched an assault on the Danpa sect, plunging the sect into chaos, that Li Gu finally took decisive action. Yet, little did he anticipate that the young Divine Emperor had already made ample preparations, having accumulated a full night's worth of fire techniques, which erupted in a sudden onslaught, catching him off guard. Furthermore, when the battle for the extermination of sects commenced, the Divine Emperor remained composed under duress, devising a surprise attack to eliminate Li Gu. Even in the face of calamity, he maintained his poise, searching for Li Gu's storage pouch, and then, accompanied by the young Mi, skillfully evaded the gaze of all present, managing to escape to the edge of the formation, forever concealed from sight. Consider each of these instances carefully. How many individuals in this world could achieve such feats? The crowd fell silent, left without rebuttal. However, at that moment, Chao Zhe subtly shook his head and, with a broad smile, remarked, "Indeed, the Divine Emperor of your was truly formidable, yet these seemingly admirable qualities also under the terror that he embodied. Fortunately, divine providence has favored us, and we have ultimately subdued the Divine Emperor. Otherwise, One can only imagine the suffering that the realm of Shenzhou would have endured at his hands. At this juncture, a look of profound compassion spread across Chao Zai's face, eliciting nods of agreement from the crowd. Indeed, the Divine Emperor is the adversary. It appears that Mu Lingyin is somewhat bewildered by the situation. Speaking in defense of the Divine Emperor only serves to bolster the enemy's morale while undermining our own. With a cold huff, Mu Lingyin refrained from further comment, merely lifting her gaze to continue observing the unfolding imagery. Curiosity still glimmered in her eyes, as she pondered how the Divine Emperor would extricate himself from the formation. In the imagery, just as the debate among the crowd concluded, everyone was astonished to witness the once impregnable barrier, a mimicry of the external environment, now riddled with cracks, around the two young Divine Emperors shatter with a thunderous crash, dissipating into nothingness. Those who beheld this scene were momentarily dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Did someone provide a pillow for the slumbering? How could the formation simply vanish? Yet, such confusion lasted but an instant, replaced by a wave of crimson embarrassment, as many wished to strike themselves in disbelief. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that this is the battle of annihilation? Regardless of the disparity in strength between the attacking and defending parties, the protective formation is the ultimate trump card of the defending side. To utterly eradicate the opposing sect, the attackers must employ every conceivable means to completely dismantle the protective formation. Otherwise, the highest-ranking cultivators within the sect, including the sect leader, would undoubtedly use the formation to mount a fierce resistance. A sect's foundation lies not in the multitude of its lower-ranked disciples engaged in chi refinement, foundation establishment, or golden core stages, but rather in the few individuals who possess the highest cultivation. For instance, within the Ding P sect, the pinnacle of the transformation god stage sect leader and 3 supreme elders of the out-of-body stage stand as the bedrock of the sect. The combined strength of these 4 far surpasses that of all others combined. Although they have been encircled by countless blue-clad cultivators, should they be granted the opportunity to retreat into the core of the formation, their power would increase exponentially, leading to even greater losses for the blue-clad cultivators. Thus, merely trapping these 4 is insufficient. The protective formation must be breached first. This is a fundamental realization that virtually all cultivators within the realm should grasp. However, until now, everyone had been preoccupied with the formidable nature of the formation and the relatively low cultivation of the young Divine Emperor, failing to consider this crucial point. Ironically, it was the young Divine Emperor, immersed in the chaos, whose limited understanding of the cultivation world had led him to anticipate this very step. His reason for concealing himself and biding his time was precisely for this moment. How could this not evoke a sense of shame in those self-proclaimed formidable cultivators? At this moment, the young Divine Emperor, concealed in the shadows, finally made his move. Grasping Mu Lingyin's hand, he swiftly maneuvered through the shadows and, with a mere flicker of his form, escaped the confines of the formation, seamlessly darting into the depths of the forest. In the brief moment after the young Divine Emperor stepped beyond the confines of the formation, over 1,000 cultivators, each at least at the core formation stage, swiftly surrounded the area, replacing the formation and sealing off the entirety of the Dongpa sect. Chapter 31. The Petty Grandeur of a Major Sect. As the young Divine Emperor escaped the formation, Mu Lingyin exhaled a slight sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the young Mu Lingyin in the vision had yet to comprehend the vanishing of the formation. Still, in the midst of fleeing for her life, she dared not inquire further. The mountain range where the Dongpa sect resided, though merely a branch of the Haiyun Mountains, spanned several hundred miles, and at this moment, cultivators clad in green robes were visible in nearly every direction. The young Divine Emperor, burdened with Mu Lingyin and lacking any means of concealing their presence, could only tread cautiously, ensuring they did not approach any of the green-robed cultivators. Fortunately, having spent considerable time living in the wilderness during his youth, combined with his keen perception and careful thought, he managed to draw closer to the mountain's edge after 2 hours. Yet just then, a deafening series of explosions erupted from the direction of the Dongpa sect. Following this, a dozen figures shot into the sky, appearing as mere black dots from this vantage. However, any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage could discern that there were 4 black-clad demonic cultivators, along with 7 green-robed demonic cultivators, each exuding overwhelming demonic energy. The young Divine Emperor immediately recognized that the 4 black-clad figures were likely from the Dongpa sect, though their identities remained unknown. One stood at the center, flanked by the other 3. In truth, the individual at the center was the sect leader, accompanied by the only 3 supreme elders. Yet at this moment, all 4 appeared visibly unstable, clearly injured. Just moments ago, they had relied on the protective formation to stubbornly resist and repel their foes, But little did they expect. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, shaking the surrounding void. And then a figure in flowing green robes appeared, exuding a murderous aura that filled the heavens and the earth. The young divine emperor's pupils constricted. This individual's cultivation was astonishingly high within the divine emperor's palace. Some were quick to deduce the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, within a radius of several thousand miles, there should only be 3 sects coexisting: the Liehua sect, the Dongpa sect, and a third unnamed sect. However, how could a sect of such remote location possibly harbor a transcending tribulation cultivator? The crowd was rife with confusion. That green-robed figure was unmistakably a transcending tribulation cultivator, just a step away from becoming an immortal. Such cultivators were exceedingly rare throughout the divine continent. How could a sect with such a formidable presence establish itself in this secluded area, standing alongside the Dongpa sect and the Liehua sect? This individual, or rather, these green-clad cultivators, were certainly not from any sect within this several thousand-mile radius. This sect must possess considerable strength. Yet why would such a sect travel thousands of miles to annihilate the Dongpa sect? Just as the crowd pondered these questions, the green-robed figure finally spoke, their voice echoing like the wails of ghosts and the roars of demons. Dongpa sect, how audacious you are to dare lay hands on the disciples of my Zhongming sect. Today shall be your sect's extermination. Surrender the perpetrator, and I may grant you a swift death. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless hand. In midair, the expressions of the 4 from the Dongpa sect changed dramatically. Before the cultivators in the tribulation period, the disparity in strength among the 4 of them was insurmountable. Even with the protection of the sect's grand formation, they could not withstand a single strike from their opponent, let alone in the present circumstances. Moreover, they had heard of the name of the Zhongming sect. At this moment, an elder in the divine emperor's hall softly exclaimed, "Zhongming sect. So these azure-clad cultivators are disciples of the Zhongming sect. Could it be that they are in search of the divine emperor?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, filled with confusion. The elder cleared his throat twice before elaborating. "I have extensively perused ancient texts. And indeed, the Zhongming sect was a powerful sect 100,000 years ago, far exceeding the meager strength we witness now. This sect is a legitimate faction of demonic cultivators, with numerous experts within its ranks. Not only tribulation stage cultivators, but even several true immortals reside among them. However, according to ancient records, the Zhongming sect was completely annihilated by the divine emperor nearly 100,000 years ago, exterminated down to the last disciple." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. 100,000 years ago. This meant that the timeline from the recorded events was not as distant as it seemed, perhaps merely a millennium or so. And within the Zhongming sect, there were still several true immortals stationed. Does this imply that the divine emperor achieved the power to rival, or even slay, a few true immortals in merely 1,000 years? Or perhaps even less? Such rapid advancements in cultivation are indeed terrifying. The fact that the divine emperor would act against the Zhongming sect indicates a deep-seated enmity. Perhaps, at this very moment, the Zhongming sect is indeed seeking the divine emperor. Just as the crowd engaged in their silent speculation, the leader of the Dongpa sect stepped forward in the image. "Esteemed elder, my Dongpa sect occupies a humble corner and has never had any disputes or grievances with the Zhongming sect, let alone slain any disciples from your esteemed sect. Could this be a misunderstanding?" As the leader of a sect, he spoke with a tone of submission, fully aware that failure to do so could lead to his demise. Yet, the tribulation stage cultivator merely snorted coldly and replied indifferently, "Every disciple of the Zhongming sect possesses a soul lamp for protection. Should they perish, the soul lamp extinguishes, and a curse from the sect's techniques is invoked, relentlessly pursuing the perpetrator for eternity." How could such a technique be a matter of misunderstanding? The mention of the soul lamp caused the Dongpa sect's leader to change his expression, his gaze darkening. Could it be that a disciple of the Zhongming sect truly met their demise at the hands of someone within his own sect? But that they were merely ordinary disciples. Was it necessary to make such a grand display of vengeance upon their sect? The demonic nature of the Zhongming sect seems to surpass that of the Dongpa sect by a considerable margin. For a moment, the leader of the Dongpa sect was at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. However, upon glancing at the devastation below, the once thriving sect now reduced to ruins, a sudden realization struck him. "Esteemed elder, please observe that aside from the 4 of us, there are no living souls remaining in our sect. If indeed someone has slain your sect's disciples, one must wonder if that individual is still alive. If they are alive, they cannot possibly be a disciple of my Dongpa sect. This must be a misunderstanding. Surely, esteemed elder, you would not wish to overlook the true culprit." These words resonated with the tribulation stage cultivator, who had been poised to strike. After a moment's contemplation, the cultivator flipped his palm, revealing a soul lamp that had already extinguished, then formed a hand seal that caused the lamp to flicker with ethereal flames, ultimately directing its glow towards a specific location. The expression of the tribulation transcending cultivator suddenly darkened, and he abruptly cast his gaze toward the direction where the young divine emperor and his companions were hiding. The murderer still lived. The tribulation transcending cultivator snorted coldly. During the assault on the soul-dissipating sect, he had already employed a secret technique to mark all disciples of the sect through the unique characteristics of their cultivation methods. As long as they were disciples of the soul-dissipating sect, they could not evade this secret mark in a short time. Thus, the sect master of the soul-dissipating sect spoke the truth. At this moment, only the 4 individuals before him remained. Yet, the real culprit was evidently not one of them. However, the tribulation transcending cultivator harbored no intention of sparing the 4 from the soul-dissipating sect. With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Ningxue, eliminate the murderer." Beside him, a peak out-of-body realm cultivator clad in green slightly bowed, then turned and soared toward the direction of the young divine emperor, intent on killing him. Simultaneously, the tribulation transcending cultivator cast a detached glance at the 4 from the soul-dissipating sect, a cold smile playing on his lips as he sneered, "Kill them. Leave no one behind." Chapter 32. The banner of 10,000 souls high above the central mountains, 6 late out-of-body realm cultivators besieged the 4 from the soul-dissipating sect. With a tribulation transcending powerhouse looming nearby, watching with predatory intent, this battle held no suspense. The remaining 4 from the soul-dissipating sect were undoubtedly doomed. Yet, within the realm of the divine continent, and even within the divine emperor's palace, everyone's attention was fixated elsewhere. The demon cultivator known as Ningxue was like a shooting star, searching for the concealed location of the young divine emperor. In mere moments, he would be upon them. With Ningxue's out-of-body realm prowess, a mere sweep of his divine sense would instantly reveal the whereabouts of the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin. At this moment, they were in dire straits. In the image, the young divine emperor's pupils constricted sharply. He had already surmised the true purpose of the arrival of the Chongming sect. It was those 2 black-clad demon cultivators. Outside of Saltwater City, the young divine emperor had slain 2 black-clad demon cultivators. Although he had prudently disposed of all their belongings, he had not anticipated that they possessed soul lamps and hailed from the Chongming sect, wielding curse techniques. Under such curses, the young divine emperor had no means to evade the relentless pursuit of the Chongming sect. The audacity of the Chongming sect was astonishing. They had gone to such great lengths to eradicate the soul-dissipating sect for the sake of 2 Foundation establishment demon cultivators. Truly, a sect so vengeful could only be deemed a demon sect. As a shadow rapidly approached in midair, the young divine emperor's expression changed drastically, and no longer able to conceal his presence, he abruptly grasped Mu Lingyin and altered their course, no longer fleeing toward the mountain's edge, but rather dashing off at a diagonal angle. Although the young divine emperor lacked the means to fly, he had already mastered the terrain of the mountains during his mortal days. Now, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, his speed through the complex forest was no less than that of racing full throttle along a main road. Yet, his cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage was simply too low. In mere moments, Ningxue had already tracked them down to their vicinity, a chilling and frigid aura sweeping past. That was the sweep of Ningxue's divine sense. The next instant, a sinister voice echoed in the young divine emperor's ear. "You brat, prepare to die." As the words fell, a formidable aura descended from the heavens, transforming mid-air into a colossal crimson hand, permeating the atmosphere with an overwhelming stench of blood that was nauseating to behold, descending upon the mountainous forest where the youthful divine emperor resided. The countenance of the young divine emperor shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the storage pouch of the formidable Li Gu from his bosom, extracting a multitude of items and unleashing them into the air, empowered by his spiritual energy. The grotesque artifacts within Li Gu's pouch, such as human skin and bones, bore no significance to the young divine emperor. Thus he chose to discard them. However, as he prepared to depart, he retained certain enigmatic items, including the ominous talismans steeped in ghostly energy and that small flag which incessantly displayed the contorted faces of the deceased. A dozen talismans soared into the sky, propelled by his spiritual energy, confronting the blood-red giant hand. Simultaneously, as the small flag detached from the storage pouch, it erupted in a cloud of black smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing laughter. Within the obsidian mist, it seemed as though countless spirits were concealed, flickering in and out of sight, while grotesque visages, filled with malice, surged forth, snarling at the blood-red hand above. This small flag was, in truth, a dark artifact, capable of tormenting living beings to their demise and ensnaring their vengeful spirits within. The more spirits it contained, the mightier it became. Thus, this artifact grew increasingly powerful. Such treasures were commonly crafted by many practitioners of the dark arts, with the method of creation widely known, referred to as the Banner of 10,000 Souls. It remains a mystery as to how many mortals, or even cultivators, Li Gu had ruthlessly slaughtered. For the moment the Banner of 10,000 Souls emerged, an exceedingly chilling and terrifying aura swept through the surroundings. This aura was even threefold more potent than that of Li Gu himself. The Banner of 10,000 Souls was, in fact, one of the most prevalent and ubiquitous artifacts among practitioners of the dark arts. Many Qi refinement cultivators could craft it, as its primary materials were readily obtainable. However, the process of gathering and creating vengeful spirits proved too cumbersome. One would be better off dedicating that time to cultivation. Moreover, the Banner of 10,000 Souls had its limits, only capable of reaching the power of the nascent soul stage. The effort and time expended seemed somewhat disproportionate to the artifact's might and potential. Consequently, this item was typically employed only by Qi refinement cultivators, who would later replace it with other artifacts upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Yet, Li Gu's Banner of 10,000 Souls was extraordinary. It was his life-bound artifact. Even the youthful Divine Emperor was unaware that years ago, upon joining the dazzling soul sect, Li Gu, due to his mediocre talent and enmity with other disciples, had no choice but to refine the Banner of 10,000 Souls into his life-bound treasure during his Qi refinement stage to survive a life-and-death crisis. He infused it with his own soul and blood, intertwining their fates. By the time he reached the foundation establishment stage, it was too late to replace it with another artifact. He had no choice but to continue to sacrifice for the Banner of 10,000 Souls until he achieved the core formation stage, at which point he could finally construct a palace and blood pool, affording him the opportunity to forge even more powerful artifacts. However, the embryonic forms of artifacts nurtured within that blood pool required the essence and vengeful thoughts of both mortals and cultivators alike. Over the years, Li Gu had captured countless mortals and cultivators, subjecting them to torment until death, only to replace them with the next batch. Among the deceased, a multitude of vengeful spirits emerged, and with a mindset of frugality, he merged these spirits into the Banner of Myriad Souls, thereby enhancing its power significantly. It had reached its zenith years prior. The reason for capturing the young Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin was not solely for the purpose of nurturing a blood pool artifact. The true intention of the Master of Bone was also to seize Mu Lingyin. At merely 15 years of age, she had already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment without any formal guidance, an undeniable prodigy. Should such a talent be transformed into a vengeful spirit, serving as the principal soul of the banner, it might indeed allow the banner to transcend its limits, achieving the might of the nascent soul stage. Regrettably, as the Master of Bone met his demise, he had no opportunity even to summon the banner before his death. At this moment, the young Divine Emperor summoned the Banner of Myriad Souls. In an instant, it exhibited an immense power that was perilously close to the nascent soul stage. Coupled with over a dozen talismans, this strike had undeniably reached the caliber of the nascent soul. A gust of dark wind surged forth like a colossal dragon, charging towards the towering crimson palm, and in a heartbeat, they collided with a thunderous crash above. The blood smiled coldly. He was a practitioner of the out-of-body realm. The stages of nascent soul and transformation of spirit preceded this realm. The disparity between these two grand realms, even if that giant palm was merely a casual strike, was beyond what the Banner of Myriad Souls could withstand. The piercing wails of the vengeful spirits echoed through the heavens. Crack! Within the black mist, fissures appeared upon the banner, signaling its imminent collapse. Yet, the crimson palm's hue had only dimmed slightly. The banner had become the young Divine Emperor's most formidable trump card. Yet this card could not withstand even a casual blow from the blood. In the air, the banner, harnessing the power of the talismans, momentarily delayed the advance of the crimson palm, but it was only for an instant. The next moment, the palm glided past the banner, and within the black mist it had conjured, countless lamentations arose before it shattered with a resounding crash. Below, in the forest, the young Divine Emperor's countenance changed drastically. All of the Master of Bone's trump cards could not withstand a single strike from the blood. Without a method to break the deadlock, death was inevitable. In that moment, the specter of life and death loomed ominously, and the young divine emperor's expression shifted wildly, yet his gaze swiftly settled into utter calmness. Between life and death lies profound terror. Among all living beings, few can maintain their composure in the face of such peril. Yet, the young divine emperor was one who could die in the next heartbeat. He grasped Mu Lingyin's arm tightly with one hand, while placing the other on her back, and then abruptly halted his momentum. In the midst of his full-speed dash, this sudden stop transitioned from blinding speed to utter stillness. The immense recoil resonated through his legs, threatening to shatter them. Yet, in its place surged an unprecedented force. With a roar, the young divine emperor exerted every ounce of strength to hurl Mu Lingyin away with great force. Before she could comprehend the situation, her form shot forth like a cannonball, accelerating exponentially, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Following this, the young divine emperor suddenly lifted his gaze, fixated on the descending crimson palm in the sky. Those two dark-robed demonic cultivators from the Choming sect were slain by him alone. Although Mu Lingyin lent her assistance, it was merely that, assistance. Ultimately, those two met their demise solely at his hands. Even if the Choming sect's disciples pursued him, they could only chase after him alone. As for Mu Lingyin at this moment, he had already taken the initiative to send her away, in such a rapid manner. Even if Mu Lingyin were at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, she would be rendered unconscious by the immense force. Though she would inevitably sustain severe injuries upon landing, the young divine emperor could not afford to dwell on such matters. Surviving was the only thing that mattered. He had preserved Mu Lingyin's life, and now, all that remained was a desperate struggle for survival. Perhaps, he would soon meet his end at the hands of the enemy's casual strike. But it mattered not. Even if death loomed, even if he was aware of his disadvantage, he would never succumb passively. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind, and at that moment, the young divine emperor slightly bent his body and then exerted his legs with tremendous force. Whoosh! Under the colossal palm in midair, the fierce winds surged across the mountainous terrain within a radius of several hundred meters. Suddenly, amidst the dense forest, a figure soared into the air. It was the unyielding silhouette of the young divine emperor. Above, the blood wore a cold smile. Under his mental dominion, he was fully aware of all that transpired below, including Mu Lingyin's departure. However, it mattered little. Once this ignorant ant perished, that little girl would not escape either. Yet, after some contemplation, the blood extended a finger, and a streak of blood light surged towards the direction in which Mu Lingyin had fled. This blood light was not powerful, merely a casual strike from him, but it was sufficient to pose a threat to the girl's life. Even if by chance it failed to kill her, it would leave a mark on Mu Lingyin, facilitating future tracking. Just as the blood made his move, the young divine emperor, who had leapt upward, collided violently with the blood-colored giant palm. Before the massive blood-colored hand, the young divine emperor's figure appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet his fists showed no signs of retreat. However, the disparity was far too great, so immense that it rendered any resistance futile. The young divine emperor understood that his demise was assured. His strike was an expression of defiance, of unwillingness. Yet, it could not alter the outcome. In an instant, the skin on the young divine emperor's body cracked, and with the sound of shattering bones, blood enveloped him. Under the force of that single palm, his bones shattered, his internal organs were grievously injured, and he was nearly reduced to a pulp. The world before him gradually descended into darkness, as if numerous hands were dragging his body toward the realm of the dead. Yet, on the face of the young divine emperor, which was now unrecognizable, there lingered a trace of a smile. It mattered not. His sister had escaped, and that was enough. Thoughts in his mind grew increasingly sluggish. What felt like a mere moment seemed to stretch into eternity. In his hazy state, the towering figure above waved a hand, and a streak of blood light seemed to surge forth, shooting towards the distant horizon. The young divine emperor was momentarily stunned. That direction was where he had sent Mu Lingyin. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of fury erupted within the young divine emperor's mind. I am the true culprit. I am about to perish at your hands. Why do you not spare my sister? It was clearly the disciples of the Chongming sect who initiated the ambush. While we merely fought back with all our might. At that moment, neither the youthful divine emperor nor the blood hovering high above noticed a significant detail. Beneath the still hovering crimson giant hand, where the body had become a mere mass of flesh, there remained a singular bone that had not shattered. Among the carnage, all other bones had disintegrated into powder, even the larger fragments no more substantial than a fingertip. Yet this particular bone bore no fractures, its hue distinctly differing from the others. While typical bones are a ghastly white, this one shone with a luster akin to jade. This bone was none other than a vertebra. The elongated spine remained entirely intact, and it was precisely due to this bone that the youthful divine emperor's form did not splinter into pieces after transforming into a mushy mass. Within the mountains, whether from the distant Choming sect and Dongpa sect members or the lofty blood, none perceived this remarkable bone, nor did the Qing mountain cultivators rushing to encircle them, intent on preventing their Korea's escape. However, in the realm of Shenzhou, even within the divine emperor's palace, those watching the unfolding scenes were instantly drawn to the lustrous bone. In that instant, the entire world of Shenzhou seemed to fall into a hushed silence. After a long pause within the divine emperor's palace, someone murmured in bewilderment, "Is that the Dao bone? Am I mistaken?" As the words fell, the crowd awoke from their stupor. Indeed, that was the Dao bone, the legendary, innate Dao bone that exists in one among millions. Moreover, it was a vertebra. This was unheard of. In a moment, astonishment washed over everyone. The divine emperor possessed a natural Dao bone. This was one of the three most formidable innate qualities spoken of in the legends of the Shenzhou world. The innate Dao bone, the chaotic divine soul, and the 9 apertures Linglong heart. Any cultivator fortunate enough to possess one of these traits, if discovered and activated, could advance at an astonishing pace. Even the dullest mind could reach the pinnacle of sainthood, or even a half step into immortality. With even a modicum of wisdom, one could potentially enter the realm of true immortality. It could be said that anyone endowed with any one of these 3 qualities is a seed of immortality. Among the hundreds of billions of mortals and countless cultivators in the Shenzhou world today, it was unheard of for anyone to possess a Dao bone. Yet, the divine emperor did. An innate Dao bone, unparalleled talent. Chapter 34. 9 apertures Linglong heart. In that moment, countless sects within the Shenzhou world were engulfed in shock, with an unfathomable number of individuals lamenting their fate. How could this just be an image? How splendid it would be if it were reality. If their sect could discover such an unparalleled talent. At that instant, countless minds wandered into fanciful dreams. Yet, at that moment, the youthful divine emperor within the image was grappling with a life and death crisis. Many still pondered, even with an innate Dao bone, how could the divine emperor possibly survive this perilous tribulation? What resolution awaited him? A fortuitous encounter that emerged by chance? A legacy left behind by a powerful cultivator from an ancient era? A passing mighty figure? In any case, relying solely on the divine emperor himself, it seemed unlikely he could survive. Even with the innate Dao bone, the cultivation of the young divine emperor is simply too feeble. Moreover, no one has ever witnessed the innate Dao bone, nor have they heard of its capability to transcend numerous significant realms in battle. In summary, the young divine emperor is in grave peril. Within the realm of Shenzhou, the innate Dao bone, along with 2 other supreme endowments, seldom manifests. It is not that they are non-existent, but rather, they are exceedingly difficult to uncover. These 3 supreme endowments lie profoundly concealed within the depths of a mortal's being, impervious to any means of effortless detection. Even the mightiest cultivators at the pinnacle of sagehood cannot probe into them. Therefore, whether a mortal possessing such an endowment can embark on the path of cultivation is a matter of fortune. Among the hundreds of billions of mortals in Shenzhou, fewer than 1 in 1,000 may become cultivators due to various fortuitous encounters. Furthermore, even after ascending to the status of a cultivator, possessing supreme endowments does not guarantee their activation. No one truly knows what conditions are required to awaken the innate Dao bone, as well as the chaotic divine soul and the 9-orifice exquisite heart. Take the young divine emperor, for instance. Despite having reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, he was entirely unaware of the supreme Dao bone residing within him. Many cultivators may spend their entire lives without ever activating their supreme endowments, and without activation, they are tantamount to non-existent. As for the probability of activation, even if one were to calculate generously, it might merely amount to 1 in 1,000. Under the scrutiny of these 2 probabilities, a person with an innate Dao bone possesses a mere 1 in a million chance of recognizing and activating their talent. Yet, among the hundreds of billions of humanity in Shenzhou, how many can truly claim to have an innate Dao bone? In a millennium, that number will scarcely exceed 10. 10 individuals in 1,000 years, and these 10 will only have a 1 in a million probability of. A moment's reflection reveals just how exceedingly low the chances are for a supreme endowment to emerge in the realm of cultivation. Thus, not only in the present age but even throughout the annals of history spanning hundreds of thousands of years, those with supreme endowments are indeed few and far between, often relegated to the realm of legend. Now, the innate Dao bone of the young divine emperor has been unveiled. yet it remains unactivated. At this moment, the young divine emperor himself is oblivious to the innate Tao bone within him. His blood-red gaze is fixated upon the blood-condensing Taoist in the sky, an unprecedented murderous intent flooding his every thought. Even as he approaches death, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, he is driven by a frenzied desire to slay that blood-condensing Taoist. This is solely because the Taoist seeks to hunt down Mu Lingyin. Within the divine emperor's palace, tears glisten in the corners of Mu Lingyin's eyes. In this instant, she profoundly realizes that within the young divine emperor's heart, her status as a sister holds greater significance than that of the divine emperor himself. For even when facing his own demise, the divine emperor can still genuinely smile at the prospect of Mu Lingyin escaping to safety. Even as he has become a puddle of mire, he can forget his impending death when Mu Lingyin is in danger. In the vision, the young divine emperor silently roars in fury, waves of overwhelming murderous intent crashing against his remaining consciousness. A cultivator's divine soul can only begin to sprout at the nascent soul stage. Below this level, a cultivator's mental prowess is exceedingly feeble, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. At this moment, the young divine emperor's consciousness has become exceedingly hazy, with the flicker of his remaining divine sense akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Despite the suffocating intent to kill surging within him, it grows increasingly feeble. What use is such murderous intent when he himself is on the brink of death? Across the realm of Shenzhou, countless souls lament in despair. Yet, in a moment of significance, the young divine emperor, with his mouth stained in blood, expelled a stream of dark purple blood. Everyone understood that this was heart's blood. The fury that consumed him had scorched his internal organs, causing his heart meridian to rupture, leading to this expulsion. Such a phenomenon would not occur unless one was driven to the utmost extremes. The implications of this mouthful of heart's blood were profound, revealing the esteemed position that Mu Lingyin held in his heart. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Mu Lingyin's eyes. However, in the next instant, although her blurred vision obscured her sight, she was suddenly enveloped by a chorus of gasps. Hastily, she lifted her delicate hand to wipe away her tears, and upon looking up again, she was taken aback to discover that the heart's blood expelled by the young divine emperor glimmered with a resplendent array of colors. Her gaze faltered in confusion. What was this? Heart's blood should indeed possess a dark purple hue. From where did this colorful radiance originate? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was an interplay of 9 distinct colors. Though the hues were faint, they were undeniably real. In that moment, a thought surged through her mind, sending a tremor through her very essence. Was it 9 colors? 9 colored heart's blood, the 9 orifices' exquisite heart. Suddenly, within the divine emperor's palace, hundreds of cultivators turned their heads in unison to gaze at Mu Lingyin. Even cultivators from innumerable sects throughout the Shenzhou realm began to comprehend the significance and turned their attention towards the divine emperor's palace. At that instant, it felt as though the eyes of the entire world converged upon the bewildered yet incredulous face of Mu Lingyin. For 100,000 years, no one in the Shenzhou realm had known that the divine emperor possessed an innate Tao bone. Yet everyone was aware that the esteemed princess of the divine emperor's palace, Mu Lingyin, bore the 9 orifices' exquisite heart. She was the only known cultivator in this millennium who possessed one of the 3 supreme talents. The renown of Mu Lingyin's 9 orifices' exquisite heart echoed throughout the Shenzhou realm, and her current pinnacle of saintly cultivation, nearing the threshold of immortality, further attested to the might of her supreme gift. It was precisely due to Mu Lingyin's existence that the legend of the 3 supreme talents became widely known among all cultivators in the Shenzhou realm. It was this shared knowledge that led to the immediate recognition of the divine emperor's innate Tao bone when it was revealed in the vision. Yet now, all were struck by the realization of a singular truth. Previously, many had been puzzled as to why, despite Mu Lingyin possessing one of the 3 supreme talents, it was the divine emperor who ultimately achieved immortality. This question had previously found a tenuous explanation. The divine emperor, devoid of humanity, had cruelly extracted Mu Lingyin's 9 orifices' exquisite heart and drawn forth her soul's blood, thus attaining immortality. It was believed that this loss had led to Mu Lingyin's stagnation at the peak of saintly cultivation. But what of the present? This hypothesis was utterly shattered, for it became evident that the divine emperor did not require the 9 orifices' exquisite heart belonging to Mu Lingyin, for he possessed one of his own. The divine emperor, born with 2 unparalleled endowments, an innate Tao bone and a heart as exquisite as the 9 apertures, possesses a celestial talent that surpasses even that of Mu Lingyin. Thus, it is the divine emperor who ultimately ascends to immortality. In this pivotal moment, the long misunderstood question is suddenly unraveled, and countless cultivators within the realm of Shinjo experience a profound awakening, discovering the greatest secrets of the Divine Emperor Palace and the Divine Emperor himself. However, the external cultivators remain largely unfamiliar with both the Divine Emperor Palace and Mu Lingyin, leaving their conclusions merely speculative. In contrast, the hundreds of cultivators from the pavilions of heaven within the Divine Emperor's hall are exceedingly well acquainted with Mu Lingyin. They recognize that Mu Lingyin's rebellion against her brother stems from the Divine Emperor's tyrannical actions and his unimaginable cruelty towards her. First, he subjected Mu Lingyin to a millennium of torment within the infernal flames, followed by extracting her soul's blood to nourish his own spirit, and ultimately, he callously removed her exquisite heart of the 9 apertures to seize her celestial talents. These 3 heinous acts are the very foundation of Mu Lingyin's enmity towards the Divine Emperor. Yet now, 2 of these acts have been fundamentally dismantled. The extraction of soul blood. The Divine Emperor and Mu Lingyin are not even true siblings. What purpose would it serve? The notion of nourishing his own spirit collapses entirely. Seizing her innate gifts? The Divine Emperor already possesses a heart of the 9 apertures and an innate Tao bone, rendering the theft of Mu Lingyin's heart utterly unnecessary. With the rationale for such actions evaporated, it is evident that the Divine Emperor must harbor ulterior motives. At this moment, within Mu Lingyin's heart, the weight of the Divine Emperor's past cruelties and tortures, along with his inhumane persona, crumbled significantly. Coupled with the haunting memories of the Divine Emperor's actions from 100,000 years ago, Mu Lingyin's aura surged violently. The countenance of the hundreds of cultivators within the Divine Emperor's hall changed dramatically. This is dire. Even they felt the foundation of Mu Lingyin's animosity towards the Divine Emperor was crumbling, let alone Mu Lingyin herself. At this juncture, Mu Lingyin constantly teetered on the brink of submission to the Divine Emperor's authority. Instantly, all became acutely vigilant. However, at that moment, Chao Zai's eyes glinted as he hastily interjected. You need not be perplexed, for in my view, the Divine Emperor's extraction of the princess's soul blood and the removal of her 9 apertures heart is quite straightforward. Although it is not for his own enhancement, I believe the Divine Emperor wishes to prevent another immortal from arising in this world. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and Mu Lingyin, with tears brimming in her eyes, cast a frigid glare in his direction. With a flourish, Chao Zai opened his folding fan, exuding an air of elegance, shaking his head with a bitter smile, as if to express disdain for the Divine Emperor's character. If there were to exist someone capable of rivaling the Divine Emperor, how could he maintain his dominion over the world? How could he wreak havoc upon existence? How could he act with impunity? The assembly suddenly grasped the implications, furtively observing Mu Lingyin's expression. To them, this explanation seemed to be the sole truth. Surely, Mu Lingyin would accept it. Yet, they soon witnessed her countenance freeze into a frigid glare. She coldly fixed her gaze upon Chao Zai and spoke with indifference. You underestimate the noble heart of my brother, the Divine Emperor. Chao Zai's expression immediately stiffened. Just a few hours ago, did you not vehemently denounce the Divine Emperor's regressive actions? Yet now, after a brief glance at the imagery, your stance has dramatically shifted. How fickle you have become. Before Chao Zai could even muster a rebuttal, a chilling voice resonated from the void, imbued with an enchanting allure and laced with a mocking undertone. This voice was exceedingly gentle, akin to a spring breeze caressing one's face, evoking an insatiable stir of emotions within the heart. However, in the next moment, the expressions of those present in the Divine Emperor's hall shifted dramatically. It is worth noting that each individual here possesses at least the cultivation of a true immortal, with many being formidable figures of the great Tao or even saints. Yet, even these mighty cultivators found their composure wavering upon hearing that voice, underscoring the terrifying prowess of its owner. At the forefront of the crowd, Chao Zai's face flushed slightly, his gesture of fanning himself momentarily pausing. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous feelings within him, returning to a state of normalcy, before breaking into a joyful smile in the void. A dark rift rent the fabric of space, through which a captivating figure gradually materialized before the eyes of all. Upon sighting this figure, many in the crowd exhaled in relief, yet a greater number felt an instinctive wariness arise. For this individual, no, the entity before them was not a human cultivator, but a being of the demon race. The Demon Queen, sovereign of all demons, ruler of the vast territory of the 10,000 demons nation that occupies nearly a third of the divine land's western expanse, descended from the ancient divine beast lineage. The 9-tailed celestial fox, none other than Qing Xianji. Since time immemorial, the enmity between humans and demons has persisted, marked by relentless bloodshed, and for hundreds of thousands of years, true peace has never been achieved. Humanity, lured by the treasures of the demon race, has perpetuated a cycle of conflict, while the demons harbor resentment towards humans for claiming the most affluent territories. The animosity has accumulated over generations, rendering any hope of resolution utterly unattainable. As the demon queen and the current leader of her race, Qing Xianji possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, her cultivation reaching the pinnacle of sainthood, merely a hair's breadth from immortality. Among those gathered, only a select few, including Chao Zhe, stand as equals to Qing Xianji, while the others remain acutely wary of her presence. Nevertheless, no one dares to openly display hostility towards her, for they are allies. Indeed, under Qing Xianji's leadership, the demon race has united with the Alliance of Heaven to jointly confront the Divine Emperor, who has wrought havoc upon countless demons over the past 100,000 years, becoming their greatest foe. At this moment, with Qing Xianji's appearance, Chao Zhe stepped forward first, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting, courteously expressing, "Sister Yi, you have come as well." Qing Xianji cast a glance at Chao Zhe, her gentle smile eliciting a deeper flush upon his cheeks, causing him to shyly avert his gaze. This woman, to men across the world, is akin to the most potent poison. The nine-tailed celestial fox, naturally gifted in seduction, coupled with Qing Xianji's unparalleled beauty, radiates an irresistible charm that captivates anyone fortunate enough to behold her. However, Chao Zhe had long been acquainted with Qing Xianji. In the past, he had inadvertently trespassed into the realm of the demon tribe, where he fortuitously met Qing Xianji. Subsequently, he received her assistance, which helped him surmount several obstacles and challenges in his cultivation. Furthermore, with Chao Zhe's current prowess now comparable to that of Qing Xianji, their reunion would not entail the formalities of addressing her as a senior, but rather as Sister Yi, signifying a sense of intimacy. The reason for such an address lies in Qing Xianji's true name, Yi Qingxian. Upon witnessing the exchange of greetings between Chao Zhe and Yi Qingxian, the others hesitated briefly before bowing in acknowledgement. Yet, Yi Qingxian paid no heed to those around her. Instead, she cast a cold smile toward Mu Lingyin, her voice soft yet mocking. "This KSK, is that not the noble Princess Chong? Just look at this tear-streaked visage. Even I, as your sister, feel a pang of sympathy. However, I cannot fathom how that brutal, unyielding, and merciless scoundrel of a divine emperor has suddenly transformed into a gentleman in your eyes. Could it be that after enduring torment at his hands for so long, you have developed a taste for suffering?" Chapter 36. The tricolor convergence. As soon as Yi Qingxian's words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew markedly tense. Mu Lingyin's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she coldly locked gazes with Qing Xianji, the aura emanating from both women escalating, as if they were on the verge of a life-and-death struggle. Just then, a startled exclamation broke the tension, emanating from within the crowd. "Lin Gang. What is that?" Everyone was taken aback, hastily turning their attention to the image. Even Yi Qingxian involuntarily looked up in the image. The nine-colored heart's blood cascaded onto the figure of the young divine emperor, and unbeknownst to all, it had stained the resplendent, jade-like innate Dao bone. Originally merely a uniquely colored innate Dao bone, it now shimmered faintly with a luminous glow after being tainted by the nine-colored heart's blood, exuding an indescribably ancient and majestic aura, as if it were gradually awakening. However, at that moment, amidst the dispute within the divine emperor's palace, no one noticed the transformation of the innate Dao bone. Yet, in the next instant, the white jade light upon the innate Dao bone flickered violently, and a surge of formidable vitality erupted forth, flooding into the young divine emperor's limbs and bones. Then, the young divine emperor abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, Lin Gang, casually glancing around, was taken aback to see the young divine emperor awakening. He then witnessed the young divine emperor, his crimson eyes ablaze with a frenzied intensity, grasping at the source of the life force that had revived him. He was unaware of what had saved him, but he understood that whatever had yanked him back from the brink of death possessed immense power. To counter the blood condensation Taoist, he had no other means but to seize what lay behind him. Though that overwhelming vitality was rapidly mending the divine emperor's body and gradually restoring his human form, it would still require some time. Before complete recovery, the extra skeletal formations on his body remained exposed, including the Dao bone. With a fierce determination, the young divine emperor grasped his own spine and, with a deafening roar, violently tore it from his body. Crack, crack, crack. The human spine serves as the central axis of the entire skeletal structure, connecting numerous bones such as the ribs and cervical vertebrae. A single disturbance can affect the whole body. Should the spine fracture, paralysis would ensue, rendering the individual immobile. It is, indeed, the fundamental pillar of human movement. Yet, in that moment, the youthful divine emperor resolutely extracted his own spine. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, a long, segmental and pristine white vertebra was grasped firmly in his hand. Strangely, despite having extracted his spine, and even though he should have been mortally wounded, the young divine emperor appeared oblivious to his condition. Clutching the blood-soaked vertebra, he did not spare it a glance, instead striking fiercely at the blood-colored giant hand that loomed before him. It was this shocking scene that elicited Lin's exclamation, drawing the attention of others. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. The scene could only be described with one word: harrowing. At this moment, the young divine emperor was utterly willing to forsake his life. He felt no pain. His mind was consumed by a single obsession: to thwart the blood coagulation master. In the next instant, all present watched in astonishment as the immaculate vertebra, with a resounding slap, struck the formidable blood-colored hand. It was akin to piercing a balloon. There was no cataclysmic clash, no thunderous explosion. Only a soft pop echoed, and the once unstoppable blood-colored hand shattered, vanishing without a trace, as if it had melted away upon contact with a hot iron. High above, the blood coagulation master and all those observing the scene in the divine realm were left speechless. The innate bone of the Tao, could it truly be this powerful? Yet, despite its might, even if it could serve as an unparalleled treasure capable of dismantling all divine powers, it was still merely a vertebra. Under the influence of an overwhelming obsession, the young divine emperor achieved this remarkable feat, but in the next moment, his vitality plummeted like a steep cliff. Just moments ago, he had seemed divinely aided in shattering the blood-colored hand, yet now he was on the brink of extinction, his life force waning. Nevertheless, he maintained his bloodshot gaze, filled with murderous intent, fixed upon the blood coagulation master above. In the heights, the blood coagulation master felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes riveted on the gradually fading, almost illusory vertebra in the young divine emperor's grip. Just moments ago, it had been a tangible piece of bone. Why did it now appear ethereal? And whose vertebra was that? It could not possibly belong to the insignificant figure below. How could one extract their spine and still retain the ability to act? Thoughts raced through the blood coagulation master's mind as he pondered these questions. At that very moment, a brilliant burst of nine-colored radiance erupted. The term nine-colored refers to the spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. Previously, the young divine emperor's heart's blood had contained such hues. However, this time, the eruption of colors was exceptionally intense, momentarily dazzling even the blood coagulation master. Yet, this nine-colored brilliance lasted but an instant before being replaced by a soft, milky glow, followed closely by a dull, grayish hue. In the span of a single breath, 3 colors flickered in succession. By the time everyone regained their senses and could discern the young divine emperor beneath the radiant glow, they were utterly astounded. For the youth, who had moments ago been bloodied and on the brink of death, now appeared completely unscathed, his consciousness restored, and his gaze had transformed into one of calm resolve. Yet, within the depths of his eyes lingered a hint of perplexity, for even he was unaware of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. All he knew was that his mind had momentarily blurred, and then his injuries had healed entirely, as if he had never been wounded, leaving only a sense of mental fatigue. However, this was not the time for reflection. With formidable foes looming, the young divine emperor turned without hesitation, his figure plunging into the thicket as he sped away in the predetermined direction of escape. The blood furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation over the bizarre scene that had just unfolded. This young man is peculiar. Could it be a form of elixir? Or perhaps a life-preserving artifact? And what of that segment of spine? Wait, where is he? As the blood muttered to himself, he casually swept his consciousness, intending to lock onto the young divine emperor and apprehend him. Yet, in that moment, he was taken aback to discover that he could no longer trace the young divine emperor's whereabouts. A cultivator of the out-of-body realm, whose primordial spirit could attach to consciousness and even exist apart from the body, wielded a formidable mental force capable of sweeping across a radius of 10,000 meters with ease. The young divine emperor was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly vanish over dozens of miles in such a brief interval? The blood expression turned grave, as he found himself confronted with a singular explanation. His mental probe had failed. Chapter 37. A chase and a flight, though cultivators possess formidable mental prowess, akin to the methods of celestial beings, it is not infallible. Certain techniques that can conceal one's aura, innate talents, or even unique racial abilities among the demon clans can evade the scrutiny of a cultivator's mental search. However, this relies on a crucial premise. Cultivation level, a nascent chi cultivator could never escape the mental scanning of a great master at the nascent soul or even the divine transformation stage due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Even celestial arts could not bridge such a significant gap to perfectly mask one's aura. Typically, techniques for concealing aura are effective only among those of the same realm. Even advanced techniques, or those created by immortal beings, can only conceal one's presence across two major realms. The chasm between foundation establishment and out-of-body is simply too great, for entire realms apart. Such a profound difference renders it nearly impossible for mental scans to fail. At this moment, the blood gaze was filled with confusion. He was certain that just a moment ago, the young divine emperor was still at the foundation establishment stage. He had not advanced, and even if he had achieved the core formation stage, the current situation defied logic. Yet, his mental probe could not locate the young divine emperor. In an instant, the blood's countenance grew solemn. Faced with this predicament, he could only surmise one possibility. Someone was aiding his adversary. Only cultivators whose abilities are comparable to his own, or those who are merely two realms below him, could assist the young divine emperor in concealing his aura, thus evading his mental scan. Undoubtedly, a mysterious individual lurks in the shadows. Could it be possible that this enigmatic figure surpasses him in cultivation? After much contemplation, the blood shook his head, dismissing this possibility. If the other party's cultivation were indeed superior, they could effortlessly subdue him and leisurely escort the young divine emperor away, without the need for such furtive tactics. With this thought, the blood let out a cold smile and, like a bolt of lightning, plunged into the forest below, pursuing the direction in which the young divine emperor had departed. Although his mental scan proved ineffective, the blood was a cultivator of the out-of-body realm. While he could not locate the young divine emperor, he could certainly trace the faint clues left by the young divine emperor and that mysterious individual as they made their escape. Under the pressure of his pursuit, they would have no time to erase these traces. By following the clues, he was bound to find them. The only hindrance was the slight reduction in his speed. In the realm of Shenzhou, countless cultivators surmised the thoughts of the blood, yet they merely smiled derisively. For they could clearly observe that amidst the thickets, the young divine emperor had already reached the location of Mu Lingyin within this brief span of time, lifting the unconscious Mu Lingyin onto his back and continuing towards the main vein of the Heyun mountain range, his pace hardly slower than that of the blood. Despite the considerable disparity in their cultivation levels, the young divine emperor, while carrying another person and striving to conceal his whereabouts, managed to maintain a speed comparable to that of the blood. This was due to the young divine emperor having lived in these deep mountains for far too long. The forest felt as familiar to him as home, while the blood could indeed charge recklessly due to his cultivation. The complex terrain of the forest considerably slowed him down in this ebb and flow. It was no simple task for the blood to catch up with the young divine emperor. The two raced through the depths of the mountains like streaks of lightning, gradually distancing themselves from the ruins of the Dangpa sect. The sounds of battle emanating from that direction diminished steadily until they eventually faded away, suggesting that the members of the Dangpa sect had likely met their demise. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. A flicker of anger and impatience appeared on the blood's face. For a full 2 hours, he had not even caught a glimpse of the young divine emperor. Those watching the footage in the realm of Shenzhou knew that during these 2 hours, the distance between the young divine emperor and the blood had changed little. Just as countless mortals believed that the young divine emperor might escape this predicament. The footage revealed the blood, smiling coldly, his expression cruel and menacing. "Run. I shall see how long you can keep this up. With merely foundation establishment level cultivation, I do not believe you can sustain this pace indefinitely. Once we reach the depths of the Heyun mountain range, teeming with monstrous beasts, even if I do not intervene, you shall not survive." This murmured declaration instantly roused countless mortals from their stupor. Indeed, the young divine emperor's cultivation was far too low. Even disregarding the peril posed by the beasts in the deep mountains, in this game of chase, the young divine emperor would eventually exhaust his spiritual energy and slow down. At that moment, the distance between them, which was already not great, would be swiftly closed by the blood. How could this predicament be resolved? In a fleeting moment, even the cultivators of the divine continent found themselves frowning slightly. They were not particularly hopeful that the divine emperor could escape. Indeed, The majority of cultivators within the divine continent harbored discontent towards him, perceiving him primarily as a figure of brutality and cruelty. However, after observing the footage over this period, a few individuals began to admire, and even sympathize with, the divine emperor. For many others, their fascination stemmed more from being engrossed in the imagery, contemplating how they might navigate such a predicament themselves. It was as if they were attending a survival course in the realm of cultivation, eager to glean practical strategies from the divine emperor's plight. Among the countless cultivators in the divine continent, perhaps only a select few genuinely wished for the divine emperor's escape, including Mu Lingyi. At this moment, Mu Lingyi no longer harbored the intense hatred for the divine emperor that she had felt prior to the onset of the footage. She even yearned for the opportunity to converse with the divine emperor, currently sealed within the chaos furnace. She sought to understand whether the torment he had inflicted upon her over the past 100 millennia was truly motivated by deeper circumstances. In the imagery, the youthful divine emperor's complexion gradually paled, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him weakened significantly, indicating that he had already expended a considerable portion of his energy. If this continued, it would likely take no more than half an hour for his spiritual energy to be completely depleted, rendering him incapable of evading the pursuit of the blood condensation Taoist. Even while fleeing, the young divine emperor could distinctly sense a palpable aura of murderous intent locked onto him from a distance of 20 miles. The overwhelming scent of blood confirmed his suspicion that it could only belong to the blood condensation Taoist. Thus, he could not afford to pause. If he were to stop, not only would he perish, but Mu Lingyi behind him would also meet her demise. Throughout his flight, the youthful divine emperor's objective appeared remarkably clear, his gaze exceptionally composed, as if he had already devised a plan regarding his escape route. Yet, what perplexed the multitude of viewers was that he was heading deeper into the Heyoon mountain range. Now, after 2 hours, he had already penetrated the main vein of the Heyoon mountain range. At this pace, in another half hour, he would plunge headlong into the lair of countless demonic beasts. The outermost region of the Heyoon mountain range was devoid of demonic beasts, as it was too close to the human world, where cultivators often roamed. The beasts, dwelling in the depths of the mountains, were focused on cultivation and gathering strength, refraining from taking reckless risks. Therefore, the deeper one ventured, the more demonic beasts would abound. If the youthful divine emperor were to charge into the heart of the mountain range, teeming with ferocious beasts, how could his meager foundation-level cultivation ensure his survival? This was the Heyoon mountain range, one of the most perilous places in the divine continent, where even powerful beings at the sage level would hesitate to tread without caution. For within the deepest recesses of the Heyoon mountain range, formidable beasts of the sage realm existed. For instance, the Kuei-nyo, which the youthful divine emperor had witnessed firsthand years ago, was one such creature. The Kuei-nyo had been lured out from the depths of the Heyoon mountain range by Mu Juchio, and in those depths, it was not the only sacred beast to be found. In such a treacherous locale, bordering on the realm of despair, the youthful divine emperor seemed utterly unperturbed, resolutely determined to plunge into the fray. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had already elapsed in the imagery. Within the embrace of the towering mountains and dense jungles, traces of monstrous beasts had begun to manifest. For instance, there were droppings that were clearly not left by ordinary wildlife. As the young divine emperor ventured into this realm, his pace gradually decelerated. The spiritual energy within him was nearing depletion. Moreover, in this perilous domain where a mere encounter with a beast could spell his demise, the young divine emperor dared not accelerate. He needed to meticulously observe his surroundings. At the slightest hint of a beast's presence, he would promptly change course to evade any potential danger. If one were to gaze down from the heights above, they would discern that the young divine emperor, seemingly aided by divine forces, navigated with remarkable finesse. Although his speed had significantly diminished, he adeptly skirted around the territories of every beast, weaving through narrow passages. Despite the convoluted path he took, he drew no attention from any of the creatures. In stark contrast, the blood, upon entering this area, encountered 3 beasts within the span of a mere break. Fortunately, these 3 beasts possessed relatively low cultivation, 2 at the foundation establishment stage and 1 at the peak of the core formation stage. After the blood swiftly dispatched them, his speed remained unaffected. The distance between the two had begun to dwindle. Initially, the young divine emperor had gained a head start, extending the gap to nearly 20 miles. Yet now, in the brief span of a break, the distance had shrunk to just 10 miles. As the gap closed, countless individuals in the divine land were filled with trepidation, not out of concern for the young divine emperor, but rather as if they were spectators in a gripping cinematic experience, their hearts entwined with the characters' fates. Amidst the forest, the young divine emperor's breaths grew labored. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy had completely dissipated moments ago. He had exhausted his last vestige of power. The still sleeping Mu Lingyin weighed heavily upon him, akin to a mountain, while his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Yet, each step he took remained resolute. Fatigue was but an old acquaintance. The young divine emperor turned his head, his gaze cold and composed, casting a fleeting glance toward the direction behind him, where the trees swayed like waves. He understood that it was the blood recklessly charging through the thicket. Less than 10 miles remained. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the young divine emperor felt no anxiety or panic. After a mere glance, he promptly turned back, his gaze scanning like a meticulous scanner, absorbing every detail before swiftly analyzing and determining his path, all the while maintaining an unbroken stride. Moments later, a cruel glint of murderous intent surfaced on the blood face. He had caught sight of the young divine emperor's shadow ahead. Although the shadow flickered and vanished from his view in the next instant, the mere sight of it signified that they were now perilously close. If he continued the chase, it would not be long before. Just as this thought crystallized, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted in his ears. A long shadow lunged towards the blood with blinding speed. His pupils constricted, and in his fury, he could only halt his advance. His fingers poised like blades, pointing menacingly ahead. It was a small serpent, entirely enveloped in a vivid crimson hue, measuring barely 3 feet in length. The creature's head bore 2 prominent protrusions, and its hissing was as swift as a tempest. In a flash of red light, the little serpent was struck and sent flying by the blood, yet it defiantly halted midair. The blood was momentarily taken aback. Upon discerning the protrusions atop the serpent's head, a sense of vigilance surged within him. This crimson serpent was, astonishingly, a fiery serpent at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. While fiery serpents themselves are not particularly rare, a typical specimen possesses only the cultivation of the core formation stage, and is imbued with lethal venom, deterring even the most casual encounters with Yuan-ing stage beasts. The serpent's gallbladder and demonic core are endowed with commendable efficacy, and its venom, known as fiery venom, is a rare substance indeed. Had this been an ordinary fiery serpent, the blood could have effortlessly reduced it to a mere pulp with a flick of his hand. Even a single bite from such a serpent would be of little consequence. Yet, this particular fiery serpent commanded his utmost respect. It had evidently transcended its limitations, its cultivation unfathomably honed over an unknown span of time, and now stood at the apex of the transformation stage. Once it breaks through to the out-of-body stage, the protrusions on its head would transform into 2 dragon-like horns. However, this does not imply that the fiery serpent could metamorphose into a dragon. It would merely become a dragon-like creature, a serpent of the out-of-body realm. Nevertheless, the current fiery serpent was not yet so formidable yet, who could ascertain whether the fiery venom posed a threat to the blood. A practitioner of the out-of-body stage, he could not afford to be bitten. With this thought in mind, the blood ceased to conceal his prowess. With a sweeping gesture, a massive skull materialized from thin air, shrouded in swirling black smoke, exuding a foul odor that engulfed the surroundings, and then lunged toward the fiery serpent. This was the blood's treasured artifact, the bone transformation skull. The black smoke emanating from the skull could corrode even artifacts. Should the transformation stage fiery serpent find itself enveloped in this black mist, its demise would be inevitable. However, as a creature of venom, the fiery serpent might possess some resistance to the bone transformation poison, perhaps enduring for a brief moment. The blood was unwilling to allow this creature to impede his arduous pursuit of the young divine emperor. Thus, as the bone transformation skull lunged forth, he further activated his cultivation technique, sending forth a series of faint, illusory figures, shrieking with a chilling wail as they assailed the fiery serpent. These were vengeful spirits. The blood himself transformed into a vast sea of blood, stretching over a radius of several meters, where thick, rancid miasma billowed forth, bubbling with seething, boiling blood, a veritable display of his capabilities. Yet, after merely 3 breaths, the presence of the fiery serpent had entirely dissipated, with its gallbladder and demonic core falling into the hands of the blood. Though it may seem lengthy to recount, in reality, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. Having slain the fiery serpent, the blood unhesitatingly continued his pursuit ahead. However, just a few breaths later, he abruptly halted. For before him, amidst a thicket, stood the young divine emperor, bearing the unconscious Mu Lingyin upon his back, unmistakably awaiting him. Chapter 39. The most unassuming trump card. The Blood's gaze sharpened, his eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Though he had determined throughout this relentless chase that the mysterious guardian of the young divine emperor was likely weaker than himself, the latter's ability to conceal his presence was formidable. Should he lurk in the shadows and launch a surprise attack, the Blood could very well find himself at a disadvantage. After observing for a moment, the Blood discerned no trace of the mysterious figure and turned his cold gaze towards the young divine emperor, who replied with a chilling smile, "You possess remarkable audacity. Do you believe that by waiting here, protected by someone, you can ensure your survival?" The young divine emperor raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that the Blood had misunderstood the situation. Although he was unaware of how he managed to conceal himself from the Blood mental scanning, he was acutely aware that without any protection, his survival depended solely on his own capabilities. However, since the other party was mistaken, there was no need for him to clarify. Instead, he took a moment to compose himself and then smiled brightly. "After pursuing me for so long, aren't you weary?" The Blood snorted dismissively, retorting, "It is merely a few hundred miles, a frog at the bottom of a well." As a practitioner of the out-of-body realm, traversing through the forest for a few hours was trivial for the Blood. The young divine emperor merely chuckled, "I am somewhat fatigued. Yet it appears you have no intention of letting us go. In that case, let us wager and see who can survive." The Blood scoffed, his gaze towards the young divine emperor laced with disdain. Did this lad truly believe he would perish, just because of the mysterious figure backing him? Without further ado, the Blood flipped his palm, and a faint green flame surged forth from his hand. Though it was fire, it was chillingly cold. This was one of the highest level techniques of the power of this flame, wielded by the Blood, was formidable, rivaling even the artifacts of the out-of-body realm. Yet the young divine emperor seemed entirely oblivious to the flame, instead murmuring to himself with a smile, "Today's harvest has been substantial. I have encountered practitioners and beasts of various realms, allowing me to make a rough assessment of their levels. Therefore, may I inquire, esteemed elder, if two practitioners even stronger than you could possibly hinder you, could they slay you?" As the words left his lips, the young divine emperor erupted into hearty laughter, suddenly leaning back, while simultaneously, a stone shot from his hand towards the distant right. The Blood was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the young divine emperor's words. However, within the divine emperor's palace, Chao Zhe and the others quickly grasped the implication. The young divine emperor had previously lived in a remote village, never having encountered a practitioner above the foundation establishment stage. The formidable Li Gu had been his first encounter with a core formation practitioner. Having never seen higher-level cultivators, he was unaware of the varying intensities of aura among practitioners at different stages. Before today, when he encountered advanced practitioners, his only assessment was that they were stronger than himself, but to what extent, he could not fathom. Yet within the Dongpa sect, having learned about the realms of the four most powerful individuals, and through the course of his escape, having witnessed countless beasts, each with their unique auras and varying strengths, the young divine emperor had finally acquired the ability to estimate the general power of higher-level practitioners and beasts. Before him stood the Blood, a practitioner of the out-of-body realm, marking a significant gap of 4 major levels from his own peak foundation establishment stage. Along his previous journey, he had encountered various demonic beasts at every stage, from the golden core to the spirit transformation, and had naturally learned to distinguish the distinct auras of these different realms. Such knowledge is commonplace among the majority of ordinary cultivators in the realm of cultivation. Even low-level scattered cultivators could achieve this understanding over time. However, this knowledge proved to be of little use. If there were no connection, the high cultivation of an opponent would bear no relevance to him. Yet if that opponent were an enemy, their superior cultivation would undoubtedly seal his fate. There would be no room for doubt. What could a foundation establishment cultivator achieve upon realizing that his adversary was at the out-of-body realm? Could he possibly transcend 4 major levels to vanquish them? Such an idea was utterly preposterous. Yet, the young divine emperor regarded this as his trump card. It was precisely for this reason that the Blood found himself somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom where the young divine emperor's confidence and audacity stemmed from. 2 demonic beasts of a higher cultivation than his own. What a farce! Though they had been engaged in a chase for several hours, they were still not deep within the Heyun mountain range, merely skirting its periphery. While the number of demonic beasts was considerable, the appearance of a single spirit transformation realm scarlet flame serpent was already a rare occurrence. How could there possibly be? Just as this thought flickered through the Blood's mind, 2 fierce auras suddenly intruded upon the range of his spiritual awareness. He froze momentarily, only to have his expression shift dramatically. This was the aura of two demonic beasts at the divine ability realm. Impossible. How could there be divine ability realm beasts here? The blood let out a shrill, piercing cry, his countenance filled with terror as he instinctively retreated. Flee. One divine ability realm beast could claim his life. Two would surely spell his doom. As he fled, the blood waved his arms repeatedly, unleashing vast clouds of black mist, from which countless vengeful spirits, skeletons, and living corpses cascaded to the ground, hidden within the thick fog, their roars echoing incessantly. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was enveloped in black mist, and the figure of the blood became completely concealed within its depths as he dashed away into the distance. At that moment, two crimson figures soared through the air, their trajectory unmistakably directed toward the very spot where the young divine emperor had just flung a stone. To his astonishment, those two crimson forms were none other than the two scarlet flame serpents. However, these serpents each exceeded 10 meters in length, adorned with fearsome horns upon their heads. This was no longer a mere scarlet flame serpent. They were unmistakably scarlet flame dragons. It was only at this juncture that the blood realized that the previous scarlet flame serpent was merely the offspring of these two formidable creatures. This is disastrous. The blood's expression darkened to an extreme. Having slain that spirit transformation realm scarlet flame serpent, these two scarlet flame dragons would certainly not let him off easily. Repelling them was no longer an option, only a struggle for survival remained. With this thought, the vast clouds of black mist surged and expanded, enveloping an ever-widening area. Within the territory of the black mist, the blood maintained control, distinctly sensing that within the span of several kilometers of darkness, alongside the two scarlet flame dragons, there were dozens of other demonic beasts of varying cultivations, as well as two faint human presences. Those were none other than the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin. Yet, at this moment, the blood could no longer afford to pursue the young divine emperor. He could only focus on escaping for his life. In the heart of the jungle, the frenzied roars of the scarlet flame serpent echoed, accompanied by the thunderous clashes and the permeating black mist, as vengeful spirits erupted with a deafening blast. Half an hour later, miles away, the young divine emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood, his face ashen, casting a fleeting glance back towards the direction he had come from, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Truly relentless. Chapter 40. The forbidden zone of life. At this juncture, the young divine emperor found himself in a state of utter weakness. The black mist he had encountered was evidently the hidden card of the blood condensation Taoist. Although the Taoist was unable to confront him directly while he was enveloped in the mist, its very essence harbored a potent toxin, which, even through mere contact, inflicted severe poisoning upon the young divine emperor. Fortunately, after escaping the black mist, he managed to find a secluded spot to tend to his wounds. Seizing the opportunity while the blood condensation Taoist was in retreat, he was able to expel a portion of the poison, thus narrowly avoiding immediate death. However, he had not anticipated that, despite being pursued by two scarlet flame serpents of the divine passage realm, the blood condensation Taoist would somehow evade capture and turn back to continue the chase. As for the two scarlet flame serpents, they had already lost their target and wandered off into the distance. At this moment, although the blood condensation Taoist was considerably injured, he remained steadfast, trailing the young divine emperor from a distance of several miles, relentlessly pursuing him. If he continued to flee forward, he would inevitably plunge deeper into the depths of the Hayun mountain range, where even beasts of the divine passage realm were not uncommon, and there might even be entities of greater strength. In the presence of such beings, the young divine emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to conceal himself, as he could not even detect the aura of beasts that transcended the divine passage realm. Within the deepest recesses of the Hayun mountain range, it was effectively a dead end for a foundational cultivator like him. Yet, he had no choice. Stopping was equally fatal. After a bitter smile, the young divine emperor hesitated not, carrying Mu Lingyin upon his back, and pressed onward, as they ventured into this domain. Even the speed of the blood condensation Taoist had significantly slowed. He no longer dared to charge recklessly as before. The two figures, one in pursuit of the other, resembled phantoms, advancing in eerie silence and at a sluggish pace. At that moment, the blood condensation Taoist was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. That wretched boy ahead was utterly detestable, deserving of death. Yet, he was a target mandated for extermination by the sect. If he failed to eliminate him and instead sought to extract his soul and refine his essence, he would not dare return to the sect. But that boy was as slippery as an eel, and despite the prolonged pursuit, he remained just out of reach. 2 days later, in the jungle, the expression of the blood condensation Taoist had darkened to its utmost severity. Concealed within a hollow of a tree, he strained to suppress his aura, daring not to move. Merely hundreds of meters away, a bear of colossal proportions lay sprawled in a hollow, soundly asleep. That was undeniably a true celestial beast. Were it not for the creature's slumber, he could never hope to hide before it. Yet now, any movement on his part could potentially rouse the massive bear. Cursed be that infernal boy! The blood condensation Taoist cursed incessantly. The very reason he found himself ensnared in this predicament was that the deeper he ventured into the Heyoon mountain range, the greater the advantage of that boy became. The observational prowess and judgment of the young divine emperor far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. In such an extraordinarily complex and perilous environment, the young divine emperor not only managed to preserve his own safety but also contrived traps in a counteroffensive manner. It was previously due to the deceitful machinations of the young divine emperor, who fabricated subtle traces to mislead the blood to this location, that the latter inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the mystical black bear, becoming ensnared here for nearly an hour, from a distance. At the halfway point of the mountain, a considerable distance of several dozen miles away, the young divine emperor cast a cold glance in the direction of the blood, yet he felt no sense of triumph. It is not so easy to extinguish a practitioner of the out-of-body realm. Despite the countless traps the young divine emperor had meticulously laid, his adversary consistently managed to escape death and pursue him once more. Over the course of more than 2 days, the two had ventured deep into the heart of the Heyoon mountain range, where the young divine emperor also found his progress increasingly burdensome. Fortunately, with the blood now caught in a trap, he was afforded a brief respite to recuperate somewhat. Casting a worried glance at the figure of Mu Lingyin behind him, the young divine emperor rose to descend the mountain. During these 2 days, although Mu Lingyin's aura had considerably recovered, the earlier exertions of the young divine emperor to distance her had been excessively forceful, leaving her with significant injuries, albeit not life-threatening. Judging by the intensity of her aura, she should be on the verge of awakening. Just then, several dozen miles away, the blood began to inch his way out of the black bear's domain, continuing his pursuit. Meanwhile, Mu Lingyin behind the young divine emperor let out a soft moan, her slightly bewildered eyes fluttering open. Realizing she was resting on the back of the young divine emperor, she attempted to speak. The young divine emperor hastily gestured for her to remain silent and to refrain from any sudden movements. This area was fraught with peril, and any sound could potentially attract formidable and unimaginable beasts. Mu Lingyin's heart raced. Just as she was lost in confusion, a colossal eagle, its wingspan extending hundreds of meters and nearly blotting out the sun, soared past overhead. The aura of that giant eagle was unmistakably that of a transcendent being. At the very least in the realm of tribulation, Mu Lingyin's pupils constricted, and she instinctively covered her mouth in fear. She realized where they were, deep within the Heyoon mountain range. The young divine emperor silently conveyed several hand signals to her. Having relied upon each other for many years, Mu Lingyin quickly comprehended their current predicament. They were trapped in a dire situation, with an out-of-body realm master relentlessly pursuing them from behind. The fear nearly brought Mu Lingyin to tears, yet the presence of the young divine emperor provided some semblance of calm. Despite her injuries, now that she had awakened, she could channel her spiritual energy to heal herself and still manage to move. However, the young divine emperor was reluctant to allow her to walk independently in this perilous place. He could ensure that he left no trace and skillfully evade the territories of most beasts, but Mu Lingyin could not. A single misstep could lead to death. Fortunately, while she still needed to be carried, Mu Lingyin could transfer her internal spiritual energy to the young divine emperor, aiding his recovery and alleviating his previous plight. Thus, the brother and sister traversed this treacherous landscape, their steps faltering yet determined to press onward. No one could accurately count the myriad dangers they encountered along the way. Even those in the Shinjo world, observing through countless images with a godlike perspective, could not tally them all. Many perils went unnoticed, overlooked entirely, yet every one of those threats was expertly evaded by the young divine emperor, who was deeply entrenched in the fray. Even the circumstances of these siblings are considerably better than those of the blood-condensing Taoist from the out-of-body realm. The disparity in cultivation is so immense that the young divine emperor can achieve feats beyond the reach of the blood-condensing Taoist. The meticulousness of his insight, the astuteness of his mind, and his cautiousness create a chasm that seems insurmountable. The Heyoon mountain range stretches an impressive 700,000 miles from east to west, making it the largest mountain range in the Divine Land. Moreover, It extends 200,000 miles from north to south. Like a slender barrier, it serves as a natural fortress for the northern regions of the Divine Land. For countless millennia, few have managed to traverse the Heyoon mountain range from south to north to reach the extreme north. This is due to the increasing peril found deeper within the mountain range as one ventures northward. Furthermore, should one truly manage to cross the Heyoon mountain range, the outcome is invariably fatal. For beyond the Heyoon mountain range lies the legendary extreme north snowfield, a place few have actually witnessed and even fewer dare to enter. If the Heyoon mountain range is one of the perilous territories of the Divine Land, then the extreme north snowfield is a veritable forbidden zone of life. There, the dangers may not surpass those of the Heyoon mountain range, yet remaining in the extreme north snowfield, no matter how formidable one's cultivation, merely prolongs the inevitable. This is because the extreme north snowfield is devoid of spiritual energy, a realm where the essence of life is frozen, enveloped in an expanse of ice and snow, with naught else to be found. And now, after nearly a month of relentless pursuit, they find themselves just hundreds of miles away from the northernmost end of the Heyoon mountain range. Beyond that lies the extreme north snowfield. Chapter 41. No choice in the realm between heaven and earth. A blanket of silver envelopes the landscape, presenting a scene of pure white, as far as the eye can see. It appears as though a stark division has emerged. To the south, dark mountains embrace lush green forests, while to the north, an unbroken expanse of snow prevails, devoid of any other colors. The line of separation is marked by the peaks at the northernmost end of the Heyoon mountain range. These peaks stand side by side, though winding, they are continuous. Crossing this line leads one into the extreme north snowfield. This is a remarkable phenomenon shaped by the forces of nature. Remarkable not only for its scenery but also for its temperature and atmosphere. Within the Heyoon mountain range, one can still feel warmth and humidity, the air rich with the scents of flora and fauna. Yet, once that step is taken, just a single step, all scents vanish, and all warmth dissipates. This step signifies the crossing between two worlds. The moment the young divine emperor crosses the boundary of the Heyoon mountain range, his body shudders violently. Even as a foundational cultivator, the instant he steps forward, he feels as though he has been frozen solid. Indeed, frozen solid, for even at the very edge of the extreme north snowfield, the temperature has plummeted to several degrees below zero. Moreover, with each step forward, the temperature descends further, until it reaches a point where even spiritual energy is rendered inert. Even a sage-level powerhouse cannot linger indefinitely in a place devoid of spiritual energy. Unless they attain the state of immortality, an immortal being, with a self-sustaining world within, could naturally endure for thousands or tens of thousands of years within the extreme north snowfield without succumbing. Yet the young divine emperor is merely at the foundational stage. In this extreme north snowfield, let alone surviving for a millennium or more, upon merely entering, he finds himself trembling uncontrollably, utterly unable to advance. It is not merely a matter of formidable perseverance that enables one to endure. Rather, it is a natural response of the body. However, should one choose not to advance, the relentless pursuit of the blood would soon draw near, capable of striking from afar with lethal intent. Yet, the young divine emperor remained unperturbed, and as anticipated by all, he unfurled a bundle of furs. Indeed, prior to entering the extreme north snowfield, the young divine emperor had been preparing for this journey. At present, he had attained the foundational stage of cultivation, which allowed him to effortlessly dispatch beasts and, utilizing talismans, skin them in the blink of an eye. He traversed the last stretch of several mountains. The young divine emperor had been deliberately seeking out wild beasts in the past. He had heard his master, Uncle Chun, recount the terrors of the extreme north snowfield while in Hu family village. Thus he understood the necessity of thorough preparation. The more prepared one is, the better. Were it not for the relentless pursuit behind him, the young divine emperor might have even contemplated exterminating and skinning all the large beasts inhabiting the nearby mountains. Nevertheless, the current bounty was already sufficient. With swiftness, he enveloped himself in layers of fur from over 100 large beasts, ensuring that Mu Lingyin, who accompanied him, was similarly ensconced. Moments later, the two were nearly engulfed by the furs. Beneath such a multitude of protective layers, they resembled a massive snowball, the outermost layer being the pelt of a white tiger. An arduous kill for the young divine emperor, for which he had expended 2 talismans. Although clad in such cumbersome protection, they felt an undeniable warmth, as the frigid cold of the outside world seemed to be entirely blocked, even bordering on suffocating heat. Yet, the young divine emperor had no intention of shedding any of the beast skins. Instead, he pressed onward. After the passage of a stick of incense, a figure silently emerged at the edge of the extreme north snowfield, his countenance dark and grim as he gazed toward the vast expanse ahead, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. From this vantage point, he could discern a white, furry sphere moving several thousand meters away. Upon sighting this peculiar ball of fur, the blood momentarily froze, his lips twitching slightly. That young man, amidst this harrowing flight, had not forgotten to hunt beasts and low-tier demons, demonstrating such thorough preparation. This revealed the depth and terror of his cunning. Throughout nearly a month of relentless pursuit, the blood had repeatedly revised his understanding of the young divine emperor. Though lacking in cultivation, that young man was extraordinarily formidable. His willpower, temperament, and observational skills far surpassed those of the blood, the disparity being greater than mere trifles. The amalgamation of these advantages had allowed the young divine emperor to navigate through perilous situations, while the blood, despite his higher cultivation, had found himself in countless precarious escapes. Even the numerous treasures and trump cards accumulated over a lifetime within the blood's storage bag were nearly depleted. Consequently, at this moment, he hesitated. Should he continue the chase? Before him lay the extreme north snowfield, a veritable death zone. It was not merely a matter of a foundational stage youth. Even he, or those of greater strength within his sect, would not dare to tread lightly into its depths. The terror of the extreme northern snowfields is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The most fearsome aspects here are indeed the frigid temperatures and the dearth of spiritual energy. However, the root cause of these dreadful conditions lies in the supremely intricate natural maze that the extreme northern snowfields present. Once one ventures 100 miles into this expanse, the Heyoon mountain range becomes invisible, leaving only an endless expanse of white. In this boundless whiteness, discerning direction becomes exceedingly challenging, and coupled with the inherent disorienting effects of the terrain, even a sage could easily become lost within the extreme northern snowfields, possibly unable to find their way out for countless years. This is fundamentally why even the most powerful figures of Sage Realm dare not tread upon the extreme northern snowfields. Not to mention his current state of out-of-body phase. Contemplating this, the blood experienced a surge of inner turmoil. To enter could mean losing oneself within, yet to refrain from entering and return to the sect would come at a tremendous cost. After a moment's hesitation, observing the young divine emperor ahead moving increasingly further away, gradually nearly disappearing into the storm, the blood gritted his teeth and resolutely seated himself in that boundary. With the extreme northern snowfields off-limits and returning to the sect impossible, he would simply wait here. The Heyoon mountain range is rich in spiritual energy, teeming with countless opportunities and innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. As long as he remained cautious, perhaps this place would become his chance to break through to the realm of divine abilities. Once he achieves that, or waits until that young man can no longer endure and escapes, fulfilling either condition would allow him to return to the sect without facing punishment. Amidst the snowfields, the young divine emperor did not look back. He was even unaware if the blood had pursued him, for at this moment, he had no other choice. The 100-mile stretch of snow marked the second boundary of the extreme northern snowfields. Once one stepped within this distance, returning by the original path became impossible. After a considerable time, the young divine emperor finally halted and glanced back. The swirling snow obscured the silhouette of the Heyoon mountain range. Yet he knew that approximately 100 meters ahead lay the final boundary. Should he retreat now, he could still return along the original path and escape back to the Heyoon mountain range, but he would undoubtedly encounter the blood. Thus, from the very beginning, the young divine emperor had no true agency in his choices. He turned to look at Mu Lingyin, who had shrunk behind him, smiled gently, and then resolutely took a step forward, crossing the boundary of life within the extreme northern snowfields, plunging into the whirling snow and fierce winds, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 42. The legacy of the bone. The extreme northern snowfields have been blanketed in snow for countless years, a phenomenon persisting for hundreds of thousands of years. The prolonged snowfall has rendered the depth of the snow unimaginable, at least to the young divine emperor. After several hours of walking into the extreme northern snowfields, he found himself struggling to persist and, with great effort, dug down several dozen meters deep. Yet, what met his eyes was still an expanse of pristine white snow, only that the snow at such depths had been compacted, curiously remaining untransformed into ice. Sheltered in a makeshift pit dug several dozen meters underground, he managed to evade the onslaught of the fierce winds, finding it somewhat warmer. However, in reality, the temperature had not changed. It remained as piercingly cold as ever. The young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin huddled together, wrapped in thick fur pelts from wild beasts, Nestled in a corner, Mu Lingyin, feeling drowsy, leaned her little face against the young divine emperor's chest, murmuring a question, "Brother, I am hungry." The young divine emperor expressed a sense of helplessness. In this frigid expanse of the far north, as far as the eye could see, there lay only a vast, desolate landscape of ice and snow, devoid of any color other than white. In such a barren place, he was at a loss as to how to procure sustenance, for even the most resilient of plants would not survive here. After a moment of silence, the young divine emperor gently reassured, "Do not worry. Tomorrow we shall seek an opportunity to change our course and see if we can return to the Haiyun mountain range, where we are certain to find food." Mu Lingyin gave a slight nod, her movements barely perceptible, before succumbing to a deep slumber. However, the expression on the young divine emperor's face was less than favorable. He was acutely aware that this was merely a consolation. He knew the legends of the far northern snowfields and understood that escaping this realm of death would not be so simple. Even the legendary powerful cultivators could easily become lost in the vast, white wilderness. What hope did two nascent foundation cultivators have? After a brief silence, the young divine emperor found it impossible to sleep. Though the far northern snowfields appeared to be merely cold, he could not ascertain whether other dangers lurked within. He could not afford to let his guard down during their first night here. So he resolved to remain vigilant. Casting a glance at Mu Lingyin, who was asleep in his embrace, he raised his arm, his hand brushing against the storage pouch at his waist. A bound book materialized in his grasp. After slaying the formidable Li Gu, the young divine emperor had rummaged through Li Gu's storage pouch, retaining all the books within, which numbered over a dozen. However, upon opening this particular tome, he was momentarily stunned. Flipping through several pages until his face flushed crimson, hastily stowing away the nameless book. Across the Shinjo world, countless viewers of the imagery wore expressions of astonishment, soon erupting into laughter in an instant. Joyous laughter resonated throughout the entire continent. Years had passed since the imagery had captured the young divine emperor, whose astonishing maturity and prudence, remarkable even in his youth, had long since etched itself into the hearts of the people. Despite facing numerous life and death crises and teetering on the brink of death countless times, the young divine emperor had never truly succumbed to panic. This was the first time they had witnessed him in such an awkward predicament. For the book in question was clearly a collection of romantic tales from the mundane world. The illustrations within, coupled with the explicit phrases, indicated that it bore the same nature as forbidden texts. Although the young divine emperor was wise beyond his years, he was still a young man in his 20s. For years, he had fought for survival, often entering the Haiyun mountain range to battle ferocious beasts, all to provide for his family. Throughout this time, he had only ever had Mu Lingyin as a sister, with no interactions with other young women. In the past, there had indeed been matchmakers attempting to propose a union for him, but he had unequivocally rejected them. Though this day, he had never experienced genuine emotions. Thus, upon encountering this illustrated book, he could not help but feel a rush of embarrassment, his face reddening, even for one of his temperament. The formidable Li Gu Zhenren, a ruthless demon cultivator of the Dongpa sect, is indeed a heartless and malevolent individual. Yet, unexpectedly, this character possesses a rather concealed penchant, as evidenced by the scant collection of merely a dozen books within his storage pouch, which includes such peculiar titles. The young divine emperor, feeling a touch of helplessness, endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, all the while refraining from casting even a single glance at the slumbering Mu Lingyin in his arms, engulfed in a profound sense of awkwardness. For in that moment, only the young divine emperor was acutely aware that, despite having shared a fraternal bond with Mu Lingyin for many years, akin to that of siblings, they were, in truth, not blood-related. Should Mu Lingyin discover that he had just been perusing, would he still be able to maintain his dignity? Fortunately, Mu Lingyin remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. After a considerable duration, the young divine emperor finally regained his composure, swiftly perusing the collection of books within the storage pouch. Among the 14 volumes, it was astonishing to discover that 8 were nothing more than romantic novels. Such works held no practical utility whatsoever and were promptly discarded back into the pouch, ignored henceforth. The remaining 6 volumes, however, were distinctly varied. 4 of them comprised diverse subjects, including texts on alchemy, formations, and 2 volumes on the arts of ghostly and blood-related techniques. These latter 2, belonging to the realm of demon cultivation, required living beings as sacrificial offerings. The young divine emperor had never contemplated becoming a demon cultivator, and thus paid them little heed. Even if he desired to learn, the techniques inscribed within necessitated a foundational knowledge of demonic arts for their execution, as for the texts on alchemy and formations. Although Ligu Zhenren was a cultivator in the core formation stage, his standing within the Dongpa sect was likely rather modest, relegating him to the periphery. His primary expertise lay in ghostly and blood arts, with no other notable skills. Consequently, the books on alchemy and formations were merely introductory in nature, encompassing basic knowledge such as the identification of medicinal herbs in alchemy and foundational theories in formations. Such texts could easily be acquired in any bustling market of a city teeming with cultivators, often without the need for spiritual stones, merely requiring the currency of mundane mortals. Unlike other cultivators who would dismiss such commonplace materials, the young divine emperor was distinctly different. The teachings imparted by his master, Uncle Chen, had been rather scant, merely guiding them through systematic cultivation while regaling them with tales of the wonders and peculiarities of the cultivation world, often embellished, as for knowledge beyond cultivation, for reasons unknown. It had not been conveyed, with the implication that they would glean such understanding upon venturing into the world. Yet, none could have anticipated the multitude of unforeseen events that would transpire just after the young divine emperor and his sister had departed from Hu family village en route to the Lihua sect. Seeking to join its ranks, they had scarcely any opportunity to engage in the study of miscellaneous subjects, let alone experience the customs and culture of the mundane world. Thus, at this moment, the young divine emperor was akin to a blank canvas. He held the last two books in particularly high regard, for they were the only ones pertaining to cultivation. One of them was titled Lihua Zhenju, and from its name, it was evident that it was likely not a technique of the Dongpa sect, but rather a relic of the Lihua sect, which had been obliterated by the Dongpa sect. It is indeed to be expected that the esteemed Ligu Zhenren is a disciple of the Dongpa sect, having long ingrained the sect's demonic arts into his mind, rendering it unnecessary to store such knowledge within his spatial pouch. The two tomes in question are both treasures of the Lihua sect, and the second one, in particular, is the coveted method of forming a core that the young divine emperor and his sister have yearned for. Chapter 43. Transition of techniques. When the young divine emperor departed from Hu family village alongside Mu Lingyin, they embarked on a long journey to the Lihua sect, driven by the desire to gain admission to its gates in pursuit of the core forming technique. However, unforeseen circumstances led to the shocking revelation that the Lihua sect had already perished. By a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon the core forming method from the legacy of Ligu Zhenren. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and the will of heaven is inscrutable. The young divine emperor, filled with profound emotion, began to peruse the tome detailing the core forming technique. Its name, rather straightforward yet distinctly characteristic of the Lihua sect, is entitled Lihua Ningden Ju. This must be the core forming method commonly employed by the disciples of the Lihua sect. Thus it is understandable that only Ligu Daoren, who participated in the annihilation of the Lihua sect, could have acquired these two volumes, likely discovered from some disciple of the Lihua sect. Upon opening the Lihua Ningden Ju, after merely 2 pages, the young divine emperor was momentarily taken aback. Within the divine emperor's palace, many observed his reaction with bewilderment. What could have elicited such a response? The Lihua Ningden Ju is merely one of the most mundane methods of core formation, devoid of any remarkable qualities. What could possibly occupy the thoughts of the young divine emperor? As speculation brewed among the onlookers, many began to reflect on the contents of the Lihua Ningden Ju through the perspective of the young divine emperor, meticulously analyzing its implications. Just then, the image of the young divine emperor abruptly discarded the Lihua Ningden Ju and picked up the Lihua Zhenjue that lay beside him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The so-called Lihua Zhenjue is, in essence, merely a cultivation method practiced by the disciples of the Lihua sect prior to core formation. For those who cultivate, physical refinement does not necessitate a technique. The mere act of tempering the body suffices. While there are indeed physical refinement techniques, such as the Chui Gu Ju that can be purchased for a mere 1 or 2 silver pieces in the mundane world, these are of little practical utility, mainly serving to facilitate a deeper understanding of body refinement for those in that realm. It is only upon reaching the Qi refinement stage that formal techniques become essential. Within this realm, there are 2 types of fundamental techniques that must be mastered, one for initiation and another for foundation building. The initiation technique serves to draw spiritual energy into the body, forming a seed of spiritual energy within. For a practitioner to ascend to the Qi refinement stage, this technique is imperative. Otherwise, they cannot traverse the barrier between physical refinement and Qi refinement. This technique is thus the crucial conduit for progression. Upon formally entering the Qi refinement stage, practitioners must then cultivate the foundation building technique. Through the practice of the initiation technique, a seed of spiritual energy crystallizes within the dantian, after which one transitions to the foundation building technique. accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy and continuously enhancing the seed's vitality, enabling them to progressively advance through the layers of chi refinement, ultimately reaching the ninth layer before the critical juncture of foundation establishment. Moreover, within the foundation establishment stage, two types of techniques are also present, one for establishing the foundation and another for foundation building cultivation. Do not be deceived by the mere difference of a single character between the two. In truth, they possess distinct meanings. The method of foundation establishment pertains to the gateway for a practitioner to transcend from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, akin to the introductory techniques of the chi refinement realm. Conversely, the foundation establishment techniques are those practiced once one has successfully ascended to the foundation establishment phase, allowing continuous cultivation up to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Thus, from the moment a cultivator embarks on the path of immortality until the stage of golden core formation, a total of 4 distinct techniques are required. Among these, the introductory technique of chi refinement and the method of foundation establishment can be substituted with medicinal pills, as these two are essentially transitional. Certain precious elixirs can serve a similar purpose, such as the spirit condensation pill and the foundation establishment pill. Therefore, for a typical practitioner, 2 essential techniques must be mastered, one from the chi refinement stage and one from the foundation establishment stage. The true fire technique is a complementary method exclusive to the disciples of the fire sect, encompassing 4 stages that incorporate these 4 categories of techniques, enabling a practitioner to cultivate all the way to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The reason the young divine emperor, after perusing the true fire condensation technique, promptly cast aside this invaluable method for golden core formation in favor of the true fire technique, is that the prerequisite for utilizing the true fire condensation technique to solidify the golden core is a foundational understanding of the true fire technique. Without this foundation, the conflicting attributes of spiritual energy within the body could very well lead to a failed golden core formation. This principle is quite straightforward. However, what perplexes everyone is the source of the young divine emperor's exuberance. Indeed, at this moment, his eyes began to shimmer as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Although the techniques are compiled into a tome, the true fire technique consists of merely several dozen pages, divided into 4 stages, each stage encapsulating only a few pages of content. Soon, the young divine emperor had completed the first section of the true fire technique, the introductory technique of chi refinement. This is the most fundamental technique of the fire sect, enabling the seeds of spiritual energy within the body to acquire a unique fire attribute. While this attribute is indeed special, it is not particularly powerful. Such attribute-bearing techniques are far too common within the realm of cultivation. Upon finishing the first section of the true fire technique, the young divine emperor did not hastily proceed to the next section. Instead, he steadied his mind, set the book aside, and closed his eyes to engage in meditation. In cultivation, there are no strict postural requirements. Although most practitioners prefer to sit cross-legged, one can also cultivate while lying down, prone, or even upside down without hindrance, as long as one can focus their mind. At this moment, the young divine emperor cradled Mu Lingyin in his arms, draped in layers of beast pelts, huddled in the snow. A rather awkward position, but this did not impede his ability to concentrate instantly and enter a state of cultivation. Here lies the extreme northern snowfield, a zone of life's desolation. Yet, having only recently arrived here, he had not yet ventured deep into the heart of the extreme northern snowfield. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is sparse, some remains, preventing it from being entirely frozen into ice and rendered inaccessible. While the cultivation may proceed at a slower pace, the young divine emperor has already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He is merely transitioning between techniques, thus requiring minimal reliance on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A slightly lower concentration of spiritual energy has little effect. After a stick of incense had burned, the young divine emperor opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of confusion within his gaze. He raised his hand, and his palm gradually became scorching hot, glowing with a fiery red hue. In the realm of Shenzhou, countless cultivators gazed at this scene, utterly astonished. Has he truly succeeded in his cultivation? Even though transitioning to a lower-tier technique may be simpler, surely it cannot be accomplished in the span of a single incense stick? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the young divine emperor, however, did not linger on such thoughts. Instead, he eagerly delved into the second chapter of the true fire technique. Upon its completion, he continued to cultivate, progressing to the third and fourth chapters. To fully comprehend each of the 4 sections, he required approximately the duration of an incense stick, exercising caution to avoid any mishaps during his practice, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. Each session of cultivation for the young divine emperor also lasted precisely an incense stick, 1 hour. All present in the Shinjo realm bore witness as the young divine emperor mastered 4 unfamiliar techniques, achieving success in a mere hour. This was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 44. The divine emperor's unconventional cultivation. Ordinary cultivators, when attempting to transition to another technique, would similarly strive to fully grasp the technique they wished to adopt, just as the young divine emperor had done. The time required for this stage varied greatly among individuals due to differing levels of comprehension. Completing it in the span of an incense stick was considered remarkably swift, yet acceptable, given the renowned acuity of the young divine emperor's mind. However, what left everyone incredulous was the actual time taken for the cultivation itself. Even after thoroughly exhausting their understanding of the technique, achieving successful transition was no simple feat. It was not just the foundational cultivators who struggled. Even peak golden core cultivators would find the endeavor arduous, necessitating multiple attempts to alter the established flow of spiritual energy within their bodies and stabilize it. This process would typically require at least several hours, and in some cases could extend to an entire day. And this was merely for the most basic foundational techniques. What of the more advanced methodologies? Within the Shinjo realm, countless peak golden core cultivators silently calculated how long it would take them to complete a full transition of techniques. The answer: at least 3 days. And this was the shortest duration conceivable by those often hailed as geniuses. For those of more ordinary talent, it could take no less than 5 days, or even stretch to 10 days or half a month. In stark contrast stood the young divine emperor, just 1 hour. He had completed the transition of 4 stages of techniques, and moreover, could adeptly demonstrate the specific manifestations of these techniques. At this moment, the pulsating flame in the palm of the young divine emperor served as undeniable proof. If 3 days was the hallmark of a genius, what then could be said of the young divine emperor's accomplishment in a mere hour? In an instant, countless cultivators felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. In the footage, as the young divine emperor was about to retract the flame from his palm, Mu Lingyin, nestled in his arms, rubbed her eyes and curiously inquired, "Brother, why do I feel so much warmer?" The young divine emperor was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Mu Lingyin caught sight of the flame in his palm, gazing at it in disbelief before exclaiming in delight, "Brother, this isn't the fire technique, is it? Have you learned other spells?" The young divine emperor chuckled softly, shaking his head as he succinctly explained the circumstances, before beginning to guide Mu Lingyin step by step in her own transition to the true fire technique. Only after undergoing the transformation could they hope to transcend to the Dan formation stage. Once they reached this stage, their chances of surviving in the frigid expanse of the extreme north would increase. Albeit slightly, however, once Mu Lingyin began her own transformation, the disparity between the two became glaringly evident. It took Mu Lingyin a full 2 hours to complete the first technique of her transformation. The gap between her and the young divine emperor could be measured in multiples. Yet, the young divine emperor exhibited no signs of impatience. Instead, he offered meticulous guidance to Mu Lingyin, ensuring her transformation proceeded step by step. Simultaneously, while Mu Lingyin practiced, the young divine emperor immersed himself in the intricate nuances of the fiery condensation technique. This was his sole method for achieving the Dan formation, and there could be no room for error. 3 days later, Mu Lingyin opened her eyes, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, I succeeded in my transformation. Look." As she spoke, she elegantly raised her delicate wrist, revealing a flickering flame in the palm of her hand. The young divine emperor smiled and nodded, contemplating before saying, "You assist me with the protective barrier while I attempt this Dan formation technique. In just 2 days, he had thoroughly comprehended every detail of the fiery condensation technique, ensuring no mistakes would occur. Yet, for Mu Lingyin's safety, he decided to undertake the trial himself. At this moment, Mu Lingyin was no longer anxious. Just 2 days prior, she had been in a state of vague hunger, but now it seemed as though she had completely forgotten about it. In her clear-headed state, Mu Lingyin proved to be remarkably understanding, never even mentioning the prospect of seeking an escape from this place. The young divine emperor closed his eyes and silently began to circulate the fiery condensation technique. In the next instant, the aura emanating from him surged violently, as if a bucket of boiling oil had been thrown into a quietly burning flame. Waves of heat radiated from his body, but in the frigid environment of the extreme north, they could only extend about a meter around him in a normal setting. Such heat would envelop an entire room, turning it into a veritable steam chamber. Yet now, it merely imparted a gentle warmth to Mu Lingyin beside him as the young divine emperor operated the fiery condensation technique. The energy within him began to retract completely towards his dantian, compressing with rhythmic breaths, expanding, contracting, expanding, contracting. With each cycle, the massive energy within his dantian diminished slightly in size. After 99 cycles, the once nebulous mass of energy had shrunk to resemble a piece of mutton-fat jade, nearing a solid state. At that moment, faint golden light began to emanate from the jade-colored energy sphere the size of a dragon's eye, becoming increasingly brilliant and dense, eventually enveloping the entire sphere and transforming its original hue into a resplendent gold. This was the Golden Dan. Once the golden color completely enveloped the sphere, the state of the Golden Dan stabilized, and at that instant, the young Divine Emperor sensed that the Golden Dan within his dantian contained powers far surpassing those he had previously possessed. In the next moment, the young Divine Emperor slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Unbeknownst to him, his aura had completely transcended the Foundation establishment stage, reaching the initial level of the Dan formation. The young Divine Emperor chuckled softly, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze as he looked toward the side at Mu Lingyin. Upon witnessing his breakthrough to the core formation stage, should she not be elated enough to leap with joy? Why did she exhibit no reaction whatsoever? When the young Divine Emperor turned his attention to Mu Lingyin, he was taken aback to find her countenance adorned with an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. It was not merely her. Across the vast realm of Shenzhou, countless cultivators who had beheld the young Divine Emperor's ascension to the core formation stage mirrored her astonishment, regardless of their cultivation levels or ages. Even those venerable saints who had lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, wore expressions of sheer stupefaction. In the recorded imagery, the young Divine Emperor scratched his head and inquired, "What is the matter?" Mu Lingyin opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Brother, have you truly broken through?" The young Divine Emperor nodded, responding with an air of certainty, "Of course. What is troubling you?" Suddenly, Mu Lingyin smacked her forehead as if trying to rouse herself from a stupor, and then murmured dreamily, "Breaking through to the core formation, it really that simple?" After a lengthy exchange, the young Divine Emperor finally grasped the reason behind Mu Lingyin's astonishment. It was the passage of time. From the moment the young Divine Emperor had closed his eyes to break through, until he opened them once more, a mere cup of tea's worth of time had elapsed. Just 5 minutes. Such a rapid ascent. Who could fathom it? This was a breakthrough to the core formation stage, not merely the completion of a round of cultivation. For the average cultivator, a breakthrough of such magnitude was fraught with challenges, requiring meticulous care and considerable time. Yet, the young Divine Emperor had accomplished it in a mere 5 minutes. This was extraordinary. Even the young Divine Emperor himself could not articulate the nature of this phenomenon. During his breakthrough, he had been wholly engrossed and had lost track of time. Ultimately, he could only leave the matter unresolved and oversee Mu Lingyin as she commenced her own breakthrough. This time, however, the disparity widened once more, for her breakthrough took an astonishing 3 days. Yet, this duration brought a sense of relief to countless cultivators across Shenzhou. Although this speed was remarkable, it was still within the realm of what many could achieve. Considered a normal human capacity, as for the young Divine Emperor, it was pointless to compare. He was an otherworldly prodigy, a veritable monster. In that moment, countless individuals harbored such thoughts, feeling utterly helpless. The brother and sister both achieved their breakthroughs to the core formation stage. Yet within the fiery essence core technique, it merely served as a method for attaining the core formation and could not be practiced during that phase. To cultivate further, they would have to resort to the foundational techniques of the 4th chapter of the Fiery True technique, which could enhance their strength and potentially bring them to the pinnacle of core formation, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. Moreover, having languished in the dark, snow-laden pit for 7 days, even as cultivators, they could only stave off hunger to a limited extent. To survive, they needed to seek an escape or find sustenance before reaching their limits. After a brief discussion, the siblings departed from the snow pit, orienting themselves before retracing their steps toward the direction they had come from. Upon achieving breakthroughs in the techniques of Li-Fire True method and Li-Fire Condensation method after forming their cores, although they remained mere low-tier cultivators, the practices of the Li-Fire sect possessed a notable advantage: the ability to generate warmth independently. As long as the spiritual energy of the world persisted, they could continually harness fire attribute spiritual energy to keep themselves warm, thus avoiding an embarrassing state of freezing. When the two entered the desolate expanse of the extreme north snowfield, they traversed 100 miles, entering a genuine zone of life restriction. After walking for approximately another hour, covering about 30 miles, they should not have taken long to exit. Yet, despite their half-day journey, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the Heyun mountain range. The expression of the young Divine Emperor had long since turned grave. He recognized that they had likely entered the maze of the extreme north snowfield, without a means to unravel the enigma. None could predict what might transpire next. In that vast snowy expanse, regardless of the young divine emperor's fortitude, perseverance, observational skills, or calculative prowess, discerning an accurate direction was impossible, for this was a maze, not a naturally formed terrain. The directions within the maze were devoid of reason, and even the celestial bodies above were but illusions. In such circumstances, even a saint-level expert would struggle to discern their bearings, let alone a newly ascended divine emperor. Perhaps only an immortal-level powerhouse, who could claim their own world within, might navigate through the spiritual energy collision between their microcosm and the vast world, thus piercing the veil of deception. Otherwise, no one would know how to find their way out. However, in all things, perfection is an illusion. The maze of the extreme north snowfield, while indeed formidable, was not without its comparisons. Ancient artifacts, such as the chaotic incineration furnace, could be sealed even by divine emperors of the immortal realm. This supreme artifact, having survived for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps even longer, was a relic from ancient times. Even on the rankings of ancient artifacts, the chaotic incineration furnace would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. The images projected by this furnace could reflect past lives, transcending both time and space to reveal the truths of yesteryears. Thus, at this moment, those observing the projections in the divine continent possessed a godlike perspective, akin to celestial eyes, watching the brother and sister spiraling in circles within the extreme north snowfield, oblivious to the maze's influence. Consequently, all could see that the direction chosen by the siblings from the outset had been erroneous. The markers they had left along their path had long since pointed toward another direction, that of the deeper regions of the extreme north snowfield. Following these markers, the young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin did not approach the southern Heyun mountain range, but instead meandered further north. It was only after half a day's travel that the young divine emperor sensed something amiss. It was not due to a realization of their directional error, but rather the increasingly frigid air and the dwindling concentration of spiritual energy. The young divine emperor halted, casting a serious gaze upon the boundless white snow surrounding them, extending as far as the eye could see. "We have become lost," he uttered in the calmest of tones, articulating their most dire predicament. Mu Lingyin immediately tensed, instinctively clutching the young divine emperor's garment, softly inquiring, "What shall we do?" The young divine emperor shook his head, remaining silent for a moment before decisively responding. "Finding a way out is far from simple. It is impossible to achieve in a short span of time. Therefore, what we must consider most urgently is how to prolong our survival in the frigid expanse of the far north. Lingyin, from this moment forth, refrain from excessively depleting the spiritual energy within you. For the fire attribute energy, it suffices to merely maintain our basic body temperature. I shall take on the responsibility of foraging for sustenance." Although Mu Lingyin felt anxious and flustered, she obediently nodded in agreement. Thus, the two siblings continued on their journey. Though they were acutely aware that their current direction was misguided, and despite their inability to discern which way was south, remaining stationary was not an option. They were merely core formation practitioners, yet to achieve complete fasting, a feat only attainable at the out-of-body stage. With their current cultivation level, enduring without food could only last a month or two at most, and in the harsh conditions of the far northern wilderness, the time frame would be considerably reduced. 7 days had already elapsed. They needed to urgently discover a means of survival. Naturally, alongside survival, they must endeavor to avoid venturing deeper, for in the depths, there exists no spiritual energy. From this moment, as they advanced, they ceased to utilize their spiritual energy, instead traversing the snow-covered ground as ordinary individuals. Their pace significantly slowed. 10 days. A full 10 days passed without either of them encountering any signs of life in the desolate expanse of the far north. It seemed as though this truly was a forbidden zone for life. Not just for humans, but for any form of existence on this earth. Survival here appeared impossible. If that were the case, their demise was all but assured. Throughout these 10 days, the young divine emperor contemplated various strategies, such as projecting fire attribute energy into the sky in hopes of attracting distant beasts, or devising countless traps dispersed over a radius of 10,000 meters, so that any beast passing through would trigger them. Even if capture was not possible, it would at least alert him to their presence. Yet, ultimately, none of these tactics bore fruit. After more than half a month, both their physical strength had waned significantly. Fortunately, while food was scarce in the far north, they need not worry about water. The abundant ice and snow, though frigid, could at least fulfill their hydration needs. However, if this continued, their time was running out. Within the divine emperor's palace, Someone sighed softly. It appeared they could only rely on luck. Others silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was clear that long-term survival in the far north was unattainable. Ultimately, the two could only survive by the grace of fortune. They needed to fortuitously find the right direction to escape the far north if they were to live. This sentiment resonated with nearly everyone, including Chao Zhe, Qin Wuan, and Qing Xuanji. But at that moment, Mu Lingyin, positioned at the forefront of the crowd, gently shook her head and spoke in a low, somber tone. "No, we have not left." Everyone was taken aback. Turning to look at her, with her head held high, Mu Lingyin gazed intently at the vision before them, her voice carrying a hint of profound nostalgia. "Next, we shall encounter the Snow God Temple." The crowd exchanged astonished glances, all utterly taken aback. The Snow God Temple. Was that not the inheritance of the Crown Princess Mu Lingyin's formidable cultivation? It is rumored that Mu Lingyin is the sole heir of the ancient sect. The Snow Temple. Could it be that the remnants of the Snow Temple encountered in this frigid northern expanse are indeed true? Chapter 46. The Underground Realm in the World of Shenzhou. From the earliest records to the present day, 5 distinct eras have been traversed. The most ancient of times, as legend has it, is the era of chaos. However, no veritable accounts of this epoch exist in the contemporary world, and all knowledge of it remains shrouded in myth. The earliest era that has been documented and passed down through the ages is the primordial era, a time when humanity subsisted on primal instincts and colossal beasts roamed freely, rendering the cosmos a realm of utter disarray. Only through the simplistic carvings etched in stone, which have endured for countless millennia, do we glean fragments of that age, while the era of chaos merely serves as a depiction within those ancient illustrations. Following the primordial era came the era of wilderness, during which humanity had begun to cultivate methods of cultivation, albeit in myriad forms, with all individuals embarking on a journey of exploration. Subsequently, the ancient era emerged, an age that transpired several hundred millennia ago. In this period, the cultivation system for humanity finally reached fruition, having sifted through countless unreliable paths to emerge with the practice of true cultivation. The ancient era was a time of unparalleled splendor. It is said that no fewer than 10 formidable beings reached the realm of immortality. Furthermore, there were those who stood merely a step away from an unknown, mysterious domain beyond immortality itself. Yet, for reasons unknown, 30,000 years ago, the ancient era seemingly collapsed overnight, with those omnipotent practitioners vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The entire epoch appeared to be extinguished. What followed was a protracted silence lasting 100,000 years, until civilization of human cultivation began to awaken once more 200,000 years ago. Through the discovery of numerous remnants from the ancient era and the teachings left behind, the current age was forged. 100,000 years ago, the divine emperor emerged, reigning supreme in the world within a mere millennium, ascending to the realm of immortality within 10,000 years, and establishing the divine emperor palace, unifying the realm. The present age is referred to as the era of the divine emperor. This is the history of the Shenzhou world, a chronicle spanning at least 1,000,000 years, if not tens of millions. Throughout this extensive history, the most prosperous and flourishing epoch was not the current era of the divine emperor, but rather the ancient era. In that time, countless transcendent practitioners emerged, and a multitude of exceptionally gifted cultivators bequeathed innumerable treasures, with ancient artifacts being among them. Many treasures from antiquity exist, yet those worthy of the title of artifact are invariably the legacies of beings who have attained immortality. The artifacts created by immortal existences, endowed with supreme power, possess an undeniable might. Although the frigid northern expanse has existed since the primordial era, it pales in comparison to the nearly immortal might of ancient artifacts. After all, the utmost limit of the northern expanse only incites trepidation among the sage realm, and it does not warrant the attention of the exalted immortals. Thus, the reflections cast by the chaos furnace can transcend the northern expanse. It is likewise for this reason that the Snow Temple, as mentioned by Mu Lingyin, appears so enigmatic and unattainable. The Snow Temple is one of the sects bequeathed by ancient times. The extent of their strength remains a mystery to all, yet a moment's contemplation reveals the answer. To establish a sect amidst the frigid expanse of the far north signifies an extraordinary power. This alone indicates that within the Snow God Palace, there once existed a being of immortal caliber. And Mu Lingyin stands as the sole heir of the ancient Snow God Palace, having inherited its entirety of relics and received all its legacies. She has diligently cultivated her skills to this day. Even after having her soul's blood extracted and her 9 orifices Linglong heart excavated, Enduring several life-threatening trials that left her on the brink of destruction, she still ascended to the pinnacle of sainthood. Now, through this imagery, can everyone finally catch a glimpse of the formidable ancient sect? Instantly, anticipation filled the air. Yet Mu Lingyin's gaze appeared profoundly intricate. The Snow God Palace. Memories surged within her mind, causing a faint ache in her heart, a reluctance to reminisce, yet utterly uncontrollable eye in the vision. The young divine emperor and Mu Lingyin struggled through the snow-laden expanse, and despair had enveloped her eyes, while the young divine emperor's resolve remained unwavering. Even in such a desolate environment, he harbored no thoughts of surrender. A month had passed. They had endured in the far north for a month. Both were exceedingly frail, yet regardless of their attempts to change direction, their journey felt as though it perpetually led deeper into the snow's heart. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth had dwindled to a mere whisper, and the temperature had plummeted to an unbearable degree. Even the 100 layers of fur could not shield them from the biting cold. Yet, divine providence never truly extinguishes hope, though not everyone can seize it. If Mu Lingyin were alone, she would find it impossible to grasp, for despair had rendered her numb. But the young divine emperor was different on that fateful day. As they sheltered from the wind in a snow pit several dozen meters deep, a small creature, resembling a lizard and entirely white as snow, suddenly emerged from the wall of the pit, landing before them. This diminutive lizard had bright, lively eyes, its color blending seamlessly with the snow, making it nearly undetectable even while lying upon the ground. Yet, at that moment, it had appeared before their gaze. Such is the nature of coincidence in this world. The instant the little lizard beheld them, it seemed momentarily stunned before its pupils constricted into narrow slits, and in terror, it burrowed back into the snow wall. At that moment, the young divine emperor understood why no signs of life had been found on the snowfield. For these creatures bore no hint of life, resembling stones, existing beneath the snow's surface. Had they not fortuitously encountered this snow-colored lizard today, even the young divine emperor would have been at a loss for what to do next. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Mu Lingyin's once numb gaze suddenly sparkled with life, and she lunged forward. She had not eaten for an entire month. In her youth, Mu Lingyin had grown up in the deep mountains alongside the divine emperor. And during those years in Hu family village, she frequently assisted him in handling prey, skinning and butchering, unlike the delicate women of the mundane world. At this moment, upon encountering the diminutive lizard, Mu Lingyin's first thought was to skin it and feast upon its flesh. However, beside her, the young god emperor seized her arm, pulling her back with urgency. Confused, Mu Lingyin turned to the god emperor, who squinted at the small lizard as it burrowed into the snow to escape, and rapidly exclaimed, "Such a tiny lizard would scarcely sustain us for more than 3 days. If we follow it, it may lead us to hope." Even the famished Mu Lingyin found herself compelled to heed the god emperor's words, promptly trailing after him. The pair ceased to conserve their internal spiritual energy, swiftly excavating through the snow along the path carved by the lizard, hastening their pursuit. Although the lizard was peculiar, it appeared to be merely an ordinary beast, moving at a leisurely pace through the snow. The two of them took turns shoveling snow, diligently following its trail. After 2 hours, the young god emperor ahead felt the snow before him give way, and his arm burst forth from the compacted snow. Stunned for a moment, he then decisively struck out with his other hand. Before him lay a breathtaking vista, a vast underground altar, hidden deep beneath the surface, awe-inspiring and majestic. Chapter 47. Mysterious presence. As they pursued the lizard, the young god emperor could not discern the direction, yet he distinctly sensed that they were descending at an angle. This indicated that they were going deeper. Had it not been for the lizard forging ahead, the depth of the snow would have become so compacted that even the god emperor might have struggled to breach it. The two of them were nearing the limits of their endurance. The spiritual energy in the air was thin, and their recovery had been sluggish, reaching a critical point where, devoid of energy, they could scarcely penetrate the snow layer. Fortunately, they finally spotted an end in sight. The young god emperor peered out, casting a quick glance at the altar before warily surveying the surroundings. It was imperative to ascertain any potential dangers before they could calm themselves to scrutinize the area. They found themselves in a vast underground cavern, concealed beneath layers of ice and snow, with the overhead snow forming a natural dome. Perhaps thousands of years prior, this had been an open expanse, but now it had transformed into a circular hollow. Above the hollow, there had likely been formations to prevent the snow from falling, yet after many years, these had ultimately vanished, resulting in this splendid underground marvel. At the base of the cavern, the magnificent altar stood, its surface a dazzling interplay of gold and crimson, weaving intricate and mesmerizing patterns that could easily dazzle the eyes. The walls of the cavern were also composed of icy barriers, and at that moment, the small lizard was scaling the icy walls downward. In the corners of the hollow, on patches of ground not covered by the altar, resided a myriad of lizards, of various sizes, all of the same species, now gazing up towards the young god emperor. These lizards emitted no signs of life, appearing almost lifeless, yet they brimmed with a peculiar spirit, leaving the young god emperor unable to discern their true strength. After a brief moment, the small lizard returned to its group, and after hissing for a while, 3 of the largest lizards emerged, their cold gazes fixed upon the young divine emperor. At this moment, the young divine emperor was positioned approximately 30 meters above the ground, well over 100 meters away from those lizards. Yet, the instant those 3 lizards directed their attention towards him, he distinctly felt a profound sense of danger. These 3 lizards were formidable. They might even surpass the strength of a blood condensation practitioner. However, lacking any discernible aura, the young divine emperor was unable to ascertain the exact power of these 3 large lizards. He merely maintained a resolute expression, slowly attempting to retreat. Just then, one of the large lizards suddenly charged forward like a bolt of lightning, covering the vast distance in the blink of an eye. Arriving before the young divine emperor and opening its massive maw to bite down upon his head. Such speed left the young divine emperor with no possibility of evasion. As he faced the imminent threat of losing his head, a sudden voice, cold and detached, devoid of any emotion, echoed from an unknown direction. Screech. It resembled the cry of a hawk, yet it was this very sound that caused the large lizard to halt its motion, slowly closing its mouth and coldly regarding the young divine emperor before gradually retreating. In that fleeting moment, had the voice arrived even a breath later, the young divine emperor would have met his demise. Yet, even in such a dire situation, his eyes did not blink, remaining unerringly calm as if he were merely a dispassionate observer, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Moments later, the large lizard returned to its group, and the dozens of lizards ceased to direct their gaze towards the young divine emperor. Meanwhile, the voice once again broke the silence. Indeed, commendable. Reaction. What is your name? The voice spoke in a fragmented manner, as though it had not engaged in conversation with anyone for many years, struggling to articulate its words. Yet at that moment, an inexplicable aura permeated the entire underground cavern, as if unseen eyes were observing him from the shadows. The young divine emperor's pupils constricted slightly. This aura was beyond his ability to gauge, for it far surpassed that of a blood condensation practitioner, more powerful than any cultivator he had ever encountered. Moreover, this strength was imbued with a rich, ancient resonance, gently radiating without imposing overwhelming pressure, yet it felt as though the heavens themselves had descended. Such a powerful presence was a first for the young divine emperor. Nevertheless, he felt no anxiety, nor fear. Instead, he calmly surveyed the underground space, failing to locate the source of the voice. After a brief silence, the young divine emperor replied, "I am Feng." The voice fell silent for an extended period before slowly, in a fragmented manner, it responded, "Come to the altar." The young divine emperor hesitated little, signaling to the perplexed Mu Lingyin behind him to remain, while he himself leaped directly down from the icy wall. Moments later, he arrived at the center of the altar. "Elder, may I request the honor of your presence?" After coming to a standstill, the youthful divine emperor cautiously inquired with a tentative voice. But almost immediately, that voice emitted a sudden, soft gasp. It appeared that this enigmatic entity had stumbled upon something of great significance. Subsequently, the sensation of being scrutinized intensified, and at that moment, the youthful divine emperor felt as though every fiber of his being was laid bare, as if his very soul was devoid of concealment. After a full incense stick's worth of time, that voice, which had hitherto shown no trace of emotion, finally spoke again, this time imbued with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. A prodigy of the ages, innate Tao bones, a heart of 9 apertures, and a primordial divine soul. How could anyone possess all 3 simultaneously, a feat unheard of until now? At that instant, neither the youthful divine emperor nor Mu Lingyin felt particularly affected. But within the realm of Shenzhou, every cultivator watching the unfolding spectacle was utterly astounded by that single utterance. Across the entirety of Shenzhou, countless cultivators and sects seemed on the verge of insurrection at that moment. An untold number of powerful cultivators burst forth from their secluded abodes, soaring into the skies as if yearning to witness the divine emperor up close, their expressions rife with shock, within the divine emperor's palace. An uproar of disbelief ensued. What had that mysterious being just proclaimed? Innate Tao bones. This was common knowledge, something they had all witnessed before. It was what had allowed them to escape from the clutches of the blood condensation man. This alone was sufficient to cause a stir throughout Shenzhou, as it was one of the legendary 3 most potent innate gifts. As for the Heart of 9 Apertures, although many had not seen it with their own eyes, the 9-colored heart's blood had led many to speculate that the divine emperor indeed possessed it. Tio possessed 2 of the 3 supreme innate gifts was already an unprecedented occurrence, leaving all in astonishment, and even now, many found it hard to believe. Yet, the divine emperor also possessed a primordial divine soul, the convergence of the 3 supreme gifts within a single individual. How could this be? Could that mysterious being have erred in judgment? Even in ancient times, or rather, in any era past, there had been no reports of anyone simultaneously possessing these 3 supreme talents. Unfathomable. In the underground altar, the youthful divine emperor gazed quietly ahead, his expression largely unchanged. Though intrigued by the 3 unfamiliar terms he had heard, he seemed not overly shaken. After a brief silence, that voice spoke once more. "Young man, how did you arrive in this frigid expanse of the far north?" The youthful divine emperor answered without much contemplation, "I was pursued." "Do you wish to retaliate?" "Not at the moment." "Not at the moment. Indeed, I cannot win." The voice seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Pausing for a beat, before him stood a young man barely in his 20s, yet he exuded such remarkable composure. Unable to win, thus refraining from seeking vengeance against those who had chased them into the far northern snowfields, where had the youthful ardor of a young man gone? In that instant, the voice seemed unsure of how to respond. After a considerable moment, the voice spoke once more. "Do you have any idea how long the 2 of you, as Dan-forming cultivators, can survive in the frigid expanse of the far north?" The young divine emperor nodded slightly before responding, 2 months. The voice seemed momentarily taken aback, surprised by such an answer, before it took on a tone laced with amusement. 2 months? You appear overly confident. Without sustenance, you will perish from starvation. Surely you do not believe you can hunt those lizards? The young divine emperor shook his head, his expression serene as he uttered, "The lizards are formidable and cannot be slain, and other creatures are scarce. Nevertheless, we can survive for 2 months. How so? By sacrificing my flesh, I can ensure my sister's survival." Hiss. The origin of that lofty voice suddenly drew in a sharp breath. How audacious! This young man calmly and nonchalantly articulated such a gruesome conclusion, which would send chills down anyone's spine. Yet, gazing into the young divine emperor's tranquil eyes, that person suddenly realized that he was not speaking falsely. He truly intended to follow through. Whoosh! In that enclosed underground space, a gentle breeze stirred, and then an ethereal figure materialized before the young divine emperor. It was a breathtakingly beautiful figure, clad in a pale purple palace gown, with long hair cascading through the air, its ends brushing against her ankles. Her countenance was extraordinarily exquisite, embodying an inexpressible nobility. This time, when the figure spoke, her voice was no longer ambiguous in gender but rather a clear, melodious sound that resonated delightfully. "Would you be willing to sacrifice your life for your sister?" The young divine emperor did not respond, nor did he even nod. He merely regarded the woman before him with calm composure. The woman gazed at the young divine emperor in astonishment, then suddenly covered her mouth with a light laugh. "I in this world. Few men possess such deep loyalty and righteousness as you, if only." Back then, she spoke halfway, her expression dimmed momentarily, as if recalling some painful memories, before she regained her composure. "Your name is Feng, is it? Do you know where this place is?" The young divine emperor shook his head. "This is the Snow God Temple, and I am the last generation of its masters, as well as the sovereign of this frigid northern expanse." The young divine emperor silently cupped his fists in salute to the woman. Observing his impassive demeanor, she felt a tinge of boredom and waved her hand lightly. Beside the altar, the largest lizard swiftly crawled over, positioning itself next to the woman. This lizard measured an impressive 5 meters in length, and even when crouched, its height was level with the woman's shoulders. The woman gently patted the lizard's head and then scrutinized the young divine emperor, asking nonchalantly, "Do you wish to inherit the position of the master of the Snow God Temple?" The young divine emperor gazed at her in silence before inquiring, "What is the cost?" The woman shook her head and stated, "The Snow God Temple is regarded as one of the most formidable sects from the ancient era by the practitioners of your time. It has guarded the frigid northern expanse for an astonishing 300,000 years. Yet, alas, the snow god temple has ceased to exist. I, too, am but a remnant soul, yearning only to ensure that the legacy of the snow god temple does not vanish entirely. There is no need for you to sacrifice anything. Simply accept the inheritance of the snow god temple, and you shall gain entrance into the altar's space, where you may cultivate for a century. Once you have embraced all of the temple's teachings, you may depart. In the eyes of the young divine emperor, a glimmer of contemplation emerged. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze and inquired, "What about my sister?" The woman fell silent, casting a glance toward the distant ice wall, and replied in a serene tone, "The altar space can accommodate only one individual. It cannot harbor a second. As for your sister, I can send her away from the frigid northern expanse, if you wish." In the distance, within the passageway carved by the young divine emperor, Mu Lingyin huddled against the biting cold, oblivious to the words exchanged, only able to see the divine emperor standing in the altar, unaware of his actions. The ethereal figure of the woman remained completely hidden from her view. At that moment, in the center of the altar, the young divine emperor remained silent. Within the divine emperor's hall, astonishment reigned. Many turned their attention toward Mu Lingyin, for she had lifted her gaze to the visage in the image, her expression one of sheer shock. This was starkly different from the memories she held. That woman was unmistakably her revered master, and was it not her intention to take her as a disciple, allowing her to inherit the snow god temple? How had it now transformed into a matter concerning her elder brother, the divine emperor? Mu Lingyin's thoughts were a tumultuous fog. Just then, in the image, the young divine emperor inhaled deeply, looking toward the woman and softly asked, "Why can it not be my sister?" The woman smiled faintly and replied, "Your sister's talent can only be deemed ordinary. Among the 9 ranks of talent, she scarcely reaches the 5th rank. How could she possibly inherit the snow god temple?" The young divine emperor paused, seeming incredulous as he questioned, 9 ranks of talent? And what about me? The woman discerned that the young divine emperor appeared somewhat unfamiliar with these classifications and patiently elucidated. The so-called 9 ranks of talent refer to the ancient era's stratification of innate abilities. The 9th rank is the lowest, yet it still allows for cultivation. However, without significant fortune, one may only attain the foundational stage in their lifetime, and some may not even reach that. The 8th rank is above that, and so forth. Each rank presents substantial challenges to transcend. For one with 9th rank talent to catch up to the 8th rank, it is nearly impossible without external influences. As for your sister, she possesses at most 5th rank talent. If she were to cultivate methodically without assistance or fortuitous encounters, she might eventually reach the out-of-body stage, but to aspire to greater heights would be exceedingly difficult. The Snow God Temple is one of the most powerful sects from the ancient era. How could we allow a practitioner of middling talent, such as one of the 5th rank, to inherit it? As for you, within the hierarchy of talents categorized into 9 ranks, the 1st rank does not signify the pinnacle, for above it lie the 3 supreme talents, namely your innate Tao bone, the exquisite heart with 9 orifices, and the primordial divine soul. Possessing one of these marks one is a saint child, while possessing 2 elevates one to the status of a divine child. In the ancient era, spanning 1,000,000 years, the number of divine children was exceedingly scarce. As for the highest echelon of supreme talent, akin to yours, wherein one possesses all 3, there has never been an instance. You are, indeed, the fabled embodiment of supreme talent. Such a gift is requisite for inheriting the legacy of my snow god palace. The young divine emperor nodded in sudden realization. Within the divine emperor's palace and throughout the continent of Shenzhou, countless spectators who were observing the imagery also comprehended the truth. It turns out that in the ancient era, the classification of talents was this distinctly defined. Moreover, the divine emperor himself was a being of supreme talent. No wonder he was able to cultivate all the way to the realm of immortality. With such talent, if he were to fail in reaching immortality, who could possibly achieve it? At that moment, however, the divine emperor in the imagery spoke softly, uttering words that astonished all. What would happen if I refuse? Chapter 49. The method of transferring talent. Everyone, including the woman in palace attire, was momentarily taken aback. No one believed the divine emperor would decline. This was the ancient and formidable sect. For any cultivator in the present world, even one at the pinnacle of the saint level like Chao Zhe, this was an unparalleled opportunity. The depth and power of the Snow God Palace were beyond the imagination of any cultivator in this era. It was a complete inheritance from one of the most formidable sects of a dazzling era that far surpassed the modern cultivation age. What boundless and formidable techniques and arts must exist within that so-called altar space? How many breathtaking treasures of heaven and earth might be found? How many elixirs and magical artifacts? It was simply unfathomable. Who would dare to refuse such an opportunity? The answer, however, was that some would it seem the young divine emperor was indeed inclined to refuse. The woman in palace attire stared at him in disbelief and finally asked, "Why would you refuse?" The young divine emperor raised his head, gazing at her calmly, and replied softly, "Beyond the extreme northern snowfields lies a mortal enemy to my sibling and me, as well as the treacherous Heun Mountain spanning 100,000 miles. If Ling Yin is sent out, she would be facing certain death. I have vowed to protect her. I cannot abandon her." His voice was calm, as though he had resolved to follow this course of action. The woman in palace attire looked at him in astonishment, rendered speechless. After a long while, she sighed deeply and shook her head in resignation. Accepting the inheritance through coercion and temptation would be futile. If Divine Emperor Yi Feng was not willing, even the woman in palace attire could not force any favorable outcome. Just as she was engulfed in despair, the young Divine Emperor suddenly spoke again. "Is it possible to bestow upon others those three things I possess?" The woman in palace attire was once again taken aback. Was he referring to those three supreme talents? The notion that he would wish to confer such things upon another was utterly unprecedented. In that instant, she found herself at a loss as to how to respond. Ultimately, she gently nodded. "It is indeed possible, but—" The young divine emperor's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How can my sister and I, with our current level of strength, survive in this desolate northern snowfield? Moreover, how might we leave this place? I humbly seek your guidance." At this juncture, the young divine emperor clasped his fists in a deep bow, his demeanor radiating utmost sincerity. The woman clad in palace attire inhaled deeply, calming her previously agitated emotions before responding. "There is no feasible solution. Your cultivation is far too inadequate. Were you to reach the out-of-body realm, you could utilize the profound perception of your spirit, combined with the secret techniques of the Snow God Temple to discern direction. This was the very method that allowed the Snow God Temple to traverse the northern snowfield unhindered in ancient times. However, even in those bygone eras, disciples of the Snow God Temple were only permitted to venture outside the sect upon reaching the out-of-body realm. Otherwise, they would invariably become lost in the northern snowfield. As for survival, it is indeed possible to endure in the northern snowfield, but it is exceedingly arduous. Are you certain you wish to persist here?" A contemplative expression flickered across the young divine emperor's gaze. After a brief pause, he slowly inhaled, kneeling down in supplication, "I beseech you, esteemed elder, to impart upon me the method to bestow the three great talents." The woman's pupils constricted, her gaze heavy with gravity as she regarded him in silence for an extended moment. Finally, her voice emerged, dry and hesitant. "Do you truly wish to proceed with this?" The young divine emperor solemnly nodded. The woman in palace attire sighed deeply, seemingly burdened by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Logically, a being of such formidable prowess, even if only a remnant of their soul remained, would possess countless means to deal with a mere golden core cultivator. Yet, she found herself unable to act in such a manner. The northern snowfield was, after all, a place rarely trodden by human feet. She had awaited here for countless millennia, encountering fewer than 100 individuals throughout the ages. Among these, some possessed high cultivation yet lacked virtue, while others, though well-intentioned, were devoid of the necessary talent. For several 100,000 years, she had clung to her dissipating spirit, and now, she had finally encountered a suitable candidate in Yi Feng. If she were to let this opportunity slip away, when might the next arise? Another few 100,000 years. How could she endure such a prolonged wait? After all, it was merely a fragment of her soul. Thus, she had no choice but to seize this present opportunity. Furthermore, as the Snow God Temple safeguarded the forbidden zones of absolute territory, it was imperative that their actions be upright and aboveboard, adhering to their principled heart. Therefore, in dealing with a successor, they must employ righteous methods, devoid of coercion or violence. Under these numerous constraints, the woman in palace attire found herself incapable of threatening Yi Feng. Moreover, as a powerful cultivator in life, her capabilities were unfathomable. She might very well be at the pinnacle of the saint realm or even a half step into immortality. Such an existence surely comprehended the nuances of the human heart. She could readily discern the unyielding resolve within the young divine emperor's mind, one that could not be swayed. Thus, the woman in palace attire found herself with no alternatives. The young divine emperor would never abandon Mu Lingyin to accept the inheritance alone. Hence, the only remaining hope lay with Mu Lingyin. If the young divine emperor could transfer his innate talents to Mu Lingyin, Though reluctant, the woman in palace attire, for the sake of the sect's legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, could only sigh and begin to recount her tale. The three paramount talents are indeed formidable, with the Chaos Soul reigning supreme. However, the Chaos Soul can never be bestowed upon another, for this so-called Chaos Soul is, in essence, your very own spirit. Should one lose their soul, death is an inevitable fate. As for the innate Dao bone and the 9 orifices Linglong heart, they may be extracted, yet doing so would severely deplete one's vitality. The woman in court attire attempted to persuade, her words ostensibly imparting the method of transferring talents, yet beneath her rhetoric lay a cautionary undertone, warning the young divine emperor of the grave perils involved. Nevertheless, throughout her discourse, she discerned not a trace of hesitation upon the young emperor's countenance. After a considerable pause, the woman concluded her speech. Simultaneously, the young divine emperor bowed low, prostrating himself, and then promptly rose, turning to the icy wall, gesturing with his hand. Witnessing this resolute action from the young emperor, the court lady's lips twitched in disbelief. Did he truly disregard the multitude of dangers she had just articulated? Within the divine emperor's hall, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. They had all heard the woman's warnings, recognizing the dangers and agonies she described, which far surpassed the torment the young emperor endured when he first embarked upon the path of cultivation through meridian reversal. This was not merely physical pain. It was a suffering that penetrated the very soul. As cultivators, how could they not comprehend the distinction between the two? Yet, it seemed the young divine emperor was utterly unfazed by such anguish. In the next moment, the image revealed the cheerful Mu Lingyin leaping forth from the icy passage, dashing towards the altar's center. Meanwhile, in the divine emperor's hall, the eldest princess Mu Lingyin gazed upon her youthful self, tears streaming down her face. No, do not approach, do not go there. In the 50th chapter, I am but hers. The youthful Mu Lingyin was merely running towards the young divine emperor in the image. Yet outside the vision, the Mu Lingyin in the divine emperor's hall was already inconsolable. Surrounding her, the onlookers wore expressions of utter confusion. What was amiss? As everyone exchanged puzzled glances, Qin Wuan hurried to Mu Lingyin's side, quietly asking Lingyin, "What troubles you?" Choking on her words, Mu Lingyin struggled to articulate her thoughts. Initially, the crowd believed that the court lady deemed Mu Lingyin to possess only 5th-grade talent simply because she had not yet entered the altar's confines, thus failing to detect the hidden 9 orifices Linglong heart within her. After all, it was merely a remnant soul. Albeit powerful, it nonetheless bore limitations. However, now, witnessing Mu Lingyin's reaction, they sensed something was amiss. Moments later, Mu Lingyin managed to speak in fragmented utterances. It turned out, I am merely of 5th-grade talent. It was he who bestowed upon me the 9 orifices Linglong heart, the pain of heart extraction. That is the pain of heart extraction. A cry of anguish and despair erupted from Mu Lingyin, startling all present. Even the typically composed Qin Wuan was taken aback. Lingyin, are you mistaken? How could it be? Surely that woman must have erred. You? Yet, Mu Lingyin fervently shook her head, her hair disheveled, paying no heed to her appearance as she collapsed to the ground, gazing up tearfully at the image in the sky. Sobbing as she spoke, No. I remember. I distinctly recall, the moment I stepped into the altar's domain, I would succumb to unconsciousness, and upon awakening, 3 days would have passed. My master would then inform me that she had activated the 9 apertures Linglong heart within me and entrusted me with the legacy of the Snow God Palace. Yet by that time, my brother had already departed this world. Surely, his injuries were far too grave. In order to shield me from the truth, he must have left. That has to be the case. At this moment, even Qin Wuan appeared somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the merciless divine emperor would truly go to such lengths for his sister? How could this be possible? This starkly contrasts with the image of the divine emperor as a figure of unmitigated cruelty in everyone's minds. For a moment, Qin Wuan found himself at a loss for words. However, at that instant, a shadow of darkness flickered in Chao Zai's gaze. With a swift motion, he closed his folding fan and spoke in a somber tone. In my opinion, it may not be as you believe. The concern of the esteemed princess has clouded her judgment. She may have misconstrued the situation. Who in the world does not know the divine emperor's unforgivable sins? How could such a person act in a manner so self-serving? Even if in the past he showed concern for the esteemed princess, I cannot bring myself to believe he would endure such a heart-wrenching pain for her sake. It seems to me that Wu Wenjun is correct. It is likely that your esteemed master has erred, and the 3 days of the princess's unconsciousness were merely the time taken by that master to activate your innate gifts. As for the divine emperor, I suspect he must have refused to accept the inheritance and departed. Chao Zai's words, seemingly well-founded and persuasive, resonated with reason. Yet at that moment, Mu Lingyin abruptly raised her head, her anger barely contained as she fixed her icy gaze upon him. Even so, how can one explain that he chose to forsake such an opportunity for my sake, enduring the harsh solitude of the extreme northern snowfields? Chao Zai was rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could one articulate such a sentiment? But his reaction was swift. In an instant, he regained his composure, offering a calm smile and resolutely declaring, "Were I in his position, I too would make the same choice. For you, what fear is there of the extreme northern snowfields?" At that moment, Chao Zai's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering, and his tone resolute. Such a display would surely move others. Yet Mu Lingyin, at this juncture, was beyond the reach of his words, merely scoffing coldly as she cast a glance at Chao Zai before turning her attention back to the images. However, that single glance sent a chill through Chao Zai's heart. The disdain and scorn reflected in her eyes unequivocally conveyed that she believed not a single word of his declaration. In an instant, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Chao Zai's face, while a shadow of anger flickered in his eyes before swiftly being concealed. The others within the Divine Emperor's palace dared not utter a word. Observing this scene, Qin Wuan sighed inwardly and shook his head. The alliance of heaven's punishment has been established for over a millennium, and Chao Zai has walked his path for an impressive 10,000 years. Throughout this time, he has encountered countless fortuitous events, battling through the foundational stages and contending with those at the core formation stage. His journey has undeniably been one of extraordinary talent and brilliance. Yet only a select few are aware that Chao Zai's current cultivation and status are not solely the result of his own efforts. Furthermore, it is evident that there are indeed individuals who provide clandestine assistance. For instance, Mu Lingyin, despite having long severed ties with the Divine Emperor, remains the esteemed princess of the Divine Palace, possessing boundless resources that are inexhaustible. After forging a connection with Chao Zai, she has consistently offered her clandestine support, bestowing upon him countless resources. Additionally, the demon queen Qing Xuanji, along with herself, has also rendered immeasurable aid to Chao Zai. In return, Chao Zai has proven worthy of their substantial backing, experiencing meteoric progress in his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the Saint Realm within a mere few millennia. Throughout these thousands of years, Mu Lingyin and the others have come to appreciate Chao Zai's character and temperament, fostering an increasingly close relationship. Although devoid of any romantic sentiments, their bond is one of camaraderie in the quest against the Divine Emperor. However, at present, Mu Lingyin, who has been the most significant supporter of Chao Zai, is on the brink of a fallout with him. The state of their relationship has deteriorated significantly in the brief moments since the footage began to play. Qin Wuan, despite recognizing the situation, feels utterly powerless. Her naturally reticent demeanor leaves her at a loss on how to counsel even her close confidant, Mu Lingyin, let alone mend the rift between the two. In this moment, Qin Wuan is enveloped in a sense of helplessness, hoping that as the footage unfolds, the brutal and merciless scenes of the Divine Emperor will be revealed, prompting Mu Lingyin to reconsider her stance. Meanwhile, within the footage, it indeed transpires as Mu Lingyin foretold. The moment the youthful Mu Lingyin steps onto the altar, the elegantly attired woman's fingers twitch slightly, causing Mu Lingyin to collapse instantly. The young Divine Emperor's brow furrows slightly, yet he remains silent, it seems. You do not wish for her to witness what is to come, do you? The elegantly dressed woman offers a brief explanation, then hesitates before saying, "If possible, I would advise you to reconsider. The pain of digging into one's bones and heart is far more dreadful than you might imagine. Should there be even a slight misstep, your soul would shatter. With your current level of cultivation, it is implausible for you to endure this trial." The young Divine Emperor, however, does not respond. He silently approaches the edge of the altar, lifting Mu Lingyin in his arms and returning to the center of the altar. Bowing his head, he gazes at the tranquil Mu Lingyin in his embrace, and after a prolonged silence, he softly speaks. The path of cultivation was embarked upon for her sake. If I cannot protect her, then what significance does my unparalleled prowess hold? The elegantly attired woman is taken aback, sighing as she inquires, "In this world, do you have no other attachments? You are still so young." The young Divine Emperor shakes his head. "None remain. At this moment, I have only her. Perhaps there will be others in the future, but if I lose her now, there will be no future for me." The elegantly dressed woman finds herself at a loss for words. She is unaware of the young Divine Emperor's past, yet she can discern his sincerity. Meanwhile, the countless spectators observing the footage are acutely aware that the young divine emperor speaks the truth. In this moment, he is indeed so. Mu Lingyin is his entire world. In the next instant, the young divine emperor raises his head, a serene smile gracing his face. Senior, let us commence. Chapter 51. The land of the buried heavens. The intricately adorned woman cast a gaze of profound complexity upon the youthful divine emperor before her, then silently nodded. With a deft hand, she formed intricate gestures, causing waves of spiritual energy to ripple through the air. Soon, the elaborate patterns upon the altar began to illuminate, albeit at a slow pace, for the spiritual energy within this realm was exceedingly sparse. Yet, as these patterns glowed, the figures of the youthful divine emperor, Mu Lingyin, and the adorned woman grew increasingly ethereal in the realm of Shenzhou. Countless observers recognized the significance of this unfolding scene, having been previously enlightened by the woman's explanation. A transmission. This altar was an extraordinarily intricate array, amalgamating elements of spirit gathering, offensive and defensive capabilities, illusion and transmission. It could even harness the array's power for alchemical purposes. Thus, this altar, seemingly spanning merely 1,000 meters, was in fact a grand assembly of formations, the pinnacle of ancient array techniques. In the present age, no one possessed the skill to lay such a formation. Occasionally, remnants of such intricate arrays could be found in the depths of ancient mountain forests or the ruins of bygone sects. Yet most were incomplete. The extreme northern snowfields, seldom trodden by human feet and untouched due to the presence of the adorned woman for countless millennia, remained pristine. Now, the woman was activating the transmission function of this grand array, and the destination was well known to all, the land of the buried heavens. This place existed solely in the legends of the majority, with few having ever ventured there. It was renowned as the most perilous of all realms, where even the mightiest of sages faced less than a 10% chance of survival. Indeed, the land of the buried heavens. It was the most treacherous yet bounteous place in existence. The so-called land of the buried heavens was located at the deepest recesses of the extreme northern snowfields, representing the northernmost region of the world. To the outside observer, this area appeared to encompass only 100 miles. However, due to the temperature plummeting to its limits, combined with the void of spiritual energy surrounding it, this 100-mile expanse had long since fractured throughout the countless years of evolution within the Shenzhou world. Indeed, this realm, once 100 miles in circumference, had utterly collapsed and had even subtly detached from the Shenzhou world. This region, severed from the realm due to spatial ruptures, though small in size, had undergone millennia of transformation, evolving into a unique and perilous space. This was the land of the buried heavens. Within this realm, having gradually taken on the shape of a world, spiritual energy had begun to manifest, with a concentration 1,000-fold or more than that of the Shenzhou world. One can only imagine the myriad of coveted celestial materials and earthly treasures that resided within the land of the buried heavens. Moreover, as a realm that, while tethered to the Shenzhou world, possessed a degree of independence, the land of the buried heavens had expanded not only in spiritual energy concentration but also in scope. From the outside, it appeared to span merely 100 miles. However, the true interior of the land of the buried heavens had long since become vast and boundless, stretching across millions of miles. Here, spiritual stones were abundant, immortal herbs and elixirs lay scattered across the land, and various rare mineral veins lay exposed upon the surface. May sound like a coveted paradise sought by many. Yet within the land of the buried heavens lurked unfathomable dangers. Spatial rifts, indeed. Although the land of the burial sky has undergone countless years of evolution, it remains fundamentally tethered to the divine continent. In certain respects, it does exhibit characteristics akin to a small world. However, predominantly, it is merely an adjunctive space. Amidst such conflict, the entire land of the burial sky is riddled with terrifying spatial rifts. Moreover, these fractures have emerged solely as a result of collisions with the divine world. To illustrate, the divine world resembles a grand football, while the land of the burial sky is akin to a bulge upon this great sphere. A bulge that has existed for so long it is on the verge of becoming a small ball in its own right. On this large football, a small ball has sprouted, connected by but a thin layer of skin. Thus, when the football moves, what happens to the small ball? The answer is evident. The small ball swings like an ornament upon the larger football, occasionally colliding with it. The relationship between the divine world and the land of the burial sky mirrors this. With one being grand and the other diminutive, the land of the burial sky cannot inflict any harm upon the divine world. Thus, only the land itself bears the brunt of the damage. Countless collisions have occurred, each resulting in hundreds, if not thousands, of spatial rifts, which remain permanently etched as the years have passed. No one can ascertain the true nature of the land of the burial sky. It is merely recognized as a seemingly blessed realm teeming with opportunities, yet it has become the most perilous place in the contemporary world. These spatial fissures are not to be confused with those deliberately torn by powerful cultivators. Beyond these rifts lies the divine world. Should a foolish individual dare to enter the land of the burial sky and traverse a spatial rift, they would find themselves confronted by an entire world crashing down upon them. Thus, it is said that even those at the level of saints possess less than a 10% chance of survival in this place. Perhaps only those immortal beings who harbor their own miniature worlds within might navigate in and out with relative ease. Yet, for such immortals, what significance do the so-called concentrations of spiritual energy or rare treasures hold? Consequently, for countless years, very few have been foolish enough to venture into the land of the burial sky. However, now, a woman clad in palace attire is transporting the young divine emperor to this very destination, the land of the burial sky. For this is the snow god palace, and the woman is the last sovereign of this ancient order, a former half-immortal powerhouse. The land of the burial sky is situated in the far reaches of the northern snowfields, and when it comes to understanding this realm, none surpass the snow god palace. With the aid of the palace's arrangements, combined with the woman's own cultivation, they may indeed dare to explore the land of the burial sky. Yet what of the young divine emperor? He possesses only the cultivation of the golden core stage. He must survive for 3 days within the land of the burial sky. Moreover, he cannot rely on the palace woman. He must depend solely upon himself. No one knows what trials the young divine emperor faced during those 3 days. For even in the images captured, all that is visible are vast stretches of inky black spatial rifts, with the figure of the young divine emperor only occasionally flickering into view. The multitude of spatial rifts in the land of the burial sky renders it exceedingly difficult to discern the young divine emperor's condition. And so, 3 days swiftly pass. Still within that subterranean space, upon that very altar, amidst the flickering radiance, 3 figures emerged. Among them, 2 exuded an air of calm composure, with a woman clad in royal attire gently cradling the still unconscious Mu Lingyin as she gracefully descended upon the altar. The last individual, however, tumbled down from a height of 1 meter in a most disheveled manner. Yet, when all eyes beheld this figure, a profound silence enveloped the entire realm of Shenzhou for a fleeting moment. Was that dot truly a human? It appeared to be nothing more than a mass of mangled flesh. At this moment, the young divine emperor bore no semblance of humanity. His form was obscured in a gruesome amalgamation of blood and sinew, contorted into a grotesque ball, evoking sheer horror and sanguinary dread. Moreover, he emitted almost no breath. On the brink of death, within the divine emperor's palace, Mu Lingyin abruptly clasped her crimson lips, her eyes wide with shock, tears cascading down her pallid cheeks. Those around her, including Chao Zhe, found themselves at a loss for words. For in this moment, the visage of the divine emperor captured in the image was utterly tragic. Chapter 52. The human puppet on that fateful day, under the onslaught of the blood-colored giant palm wielded by the blood. The injuries sustained by the young divine emperor had already led many to believe his plight was the most pitiful imaginable. Yet now, everyone realized that there existed no limit to despair. There was only a deepening abyss of suffering outside the DNGP sect. The young divine emperor, at the Foundation establishment stage, had engaged in a confrontation with the out-of-body blood, sustaining severe injuries that merely revealed broken bones. His flesh was a grotesque tableau of carnage, with bones protruding in a manner that rendered him almost unrecognizable as human. But now, what had transpired? The young divine emperor lay curled upon the ground, a mere mass of suffering. Many of his wounds obscured, yet those visible were harrowing beyond comprehension. Of his limbs, 3 had been severed, not merely fractured, but utterly vanished. Both legs and his right arm had disappeared without a trace, exposing the stark whiteness of broken bones, while the remnants of his limbs had seemingly been devoured by spatial rifts. His back bore witness to a gruesome spectacle, nearly all flesh stripped away, revealing the spine and skeletal structure beneath. Some bones had been partially sheared away, leaving only the primordial Dao bone intact, suggesting that even the spatial rifts had hesitated to sever it. His shoulders, too, had suffered grievously, with the right shoulder, from which the arm had been lost, and the left shoulder, though whole, had almost completely eroded, leaving a mere thin layer of skin connecting the arm to his body. The arm hung limply, akin to a discarded appendage. Through the ravaged shoulder, one could even discern the slow, labored beating of his heart within the chest cavity. As for the young divine emperor's face, the right side had vanished entirely, the jawbone reduced to fragments, with several teeth exposed and shattered. The scalp, along with a layer of the skull, had been similarly stripped away. Each of these wounds was more harrowing than the last. Merely gazing upon him prompted the thought, how could this still be a living being? It was unmistakably the skeletal remains of a creature still stained with blood, and this skeletal form was incomplete. Throughout the Shinjo world, countless souls glimpsed this gruesome sight, unable to divert their gaze, while those of a more fragile disposition could not suppress their retching. Such a brutal tableau could likely only be appreciated with unflinching countenance by those of the demonic path. In the Divine Emperor's hall, an oppressive silence engulfed all present, rendering them speechless. Just a moment ago, Chao Zhe had fervently asserted that the Divine Emperor would never make such immense sacrifices for Mu Lingyin, and he had passionately assured her that he too could undertake such a monumental step for her. But now, a chilling sensation crept up Chao Zhe's spine, leaving him with a tingling scalp. Merely witnessing such grievous injuries made his entire being ache with a phantom pain. A cultivator at the Saint Realm, even if their physical form were to be utterly destroyed, could still survive, as their primordial spirit endured eternally. Yet this does not imply that the destruction of the flesh would not entail suffering. On the contrary, due to the potency of the divine soul, any injury sustained by the body would result in an even more excruciating torment. Throughout the ages, countless cultivators have succumbed to the overwhelming agony inflicted upon their corporeal forms, to the extent that even the steadfast resolve cultivated over millennia could not endure, ultimately succumbing to the fear that such unbearable suffering might obliterate their willpower and thus opting to abandon their salvageable bodies in pursuit of rebirth. Chao Zhe had always believed that his willpower was formidable, that there was no pain in this world he could not withstand. Therefore, he deemed it impossible for him to ever make such a choice. No matter how severe the injuries inflicted upon his body, as he was resolute in his ability to endure and mend his flesh. Yet now, Chao Zhe found himself devoid of such confidence. This was due to the unprecedented realization that someone could survive even after sustaining such catastrophic injuries. In the vision, 100,000 years ago, the youthful Divine Emperor, scarcely in his 20s, had achieved this. He was still alive. Though his breath was faint, a semblance of vitality lingered, attesting to the Divine Emperor's indomitable spirit. In the vision, a woman clad in palace attire gazed solemnly at the unfortunate visage of the young Divine Emperor, her expression imbued with gravity. She understood all too well that the Divine Emperor was precariously teetering on the brink of death, mere moments away from demise. The young Divine Emperor was merely at the core formation stage, lacking even a primordial spirit. Should his physical form perish, that would signify his true death, with no hope of revival. The cause of all this, however, lay with the Divine Emperor himself, in his desire to transfer his extraordinary talent. He sought a rare entity, one that existed solely in the heart of the most perilous region of the burial of heaven, the cave Heaven Lotus. This treasure had evolved within the burial of heaven for 1,000,000 years, and could even be regarded as the very essence of that realm. The cave Heaven Lotus and the burial of heaven were inextricably linked. Within the entire burial of heaven, and indeed the entire Shinjo world, there existed but a single specimen. Though the burial of heaven could eventually regenerate the cave Heaven Lotus after its harvesting, such a process would require a millennium. Furthermore, the act of harvesting the cave Heaven Lotus necessitated the direct involvement of the individual seeking to utilize it. For upon contact, the lotus would integrate into their being, making it impossible for another to substitute. Neither spiritual energy nor tools could aid in its procurement. To transfer one's unparalleled talent, the cave Heaven Lotus was the sole method available. For in ancient times, there were demonic cultivators who, in their quest to seize others' extraordinary talents, discovered the properties of the cave Heaven Lotus. Thus, this most perilous step must be undertaken by the young Divine Emperor himself. He must venture alone into the very core of the land of eternal rest, braving the most densely concentrated spatial rifts, risking life and limb to obtain the celestial lotus, and only then can he emerge unscathed. The only assistance the elegantly attired woman can provide is to ensure the young Divine Emperor safely reaches the periphery of that central zone, waiting to escort him back once he has completed his arduous task. At this moment, although the young Divine Emperor has indeed succeeded in acquiring the celestial lotus and has returned, this is merely the first phase. Transferring talent consists of 2 stages. The first stage is fraught with danger, while the second is imbued with excruciating pain. Securing the celestial lotus represents the first stage, perilous in the extreme. where a moment's inattention could lead to certain death. The second stage entails the torment of extracting bones and carving out the heart, the most agonizing ordeal. Should one's spirit shatter, even a sage-level powerhouse could succumb to the dissolution of their soul, leading to a torturous demise. Initially, as the elegantly attired woman recounted the tale, everyone believed that the second stage, being more arduous and painful, would be the greater challenge. However, now, no one dares to utter such claims. For in this very moment is the first stage devoid of suffering. Those who dare to assert it is pain-free might as well attempt to reduce themselves to such a wretched state before speaking. It is akin to transforming oneself into a mere stick figure. The only recourse for the elegantly attired woman is to once more activate the grand formation, this time invoking its healing capabilities. A faint glow of spiritual energy shimmered. Although many of the young divine emperor's wounds were beyond healing, at least the bleeding had ceased. The blood vessels were sealed, preserving the last remnants of his lifeblood within his heart, thereby allowing for further treatment to proceed. After a full half-day, the young divine emperor's breath finally stabilized somewhat. Though faint, it was at least perceptible. Subsequently, the elegantly attired woman retrieved several rare materials, treasures for the reconstruction of limbs, and began to restore the young divine emperor's shattered body. After more than a day of diligent effort, the young divine emperor's form was once again whole. When he finally opened his eyes, his gaze wavered momentarily before settling on the elegantly attired woman, and he spoke softly, "Elder, let us commence the second stage." Chapter 53. The agony of extraction. In the ensuing scene, countless individuals across the realm of Shenzhou bowed their heads, no longer daring to gaze upon the cruel spectacle above. Indeed, it was brutal, exceedingly so. It was not the elegantly attired woman who was cruel, but rather the young divine emperor's treatment of himself that was excessively harsh. Even the elegantly attired woman appeared somewhat unnatural in her demeanor. The agony of extracting bones and carving out the heart may seem to be encapsulated in but a few words, seemingly effortless. Yet, only upon witnessing this scene could one begin to fathom the depths of its horror. In the image, the young divine emperor channeled a unique technique, temporarily phasing out the arm that had recently regrown. In truth, he was somewhat fortunate, for this technique necessitated the severing of an arm. Only a newly formed limb could be successfully phased. Nevertheless, ultimately, no one could definitively declare whether this truly constituted luck. A single incense stick's duration. The phasing of the arm could only be accomplished within this fleeting moment. The arm of the youthful divine emperor had plunged into his own chest, seizing the gently pulsating heart within, and with a forceful determination, he shattered his own life force, simultaneously extracting the resplendent nine-colored heart from his being. The nine-aperture heart, inherently distinct from an ordinary human heart, was entwined with countless veins, which, in truth, were akin to nerves. This extraordinary heart possessed a complete system for controlling the human body, allowing it to be transferred to another, thus enabling its detachment from its original form and its implantation into another's body. As the heart was extracted, the veins writhed and twisted as if animated, suggesting an eerie semblance of sentience. Yet, this was merely an illusion, akin to the movements of a serpent even after its demise. A cursory glance revealed the heart ensnared by thousands of veins, some as thick as fingers, others as fine as hair, and even those so slender they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Imagine the sensation of having all the nerves within one's body forcibly withdrawn. What torment would that entail? Although the nine-aperture heart operated independently from the primary vascular system, not rooted in the brain but rather founded upon itself, the agony of having one's veins extracted remained unequivocally comparable. Prior to the activation of the nine-aperture heart, these veins existed in a state of void, only to be extracted through a specialized technique that rendered the arm intangible. While their existence was ethereal, the suffering was undeniably real. This was evident the moment one beheld the youthful divine emperor at the instant the nine-aperture heart was removed. His body trembled violently, contorted in madness, and his visage was contorted in a mask of excruciating pain. It is important to note that when he had once set forth on the path of cultivation, reversing his own veins, he had remained composed amidst that torment, even managing to steady his hand at the final moment. Yet now, despite such fortitude, he found himself on the brink of collapse, unable to maintain control. This agony far surpassed that of reversing his veins. Within the divine emperor's palace, hundreds of formidable cultivators, who often prided themselves on their exceptional prowess and superior temperament, were drenched in cold sweat. Even Chao Zhe could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Many instinctively averted their gazes, unable to bear witness any longer. amidst the crowd, only one person remained with her head tilted back, eyes fixated on the scene, weeping inconsolably. Princess Mu Lingyin. Beside her, Qin Wuan sighed softly. Yet even the typically reticent individual found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Even Qing Xuanji, who had initially clashed with Mu Lingyin, wore an expression of profound complexity. After a prolonged moment, the image revealed that the countless veins entwined around the nine-aperture heart in the youthful divine emperor's grasp appeared to have withered away, falling away to unveil the true visage of the nine-aperture heart. It was a heart, resplendent and shimmering, adorned with 9 colors that flickered gently, as if it were breathing. Its overall shape bore a striking resemblance to that of a typical heart, yet it featured 9 distinct orifices. With each pulse of color, an overwhelming surge of celestial vitality would ebb and flow from these 9 apertures. Within the body of the youthful divine emperor, the heart of 9 orifices had yet to be activated, thus remaining dormant. However, now that it existed independently in the external realm, it naturally began to function, sustaining its own immortality. It is conceivable that had this heart of 9 orifices remained within the divine emperor's body and been fully activated, the rate at which it absorbed and released vitality, coupled with the new meridians it would generate, would effectively double the capacity of all existing meridians within him. Moreover, an exceptionally powerful engine would be in constant operation, urging the flow of vitality, while the heart of 9 orifices could also filter the energy, ensuring that the vitality retained within the body would be of unparalleled purity, thus conserving a significant amount of time in the process of refining it. Possessing the heart of 9 orifices is tantamount to exponentially enhancing the speed of cultivation. This represents a geometric increase. Even now, as the heart of 9 orifices operated autonomously without any external prompting, the astute cultivators of the Paving Heaven Alliance were already able to ascertain that this represented at least a 10-fold enhancement. What then, if fully activated? 100-fold? Or even 1,000-fold? No one could predict. Yet, it was evident to all that the heart of 9 orifices truly deserved its reputation as one of the 3 supreme innate talents. It was nothing short of a cultivation cheat. In the next moment, the image of the youthful divine emperor, clutching the heart of 9 orifices, trembled uncontrollably, yet he showed no hesitation as he pressed the heart onto the chest of Mu Lingyin, who lay beside him. Suddenly, the heart of 9 orifices erupted with an astonishing brilliance, illuminating Mu Lingyin's form to the point of transparency. Subsequently, all present witnessed that although the heart of 9 orifices appeared ethereal, the moment it entered Mu Lingyin's body, it directly consumed her original heart, taking its place. After a brief pause in her breathing, Mu Lingyin resumed, seemingly unaware of the change. Once the heart of 9 orifices occupied the space of her heart, it found a new dwelling, and new meridians began to sprout and spread, ultimately encompassing Mu Lingyin's entire being. Yet, at that moment, another issue arose. The heart of 9 orifices indeed had the capacity to generate new meridians, yet these new vessels appeared fragile, akin to those suffering from malnutrition. The voice of a woman clad in palace attire resonated softly. You possess the ability to simultaneously harbor 3 supreme innate talents. Your constitution is inherently extraordinary, capable of sustaining their coexistence within you. Yet she is merely an ordinary person, her vitality feeble, unable to provide sufficient nourishment. Only by harmonizing with the innate Tao bone, allowing it to replace her spinal column, can it produce adequate sustenance. The heart of 9 orifices must purify the bloodline, cleansing the Tao bone. Only through this symbiosis can there be a possibility. The woman in palace attire elucidated the circumstances surrounding this predicament. However, at that moment, the youthful divine emperor seemed oblivious to her words, and before she could finish, he reached out once more, a decisive grasp. The ethereal arm seized the spine behind him with a resolute grip, so determined, so decisive. The woman in palace attire momentarily froze. In the next instant, the segment of spine, as pure and white as jade, was forcibly extracted by the young divine emperor. However, this time, the process was not as smooth as before. Upon being drawn forth, the spine began to thrash wildly, seemingly attempting to return to the young divine emperor's body. The force of its struggle was so immense that even the young divine emperor found it beyond his control. Chapter 54. The Great Oath of Reincarnation, Yuan Suru upon witnessing the actions of the pristine spine. The woman in palace attire's expression shifted slightly, as if she contemplated intervening, yet ultimately restrained herself. For she believed that, given the tenacity of the young man before her, he was more than capable of managing the situation on his own. Indeed, at this moment, the woman was already awed by the young divine emperor's fierce resolve in dealing with her, and by his relentless determination to sacrifice for Mu Lingyin. Without a word from the young divine emperor, she even hesitated to act rashly, whether to assist or to obstruct, as anticipated by the woman. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from the young divine emperor's gaze. "Behave yourself." Crack, crack. The young divine emperor clenched his fist tightly, the sound of grinding bones resonating as if he intended to crush the spine within his grasp. Regardless of how the innate bones struggled, it could not escape the young divine emperor's hold. Yet such exertion only brought forth even more excruciating pain. It must be noted that although this innate bone had been extracted, it still belonged to the divine emperor and had not been transferred to another. This was a spine. After all, a mere touch could induce immense suffering, let alone being seized with such force. The more he strained, the more violently his body convulsed. Yet he harbored no intention of relenting. Amidst his spasms, he ruthlessly slammed the spine against Mu Lingyin's back, a duration equivalent to a stick of incense. This marked the limit of the ethereal arm technique, though brief in description, for the young divine emperor enduring such profound agony. This interval felt interminably lengthy. When this duration elapsed, witnessing the innate bone gradually merge within Mu Lingyin's body and commence its harmonious operation with the 9 apertures exquisite heart, the young divine emperor ultimately could not endure any longer and lost consciousness. The woman in palace attire's complexion paled dramatically as she hurried forward, pressing a finger against the young divine emperor's chest. The 9 apertures exquisite heart and the innate bone, prior to their complete activation, existed in a state of ethereality within the body. Before this, although the innate bone had been briefly activated, it remained far from complete activation. Thus the divine emperor's body still possessed a seemingly ordinary heart and spine. The innate bone and 9 apertures exquisite heart coexisted, overlapping in their essence. Now, with the innate bone and 9 apertures exquisite heart extracted, they would not claim the divine emperor's life, but would render him exceedingly weak. Nevertheless, extreme agony could very well prove fatal. Dying from excruciating pain is no mere exaggeration. Countless precedents exist. Yet among those who have perished from such torment, whether mortal or cultivator, who could endure suffering surpassing that of the divine emperor at this moment, the comparison is vastly unequal. Thus, the most formidable challenge in the process of transferring the innate talents lies in the excruciating pain. If one cannot endure it, one's spirit may shatter in an instant, leaving one's soul in disarray. Nevertheless, the young divine emperor ultimately persevered. Even when he had succumbed to unconsciousness, he resolutely clenched his jaw, refusing to be overwhelmed by the terrifying agony. After calming the tumultuous energies within him, the woman in royal attire finally exhaled in relief, knowing that the life of this young man had been preserved. The next moment would hinge upon Mu Lingyin. The woman turned her gaze toward Mu Lingyin, her consciousness sweeping over her repeatedly in observation. After a considerable time, however, the woman furrowed her brow. Eventually, the young divine emperor awakened, instinctively looking towards Mu Lingyin's direction. Upon noticing her steady breathing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nearby, the voice of the woman in royal attire resonated. She appeared to be in good condition, but there was a matter that needed to be addressed. The young divine emperor was taken aback, glancing over with urgency. "Rest assured, it is not a grave issue, merely the transplantation of the innate Dao bone and the 9 apertures Linglong heart, both of which are exceptionally powerful talents. However, her current level of talent remains at only the Saint Child tier. Neither talent has manifested its full potential. Only their combination can barely rival a single supreme talent." The young divine emperor exhaled, realizing the cause of concern. In truth, this possibility had been mentioned by the woman prior to the transplantation. It was a matter of physical foundation. The young divine emperor's constitution was extraordinary. Although it bore no visible differences from that of an ordinary person, its immense vitality allowed for the coexistence of 3 supreme talents within his body, enabling them to function flawlessly. However, Mu Lingyin was not similarly endowed. Even though the innate Dao bone and the 9 apertures Linglong heart complemented each other, they were not inherently hers. Their amalgamation had failed to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, instead merely scraping by at a level close to 1. If one were to assess her talents, while they barely met the standards of a Saint Child, she would likely be considered the weakest Saint Child in history. Yet, it was evident that the young divine emperor harbored no concerns regarding this matter. In his eyes, the quality of Mu Lingyin's talents bore no influence on her status as his only kin. Elevating her talents was merely a means to ensure that she could inherit the legacy of the Snow God Palace and survive safely in the depths of the frigid northern expanse. The current state was sufficient. Although Mu Lingyin still fell far short compared to the young divine emperor, who possessed supreme-level talents, being at the saint-child level was adequate. Observing the young divine emperor's nonchalance, the woman in royal attire chose not to elaborate further, though she did softly inquire with a hint of reluctance, "Within your sister, the two talents can only fully activate one. I suggest the 9 apertures Linglong heart, as it would provide more direct assistance to her, as for the innate Dao bone. If activated later, it would merely serve as an auxiliary to the 9 apertures Linglong heart. Therefore, when she awakens, I will only mention the existence of the 9 apertures Linglong heart to her." The young divine emperor nodded and then, in a state of great weakness, crawled to kneel before the woman in royal attire. Such a seemingly simple action, yet he found it extraordinarily arduous. "Senior, I humbly beseech you, do take good care of her." As he spoke, the young divine emperor bowed his head heavily. The woman in palace attire gazed at him with a complex expression, and after a prolonged silence, she solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, even if I should lose my soul and sever all ties to the cycle of reincarnation, I will ensure her well-being." In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire cosmos was etching this declaration into its essence, a mystifying aura emanating from the woman in palace garb, merging with the surrounding heavens and earth. In the world of Shenzhou, countless powerful cultivators who witnessed this scene were struck with profound astonishment. This was the great oath of reincarnation. Legend has it that within the heavens and earth lies the cycle of reincarnation, the supreme rule governing all existence, the very foundation of the world's continuity. The great oath of reincarnation, once breached, condemns one to eternal entrapment, obliterating all traces of their existence within this realm. For anyone, this is the most grandiose of vows. Yet in this moment, the multitude in the Shenzhou world found nothing peculiar about the palace-clad woman's vow. For all had witnessed, firsthand, the actions of the young divine emperor, a gesture capable of stirring the conscience of any being still possessing a shred of integrity. Even among the ranks of the Fatian alliance, the overwhelming majority remained silent, not perceiving the palace woman as complicit in wrongdoing. At last, the image revealed the young divine emperor rising to his feet, bidding farewell to the woman in palace attire, his steps unsteady as he made his way toward the altar's exit. Traversing the icy passageway, behind him, the gentle voice of the palace woman echoed, "Ye Feng, remember, my name is Yuan Suru. I hope that one day, we shall meet again." Chapter 55. A clear distinction amidst the icy expanse. A solitary figure trudged forward. Clad in thick leather garments, he was nevertheless unable to shield himself from the biting cold. Though his steps were tentative and slow, each footfall was resolute, gradually receding into the obscurity of the swirling snowstorm. In the underground chamber, Mu Lingyin stirred awake, her gaze wandering in confusion until she realized that the young divine emperor was no longer present, a flicker of panic beginning to surface in her expression. Just then, a calming voice resonated in her ear. "Do not fear, your brother has departed, but this is only temporary." Turning around, Mu Lingyin beheld the woman in palace attire, and under her soothing presence, she gradually regained her composure. From the palace woman, Mu Lingyin learned that she had been chosen by this esteemed predecessor to inherit the Snow God Temple, while her brother Yi Feng had received guidance from her, allowing him to safely exit the extreme northern snowfields from another direction. Simultaneously, Mu Lingyin discovered that she possessed one of the most formidable innate talents since time immemorial, the 9 apertures Linglong heart. An extraordinary gift. All of this mirrored the scenes etched in her memory from 100,000 years hence within the divine emperor hall. Yet throughout those 100 millennia, she remained oblivious to the multitude of events that transpired during her 3 days of unconsciousness. At this moment within the divine emperor's palace, Mu Lingyin's gaze had turned hollow, her face etched with an irrevocable sorrow, a grief that seemed insurmountable. Even the gentle reassurances from her dearest companion, Qin Wuan, fell upon deaf ears. After a prolonged silence, Mu Lingyin gradually lowered her head. Noticing her distress, Qin Wuan hastily turned her attention towards her, softly murmuring, "Lingyin, this is merely an image. It has been 100,000 years. People change, and the divine emperor." Suddenly, Mu Lingyin interjected, interrupting Qin Wuan's counsel. "I am sorry." Qin Wuan was momentarily taken aback. To whom was this apology directed? To the divine emperor? Yet, in the next breath, Mu Lingyin continued, "Wuan, I am sorry." Qin Wuan stared at her in bewilderment. Perplexed by her words, Mu Lingyin gently lifted her head, seemingly by chance, her hand softly grasping the hilt of the sword at her waist. "We can no longer be together, hence, I must apologize." Qin Wuan struggled to comprehend Mu Lingyin's sentiments, her mind momentarily clouded with confusion. But at that instant, Mu Lingyin abruptly drew forth the long sword from her waist, and in a fleeting moment, countless sword energies erupted with ferocity. In the void, these sword energies coalesced like clusters of icy snowflakes, dancing through the air. In the next heartbeat, these myriad sword energies surged towards the heart of the chaotic furnace at the center of the Divine Emperor's palace. She was resolutely intent on shattering the chaotic furnace to release the Divine Emperor contained within. This spectacle astonished all present in the Divine Emperor's palace. The suddenness of it left no time for forewarning. Mu Lingyin's overwhelming onslaught was poised to strike the chaotic furnace. This was an all-out assault from a peak saint-level powerhouse. Within the Divine Emperor's palace, although there were hundreds of eminent cultivators, each possessing unparalleled prowess, the sheer abruptness of Mu Lingyin's action rendered them incapable of responding in time. Even if they attempted to intervene hastily, it was an impossible endeavor. At the forefront of the crowd, the closest to the chaotic furnace, Chao Zai's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised his folding fan, and a radiant spectrum of colors erupted from its surface, transforming into mountains and rivers, creating a miniature world that stood against the torrent of sword energies. This was Chao Zai's most formidable treasure, the mountain and river folding fan. Although not an ancient artifact, it was indeed a relic of considerable power, verging on the status of a semi-artifact. Yet, even this magnificent treasure could merely stave off the ocean of sword energies for a fleeting moment before it was breached. The urgency of the situation left Chao Zai no opportunity to fully unleash the potential of the mountain and river folding fan. With Chao Zai unable to hinder Mu Lingyin's assault, countless sword energies were on the verge of crashing into the chaotic furnace, and the faces of the hundreds of cultivators from the Celestial Alliance turned ashen. The invasion of the Divine Emperor's palace and the sealing of the Divine Emperor had initially appeared so straightforward. However, this was only due to the Divine Emperor's unpreparedness, having fallen victim to Chao Zai's ambush and subsequent sealing. Should the Divine Emperor be released, he would be the sole immortal powerhouse in existence for the past 100,000 years. The combined might of these hundreds of top-tier cultivators would likely pale in comparison to that of the Divine Emperor. The severity of this potential outcome left many with faces as pale as death. Yet, in that very moment, a white shadow suddenly flitted through the void, completely obscuring the chaotic furnace. Countless strands of sword energy pierced through the white shadow, yet from that very shadow, innumerable needle-like entities shot forth. The thunderous roar erupting suddenly, in the blink of an eye. There had already been hundreds of thousands of collisions. It was only moments later that everyone could discern that Mu Lingyin's million sword energies had indeed been entirely intercepted. What is this, a betrayal already? I had previously asserted that blood ties are not so easily severed into enmity. This woman must surely be a pawn sent by the Divine Emperor to infiltrate our ranks. Yet you were reluctant to believe, is it because I am of the demon race that my words must necessarily be false? A seductive voice echoed in the ears of all present. Though it was sweetly intoxicating, it carried an icy undertone. The white shadow gradually dissipated. The one who had intercepted Mu Lingyin was none other than the demon queen, Qing Xuanji. That white shadow was, in fact, the most formidable of her tails. The nine-tailed celestial fox, with its 9 tails, was a manifestation of her cultivation, both tangible and illusory in that fleeting moment. No one present could react in time. Yet, wherever the 9-tailed celestial fox roamed, her 9 tails could instantaneously unfurl an invisible barrier in any direction surrounding her, ready to unleash a devastating strike at the mere thought. Thus, in this world, unless the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable, it was inconceivable for anyone to inflict a surprise attack upon the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Even though Mu Lingyin's strike was so abrupt, Qing Xuanji managed to thwart it. Instantly, the crowd collectively exhaled, only to turn their wary gazes upon Mu Lingyin. In the blink of an eye, the entire Divine Emperor's hall had been starkly divided into 2 distinct factions. Hundreds from the Alliance Against Heaven gathered around Qing Xuanji, while opposite them stood Mu Lingyin alone. Qin Wuan was the sole one in a state of indecision. Though she did not immediately side with the Alliance Against Heaven, she also refrained from standing with Mu Lingyin. Her face bore a lingering expression of disbelief. She could hardly accept that Mu Lingyin would truly take action to save the Divine Emperor. That was the enemy of all present, indeed, the enemy of the entire world. Why? Why would Mu Lingyin act thus? Why such impulsiveness? Was it merely for the sake of the memories from 10,000 years ago, when the Divine Emperor had once done those things for her? Undoubtedly, those deeds were deeply moving. Yet after 10,000 years, Mu Lingyin had long since matured beyond the naive girl she once was, not prone to such recklessness, and certainly not one to forget the brutal actions of the Divine Emperor during the latter years. As Qin Wuan had said, People do change. So, what could possibly compel Mu Lingyin to act? Chapter 56. The outbreak of war within the Divine Emperor's Hall. Mu Lingyin, sword in hand, faced hundreds of elite practitioners. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged. Traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, her gaze indescribably complex, yet devoid of any hesitation. In contrast, Chao Zhe stood opposite, filled with uncertainty. This was the long princess he had admired for thousands of years. Although merely one among many in his affections, Chao Zhe had always believed his feelings for Mu Lingyin to be true love. Now witnessing her standing against everyone, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Even the expressions on their faces were imbued with profound anguish as they raised their arms, seemingly attempting to retain something elusive. Sister Lingyin, why would you? Yet, Mu Lingyin did not cast a single glance in his direction. Instead, her gaze shifted towards Qing Xuanji, who, with a cold smile, offered no reply. Mu Lingyin nodded slightly before turning her attention to Chao Zhe. Oh, you intend to obstruct me as well? The torment on Chao Zhe's face deepened, as if he stood opposed to Mu Lingyin, causing him immense distress. Sister Lingyin, you know that if only you would return, we could once again traverse the world together. Chao Zhe sought to persuade Mu Lingyin to reconsider. However, at that moment, she merely nodded again and looked towards Qin Wuan, disregarding Chao Zhe's entreaties. And you, Wuan? Qin Wuan's complexion paled slightly. On one side lay righteousness, and on the other, her dearest sister. After a moment's silence, she slowly retreated a few steps, positioning herself at the center between the two sides, her withdrawal signifying her stance. She would not partake in this matter. Yet, she uttered a resolute statement, regardless of the circumstances. No one is permitted to take her life. Qin Wuan, the martial lord of the Divine Emperor's Hall, had secretly served the Divine Emperor for millennia, leading all hidden forces within the hall, wielded as his sharpest blade. Her disposition was not one of simple silence, but rather one of icy resolve. At this moment, when she spoke, the veiled intent to kill within her words sent a chill through many hearts. It was clear to all that if anyone dared to truly harm Mu Lingyin, Qin Wuan would not let them go unpunished. Instantly, hundreds of elite cultivators reminded themselves to be cautious, ensuring they would never harm her life. Only Qing Xuanji let out a cold laugh, dismissing the warning entirely. Mu Lingyin nodded in acknowledgement towards Qin Wuan, then raised her arm, the tip of her sword aimed directly at her opponent. Then, let it come, wait. Just as Mu Lingyin's words fell, Chao Zhe had already spread his arms wide, inadvertently blocking the already poised Qing Xuanji, and urgently inquired, what is your reason? Mu Lingyin, you owe us an explanation. Everyone present were comrades who had fought alongside her. Even in the face of conflict, there ought to be a rationale. Mu Lingyin took a deep breath, lifted her gaze to the heavens, and her voice took on an ethereal quality. Indeed, I should provide a reason, regardless of whether it will be accepted. Thus, I shall speak. My brother, the Divine Emperor, and I share no blood ties. Extracting soul blood serves no purpose and must harbor ulterior motives. The 9 orifices Linglong heart was a gift from my brother, who endured excruciating pain to bestow it upon me. It was originally his, and returning it is thus entirely justifiable. The torment of the infernal fire sea over millennia pales in comparison to the countless sufferings my brother endured for my sake. At this juncture, Mu Lingyin surveyed all present in the fate-defying alliance, enunciating each word with gravitas. What I owe him far exceeds what he owes me. In this world, anyone may rebel against him. But I alone lack the right to do so. Therefore, I must save him. If he were to die, I would stand by his side. As the words fell, Mu Lingyin no longer hesitated. With a flick of her long sword, countless beams of sword light suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire Divine Emperor's palace. Chao Zhe's expression instantly changed. If one were to consider Mu Lingyin's perspective, it was indeed true that she owed the Divine Emperor much. Even if she sought to persuade him from a standpoint of righteousness regarding the Divine Emperor's malevolent deeds towards the world, the current Mu Lingyin would not heed his counsel. Battle had commenced. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the Divine Emperor's palace was not vast, and once the clash began, although Mu Lingyin stood alone, she was at the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, one of the strongest present. Moreover, with the threat posed by Qin Wuan, everyone would find themselves constrained. Should they engage, unless they could instantly subdue Mu Lingyin, a great conflict was inevitable. But how could one hope to capture a pinnacle sage in the blink of an eye? This was no ambush. It was an outright confrontation, and should a great battle erupt, irrespective of its outcome, the aftermath would surely ripple through the chaos cauldron. If by chance it were to be shattered, releasing the Divine Emperor, this thought, a chill ran down Chao Zhe's spine. Without further ado, he took action. the mountain and water folding fan suddenly transformed into a vast array, encompassing the entire Divine Emperor's palace, subsequently isolating it. "Your Highness, restrain her," Chao Zhe bellowed, and in that instant, the situation shifted dramatically. While the mountain and water folding fan was a semi-divine artifact, it paled in comparison to true divine artifacts. Relying solely on his strength, Chao Zhe could not encompass everyone within this spatial domain. Tio put it plainly. This space was a void battlefield created by Chao Zhe utilizing the spatial properties of the mountain and water folding fan. And such a temporary void battlefield had its limits. 2 pinnacle sages were already the maximum capacity. Any more, and Chao Zhe would be unable to sustain it. Thus, he decisively expelled all others from this space, leaving only the highest cultivators, Qing Xuanji and Mu Lingyin. With Qing Xuanji's prowess, it would be no challenge to entangle her opponent. Once the two had exhausted each other, releasing Mu Lingyin would naturally lead to an easy capture without affecting the Chaos Cauldron. Everyone immediately grasped Chao Zhe's intentions, refraining from forcefully intruding into the realm of the mountain and water folding fan. Within the void, an ethereal landscape of mountains and water floated, while Qing Xuanji and Mu Lingyin had already engaged in combat. Thus, the duel between 2 pinnacle sages erupted, yet, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan's greatest skill was survival. 9 tails represented 9 lives, so even in the face of unforeseen events, Qing Xuanji would not suffer a crushing defeat. Within the fan, the 2 graceful figures clashed fiercely, neither exhibiting even a hint of mercy. However, within the fan, they could still perceive the images of the outside world. The members of the Heavenly Alliance understood that for these two to determine a victor or reach a certain level of exhaustion would require at least several days and nights, or perhaps even months or years. Thus, everyone settled down, continuing to observe the unfolding images. At that moment, in the images, the young Mu Lingyin had already been led into the secret realm of the Snow Goddess Hall by the lady in palace attire. As for the young Divine Emperor, he struggles to survive in the frigid expanse of the extreme north. Chapter 57. A minor oversight. In the desolate snowy plains of the extreme north, the young Divine Emperor, following the instructions of a woman clad in palace garments, finally managed to locate some living creatures. Although scarce, they were sufficient for sustenance. However, a grave predicament lay before him. The entities capable of existing in such a harsh environment were undoubtedly formidable. Even the young ones typically possessed foundational cultivation. With just a slight growth, they could attain the golden core stage, or even greater strength. Out of 100 creatures, perhaps only 1 or 2 would possess lesser power than the young Divine Emperor, and they would likely be under the protection of their parents, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Thus, the young Divine Emperor faced an arduous challenge in identifying a target he could dispatch. Should he fail to find a suitable target for several consecutive months, he would be left to await his demise. The sole solution to this dire situation was to enhance his cultivation. Only by elevating his powers could he increase the likelihood of capturing prey and improve his chances of survival in the extreme northern tundra. After departing from the altar of the Snow God Temple, the young Divine Emperor roamed the frigid plains for several days before finally encountering a solitary snow beast. The creatures inhabiting the extreme north were largely unrecognized in terms of species, often going unnamed. For instance, the previously encountered group of white lizards did not exist in the outside world. Consequently, all prey in the extreme north could only be referred to as snow beasts. This solitary snow beast, possessing only foundational cultivation, was slain by the young Divine Emperor, allowing him to survive for the time being. With a moment to breathe, the young Divine Emperor immediately began to dig a snow pit to commence his cultivation. Deep within the earth, several dozen meters below, at the bottom of the snow pit, the young Divine Emperor closed his eyes and began his practice. Yet, at the very moment he initiated his training, countless spectators in the realm of Shenzhou were momentarily taken aback. For in that instant, a powerful storm abruptly surged around the young Divine Emperor's body. Being several dozen meters underground, it was evident that this storm could not be of natural origin. The tempest was clearly the result of a rapid flow of spiritual energy within the air. The higher a cultivator's level, the more spiritual energy they could draw during their practice. Under normal circumstances, a peak nascent soul or even a transformation god cultivator could evoke such a storm due to an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding environment to shift as the air flowed too swiftly. Yet, at present, the young Divine Emperor had merely just stepped into the golden core stage. Moreover, this was the depths of the extreme north. The extreme north was notoriously one of the most spiritually barren regions in the world. It was nearly impossible for any practitioner, even at the transformation stage or beyond, to summon a storm through cultivation in such a place. Yet, here was the young divine emperor, who, upon merely beginning his training, had instantly summoned a tempest. How could this not astonish all? Even the young divine emperor himself suddenly opened his eyes wide, a rare look of confusion flickering within them. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy seemed to have surged 1,000-fold. What could be the cause of this? How could it be that, despite having had the two supreme talents within him stripped away, his cultivation speed has suddenly surged to such an extent? This conundrum has left countless cultivators across the divine continent utterly perplexed. Conversely, the young divine emperor depicted in the imagery fell into contemplation for a while, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, closed his eyes to once again channel his cultivation techniques. The fluctuations of his aura varied markedly with the different techniques employed. Observers could clearly see that the technique he first utilized was none other than the flame sex method, the true flame scripture. After all, the young divine emperor had only acquired the method for forming the golden core, yet lacked the corresponding techniques for cultivation during that stage, compelling him to resort to the final section of the true flame scripture, which is intended for foundational cultivation. This approach would undoubtedly slow his progress considerably, with the efficiency of spirit energy absorption diminished by several-fold. However, he had no alternatives. This time, the young divine emperor did not invoke the true flame scripture, but instead reverted to the technique he had consistently practiced before. This time, no storm materialized. Upon reopening his eyes, a look of dawning realization washed over him, accompanied by a wry smile. Had he known earlier, he would have sought his master's guidance regarding the foundational techniques. Alas, that thought had slipped his mind, as the young divine emperor murmured to himself. Countless cultivators throughout the divine continent wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their mouths agape, nearly dislocating their jaws in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. For those who had witnessed the prior imagery, a sudden memory surged forth, in whose family village, Uncle Chun had initially intended only to accept Mu Lingyin as his disciple. Although he imparted cultivation methods to the young divine emperor, their initial treatment was starkly different. On the day they became disciples, Uncle Chun had presented each of them with distinct texts on cultivation. The one Mu Lingyin received bore similarities to the true flame scripture, encompassing 4 different techniques necessary for progression from the qi refining stage to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, Uncle Chun, considering the young divine emperor's advanced age, believed he would struggle to even enter the qi refining stage, thus providing him with a text that contained only the method for breaking through to that very stage. Later on, when the young divine emperor reversed his meridians before Uncle Chun and successfully entered the qi refining stage, he completely overturned Uncle Chun's perception of him. Thereafter, Uncle Chun regarded him as a disciple, treating him with the same meticulous care as Mu Lingyin. Yet, curiously, the matter of their respective techniques had been entirely forgotten. This meant that, for all these years, Mu Lingyin had indeed been progressing methodically, acquiring the appropriate techniques at each stage. Qi refining, followed by foundation establishment. In stark contrast, the young divine emperor had been relying solely on a single technique from the outset. The technique was so rudimentary that it fell short even of the qi refining methods, being the most basic of all, merely designed to facilitate the transition from body refinement to qi refining. This was the most elementary thing imaginable, so simple that even in the mundane world, one could purchase it for mere silver. The efficiency of cultivation using such a method could only be imagined. If one were to categorize the techniques, the one the young divine emperor had been practicing all along was 4 tiers beneath the foundation establishment techniques that Mu Lingyin had been utilizing. At each tier, the efficiency of spirit energy absorption increased exponentially. Merely in terms of cultivation techniques, the disparity in efficiency between these 2 methods could amount to several hundredfold. This trivial detail not only eludes the young divine emperor himself, but also escapes the memory of countless cultivators from the divine land who observed the footage. Few can recall it, until today, when the young divine emperor attempted to cultivate the true fire technique. This endeavor differs significantly from his previous transition, which merely involved altering the meridian pathways of his internal spiritual energy, devoid of any concerns regarding the efficiency of energy absorption. However, upon utilizing a foundational level technique to absorb spiritual energy this time, the young divine emperor realized the magnitude of his folly. Had he possessed a technique commensurate with his cultivation level, akin to Mu Lingyin, he would likely have already reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. 5 years? He might not even require 5 months. That represents a staggering efficiency gap. At this moment, in the divine land, and even within the halls of the divine emperor, countless cultivators are overwhelmed with astonishment. This is still the divine emperor, stripped of two supreme innate talents. He possesses the cultivation level of the core formation stage, yet is compelled to employ foundational techniques. Nevertheless, his cultivation efficiency and the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy have rendered numerous cultivators utterly ashamed. Such a pace of cultivation is unprecedented. In the Divine Emperor's palace, many spectators, while watching the footage, occasionally cast glances at the ongoing battle within the realm of the mountain and water-folding fan. After all, this clash has captured the hearts of many. Mu Lingyin stands as one of the highest-ranking members of the Celestial Severing Alliance. Indeed, her betrayal has left many feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet at this moment, nearly all members of the Celestial Severing Alliance, including Chao Zhe, seem to have forgotten the spatial battlefield, gazing blankly at the images in the sky. Hadn't his innate Dao bone and exquisite nine apertures heart been severed? How could he still exhibit such a pace of cultivation? This is indeed perplexing. In no time, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, as many murmured to one another. After a while, Chao Zhe regained his composure. Noticing the increasingly unnatural expressions on the faces of those around him, a sense of urgency gripped his heart, prompting him to quickly steady his emotions, forcing a faint smile as he spoke calmly. Everyone, there is no need for such anxiety. The might of the Divine Emperor is evident for all to see. Even without the two supreme innate talents, he remains the only immortal cultivator to have ascended over the past 100,000 years. Shouldn't we have anticipated such a spectacle? The crowd momentarily paused, then soon experienced a wave of relief. They collectively realized that it was merely footage, a recounting of events from 100,000 years prior. When the Divine Emperor reclaimed his nine apertures heart, he had already attained the immortal realm. It is plain to see that, even without the two supreme innate talents, it did not hinder his ascension to his current state. In light of this, it seems entirely reasonable that the Divine Emperor would possess such terrifying cultivation speed. Otherwise, how could he have become the only immortal in 100,000 years? Instantly, the atmosphere within the Divine Emperor's palace settled into tranquility. It was at this moment that a charming, mocking laughter echoed through the void. In my view, the Divine Emperor does not require the so-called supreme talents. Observe, even after losing two of these paramount endowments, his cultivation speed has not diminished. Perhaps at that time, he had already devised his own plans, and the severance of those so-called supreme talents may not have been detrimental to him at all. This voice, of course, belongs to King Xuanji. Following her, Mu Lingyin coldly interjected. At that time, the Divine Emperor brother was merely in his 20s. How could he possess the duplicitous thoughts of an old witch like you? Moreover, regardless of his motives, the fact that he endured the excruciating pain of having his bones extracted and heart ripped apart for me remains immutable. Boom, boom, boom. The term old witch seemed to have thoroughly enraged King Xuanji, escalating the confrontation between the two. However, upon hearing these words, Chao Zhe, who was situated in the outside world, appeared contemplative. King Xuanji's statement indeed served as a reminder. Could it be that the separation from those two supreme talents was, in fact, a blessing in disguise for the Divine Emperor himself? Might it be that those coveted supreme talents, pursued by countless individuals throughout the ages, were a hindrance to the Divine Emperor? Yet, the rationale behind this eluded him entirely. Why are the three supreme talents regarded as such? Is it not because no other individual's talents can surpass those endowed with supreme gifts? This was the conundrum that Chao Zhe could not fathom. Nevertheless, the truth of the matter was beyond his grasp at that moment. Meanwhile, in the unfolding scene, 6 hours had already elapsed. The youthful Divine Emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze suffused with profound bewilderment. In the next instant, he endeavored to summon the golden elixir within him, and an overwhelming aura instantly swept across the surroundings. The cultivators of the divine continent, sensing the eruption of this energy, were left utterly astonished. For in just these brief 6 hours, the youthful Divine Emperor's cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. It is noteworthy that prior to his cultivation, he had only recently stepped into the early stages of the golden elixir. What manner of speed is this? Moreover, let us not forget, this takes place in the extreme northern snowfield. Even the most exceptional prodigy would require at least a year and a half to progress from the early golden elixir stage to its peak. Assuming they possessed the first-rate talents as described by the palace-clad maiden Yuan Suru. As for those with ordinary talents, like Mu Lingyin's original level of aptitude, the time required could exceed several decades. This implies that Mu Lingyin, relying solely on her own efforts, would need a minimum of 10 years to attain the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. This is already considered swift. Should it be a matter of those with 5th-tier talents or below in the divine continent, there are many who may take decades, or even a lifetime, to reach the pinnacle of the golden elixir. While a cultivator's lifespan is indeed lengthy, time remains the most precious commodity for them. Without sufficient time, one cannot even reach the peak of their current realm, let alone break through to the next, thereby extending their lifespan. Yet now, the youthful Divine Emperor has achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Elixir stage in merely 6 hours, utilizing foundational cultivation techniques. What does this signify? This indicates that, considering the exceedingly sparse concentration of spiritual energy in the extreme northern snowfield, the youthful Divine Emperor's cultivation speed would be thousands of times that of a first-rate prodigy. Although the matter of cultivation cannot be quantified, as the influencing factors are numerous and exceedingly complex, rendering precise analysis unattainable, the stark disparity in speed is evident. Regardless of the multitude of reasons and justifications one might proffer, it is ultimately futile. This is the chasm of innate talent, a gap as immense as a deep canyon. In an instant, nearly every cultivator in the realm of Shenzhou was profoundly struck in comparison to the Divine Emperor. Their cultivation speed appeared as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Even Chao Zhe felt a noticeable tremor in his composure, his gaze becoming somewhat unnatural. He was hailed as the greatest prodigy of the millennium. Yet now, in comparison to the Divine Emperor, the worth of his so-called title as the first genius seemed painfully meagered. In the imagery, the youthful Divine Emperor meticulously confirmed that his cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Yet his expressions soon became complicated. Had he truly ascended to the pinnacle of core formation so swiftly? What would come next? In this cursed place, where could he possibly seek the method of nurturing the infant? The youthful Divine Emperor appeared somewhat vexed. He had initially believed that even with the cultivation of a more advanced technique, he would progress considerably faster. However, considering his prior 5 years spent transitioning from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, he assumed that the period from early core formation to its zenith would not be shorter than that. Hence, for at least the next 5 years, he thought he need not contemplate what to do next. Any enhancement in strength would suffice, for even a slight improvement would increase his chances of survival in the extreme northern snowfields. Yet, he could hardly believe that in a mere 6 hours, half a day, he had reached the apex of his current realm. Without the method of nurturing the infant, it was utterly impossible to break through to the nascent soul stage. This meant that any further cultivation efforts would be rendered futile. In the desolate and silent expanse of the extreme northern snowfields, solitude and chill were humanity's greatest adversaries. If one could cultivate, it would serve to pass the time and stave off madness. Originally, this was the youthful Divine Emperor's perspective. But now, after half a day, cultivation was complete. What would follow? Would he truly endure the passage of time in such a grim manner? In an instant, the youthful Divine Emperor furrowed his brow. Chapter 59. Self-created techniques. After several hours of contemplation, the youthful Divine Emperor suddenly raised an eyebrow, retrieving the storage bag of the formidable Bone Taoist and extracting the tomes within. This time, he did not shy away. Rather, he scrutinized each volume with diligence and seriousness. He sought to unearth anything of value within these books. Even if none existed, he could at least regard the reading as a means to pass the time. Among the dozen or so texts by the Bone Taoist, the majority indeed proved ineffectual, and he had no interest in the romantic tales, which felt like chewing wax. After thorough examination and analysis, discovering no hidden treasures within, he promptly discarded them back into the storage bag. However, after a considerable passage of time, the youthful Divine Emperor slowed his pace as he perused a particular tome, appearing to deliberate over each word with utmost care and consideration. In the realm of Shenzhou, the expressions of countless cultivators watching the imagery shifted dramatically. Due to the book that the young god emperor perused, it was none other than the cultivation manual of the Dongpa sect, entitled The Initial Understanding of the Ghost Path. Although this is merely an introductory text on ghostly techniques, all its content is exclusively applicable to demonic cultivators. The Dongpa sect is inherently a sect of the demonic path. Yet at this moment, the young god emperor seemed to have cast aside the dichotomy of righteousness and evil, and began to scrutinize this book of demonic arts with great diligence. Could it be that he harbored the intention of stepping into the realm of demonic cultivation? Suddenly, many individuals from the divine land recalled a troubling possibility, their expressions shifting slightly. Might it be that at this juncture, the young god emperor inadvertently strayed from the righteous path and embarked upon the road of demonic cultivation, ultimately becoming the scourge that ravages the world? The more they contemplated, the more they felt that this possibility loomed large. For in such profound solitude, one might easily lose the ability to maintain self-control. Moreover, the allure of demonic techniques is inherently addictive. Just as anxiety enveloped everyone, the young god emperor finally finished reading the book. Upon raising his head, He furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with contemplation. Yet no one knew what weighed upon his mind. After a considerable interval, the young god emperor picked up another tome, which was another manual of demonic arts, the initial understanding of the blood path. These 2 volumes were the only demonic texts contained within the storage pouch of the esteemed Li Gu, and now, the young god emperor had cast aside all other books to devote himself entirely to the study of these 2. 7 days. For a full 7 days, the young god emperor pored over these 2 volumes, intermittently glancing at other texts, such as the true art of blazing fire and the art of fire condensation. Yet he would merely glance at them before setting them aside. No one could fathom why he repeatedly examined those 2 books of demonic arts countless times. The depth of contemplation in his gaze only grew more intense, until, after 7 days, the young god emperor abruptly rose, crouching in the snowy pit below, and began to draw and write upon the ground with his finger as if it were a pen. Witnessing this spectacle, many cultivators from the divine land were momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly signify? After a prolonged interval, as they observed the young god emperor sketching and revising in the snow, the final inscription he left behind left countless formidable cultivators aghast, soaring into the air. Even within the divine emperor's hall, the hundreds of members from the heaven-slaying alliance were thrown into a state of uproar. The entire divine land trembled in response. He was creating a new technique? Suddenly, a voice among the crowd within the divine emperor's hall cried out in astonishment, the tone laced with disbelief. For it was evident to all that what the young god emperor inscribed upon the ground was unmistakably a brand new cultivation technique. All the experiences the young god emperor had undergone in recent years were visible to everyone, and they had never witnessed him possessing such a technique. Thus, even the common folk of the divine land could discern that the young god emperor was in the act of creating a new cultivation method. But how could this be? At this moment, the young god emperor was merely at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. How many techniques had he encountered in total? Throughout history, those who have successfully created their own techniques were invariably prodigious and extraordinary cultivators. Even the most rudimentary of chi cultivation techniques cannot be conjured casually. The so-called commonplace techniques of today were once the products of high-level cultivators in their time. Why are certain low-level cultivation techniques so commonplace? It is not due to their ineffectiveness, but rather their remarkable universality. Furthermore, when these techniques were originally conceived, they attracted the covetous eyes of numerous sects and powers. As the years passed and the tides of fate shifted, many of the sects that once utilized these techniques to lay the groundwork for their disciples have long since vanished, leading to the widespread dissemination of these techniques, to the point where even ordinary mortals might encounter them. As for why higher-level techniques have not proliferated throughout the world, it is because they are exceedingly precious. The vast majority of practitioners who acquire them choose not to keep them physically, but instead commit them to memory, ensuring that even in death, they do not fall into the hands of their adversaries. Moreover, higher-level techniques are incomprehensible to mortals and low-tier cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult for any who might possess them to spread their knowledge. Regardless, any cultivation technique, irrespective of its rank or realm, is of immeasurable value. With countless practitioners across the land, how many possess the ability to create their own techniques? Even amongst those of the saint realm, it is not a trivial matter to devise a new technique. Yet now, a mere youth of the Golden Core realm, the Divine Emperor, has astonishingly begun to create his own technique after perusing only a handful of existing ones. This is nothing short of astonishing. In that moment, the entire realm of Shinjo fell into silence, as countless onlookers stared blankly at the projection, their minds a chaotic whirlpool. The Divine Emperor, however, remained oblivious to all this, diligently revising and refining the technique in the snow. This endeavor consumed a full month of his time. Throughout this month, the young emperor toiled without rest, appearing increasingly haggard, yet the technique, comprising merely a few hundred words, became ever more refined. The flow of time in the projection was rapid. A month would at least require the duration of a tea break to witness. Consequently, during many pivotal moments, including when the young emperor spoke, his words were uttered in the blink of an eye, rendering them nearly inaudible to the ordinary folk of Shinjo. Thus, the majority of the audience were indeed practitioners. Although the young emperor was in the process of creating his technique, the perspective of the projection never fully immersed itself in the snowy ground, leaving no one able to view the complete technique. As a result, while everyone was left in astonishment, very few maintained their gaze throughout the duration of the tea break. It was akin to a brief intermission during a film. Meanwhile, as countless practitioners of Shinjo took their respite, the creator of this projection was also resting. He was none other than the Divine Emperor, Feng, who remained sealed within the chaos furnace. At this moment, Feng was finally able to take a temporary reprieve from his fervent writing. In truth, since the inception of the projection, he had taken several breaks. Any non-essential content that merely filled time could naturally be paused. The life editing system, while immensely powerful, required Feng to meticulously inscribe every detail to manifest within the projection. Now, he resembled an author penning an autobiographical novel about his own life. In order to keep up with the updates, Feng's mind was racing, tirelessly scribbling away without daring to pause for even a moment. Thus, during this hard-won respite, he could finally take a deep breath. However, just then, Feng glanced outside the chaotic furnace and was momentarily taken aback. In the space of the mountain and water-folding fan, Mu Lingyin was actually engaged in a battle with Qing Xuanji. Chapter 60. The Next Target. Previously immersed in crafting his narrative, Feng had been oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world, merely casting a fleeting glance now and then, content to know that those beyond believed wholeheartedly in the content he had created. After all, it was not yet the time for the plot twist that would alter their perceptions of him, so Feng dared not relax for a moment. Only now, finally resting, did he witness the fierce clash between Mu Lingyin and Qing Xuanji. Just as he was pondering this, he overheard the fierce exchanges between the two in the spatial battlefield, and it dawned on him Mu Lingyin had actually defected. Feng couldn't help but want to double over in laughter. Please call me the strongest screenwriter. The plot twist hadn't even arrived yet, and I've already managed to sway one person. Who else is there? Within the chaotic flames, protected by the life editing system, Feng felt no temperature. Of course, he had not attained the true cultivation of a divine emperor and remained an ordinary person. As for the divine emperor's figure glimpsed through the flames of the chaotic furnace, that was merely an illusion created by the system. The real Feng was deeply engrossed in writing his novel, ensuring that no outsider could catch a glimpse of him at this moment. Feng looked triumphantly at those within the divine emperor's palace, particularly scrutinizing Chao Zhe. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Look at you all reveling now. Once I finish my novel, you shall all kneel and apologize to me. Those who refuse to apologize will become the ultimate villains, deserving of annihilation." After a brief chuckle, Feng contemplated the forthcoming plot, casting an expectant glance at the spatial battlefield before immersing himself once again in his writing. Yet, he harbored concerns. If the narrative he crafted ultimately failed to earn the forgiveness and understanding of those who viewed him as the great villain disrupting the world, he would inevitably succumb to the fate of being refined by the chaotic furnace. Thus, during the time when he had not seen results, Feng wrote with utmost caution, layering countless details and foreshadowing, all in preparation for a future twist. When that twist finally arrived, it would surely help many comprehend his intentions. Now, witnessing that Mu Lingyin had already allied with him before the plot twist he had designed even occurred, Feng felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. It seemed that a twist might not be strictly necessary. If there were sufficient emotional ties, that could suffice as well. Mu Lingyin's feelings toward him should stem from familial affection, along with some indescribable sentiments, which explained her swift allegiance to his side. If that were the case, could friendship and love also be so easily swayed? After pondering for a moment, Feng swiftly resolved. Let us first test the waters of friendship, he thought to himself. Friendship. Chao Zhe? Let it be. At this juncture, Chao Zhe will not be born for several millennia. Suddenly, Feng cast a glance outside, particularly pausing his gaze for a moment upon witnessing the spatial battlefield, and then abruptly inquired within his mind. System, is it possible for me to access the experiences of others? It would facilitate the unfolding of the narrative. The system promptly provided an answer. Indeed. Furthermore, you may peruse the past records of nearly all individuals from the past 100,000 years. Of course, the details will not be excessively intricate. Certain nuances may be forgotten even by the individuals themselves, and thus will not be present in the records. With such information at hand, Feng would find it significantly easier to devise the storyline. Contemplating this, Feng decisively stated, "Then assist me in retrieving that individual's information." As he spoke, Feng pointed towards the exterior of the chaos furnace. In the next instant, a vast array of data manifested within his mind, available for his exploration. Moments later, Feng's eyes brightened, and he broke into a smile. So that is how it is. He was unaware of how his awakening occurred. His origins remained obscure. He only knew that at the moment of awakening, his bloodline was already perfected. This is far too easy. I shall select you as my next target for subversion. Just watch me. Feng merely pondered briefly in his mind before lowering his head once more, hastily scribbling away. In the imagery, within the span of a month, Feng had thoroughly refined that particular technique. After countless meticulous considerations, The method was devoid of any flaws. Even after attempting its operation, no issues arose, and its effects had stabilized, leaving him uncertain about its efficacy during actual cultivation. Yet, at the very least, it was preferable to idleness and the snow pit. Feng exhaled deeply, rising to his feet, committing the technique entirely to memory, and then erasing all traces in the snow. This scene instantly incited countless cultivators in the Shinjo world to lament and pound their chests in frustration. This was an entirely new technique that had just been created. Why were they not allowed to witness it properly? Perhaps it would prove beneficial to many, even to entire sects. Regrettably, Feng would certainly not permit them to see it, for he was merely an ordinary person who had traversed realms. How could he possibly craft a technique for cultivation? That would be nothing short of a farce. Within the chaos furnace, Feng smiled with satisfaction, eyeing the imagery. The young divine emperor Feng took a brief respite. Throughout the past month, he had not dared to relax even for a moment, fearing that a disruption in his thoughts would hinder the creation of the technique. After a short while, having regained his composure, Feng felt waves of weakness wash over him. Having scarcely eaten for over a month, he became anxious. Immersed in the creation of the technique, he had entirely forgotten to nourish himself, and he needed to find sustenance quickly, lest he perish from hunger upon this frigid northern expanse. In the snow pit, Feng sprang up, leaping several times before emerging from the snow pit, swiftly traversing the extreme northern tundra. He was no longer the same individual he had been over a month ago. Over a month ago, Feng was merely at the initial stage of forming his core and had yet to recognize the issues with his cultivation speed. Thus, aware of the extreme scarcity of spiritual energy in the northern snowfield, he dared not recklessly utilize the qi within him, opting instead to traverse the snowy expanse like an ordinary person. However, the situation has transformed dramatically. Having cultivated foundational techniques, it seems as though Feng's innate potential has been ignited, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate exponentially greater than before. Even in this barren realm, he could achieve the pinnacle of core formation within half a day. Once his internal qi was depleted, the replenishment of his energy would no longer pose a challenge. Consequently, at this moment, Feng propelled himself to his utmost speed, searching diligently for traces of the snow beasts that roamed the northern snowfield. 2 days later, the image of Feng slowed as he pressed his body against the ground, his breath nearly imperceptible, cautiously approaching a snow-capped mountain ahead. This northern snowfield is replete with such mountainous and glacial terrains, where the majority of snow beasts tend to reside. Just an hour prior, Feng had detected signs of nearby snow beasts, ultimately honing in on the towering snow mountain that loomed hundreds of meters high. From a distance, it appeared that there was a snow cave nestled within the mountain. It was highly likely that the snow beast resided therein. However, this creature likely possessed the strength of a peak core formation, or perhaps even that of the nascent soul stage, necessitating Feng to exercise utmost caution to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. Yet, just as he approached with great care, a sudden, anguished howl of a beast erupted from the mountain. The cry resembled that of a wolf, yet it bore an unsettling quality, the origin of which remained a mystery. Upon hearing this dreadful wail, Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This sound could very well belong to the snow beast. This indicated that an unwelcome guest had arrived in the snow cave. Feng's target may have already reached the nascent soul stage, and those capable of hunting such formidable foes would naturally be even stronger. A more powerful snow beast had taken the lead. Feng's countenance darkened, yet he hastily quickened his pace. Regardless of the circumstances, he must investigate. How could he ascertain the possibility of seizing an opportunity without a closer look? Chapter 61. Friends, Feng approached the entrance of the snow cave with utmost stealth, peering cautiously inside. With his cultivation at the core formation stage, he lacked the ability to utilize spiritual sense and could only rely on his sight. However, this single glance caused his pupils to constrict. The scene within the snow cave was indeed harrowing. In the center of the pitch-black cavern lay the massive, grotesque corpse of a snow beast, resembling a giant bear, yet adorned with a single horn atop its head. Its eyes, dark as night, resembled two black pearls, unblinking and lifeless, staring vacantly toward the cave's entrance. Feng could not ascertain whether this snow beast was the original inhabitant of the cave or an intruder. Yet, it was evident that the outcome had been decided. Snow beasts possess a formidable ability to conceal their presence, making them difficult to detect even while alive, let alone in death. Feng could not even gauge the creature's strength in life, heightening his wariness. After scrutinizing the scene a few moments longer, he cautiously pressed himself against the icy walls of the cave and began to venture inward. The light within the snow cave has been obscured, with only the entrance offering a faint brightness. Inside, it is enveloped in utter darkness, although one can still make out shapes with some effort. As Feng approached the corpse of the snow beast, he discerned the wounds that marred its body. Countless claw marks and bite wounds were scattered across its form, indicating that it had endured a fierce struggle before its demise. From these injuries, Feng surmised that the beast's adversary must have been a particularly ferocious and aggressive creature. However, such a conclusion proved of little consequence. In the extreme northern tundra, plant life is scarce, rendering most snow beasts carnivorous. Without a certain degree of aggression, survival and reproduction in this harsh environment would be nearly impossible. After merely glancing at the corpse, Feng had no intention of lingering, as he was uncertain whether the victorious snow beast had retreated far. Yet, the silence of the snow cave was palpable, devoid of any sound or presence, not even the faintest whisper of breath. Given Feng's typically cautious nature, he instinctively concluded that the triumphant snow beast was likely not present. With resolve, he drew an ice dagger, a straightforward task in the extreme north, perfectly suited for slicing through snow beast flesh. However, just as he prepared to make his cut, a voice abruptly echoed from not far behind him. "Do not take my food. Leave." Feng's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Almost reflexively, he leaped, vaulting over the massive corpse of the snow beast to the other side. Simultaneously turning to face the source of the voice, he gripped the ice dagger in a reverse hold, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Unlike typical cultivators, when faced with danger, Feng's first instinct was not to retrieve a magical artifact or cast a spell, but to prepare his body for combat. This instinct was honed from years of living in the Heyoon mountain range. Such a habit, however, proved exceptionally suitable for battle, as long as his opponent was not several realms above him. Rendering him unable to react, he could confront any peril without succumbing to powerlessness. As he listened intently to the voice behind him, thoughts raced through Feng's mind. Were there other humans in this desolate expanse of the extreme north? Just as he was on high alert, peering into the darkness of the snow cave, the voice came again, tinged with curiosity. "What kind are you? I have never encountered such a snow beast on the tundra before." Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, from the shadows emerged a snow beast, slowly stepping into view. Upon seeing this creature, Feng was utterly stunned. He was not alone. Even the countless cultivators in the Shinjo realm watching the imagery were left bewildered. This is not a dog? Indeed, it resembled a snow wolf, yet the lively and ethereal glint in its eyes revealed it to be a dog, albeit of a breed unfamiliar to anyone present. It seemed that this type of dog did not exist in the Shinjo realm. Furthermore, the most significant issue was that this dog did not appear to be a snow beast at all. In the extreme northern tundra, snow beasts come in countless forms, yet they all share a singular trait. Their fur is invariably pure white, without a single stray hair in sight. The circumstances are a result of the environment, evolved over countless years, making it improbable for a snow beast with fur of other colors to survive. Even if mutations occur, survival remains a formidable challenge. Yet, the dog before me bears a resemblance to a snow wolf, its coat a striking blend of black and white, with the tips tinged in brown. Its fur is dense, ears diminutive, and though its size is formidable, it possesses an unexpected charm. Particularly, its lively gaze evokes a sense of warmth in Feng, who endures the harsh realities of this unforgiving northern tundra. Nevertheless, a greater sense of bewilderment prevails. How could a dog exist in this desolate expanse? Moreover, this dog is capable of speech. The man and the dog, separated by the carcass of the snow beast, exchanged wary glances filled with mutual curiosity. After a prolonged silence, the dog spoke again. "Are you human?" Feng nodded silently. Instantly, the dog seemed to relax, its fur softening significantly, and after a few enthusiastic wags of its tail, its voice transformed into one of joy. "This is my first encounter with a human. I believe we are meant to be friends. You wouldn't harm me, would you?" Feng paused momentarily. It is indeed true that dogs are considered man's best friend. Yet this particular creature, residing in such a life-restricting region, capable of slaying snow beasts and conversing, was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely not native to this frigid domain. It is an outsider. Feng quickly deduced, slowly straightening his posture. Yet he did not lower his ice dagger, choosing instead to respond calmly. "I am human, and you are," he faltered, uncertain how to inquire about this dog. Should he ask for its name? What name would a dog possess? Should he inquire about its origins? Having never encountered a human, how could this dog articulate its background? And as for its breed, would a dog even know what breed it is? Ultimately, Yifeng found himself at a loss for questions. As for its gender, that was apparent from its melodious voice, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. However, perceiving Yifeng's hesitation, the dog approached merrily, though it stopped short of reaching his side, wagging its tail enthusiastically. A distinct smile illuminated its canine face, its mouth agape in delight. What a rare occasion to meet a friend in this tundra. Hello, my name is Qing. I am a wolf dog. Human, what is your name? Yifeng was taken aback. This dog indeed had a name, yet the name felt peculiar. Its fur was clearly black and white. Why would it be called a Qing? There was never any shade of green on this snowy expanse. As for being a wolf dog, he had never heard of such a breed. After a brief silence, Yifeng shook his head and chuckled softly. To argue logic with a dog? That would be sheer folly. With this realization, he chose not to dwell further on it, maintaining a sense of vigilance while responding, I am Yifeng, a human. Hello, friend, in the vast, desolate wilderness of the tundra. Within this realm of life's prohibitions, Yifeng was no longer alone in his struggle for survival. He had found his very first friend in this lifetime, a talking wolf dog named Qing. Chapter 62. A decade later, the acquaintance between Yifeng and Qing seemed to unfold naturally, and their friendship blossomed in the same vein. Initially, Yifeng remained perpetually vigilant, even during moments of respite, fearful that the creature might suddenly lunge at him. However, after more than a month of shared experiences, the bond between man and dog deepened, and the wariness gradually dissipated following several life and death battles they faced together. Throughout this period, Yifeng came to comprehend everything about Qing. According to Qing, it had lived in the extreme northern snowfields since its youth, identifying itself as a snow beast, albeit with fur that deviated slightly from the typical appearance of its kind. Yet, Yifeng was aware that the snow god temple had guarded the northern snowfields for countless millennia without ever hearing of a snow beast whose fur was not pure white. Thus, Qing could not possibly be a true snow beast. Furthermore, Qing was unable to articulate its origins, only recalling a childhood spent on the snowfields, with its unique fur color feeling innately right. It believed it should be called Qing, though it could not explain why.as for the term wolf dog. It was a name Qing had devised itself, as it was uncertain of its exact breed. For over a decade, Qing had grown gradually, fortunate to survive, and had now achieved the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Within Qing's memories lay many inexplicable fragments, as if they had always existed in its mind, their origins unknown yet undeniably useful. These included methods of hunting and combat, techniques for cultivation and enhancement, as well as peculiar notions, such as the saying that dogs are humanity's best friends. Although this knowledge was somewhat rudimentary, it enabled Qing to thrive. It was until the day it encountered Yifeng that everything shifted. Upon learning that Yifeng was human, Qing, like Yifeng, finally gained its first friend. Qing possessed a cheerful and lively disposition, occasionally displaying a hint of silliness, often engaging in soliloquies or inexplicably frolicking across the snowfields in aimless exuberance. Yet, it was precisely this character that allowed Qing to survive alone in the snowfields for over a decade without becoming like the other snow beasts, whose sole focus was on hunting and slaughter. Gradually, time flowed by. With Qing as a companion, the life of the young divine emperor Yifeng in the snowfields became increasingly effortless, and his strength appeared to grow. Even the formidable practitioners of the divine land found it baffling. Yifeng had no embryonic condensation method, his aura consistently emanating from the golden core stage, yet his combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights, seemingly without limit, in his daily life. Aside from frolicking with Qing or hunting together, the duo wandered the snowfields, resting when fatigued, seizing the opportunity to cultivate and enhance their abilities. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Yes, a decade. The extreme northern snowfields, renowned as one of the world's most perilous terrains, a realm where life is forbidden, were not easily navigable. For the past decade, Yifeng has roamed the frigid tundra alongside Qing, yet he has been unable to ascertain a definitive route for departure. Even the discernment methods imparted by Yuan Suru have proven futile, as those techniques rely on a specific and exceedingly rare snow beast indigenous to this desolate expanse. Over the course of 10 years, Yifeng has undergone a remarkable transformation. In his 20s, he was tall yet somewhat gaunt, his short hair and wild demeanor reminiscent of a forest leopard, imbued with untamed vigor, though his prolonged residence in the mountains and villages rendered him somewhat rustic in appearance. Now, after a decade in the extreme northern tundra, Yifeng's physique has become robust, with every contour of his muscular form exuding strength akin to iron. His hair cascades down to his waist, bound with a leather thong, and he is clad in a coat of snow beast hide. The pelts of the snow beasts in this region offer unparalleled insulation, far superior to those of creatures found elsewhere. A single hide suffices to fend off the biting cold. Furthermore, Yifeng's aura has evolved. He now resembles a soaring eagle of the grasslands, his gaze sharp and animated, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who meet his eyes. This profound metamorphosis can ultimately be attributed to the contrasting environments. Survival in the forests necessitated agility and finesse, which contributed to his earlier frailty, while frequent encounters with wild beasts forged a fierce temperament. In the tundra, however, his powerful muscles provide him with formidable explosive strength, enabling him to pursue snow beasts with alacrity, while also offering protection against the chill. In this vast expanse of snow, Yifeng sits atop a mound of snow, a campfire crackling before him. Equipped with a storage pouch, he possesses flint and other essentials, and as a cultivator, he can conjure flames even in the absence of flint by invoking the Li Hu's Inju. As for kindling, it is none other than the bones and hides of the snow beasts. Curiously, these materials emit not the foul stench of common beasts when burned, but rather a fragrant, smoky aroma. Upon the fire, a thick thigh of a snow beast, weighing several dozen pounds, is suspended. Behind Yifeng rests the carcass of a snow beast, as massive as a small mountain, the very creature he has just successfully hunted. This particular snow beast is a rare and formidable specimen in the extreme north. While its exact species remains unknown, its power is undeniably formidable. Had it been 10 years prior, Yifeng would have stood no chance against such a colossal foe, likely succumbing to its might in a mere instant. Yet now, having vanquished this giant, Yifeng bears not a single wound, having dispatched it with apparent ease. Beside him, a large dog, half his height and adorned in a striking black and white coat, crouches eagerly. This moment, Ching's gaze is fixated on the sizzling snow beast leg over the fire, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth in anticipation. However, the aura emanating from Ching has evidently reached a level that is no less formidable than that of the blood condensation Taoist, who once pursued the young divine Emperor Yifeng, the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. This is the current prowess of Ching. In a mere decade, Ching has astonishingly attained such strength. This rate of enhancement is utterly uncharacteristic of the demon race. After all, demons are naturally long-lived, and thus their cultivation speed cannot possibly compare to that of humans. Every sip and every bite, predetermined by fate. Yet, Ching's rate of advancement far surpasses that of the overwhelming majority of humans in this world. As for Yifeng's present strength, if one were to solely assess his aura, it is unmistakably still at the peak of the core formation stage. Over the past 10 years, his realm seems to have shown not even the slightest improvement. After all, there is no method for condensing the infant. However, to mistakenly believe that Yifeng's strength is merely that of an ordinary core formation peak would be a colossal error. Countless cultivators in the world of Shenzhou, observing the imagery, are acutely aware that while Yifeng's aura and realm still remain at the peak of core formation, his true strength cannot even be rivaled by those of the out-of-body stage. This represents an exceedingly bizarre state, where one possesses the realm of core formation yet can continuously augment their strength. Although there is no infant condensed within, it appears as though there is no limit to their power, perpetually accumulating in magnitude. When an immensely vast quantity accumulates, it astonishingly surpasses any qualitative enhancement. Out-of-body? No, even now, his combat power would give pause to those of the divine ability realm, who would not dare assert they could certainly prevail. The leap across 5 major realms, core formation, infant condensation, spirit transformation, out-of-body, and divine ability, poses a conundrum that countless cultivators in Shenzhou find utterly perplexing. Chapter 63. The Snow Spirit Turtle. No one knows why Yifeng's strength has escalated in such an enigmatic manner, nor can anyone articulate the reasons behind it. Even those exalted beings of the saint level cannot provide a precise answer. Yet, everyone understands that all of this is a consequence of the nameless technique that Yifeng self-created in years past. The specific function and effects of that technique, as well as its contents, remain unknown throughout the entire world of Shenzhou, but all have witnessed the young divine emperor Yifeng's cultivation, observing his meteoric rise in power as though propelled by a rocket. In 10 years, while Yifeng's realm still lingers at the peak of core formation, his true strength has already become comparable to that of those in the divine ability realm. Such a rate of enhancement is nothing short of terrifying. Is it not yet finished? In the imagery, Ching seems unable to contain herself, extending her claws to test the waters, but her fur nearly singed by the flames. She hastily retracts. Yifeng chuckles, gently pats Ching on the head, and says with a light-hearted tone, "Be patient, Don't rush. Ching, feeling somewhat wronged, shakes off the snowflakes clinging to her fur. I'm hungry. Yifeng glances at Ching with a hint of exasperation. It is clear that she is not merely hungry. She is craving. Indeed, in Yifeng's heart, after 10 years of companionship, shared life and death, and countless battles fought side by side, he no longer regards Ching as merely a dog. She is his partner, his soul friend. Unbeknownst to him, Ching's status in Yifeng's heart has nearly risen to parity with Mu Lingyin. She has become an indispensable part of his life. One human and one demon, seemingly destined to be inseparable companions, have traversed the decade together, offering mutual support. By the flickering fire, the crimson flames added a unique hue to the otherwise pristine snowy landscape. By the way, has your injury healed at all? After a moment, Ching, with an endearing human-like manner, grasped the roasted thigh of a snow beast and took a delicate bite, not exhibiting the ravenous behavior typical of an ordinary dog demon, but instead savoring it slowly as if she were a human girl. It was a mystery where she had learned such behavior, as Yifeng had never instructed her in this manner. At that moment, Yifeng held an ice blade, a substantial chunk of meat skewered upon it, glancing down at his abdomen with a smile, shaking his head as he said, "It has not yet fully healed, but it is progressing. The scab has formed." Ching nodded, chewing on the meat while casting her gaze into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy as she remarked, "I wonder if we will ever be able to venture outside. I truly long to explore the world beyond." Yifeng chuckled, finding nothing peculiar about a dog expressing such wistfulness before him. Instead, he replied with serene confidence, "We certainly will. I have a feeling it will be soon." Ching remained non-committal. Over the past decade, they had sought an escape from the extreme northern snowfields nearly every day, yet had never succeeded. Throughout those years, she had listened countless times to Yifeng's tales of the outside world, her heart yearning intensely. Although Yifeng himself possessed little knowledge, the stories he shared had ignited Ching's dreams of witnessing it all, even if it meant perishing after just a glimpse. 10 years prior, Ching had been like a child, often foolish and vivacious. Yet a decade on, while her foolishness remained, a persistent melancholy had taken root, a sight that would surely elicit laughter from others. In the realm of Shenzhou, countless onlookers had already chuckled at Ching's demeanor more times than they could count. Just as the spectators were about to burst into laughter at Ching's sorrowful expression, Yifeng's gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next instant, he sprang into action without hesitation, dashing forth with lightning speed, his velocity surging to its utmost limit. The spot where he had been seated was instantly enveloped by a powerful shockwave, sending a flurry of ice and snow into the air, while the colossal corpse of the demon beast behind him was propelled backward. Ching stood frozen, utterly bewildered by Yifeng's sudden frenzy, staring blankly at the snow beast's thigh in her grasp, now coated in a layer of dust from the scattered fire, rendering it completely soiled, and she erupted in frustration. "Yifeng, return my roasted meat." With a sharp cry, Ching leaped up as well, pursuing Yifeng with gritted teeth. But at that moment, Yifeng, ahead of her, called out urgently, "It's the snow spirit turtle." Those simple words made Ching's eyes widen in disbelief, and she immediately quickened her pace, frantically chasing after Yifeng. The snow spirit turtle, that was an exceedingly rare snow beast they had sought for 10 long years without success. That is the sole method employed by disciples of the Snow Temple, whose cultivation has not yet reached the out-of-body stage, to discern direction amidst the frigid expanse of the extreme north snowfield. The snow spirit turtle, upon consuming human blood, will flee in a frantic dash, and the direction it races towards will invariably be that of escape from the extreme north snowfield. Today, they have finally discovered an opportunity to depart from this desolate expanse. At the mere thought of this, Ching felt her hair stand on end, no longer preoccupied with the matter of the snow beast's leg belonging to Yifeng, and instead plunged into a relentless pursuit. The speed of the duo, a human and a spirit, was akin to that of lightning, stirring up a tempest of snow across the vast tundra, leaving behind a profound chasm carved by their sheer velocity. Yet, how could the snow spirit turtle be so easily pursued? The speed of a snow spirit turtle that has partaken of human blood is an entirely different realm compared to one that has not. When it has not consumed human blood, the snow spirit turtle is the most astute among the myriad snow beasts of the extreme north snowfield, capable even of engaging in cunning contests with humans. To capture a snow spirit turtle, even a practitioner at the out-of-body stage could merely watch from afar. The Snow Temple was able to harvest and cultivate the snow spirit turtle only through the intervention of a powerful being, thus allowing their disciples to utilize it. However, once the snow spirit turtle has ingested human blood, it loses all semblance of wisdom, resembling a mere automaton. As long as it possesses the ability to move, it will relentlessly flee beyond the extreme north snowfield, its speed comparable only to that of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Upon reaching the outside world, the snow spirit turtle meets its demise. This creature is purely a contingency, a single usage diminishing its number. Currently, the population of snow spirit turtles in the extreme north snowfield is likely less than a mere handful. In such an expansive and treacherous region, enhanced by formidable illusory formations, it is no wonder that Feng and Qing have failed to locate a snow spirit turtle in the past decade. Indeed, it is conceivable that, should fortune frown upon them, they might search for a millennium or more without success. Yet now, they have finally glimpsed the trace of the snow spirit turtle. One must concede, it is a sign of divine favor. Nevertheless, whether they can seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity remains uncertain even in Feng's heart. Undoubtedly, his strength now rivals that of the divine transformation stage. By mere might, it seems sufficient to pursue the snow spirit turtle. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Feng's prowess is solely a product of quantitative accumulation. He lacks any mastery of spells. He cannot even execute the art of levitation, flight. He has never studied it. He must rely solely on his legs to unleash his utmost speed. However, when it comes to racing across the extreme north snowfield, even after a decade of residing here, and despite possessing the strength of the divine transformation stage, whether he can catch up to the snow spirit turtle ultimately hinges on fortune. Should he succeed, they may escape the extreme north snowfield. Should he fail, whether he will encounter the snow spirit turtle again is a mystery only the heavens can unveil. This is their sole path to survival. Chapter 64. 2 choices deep within the extreme north snowfield. 3 shadows pierce through the blizzard, moving at an astonishing speed across the snow-laden expanse, akin to phantoms. Indeed, shadows, for these 3 figures had nearly reached the point of vanishing. Even practitioners, if lacking sufficient strength, could not discern the true visage of these 3 shadows, especially Feng. His silhouette, amidst the 3 shadows, was flanked by the panic-stricken snow spirit turtle in front, while Qing relentlessly pursued him from behind. Qing's speed remained somewhat sluggish, falling short in comparison to the snow spirit turtle, and there was even greater disparity when juxtaposed with the fully unleashed Feng. Fortunately, they traversed the snowy expanse, where one could behold the terrain within 100 miles, allowing them to follow the direction of the swirling snowstorm ahead without fear of falling behind. Gradually, Feng drew closer to the snow spirit turtle, seemingly on the verge of catching up. Yet, at that moment, Feng appeared to be losing momentum, his speed diminishing noticeably. However, this scene did not evoke surprise among the countless cultivators observing in the Shenzhou world. As anticipated, in the next instant, Feng's velocity surged to its utmost peak once more. Even the aura radiating from him had reverted to its zenith. At the golden core stage, achieving the pinnacle speed of the divine ability realm could not be sustained for long. A single golden core, even when expending all its spiritual energy, could only support such exertion for less than the duration of a tea brew. Yet, the spiritual energy within Feng seemed inexhaustible. Once it approached depletion, it would instantly replenish to its peak. The snow spirit turtle ahead was already enveloped in despair. The pursuer behind, after several apparent wanings in strength and deceleration, suddenly regained vigor. What could be the reason? With instinctive cunning, the snow spirit turtle glanced back, seemingly to ascertain the nature of this relentless pursuer. But in that fleeting moment, a figure materialized in its line of sight. On this frigid northern tundra, the snow spirit turtle had encountered humans before, thus recognizing that this being was no snow beast, but an outsider. Nevertheless, at that moment, the snow spirit turtle had no time to ponder whether the figure was human or beast, for the shadow had already closed in, delivering a punch. With a sharp cry, the snow spirit turtle's voice was melodious yet tinged with urgency, prompting it to hastily attempt an evasion. Alas, Feng had already caught up. There was no chance for it to escape. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle ensued, and just as swiftly, it concluded. Everything transpired in but a heartbeat. The true challenge of capturing the snow spirit turtle had never resided in its combat prowess, for this little creature's strength was pitifully feeble. The real difficulty lay in its speed and elusiveness. Especially before Feng, with a single surge, the snow spirit turtle found itself ensnared in his grasp, struggling incessantly yet utterly unable to break free from his hold. Moments later, Qing also arrived, panting heavily, yet displaying none of the typical canine behavior of panting with its tongue out. Instead, it tapped its paw against its chest. A perplexing display of anthropomorphism. After a brief respite, AQ incuriously gazed at the creature in Yifeng's hands. Is this the snow spirit turtle? Yifeng nodded, then prepared to pierce his fingertip to offer his blood to the turtle. Once the snow spirit turtle ingested his blood, it would serve as a beacon, guiding them away from the frigid north. But just then, AQ suddenly paused, hesitating before speaking. Yifeng looked at her in confusion. After a moment of silence, AQ pointed a paw at the snow spirit turtle's eyes. It is so pitiful. If it consumes your blood, will it certainly perish? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded in affirmation. Qing seemed inclined to plead for the snow spirit turtle, yet she herself yearned to escape the frigid expanse of the extreme north, her heart entwined in turmoil at this moment. However, Yifeng suddenly cast a deep glance at Qing, then turned his attention to the snow spirit turtle, stating, "My friend does not wish for your demise. I know you comprehend my words, thus you have a choice. Either willingly guide us away from the extreme north, or consume my blood." At this juncture, the snow spirit turtle's gaze sparkled with life. That very moment of pleading in its eyes had evoked Qing's compassion. Yet, Yifeng's words elicited no response from the snow spirit turtle, which maintained its pitiful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to his utterance. Yifeng's eyes grew cold, and he remarked in a measured tone, "Do not feign ignorance. If you persist in pretending not to understand, then the second option will be your only fate." The snow spirit turtle promptly retracted the pleading look from its eyes, nodding in resignation. It appeared to have comprehended. "Then lead us away from this place, but don't consume it." As he spoke, Yifeng produced a small jade vial from his bosom, within which lay a pitch-black pill. The snow spirit turtle paused, gazing at Yifeng with confusion. Yifeng then calmly stated, "How can I be certain that once I release you, you will not seize the opportunity to flee? Consume this pill, and within 3 days, should you neglect to take the antidote, your demise is assured. Yet rest assured, I shall administer the antidote in due time, and once we depart the extreme north, I will ensure you are completely detoxified." The snow spirit turtle immediately felt trepidation, tightly closing its mouth, for it had no desire to ingest poison. However, Qing softly urged, "Just take it. At least there remains a chance for survival. Otherwise, consuming his blood is little different from poisoning yourself." After a brief moment, the snow spirit turtle reluctantly swallowed the pill. It dissolved upon contact, leaving no unusual sensation, akin to consuming a sweet candy, with no signs of poisoning. Yet Yifeng, without hesitation, released his grip, allowing the snow spirit turtle to descend to the ground, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of its escape. The instant it touched the ground, the snow spirit turtle instinctively sought to flee, but the next moment, it hesitated and glanced at Yifeng, ultimately resignedly lifting its small paw to indicate a direction. Yifeng chuckled lightly, affectionately patting Qing's head, and leisurely followed the snow spirit turtle. At this moment, the snow spirit turtle bore a countenance of dejection, occasionally glancing downward with worry and fear at its belly. Although it felt no immediate effects from the pill, this was precisely what was most terrifying. Had there been any sensations, the snow spirit turtle might have attempted to detoxify itself, forcing the poison out. Yet the crux of the matter lay in its ignorance of the poison's effects. Was it within its belly? Or had it already mingled with its blood? With no discernible signs of poisoning, how could it hope to detoxify? Thus, the snow spirit turtle dutifully led the way. At this moment, Yifeng paid no heed to the speed of the Xueling Gue, maintaining a constant pace regardless. He would rest whenever fatigue or hunger struck, and at times, he would even depart to hunt, entirely unconcerned whether the Xueling Gue was keeping up. His demeanor only served to instill greater fear in the Xueling Gue. Such confidence in the poison was absolute. Ultimately, the Xueling Gue became so apprehensive that it dared not venture ahead, opting instead to lie atop Qing's head, guiding the two with unwavering determination, fearful that Yifeng might silently wander off to hunt and leave it behind. The notion of becoming lost once more in the frigid expanse of the extreme north, unable to find anyone, was a thought that filled it with dread. Surely, it would spell certain doom. Chapter 65. Prehistoric relics. The labyrinth of the extreme northern wasteland is not easily unraveled, and even with the Xueling Gue leading the way, the direction remained anything but constant, changing nearly every hour. After 3 days, they showed no signs of exiting the frigid expanse. However, Yifeng did administer the first antidote to the Xueling Gue. During those 3 days, they took several breaks, and each time, Yifeng would engage in cultivation. Yet, his practice bewildered the Xueling Gue. This human's method of cultivation was peculiar. Each time he commenced his training, his aura would vanish entirely, as if he had transformed into an ordinary person, only to gradually ascend once more. After approximately 2 hours, he would reach the pinnacle of the Jedon stage, at which point his aura would dissipate again, and this cycle would repeat. The Xueling Gui had never witnessed such a mode of cultivation, though it had encountered few human cultivators in its lifetime. Perhaps only a handful of them had stumbled into the extreme northern wasteland over the course of several centuries. As for Qing, he had grown accustomed to Yi Feng's peculiar state. Whenever Yi Feng entered his meditative state, Qing would lie beside him, resting his head on Yi Feng's leg, seeking the most comfortable position to sleep. The bond between this man and his canine companion was truly remarkable. During the ritual at the Shrine of Snow, Yi Feng had already heard Yuan Su Ro mention that even with the guidance of the Xueling Gui, traversing the extreme northern wasteland was a formidable challenge, requiring a considerable amount of time. Despite the wasteland's expanse being merely several 100,000 miles, one would think that crossing it, given Yi Feng's prowess in the realm of divine abilities, would take no more than 10 days to half a month. Yet, in reality, one could become lost at any moment in the extreme northern wasteland. It was a natural maze. Escaping such a labyrinth required more than simply finding the right direction. One had to adhere to a specific sequence of orientations, winding through countless circles before the possibility of escape arose. In other words, the distance they needed to traverse to leave the extreme northern wasteland could far exceed several 100,000 miles. Even millions of miles was a distinct possibility. Yi Feng had long since prepared himself mentally for the arduous journey ahead, which could stretch into several months, or even years, of circling endlessly. Such a monotonous expedition held little interest for the onlookers in the realm of Shenzhou. Within the Hall of the Divine Emperor, the majority of attention was captivated by the tumultuous clash occurring within the mountain and water-folding fan space. The sounds of Mu Lingyin and Qing Xuanji engaging in combat reverberated like thunder, shaking the very heavens. In a fierce clash between two towering saints at the pinnacle of their powers, there was not even a hint of mere entanglement. It was as if they were eager to slay each other on the spot. However, their strengths were so closely matched that, after an extended confrontation, even their breaths remained largely unchanged, and they remained locked in a stalemate. Yet, such a high-level encounter, even for cultivators of the same realm observing closely, offered invaluable insights and benefits. At this moment, the two enchanting figures engaged in silent combat, unleashing a plethora of techniques that dazzled the onlookers. Within the span of a mere incense stick burning, each had already employed hundreds of distinct spells and artifacts. Their profound wealth of resources was enough to leave even the formidable cultivators of the Feisheng Alliance astounded. One was the queen of the demon race, while the other was the esteemed princess of the Divine Emperor's palace, both figures who commanded vast resources across the realm, far exceeding those of ordinary cultivators, not to mention the ancient beings of large sects, who could hardly compare. Just as the spectators were entranced by the spectacle, dozens of figures silently materialized within the Divine Emperor's palace. After surveying their surroundings, they immediately turned their attention to the spatial battlefield, their expressions shifting dramatically as they attempted to rush in. The members of the Feisheng Alliance were startled. While they did not act immediately, it was evident that many had begun to adopt a watchful stance. Meanwhile, Chao Zhe hurried forward to intercept these numerous individuals. Esteemed elders of the demon race, please do not act rashly. These figures were none other than the most powerful elders of the Wanyao Kingdom. The Wanyao Kingdom occupied the western part of the Shenzhou continent, encompassing nearly 1/3 of the entire realm, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Although it could not rival the human race, the Wanyao Kingdom was far more unified, with the entirety of its territory under the command of the Demon Queen, Qing Xianji. After the establishment of the Divine Emperor's palace, the Wanyao Kingdom quickly arose, standing shoulder to shoulder with the human race. In fact, the Divine Emperor had once launched multiple campaigns against the Wanyao Kingdom, even personally intervening with his immortal strength. Nevertheless, despite such efforts, the Wanyao Kingdom remained intact, evidencing its formidable power. Yet, it was precisely due to the Divine Emperor's past interventions that the high-level combatants of the demon race suffered significant losses, with countless formidable demons perishing at his hands. Otherwise, the current strength of the Wanyao Kingdom would be even greater. Of course, even though it had been severely weakened, the current Wanyao Kingdom possessed sufficient capability to stand on equal footing with the Feisheng Alliance. And in terms of overall strength, it might even surpass them. After all, the Wanyao Kingdom boasted not only high-ranking cultivators, but also countless lower-tier demons. At this moment, the dozens of elders of the demon race present were trusted confidants of Qing Xianji, each possessing strength above the realm of the Great Tao. Their average level even surpassed that of the Feng Alliance. However, they were fewer in number. Yet, the individual combat prowess of the demons was considerably stronger. Upon seeing Chao Zai's obstruction, a stooped elder stepped forward among the demon elders, clearing his throat. His murky old eyes fixed on Chao Zai as he spoke in a calm yet piercing tone. Alliance leader Chao, does the Feng Alliance intend to ambush our queen? As the elder spoke, he posed an accusatory question, and the dozens of demon elders behind him displayed expressions of palpable danger. Chao Zai could not help but smile bitterly, hastily explaining, Elder Xuanwu, please do not be anxious. This matter. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired, and after a moment of silence, the old man nodded in understanding. Observing that this venerable figure had no intention of taking further action, Chao Zai finally felt a sense of relief. The identity of this elder was indeed extraordinary. He was the Grand Elder of the Demon Clan, holding a position second only to that of Qing Xianji in the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, and in terms of seniority, even Qing Xianji could not compare. This elder was a descendant of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu, and although he was not a pure-blooded Xuanwu, having reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, his bloodline was infinitely close to that of a divine beast. Most importantly, this elder's age was staggering, nearly 900,000 years. The precise figure was somewhat hazy even to him. Such an ancient being naturally held a high status within the demon clan. Were it not for Elder Xuanwu's complete lack of ambition for power, and had it not been for the favor he held for Qing Xianji, he would still be in deep slumber within the vast western marshes. A venerable figure nearing 1,000,000 years of age certainly deserved the respect of anyone in this world. And his strength was undeniable, only slightly inferior to that of Qing Xianji, which made Chao Zai wary of showing any disrespect. The other elders of the demon clan, recognizing Elder Xuanwu as their leader, ceased their actions upon seeing that he had no intention of further intervening to rescue the Empress. However, at that moment, Elder Xuanwu let out a soft exclamation, his murky gaze suddenly becoming remarkably clear as he focused on the image in the sky. This little turtle its bloodline is remarkably pure. Chapter 66. The ancient behemoth Elder Xuanwu of the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons was undoubtedly the most senior and longest living among the demon clan. His insight and knowledge were unparalleled, especially when it came to discerning the bloodlines of the demon clan. Even Qing Xianji could not match him in this regard. Thus, Elder Xuanwu's astonished voice immediately drew everyone's attention to the image, where they gazed in wonder at the small turtle perched upon a Qing's head. Could this snow spirit turtle also possess the bloodline of an ancient divine beast? Just as everyone was taken aback, Elder Xuanwu began to ponder aloud. This bloodline, it does not seem to belong to the Xuanwu clan. It feels unfamiliar, yet I am certain I have heard of it before. What could it be? As Elder Xuanwu mumbled to himself, the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Throughout history, the Turtle clan had been synonymous with the Xuanwu clan as the sole bearers of an ancient divine beast-esque bloodline. If it were not a Xuanwu bloodline, there would be little worth noting. Yet, seeing Elder Xuanwu's demeanor, curiosity arose among the crowd. Within the demon clan, there existed a widely accepted belief recognized by nearly all. Beneath the divine beast bloodlines, all else was mere fodder in the realm of demons. Regardless of how mixed a divine beast bloodline might be, it was still considered far more noble than any other, possessing greater potential. For bloodlines could be refined and evolved. As long as one possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, with continual refinement and evolution, one's strength will invariably grow stronger. Take Elder Xuanwu, for example. His prowess resides at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, and his bloodline is exceedingly close to that of the ancient divine beast, Xuanwu. Should his bloodline achieve complete restoration, he might have the opportunity to step into the realm of semi-immortality, or perhaps even a fleeting chance to become a true immortal Xuanwu divine beast. However, despite Elder Xuanwu's 1,000,000 years of existence, he has yet to fully perfect that final fragment of his bloodline. This illustrates the arduous nature of completely restoring one's bloodline to its ancestral form. Moreover, apart from the divine beast bloodlines, the demon race undoubtedly possesses countless other bloodlines. While these may vary in their strengths and weaknesses, they pale in comparison to the divine beast bloodlines. If the snow spirit tortoise were not of divine beast lineage, why would it attract such attention from Elder Xuanwu? The crowd, baffled by this conundrum, could only await the conclusion of Elder Xuanwu's contemplative frown. After a considerable pause, Elder Xuanwu suddenly raised his head again, intently scrutinizing the snow spirit tortoise, seemingly striving to discern something. Moments later, he beckoned to Chao Zai. Chao Alliance leader, I have a few inquiries to make. Chao Zai hastily clasped his fists and replied, please, senior, go ahead. Has the snow spirit tortoise made any moves in the previous images? What are its distinguishing characteristics? Chao Zhe was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding truthfully. Has not made a move, but it was pursued by that young divine emperor. Its speed was exceedingly rapid, and its aura was remarkably concealed. As for its combat prowess, it was quite feeble. Elder Xuanwu's eyes immediately brightened, and his gaze towards the snow spirit tortoise brimmed with keen interest, as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. So it is, he exclaimed. I did not expect that such a bloodline still persists in this world. I wonder if there are other snow spirit tortoises in the extreme northern snowfields. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a brief hesitation, Chao Zhe eagerly inquired, Senior, what is special about the bloodline of this snow spirit tortoise? Elder Xuanwu chuckled, nodding without a hint of reservation. Indeed, this snow spirit tortoise is not a descendant of the ancient divine beast's bloodline. At this juncture, disappointment swept over the crowd. They had anticipated that Elder Xuanwu had simply misjudged the situation, only to discover that it truly was not of divine beast lineage. Just as disheartenment began to take hold, Elder Xuanwu shifted his narrative. Its bloodline is that of the ancient colossal beasts. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, with many unable to grasp the implication. Ancient colossal beasts? What could that possibly entail? Yet, in the next instant, several well-informed individuals gasped in astonishment. Although they were unfamiliar with the specifics of ancient colossal beasts, they had certainly heard of the term ancient, that referred to an era even older than the time of the divine beasts. In the present age of the divine emperor, numerous ancient texts from the era of the divine beasts still exist, albeit many are fragmented and unclear. Nevertheless, they provide glimpses into the characteristics of that bygone age. Many cultivators possess some understanding of the ancient era, even those of lower ranks have heard whispers of it. However, the ancient era is an entirely different matter. That era is so distant, nearly 1,000,000 years ago. And during the age of antiquity, human civilization was not as refined as it is today. Even if language and writing existed, the remnants that have survived are exceedingly scarce, to the extent that the vast majority of people remain oblivious to the very existence of that ancient epoch. Yet, for those who have heard of it, it is undeniable that the age of antiquity was a time of profound desolation and wonder. Although it may not rival the flourishing of the ancient times, the age of antiquity possessed its own unique characteristics. Observing the puzzled expressions on many faces, including that of Chao Zhe, the elder Xuanwu chuckled and said, The age of antiquity, which predates even the ancient era, is a far older period, roughly delineated between 200,000 to 1,000,000 years ago. The initial rise of humanity occurred within that million-year span, and the methods of cultivation for human practitioners began to take shape during that time, albeit in a rudimentary form. However, it was not humanity that truly ruled the world of Shenzhou during the age of antiquity, but rather the colossal beasts of that era. Legends speak of a time when gigantic beasts roamed freely, with countless powerful races exhibiting astonishing prowess. It was an era both dazzling and chaotic. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia and reminiscence appeared in the elder Xuanwu's eyes. There were giants towering 1,000 zhong, cloaked in clouds and mist, wielding massive trees, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. There existed the great fish of Bi, stretching 1,000 li in length, lurking in the depths, itself a continent. It later transformed into a bird, spreading its wings to obscure the heavens. Mountains awakened with spirit, stones and earth becoming souls, slumbering for 100,000 years. One roll over would cause earthquakes, and one rise would serve as a pillar to the sky. There stood divine trees, holding up the sun and moon, nurturing all things, rooted at the center of the world, home to countless races, embodying the mother of life, each breath ushering in the tumult of the world. With each utterance from the elder Xuanwu, the audience felt increasingly awestruck. Could it be that all these were true? Did the age of antiquity truly witness such incredible entities? Giants 1,000 zhong tall, fish 1,000 li long, birds that overshadowed the sky, stones that became spirits. The tree of life it sounded so implausible, almost like a jest. Yet, the elder Xuanwu spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. Just as the crowd began to waver in their belief, the elder Xuanwu let out a soft sigh, glancing at a burly figure beside him, a member of the demon race, the elder Qingxi Long. Dragon bloodline? Qingxi, do you know where your dragon lineage originates? The elder Qingxi Long was momentarily taken aback and hastily responded, It must be from the ancient era, when the dragon race flourished. Before he could finish his thought, the elder Xuanwu shook his head and countered, But from where did the dragon race of the ancient era arise? This time, the elder Qingxi Long fell into confusion. Indeed, the dragon race of the ancient era was formidable, with even two beings of the immortal realm emerging, the dragon god and the dragon mother. Yet the origins of the dragon race. Such knowledge was absent even in the inherited memories left by the ancient dragons. However, before he could ponder further, the elder Xuanwu had already provided the answer. The origins of the dragon clan are not rooted in the ancient times, but rather in the primordial era. During the primordial age, there existed a colossal beast known as the ancestral dragon, measuring tens of thousands of feet in length, lying like a mountain range. With wings at its ribs, its entire form shimmered with golden brilliance. Adorned with a mane that flowed like clouds, it commanded the clouds, mist, winds, and rains, influencing the four seasons with frost and radiance. Immortal and enduring, its combat prowess was unparalleled, marking it as the progenitor of the dragon clan. However, the immortal ancestral dragon was merely one among countless ancient behemoths of that primordial age. Chapter 67. No antidote. After listening to Elder Xuanwu for a while, a voice from the crowd suddenly inquired with confusion, "Elder Xuanwu, how do you know all this?" Elder Xuanwu chuckled lightly, responding casually, "Do not forget, I have lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. Though the primordial age had fallen into obscurity millions of years ago, there were still some tales that lingered from my youth." The crowd fell silent, struck by the realization of his advanced age. Indeed, he was quite the antiquity in that moment. Even the formidable beings of the Saint Realm, including Chao Zhe, Qin Wuan, and others, listened with rapt attention, as Elder Xuanwu appeared quite eager to share these stories. However, after a lengthy discourse, Lin Gang in the crowd suddenly interjected solemnly, "Elder Xuanwu, it seems you have digressed. Were we not discussing the snow spirit tortoise?" Lin Gang's straightforward and somewhat austere demeanor triggered a realization among the crowd. Indeed, were they not discussing the snow spirit tortoise? How had the conversation veered into the realm of ancient wonders? Elder Xuanwu seemed to come to the same realization, smacking his forehead and chuckling wryly, "I must be getting forgetful. The snow spirit tortoise is likely a descendant of the bloodline of the ancient behemoths. There were still a few such bloodline descendants several 100,000 years ago, but the passage of time has rendered them elusive. Thus, I momentarily overlooked it. If my memory serves me right, the bloodline of the snow spirit tortoise should trace back to the Taishan tortoise among the ancient behemoths. According to legend, in the primordial age, there existed a grand mountain named Taishan, majestic and exquisite, renowned as a site of unparalleled beauty, even rumored to be the cradle of humanity. Throughout the long epochs, Taishan was regarded simply as an ordinary mountain, and humanity viewed it merely as a sacred mountain. However, in the twilight of the primordial era, when the heavens and earth underwent cataclysmic changes and calamities befell, nearly all ancient races were unable to evade their fate, revealing the true nature of Taishan. The vast mountain was, in fact, a colossal tortoise that had slumbered for countless millennia. Due to its prolonged dormancy, it had not released any aura, thus remaining undiscovered. Over eons, the Taishan tortoise had accumulated layers of earth and stone, giving rise to the existence of Taishan. The Taishan tortoise was famed for its speed and ability to conceal its presence, rendering it extraordinarily powerful, seemingly immortal. The snow spirit tortoise bore within it a trace of the Taishan tortoise's bloodline, and moreover, the bloodline appeared remarkably pure. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately struck with astonishment. Gazing intently at the vision before them, an immortal ancient behemoth. Was this not on par with the legendary divine beasts of ancient times? In fact, it might even surpass the might of most ancient divine beasts. After all, the so-called ancient divine beasts are not all immortal. As long as one reaches the threshold of semi-immortality, they can be classified within the ancient divine beast lineage. However, those bloodlines that truly attain immortality are the pinnacle among the ancient divine beasts. It was utterly unexpected that the palm-sized snow spirit turtle possessed such a remarkable bloodline. In an instant, the once inconspicuous snow spirit turtle was no longer looked down upon. Just as everyone was in awe, many suddenly realized that in the imagery, the young divine emperor Yi Feng, a Qing, and the snow spirit turtle had already arrived at the periphery of the extreme northern snowfield, where the distant shadows of the He-Yun mountain range were becoming visible. Immediately, all attention was drawn back to the imagery. Upon sighting the grayish silhouette of the He-Yun mountains, a Qing could hardly contain her excitement and let out a series of wolf howls. Dashing forward with unrestrained joy, while behind her, Yi Feng exhaled deeply and leisurely followed suit. However, even upon seeing the He-Yun mountains, it was not a matter of simply chasing after them. Despite catching a glimpse, there remained at least 1,000 miles to cover, still within the perilous confines of life-threatening territory, far from the outermost edges of the extreme northern snowfield, where dangers of disorientation lurked. Thus, the path indicated by the snow spirit turtle continued to be winding and convoluted, and it was not until 3 days later that they finally reached the foot of the Heyun Mountains. A mere 10 miles ahead lay the majestic expanse of the Heyun Mountains. Upon reaching this point, both Qing and Yifeng instinctively halted. Qing's face was awash with trepidation. Since she could remember, she had lived her entire life in the extreme northern snowfield, never having ventured beyond its confines. Though she was curious and eager about the outside world, the reality of departing from her familiar surroundings for the unknown complexities beyond stirred a natural sense of unease. As for Yifeng, his gaze fell upon the snow spirit turtle perched atop Qing's head. That moment, the snow spirit turtle also stealthily glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and calmly asked, "Will you accompany us or return?" The snow spirit turtle fell silent. After spending so much time together, it had come to realize that Yifeng and Qing were not the terrifying figures it had initially assumed. On the contrary, they were two individuals worthy of trust. The harsh environment of the extreme northern snowfield, coupled with its boundless solitude, meant that no being genuinely wished to reside there. Yet, the snow spirit turtle found itself with no choice. To escape the extreme northern snowfield, it had to traverse the Heyun Mountains. However, the Heyun Mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with formidable and unfathomable beasts. Despite the snow spirit turtle's swiftness and skill in concealment, attempting to cross the Heyun Mountains would almost certainly lead to its demise. Thus, as the only snow beast capable of finding a way out of the extreme northern snowfield, the snow spirit turtle hesitated to leave. However, the situation was different now. The person before it might truly guide it away from the Heyun Mountains. In that moment, the snow spirit turtle found itself in a quandary. Should it return? The snow spirit turtle's lifespan was extraordinarily long. Despite its diminutive size, it was far older than Yifeng and Qing, having existed for no less than 10,000 years, and to return, it would have to endure a solitary existence in the extreme northern snowfield for another 10,000 years, perhaps even 100,000. That boundless, hope-deficient solitude was something the snow spirit turtle had thought it could withstand. Yet now it has come to realize that it simply did not comprehend the anguish of solitude. After spending time with Yifeng and Qing, the prospect of returning to such isolation has become far less palatable. Merely contemplating it, the snow spirit tortoise experiences a sense of reluctance. Moments later, it extends its claw and emits a couple of sounds. Naturally, Yifeng cannot decipher the utterances of the snow spirit tortoise, but after such an extended interaction, he is able to glean a semblance of understanding. Simultaneously, Qing has regained her composure and, without turning back, declares the antidote. After all, Qing is a spirit, and although most can communicate using human language, she is equally adept at conversing with beasts that do not comprehend human speech. Upon hearing Qing's translation, Yifeng suddenly bursts into laughter, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. There is no antidote. This statement immediately renders the snow spirit tortoise's small eyes vacant with disbelief. No antidote? An incurable poison. Despair nearly overwhelms the snow spirit tortoise. However, at that moment, Yifeng casually remarks, "That was never poison. It was merely a small pill crafted from the most ordinary herbs, devoid of any efficacy, let alone toxicity. Thus, there can be no antidote." Chapter 68. Departure from the extreme north snowfield silence. As Yifeng's words linger in the air, both the snow spirit tortoise and Qing turn to him with expressions of utter astonishment, particularly evident in their gazes. Even within the divine emperor's palace, there is a commotion. Not even the exalted cultivators residing there could fathom the implications. When Yifeng first presented that so-called poison, no one harbored doubts, nor did anyone ponder the origins of the elixir. They had already provided their own answer. What else could it be? Surely, it must be from the storage bag of the formidable Li Gu. As a magic cultivator, it would be entirely natural for Li Gu to possess a toxic pill within his belongings. Yet, no one ever considered, nor did anyone think to investigate the essence of that pill. What they dismissed as a toxic elixir was, in fact, merely a crude concoction made from a smattering of herbal remnants, hardly qualifying as a pill. As for its origin, it was quite simple. Yifeng had resided in the Heyun mountain range for an extended period, making it only logical that he would possess some remnants from that locale. The crux of the matter is that no one ever thought to question it. In an instant, even the faces of Chao Zhe and his companions flushed crimson. Only Elder Xuanwu chuckled and nodded, expressing genuine interest as he remarked, "What an intriguing young man! Is this what the divine emperor was like in his youth? Truly rare, indeed." Such a disposition is exceedingly uncommon in this world. Even in Elder Xuanwu's extensive lifetime, he seldom encounters such a remarkable youth. After a considerable pause, the snow spirit tortoise finally regains its senses, gazing at Yi Feng as if it might leap forward to bite him in a fit of rage. It feels utterly deceived. Moreover, it had harbored no suspicions throughout this entire time. The black toxic pill, the white antidote. What nonsense! Reflecting back now, that so-called black toxic pill merely bore a faint herbal aroma, accompanied by a hint of earthiness, did it not? It is clear that the alleged poison was nothing more than a concoction of herbal juices and soil, lacking even a modicum of medicinal properties. As for that white detox pill, no wonder that every time I took the detox pill once every 3 days, I always felt a sense of familiarity when I overindulged. I had never given it much thought until now. It is evident that it was crafted from herbs and snow. Perhaps those detox pills were concocted whenever I required an antidote. The embarrassed gaze of the Xueling turtle made Yi Feng feel a bit awkward, prompting him to clear his throat discreetly and avert his gaze, feigning an air of nonchalance. So it turns out it was merely a pill, and not poison at all? Yi Feng, you are quite mischievous. Xueling turtle, how could you be so oblivious and not realize this? Qing burst into laughter, casting aside her earlier hesitations and turmoil in an instant. Under Qing's ridicule, Xueling turtle could no longer hold back, leaping up to pounce on Yi Feng. Yet, Yi Feng merely pinched the Xueling turtle gently in his hand and placed it on his shoulder, playfully flicking its forehead. Enough of the antics. This is merely to ensure you guide us out, I promise. I won't tease you like this again. Only then did Xueling turtle relent, fully aware that it was no match for Yi Feng. Observing this, Yi Feng took a deep breath, gazing towards the distant Heiyuan mountain range, his smile fading. After a prolonged silence, he softly uttered, "Let us venture forth." Qing immediately cheered, darting away towards that direction, her eagerness casting aside any previous uncertainty. However, Yi Feng did not follow immediately. Instead, he paused momentarily, suddenly turning back to look deep into the northern snowfield, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions and nostalgia. It is in those rare moments when an individual, typically stoic and unflappable as a rock, reveals their emotions that one is most profoundly moved. Why Yi Feng was such a person. His feelings were seldom displayed. Yet at this moment, at the juncture of heaven and earth, the intense emotion in Yi Feng's eyes burned like an unquenchable flame. On his shoulder, Xueling turtle gazed at him in shock and confusion, unaware of what he was reminiscing about. However, Yi Feng soon concealed all his emotions once more, returning to his usual calm demeanor, before turning to chase after the direction Qing had gone. Behind him, the cold wind howled, snowflakes danced through the air, and silence enveloped everything. 15 years. From the moment he entered this extreme northern snowfield to the day he would finally emerge, a full 15 years had passed. Even with Xueling turtle's guidance, it took him over 4 years to find his way out. Upon entering, he had been carrying Mu Lingyin, hastily fleeing into the northern snowfield, a mere low-tier cultivator at the foundational level. And now, as he emerged, Mu Lingyin remained in the depths of the snowfield at the Snow Deity Temple, while he had gained 2 companions, his best friend Qing and the Xueling turtle. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Only as he truly stepped into the Heiyuan mountain range did Yi Feng experience such feelings. Just as Qing was about to rush out, Yi Feng suddenly stopped her, signaling her to remain silent. In the treacherous expanse of the extreme northern tundra, danger lurks in abundance. Qing is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly falls silent. Casting a vigilant gaze around Yi Feng's eyes, a renewed sense of alertness and caution emerges, his subtle movements reminiscent of the days spent in the Heiyuan mountain range, akin to that of a stalking cheetah. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng's demeanor transforms. The ferocious hunter that roamed the snowfield metamorphoses into a careful and composed predator of the jungle. This striking change leaves many formidable beings of the demon race momentarily taken aback. As members of the demon clan, these powerful entities are no strangers to life in the mountains and forests. Yet, even they cannot help but acknowledge that, at this moment, Yi Feng appears to be more suited to thrive within the wilderness than they are. Elder Xuanwu nods repeatedly, his eyes brimming with approval. The 2 great forces, the alliance against heaven and the myriad demons' kingdom, are indeed allies, united in their quest to vanquish the divine emperor, whom they regard as their foremost adversary. However, Elder Xuanwu, having lived an exceedingly long life and witnessed countless events, does not harbor the bitter animosity towards the divine emperor like others. Instead, he expresses admiration for the youthful divine emperor. Truly, he is a prodigious talent, deserving of the title of the only immortal in the past 100,000 years. remarkably extraordinary. Despite his youth, he has already shown a glimpse of greatness. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Elder Xuanwu's musings cause a flicker of displeasure to cross Chao Zai's countenance. For long, Chao Zai has believed himself to be the true paragon of talent, hailed by countless as the greatest genius in millennia. Yet, having known Elder Xuanwu for many years, particularly in recent millennia, he has never before received such high praise from him. A sense of indignation wells up within Chao Zai, and he responds with a faint smile. Elder Xuanwu, let us not bolster the enemy's spirit at the expense of our own prestige. The Divine Emperor is merely a beneficiary of fortuitous circumstances, coupled with a lengthy cultivation period. Given me time. Before Chao Zai can finish, Elder Xuanwu casts him a curious look, interrupting with a question. I have also cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Yet why have I not attained immortality? Is my talent truly that lacking? Instantly, Chao Zai finds himself in an awkward position, hastily clarifying. That is not my intention. I recall that Alliance leader Chao has also existed for 10 millennia, correct? If my memory serves me right, the Divine Emperor had already achieved immortality by the time he was 10,000 years old. The embarrassment deepens for Chao Zai, as he acknowledges that the Divine Emperor's ascension to immortality occurred 90,000 years ago, meaning he reached that pinnacle in less than 10 millennia. Furthermore, as for opportunities, I have not observed any, but during my journey here, I did witness some images. I recall that the Divine Emperor has yet to encounter any significant opportunities, right? The only chance at the Snow Goddess's palace was relinquished to Her Highness the Princess, while he himself sacrificed 2 formidable talents. Am I mistaken? At this point, Chao Zai finds himself utterly speechless. Chapter 69. Encountering old foes again within the alliance against heaven, Chao Zai stands as the leader in the contemporary realm. He is hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, a chivalrous figure who boldly raises the banner of resistance against the Divine Emperor. Throughout his life, every individual encountered by Chao Zai has treated him with utmost courtesy. Even those practitioners of the demonic path would scurry away upon meeting him. Notably, even prominent figures of the demonic realm regard Chao Zai with heightened vigilance. Such behavior signifies a form of respect. Yet now, Chao Zai finds himself drenched in humiliation, having been directly berated by Elder Xuanwu. To make matters worse, he is rendered utterly speechless. Firstly, the words of Elder Xuanwu are indisputable truths, leaving no grounds for rebuttal. Secondly, what stature does Elder Xuanwu possess? He is an ancient being, having existed for over 1,000,000 years, far surpassing Chao Zai in age by several multiples. When it comes to presenting facts and discussing reason, or comparing qualifications and insights, Elder Xuanwu completely overwhelms him in an instant. Chao Zai's face flushes a deep crimson, akin to that of a liver, internally cursing profusely while externally managing only a faint smile as he bows slightly in deference to Elder Xuanwu. The elder remarks that the younger generation merely speaks from the perspective of an adversary to the Divine Emperor, acknowledging his own impetuousness. Elder Xuanwu remains inscrutable, nodding non-committally, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead resumes observing the unfolding imagery in the vision. Feng gently places a hand on Qing's back, with spiritual energy entwining around the snow spirit tortoise on his shoulder. The 3 distinct auras gradually subside, not dissipating but rather blending almost perfectly into their surroundings. Concurrently, Feng softly speaks, remember this fluctuation of energy. Strive to replicate it as closely as possible in the jungle, as it will prove immensely beneficial. With just a few succinct phrases, Feng imparts valuable techniques for navigating the wilderness, drawn from his own experiences. Qing and the snow spirit tortoise nod in agreement, eagerly adopting Feng's methods. The trio, a man, a dog, and a tortoise, linger at the edge of the Heyuan mountain range for the better part of the day before daring to venture deeper. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, Qing and the snow spirit tortoise have adopted an extreme level of caution akin to Feng's. Initially brimming with excitement, their enthusiasm is now tempered by a palpable sense of dread. The atmosphere is overwhelmingly terrifying. In just a few dozen miles, they have sensed the presence of countless formidable beasts. Most of them are at the nascent soul stage, with a scant few at the core formation level. But these are merely exceptions. The majority of the beastly auras unmistakably emanate from beings at the out-of-body stage, with divine abilities scattered throughout, and even higher-level presences are abundant. Qing even inadvertently detects an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a colossal mountain. Upon merely brushing against the edge of this energy, it recoils in fear, no longer daring to probe in that direction. For that aura unmistakably belongs to a true celestial being. Such repeated shocks swiftly cultivate Qing's and Little Snow's understanding of the Heyuan mountain range. Little Snow, of course, refers to the snow spirit tortoise, a name bestowed by a Qing. Their perception of the snow spirit tortoise can be succinctly summarized in 2 words, danger. However, Feng feels entirely at ease in this environment. Even after a 15-year absence from the Heyun mountain range, his instincts and experiences are deeply ingrained within him. A mere 15 years is insufficient for him to forget, and he quickly regains his bearings. Under Feng's guidance, the pace at which the trio traverses the mountains may not be particularly swift, yet they navigate smoothly, encountering no significant perils along the way. As for the blood who once lingered at the edge of the Heyun mountain range, waiting for Feng and Mu Lingyin to emerge, his current whereabouts have long since become a mystery. Moreover, the location Feng has entered within the Heyun mountain range is thousands of miles distant from the site of his initial foray into the extreme north snowfield, making an encounter with the blood exceedingly unlikely. The Heyun mountain range is vast beyond measure. A month later, spanning over 100,000 miles from north to south, it lies approximately 50,000 miles from the extreme north snowfield, precisely at its central region. Although this area can be considered central, it is not the deepest part of the Heyun mountain range. The further north one ventures, the greater the dangers become. Thus, this so-called central region can only be regarded as the peripheral depth of the Heyun mountain range. Here, although there are numerous formidable demonic auras, their strength is generally lower, predominantly consisting of those at the divine passage and out-of-body stages. Higher-tier existences are not absent but are indeed quite rare. Presently, Feng considers his own strength to have surpassed that of the blood, placing him at a level above the out-of-body stage. While a Qing stands at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, as for the Schwelling turtle, its combat prowess is beyond mention, yet its speed and stealth capabilities are on par with the divine passage level, ensuring its safety. Hence, upon reaching this point, they could afford to relax somewhat. After a month of taut nerves, even Feng felt a touch of fatigue, though this was of little consequence to him. It was a Qing and the Schwelling turtle who were exhausted and required a pause for rest. As night fell, Feng refrained from kindling a fire, instead seeking refuge in a cave where he utilized the fire energy of the Li-Fire True Art to dry the damp air within, preparing to rest for 2 days. Inside the cave, the Schwelling turtle and a Qing lay upon a grassy mat, deep in slumber, while Feng sat quietly at the cave entrance, gazing at the myriad stars with a profound gaze. This was the Heyun mountain range, and failing to keep watch at night could result in awakening the next morning to find oneself in the maw of a great demon. At this moment, Feng's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, longing for Mu Lingyin, the deep-seated enmity that had festered in his heart for many years, contemplations of the path of cultivation, and the serene enjoyment of the starlit sky. Just as Feng sat in tranquil contemplation, an exceedingly faint fluctuation of spiritual energy flickered from the distance. Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darting like lightning toward that direction. A hint of perplexity surfacing in his eyes. Within the Heyun mountain range, spiritual energy fluctuations were abundant. How could any beast fail to emit such waves? Moreover, this place was inherently rich in spiritual energy, naturally giving rise to various fluctuations. Under normal circumstances, Feng would hardly take note of a particular fluctuation. However, this instance was different. For within this wave of spiritual energy, he distinctly sensed an extraordinarily familiar sensation, one that felt as though it were etched into his very bones, indelibly unforgettable. He had only experienced a similar fluctuation thrice before, each time emanating from 3 distinct individuals. The first was from the black-clad elder who hovered above the ground, having laid waste to his homeland at the foot of the Heyun mountain. The second was from Mu Lingyin's mother, who, in a desperate bid to confront that black-clad elder, had sacrificed herself. The third instance occurred within the Heyun mountain range, where Feng, with the frail physique of a mortal, decisively and astutely eliminated the formidable saint-level expert, Mu Jiuqiu. Indeed, these 3 individuals are all members of the Mu family, the enemies that have haunted Feng's dreams countless times at midnight. Forever etched in his memory, he remains uncertain whether this sensation stems from their martial arts or their bloodline. In any case, such an aura is absent in Mu Lingyin, present solely in the Mu clan. Is there a member of the Mu family in that direction? Slowly, Feng rose to his feet, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Chapter 70. Where has a Qing gone? Why was family village razed to the ground? It was due to the intervention of the elder clad in black. And why did this elder take action? It was because Mu Lingyin's mother eloped as a young lady of the Mu family. The reasons behind all this are quite straightforward. With Feng's intellect, even someone inexperienced in the world could easily deduce the truth. The black-clad elder's decision to obliterate Yi family village fundamentally stems from the Mu family's family rules and their reputation. Thus, from the outset, Yi Feng never perceived his nemesis as merely the black-clad elder. The notion that calamity should not extend to family members? Nonsense. In his eyes, every member of the Mu family, particularly all cultivators, is marked for death. The reasoning is simple, akin to the treatment of demonic sections within such sects. Among the hundreds and thousands of disciples, are there none with inherently kind natures, perhaps even those who have never taken a life? Indeed, though they are exceedingly rare, they do exist. Yet, if one day Yi Feng were to act against the demonic sect, would he spare such individuals? No. Why? Because even if such a person truly exists, one who has never committed murder or malice, their very existence within the sect, practicing its techniques and utilizing resources obtained through the suffering of others to enhance their own cultivation, rendered them complicit in the sect's malevolence. Although they may refrain from evil, they would also not dare to perform good deeds. When all is considered, can they truly be deemed innocent? In simple terms, during an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Coexisting with the demonic sect is inherently a form of complicity in its atrocities. Of course, if one possesses the courage to rebel against the demonic sect, that would indeed be a different matter altogether. The same principle applies to the Mu family. Mu Lingyi's mother is a prime example of someone who had the bravery to sever ties with her clan. Thus, Yi Feng has never regarded her actions as erroneous. But what of the others in the Mu family? How would he treat them? One need only glance at the intense murderous intent in Yi Feng's eyes. So palpable it seems almost tangible, to discern the answer. In the next moment, the image of Yi Feng was seen taking a step forward, seemingly prepared to proceed in that direction. Yet, having advanced just a single step, he halted, turning to gaze back at the cave. This seemingly simple action revealed a spectrum of emotions to the countless viewers in the divine continent, who discerned a notable shift in Yi Feng's demeanor. Had this been 15 years ago, prior to his arrival at the extreme north snowfield and his encounter with the Qing, he would have never paused after taking that step. For the divine emperor embodies a certain temperament. Once a choice is made, he advances relentlessly, never hesitating or faltering. This is not merely because the people possess a profound understanding of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor Palace and the Divine Emperor represent the pinnacle of existence in the divine continent for over 100,000 years, an entity exalted above all, shrouded in mystery. No one dares to claim they truly understand the Divine Emperor, not even those closest to him. Within the ranks of the Fatty Alliance, are there not many individuals who stand beside the Divine Emperor? Mu Lingyin, Qin Wuan, and even the Divine Emperor's lawful wife, the Divine Empress, along with the renowned favorite consort, Yunfei. Furthermore, slightly more distantly related figures, such as Lin Gang, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Each of these individuals shares a bond with the Divine Emperor that is increasingly intimate, including those who share his bed. Yet, none of them would assert that they fully comprehend the Divine Emperor. This is evident from the Fatty Alliance's clumsy attempts to confront him, ultimately leading them to gamble on a desperate endeavor, employing the Chaos Furnace to achieve success. The Divine Emperor's temperament is profound and enigmatic, akin to the unfathomable depths of the Nine Nether Seas. This sentiment is a nearly unanimous assessment among all cultivators in the Shenzhou world regarding the Divine Emperor. However, what they currently observe is merely an image, not the immortal Divine Emperor of 100,000 years hence. The Divine Emperor depicted in the image is, after all, merely in his 30s, and since the age of 6, they have witnessed the young Divine Emperor's journey from the He-Yun mountain range to his present state. In truth, they have a fair understanding of the young Divine Emperor's character, at that time. Although he possessed cunning, wisdom, means, and perseverance, attributes one could expect, he still bore a certain naivety. At least when he believed he was unnoticed, he would not excessively disguise his true self. Thus, it was natural for them to perceive clearly. Based on the images observed over the past several decades, it would seem illogical for the Divine Emperor to have halted at this moment. The Mu family is the Divine Emperor's greatest enemy. Having slain his parents, relatives, obliterated his village, and destroyed everything he held dear. Such a blood feud, how could the Divine Emperor ever forget? Whether for himself or for Mu Lingyin, the Divine Emperor could never forsake vengeance. 15 years ago, the only thought that occupied his mind was Mu Lingyin. Now that she is absent, he should harbor no reservations. Yet, at this moment, the Divine Emperor hesitates. For in the cave, there is a Qing. Indeed, after a moment of astonishment, countless individuals in the Shenzhou world have deduced the reason for the Divine Emperor's pause, because of a Qing. This simple gesture revealed a significant truth. The Divine Emperor is no longer the unencumbered young man he once was. He has forged new ties. Beyond Mu Lingyin, a Qing, his sole friend, has become an unshakable bond in this world. For the sake of this bond, he even hesitates before his archenemy, steeped in blood and vengeance. This alone illustrates the paramount importance a Qing holds in Yifeng's heart. In an instant, countless individuals in the Shenzhou world found themselves enveloped in profound curiosity about a Qing. Though she may appear to be an ordinary dog spirit, her position as the Divine Emperor's only companion surely hints at extraordinary qualities, does it not? Just as curiosity swells, within the Divine Emperor's palace, amidst the crowd, Lin Gang furrows his brow, the creases beneath his helmet deepening, and quietly voices his perplexity, a Qing, a dog spirit. How have I never heard of such a companion by the Divine Emperor's side? Although it is but a fact known to almost everyone, this statement seemed to awaken all those present in the hall of the Divine Emperor. Even Elder Xuanwu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, before this, why had no one considered this question? The Divine Emperor has been active for over 100,000 years, and when he first emerged, he was still under 100 years of age, having already made a name for himself in the world of Shenzhou with his formidable cultivation. Such a young prodigy would undoubtedly attract attention in any era. In today's Shenzhou, there are still numerous cultivators who existed alongside the Divine Emperor, such as many from the demon race, whose lifespans often extend beyond 100,000 years. Yet, despite their efforts, none could recall a dog demon ever appearing by the Divine Emperor's side. However, the current imagery undeniably highlights the significance of a Qing to the Divine Emperor. What would become of the Divine Emperor should a Qing perish? The answer to this question would be akin to pondering how the Divine Emperor would react if Mu Lingyin were to die. Given a Qing's esteemed position in the Divine Emperor's heart, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. With the Divine Emperor's extraordinary talent, how could such a matter have left no trace? Chapter 71. The vanished green mountain wolf. In an instant, everyone was deep in thought. What remarkable feats had the Divine Emperor accomplished in his youth? There were simply too many, making it challenging to connect them to a Qing's disappearance. Just then, among the demon race, a towering man with a single horn protruding from his head suddenly spoke in a deep voice. I remember that when the Divine Emperor first took to battle, his name soared to prominence, seemingly after slaying the horde of demons at Liao Yao Mountain 100,000 years ago. Instantly, the crowd recalled this event. Yes, that was indeed the battle where the Divine Emperor first made his mark on the Shenzhou continent. 100,000 years ago, the demon race was far from unified, with countless demon kingdoms and factions intricately woven across the western lands, and Liao Yao Mountain was among them, at that time. Liao Yao Mountain represented a considerable power within the demon race. Although it did not boast the most formidable demons, its 3 great spirit beasts and 10 transcendental demons were indeed no trifles. Yet, this significant power caught the Divine Emperor's attention, and over 3 years, he relentlessly took action, gradually diminishing more than 90% of Liao Yao Mountain's forces using his prowess in the realm of divine abilities, culminating in a fierce battle against several transcendental demons and the 3 great spirit beasts. Those were 3 true immortal beasts. It was in this battle that the Divine Emperor's true strength was revealed, as he wielded his divine abilities to slay one of the 3 spirit beasts and severely injure the other 2. Although the Divine Emperor sustained grave injuries and subsequently vanished, Liao Yao Mountain was left in ruins, with the remaining 2 spirit beasts and other remnants swiftly overwhelmed and slain by the surrounding demon factions. This was the battle that cemented the Divine Emperor's renown throughout Shenzhou. The Horn Giant was one of the elders of the demon race and had lived for over 100,000 years, so he naturally remembered, and he was not alone. Even Chao Zhe had heard of this first battle of the Divine Emperor. After all, those present regarded the Divine Emperor as their adversary, and it was only natural for them to seek knowledge about him, analyzing his notable exploits. Yet, why did this Horned Giant bring up this particular event? As the crowd cast bewildered glances in his direction, the burly figure with horns lowered his head, a pensive expression adorning his face, softly murmuring as if engaged in self-reflection. Why did the Divine Emperor come into conflict with the Mountain of Demons? I seem to recall that the Divine Emperor had his sights set on a certain treasure from the Mountain of Demons. Yet, it appears that the Divine Emperor has never provided an explanation himself. Just as the onlookers were left in a state of confusion, and the Horned Giant wore a mask of uncertainty, Elder Xuanwu suddenly interjected, "Do not indulge in wild conjectures." The crowd paused, turning their attention toward him. Elder Xuanwu lifted his gaze to the unfolding images, calmly stating, "Whether it is related or not, the answers will reveal themselves as we proceed. There is no need for such speculation." Enlightenment dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, the truth of that bygone era cannot be grasped through mere guessing. it is far more prudent to continue observing the images, for all the answers to their past will be unveiled before them. At that moment, within the imagery, the young divine emperor Yi Feng hesitated. While in the cave, a Qing suddenly opened her eyes and spoke softly. Go, I understand your intentions now, do not worry. I shall wait for you here. Having spent over a decade together, a Qing had long since come to know all of the divine emperor's past. Seeing the intense killing intent etched upon his face, she had already surmised what he intended to do. Yi Feng remained silent for a moment, gently nodding before turning to depart. Wait for me. In the next instant, Yi Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing down the mountain toward the source of the aura. Moments later, several hundred miles away, Yi Feng's pace began to slow, for that aura was now directly ahead. Before him lay a vast and treacherous valley. The terrain of this valley was perilous, surrounded by steep cliffs, devoid of any entrance, resembling a celestial sinkhole. Under the cloak of night, it appeared even more profound. At this moment, Yi Feng had reached a peak overlooking the valley, concealing himself as he observed the movements within. However, the aura that had previously been present had long since dissipated, as if its appearance had merely been an illusion. Within the valley, beneath the cover of extensive forests, thrived vast swathes of demonic beasts. Indeed, swathes. This valley was home to a certain species of gregarious demonic beasts. Such creatures were not uncommon in the Heiyun mountain range, and Yi Feng had become quite accustomed to them. Yet, the sheer quantity of demonic beast auras within this valley was staggering. A cursory sense revealed the presence of thousands of these beasts. Such a congregation of demonic beasts, especially in the heart of the Heiyun mountain range, could not be underestimated. They might even be the overlords of a territory spanning several thousand miles. Naturally, Yi Feng did not dare to act carelessly. He refrained from rushing out, remaining concealed like a stone, patiently awaiting the right moment. Yet, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. When that aura had brushed past him earlier, he had already sensed that its intensity did not seem particularly formidable, at least not comparable to the prowess of Mu Jiuqiu he had encountered in the past. In comparison, the strength of this aura seemed to hover around the out-of-body realm. Yi Feng was inherently cautious. Had he not known that the opponent's strength was lacking, he would not have acted so recklessly. Vengeance was indeed a necessity, but he held concerns for those dear to him, and thus would not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. This was the very reason for his presence here, for he believed he possessed the strength to exact his revenge. Yet now, Yi Feng found himself engulfed in doubt. The out-of-body realm. If it were merely the out-of-body realm, he would likely have perished in this valley long ago. Presently, even the divine emperor, possessing strength rivaling that of the transcendence realm, hesitates to venture into the valley, let alone someone in the out-of-body realm. The horde of beasts within this valley is not only numerous but also formidable. There are certainly more than one beast above the out-of-body level residing here. Thus, he pondered, how could that individual from the Mu family possibly appear in this place? Was it a death wish? Or had he already met his demise here? Yet, he had distinctly not sensed any signs of battle beforehand. Could someone in the out-of-body realm truly be incapable of even a modicum of resistance? With these questions lingering in his mind, Yi Feng waited in silence, his gaze sweeping across the valley. However, under the cover of night, the deep valley was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. It was not until several hours later that the dawn gradually began to break. This vast valley allowed sunlight to penetrate, illuminating the scene within with increasing clarity. Only at this moment did Yi Feng finally discern the nature of the beasts inhabiting the valley. Wolves. Countless demonic wolves. Yet, Yi Feng was unaware of the specific breed of these wolves. However, many cultivators from the divine continent recognized them and were immediately astonished. The Qingshan wolf clan? How could there be so many Qingshan wolves here? Even within the divine emperor's palace, astonishment was palpable. For the Qingshan wolf, a species of demon that had been extinct for over 100,000 years. Indeed, the Qingshan wolf had vanished from the demon race long before, more than 100,000 years ago. Yet, the current image clearly depicted them as if it were a mere 10,000 years since their extinction. Where did all these Qingshan wolves in the valley come from? Even the expressions of the elders of the demon race changed drastically. The Heiyun mountain range was indeed a desolate place, teeming with countless beasts, and even now, the beasts of Heiyun mountain range do not fall under the dominion of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Nevertheless, the demon race possesses a profound understanding of Heiyun mountain range. Despite the lack of a direct relationship, their interactions have not been entirely absent. After all, they are both part of the demon race, and many have been unable to survive in Heiyun mountain range, opting instead to seek refuge in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. For instance, that horned brute had emerged from Heyoon Mountain Range, mingling within the demon territories, and upon the establishment of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, he became a subordinate of Qing Xianji. At this moment, many turned their gazes towards him and several others. Yet, all that could be seen was the confusion etched upon the faces of the horned brute and his companions. Qingshan wolves in Heyoon Mountain Range. Even the great demon elders hailing from Heyoon Mountain Range seemed entirely oblivious to this. Chapter 72. The message talisman's intricacies. Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, Elder Xuanwu spoke up. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, although his figure was stooped, his voice commanded attention. According to the records of the demon race, the lineage of Qingshan wolves within the wolf clan had completely perished 15,000 years ago, with the last Qingshan wolf elder's demise marking their ultimate extinction. Since then, no traces of Qingshan wolves had ever been discovered, not even in the Heyoon Mountain Range. For a full 15,000 years, there were no accounts of Qingshan wolves making an appearance, which meant that the Qingshan wolves in this valley were entirely unknown to the world today. The crowd suddenly understood. This group of Qingshan wolves had never before graced the eyes of humankind. In other words, these Qingshan wolves must represent the last vestiges of their lineage, hidden away in the Heyoon Mountain Range, never to be seen by the world. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia swept over the crowd, particularly among the elders of the demon clan, who couldn't help but sigh in lamentation. For a staggering 150,000 years, they had remained unseen, and it was highly probable that this group of Qingshan wolves had indeed vanished entirely. Otherwise, despite the vastness of the Heyoon Mountain Range, it would not have been so utterly concealed. Why, one might ask, was there such sorrow? It was due to the formidable strength of the Qingshan wolf lineage. The wolf clan is renowned as one of the most powerful races among the myriad of demon clans. At least, that had been the case several 100,000 years ago. The ferocity of the wolf clan, combined with their inherently social nature and exceptional teamwork in battle, allowed them to dominate the demon realm during a certain epoch, making them one of the mightiest races among the demons. Their overall strength during that era was nearly unmatched. Within the wolf clan, the Qingshan wolves were the backbone of their forces. The Qingshan wolves served as the mainstay of the wolf clan, renowned for their innate ability known as the invisible wind blade. This talent, while not extraordinarily remarkable in itself, merely a more concealed and potent version of the wind blade, paled in comparison to the formidable innate abilities of certain other demon beasts. However, the sheer number of Qingshan wolves meant that nearly every adult member could unleash this innate power. More importantly, over the years, the Qingshan wolves had meticulously studied this ability and devised a terrifying formation, the Heavenly Wolf Storm Formation. Though the name is rather simplistic and blunt, typical of demon nomenclature, the might of this formation is not to be underestimated. Historically, the Qingshan wolves had utilized this formation to slay beings at the threshold of immortality, not just one, but several. This alone, under the formidable nature of this formation, is an undeniably lethal formation. When countless Qingshan wolves converge and unleash their innate powers, the endless, intangible wind blades coalesce into a formation that engulfs the surrounding realm, rendering even those at the sage level or half-step to immortality powerless to resist. This is the foundation of the Qingshan wolves' dominance within the demon realm. Regrettably, the wolf clan's nature was excessively brutal and cunning. After rampaging through the demon realm for tens of thousands of years, they ultimately provoked widespread ire, resulting in a concerted assault from countless demon races. The Qingshan wolves, notorious for their bloodshed, became the object of profound hatred among many demon clans, who even sought the assistance of the human race to eradicate them. This genocidal conflict lasted for a millennium, leading to the demise of innumerable Qingshan wolves, until only a scant few remained, unable to reproduce, ultimately leading to the extinction of the Qingshan wolves after several tens of thousands of years. Such events unfolded hundreds of thousands of years ago, after the cataclysm of the ancient era. Elder Xuanwu had witnessed these occurrences firsthand and surely remembers them well. Many within the demon clan are aware of the history of the Qingshan wolves, yearning for the schematics of the Heavenly Wolf Storm Formation. Alas, when the Qingshan wolves were defeated, the secrets of the formation were lost to time. Now, upon seeing the Qingshan wolves once more in this imagery, many elders of the demon clan felt a tumult of thoughts stirring within their hearts. If it were said that a pack of Qingshan wolves existed in the Heyoon Mountain Range 100,000 years ago, then what of the Tianlang Storm Array? Might it also be found within the Heyoon Mountains? Should the Tianlang Storm Array truly be discovered, even in the absence of the Qingshan wolves, the current flourishing multitude of beastly races within the Wanyao Kingdom could potentially revive its former might. This would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon for the Wanyao kingdom. Upon this reflection, numerous elder demons cast their hopeful gazes toward the images in the sky. Correspondingly, Chao Zhe and his companions exchanged furtive glances, their vigilance rising. The human and demon races have been embroiled in countless conflicts for millennia, their deep-seated enmity and racial grudges not easily resolved. Although the inhabitants of the Wanyao kingdom and the Fation alliance coexist peacefully within the Divine Emperor's palace at present, this tranquility exists solely because the Divine Emperor has yet to perish. Even if the Divine Emperor is sealed within the chaos furnace, as long as he draws breath, this inherently fragile alliance will remain intact. But what if the Divine Emperor were to die? Should the Divine Emperor perish, the alliance between the Wanyao kingdom and the Fation alliance would shatter instantly. Thus, in the long run, one must remain vigilant against the demons acquiring the Tianlang storm array. Chao Zhe extended his divine sense, discreetly transmitting messages to certain individuals to keep a watchful eye on the movements of the elder demons. However, at this moment, none appeared inclined to take any action. Just as everyone was observing the images, a voice, cold and filled with fury, suddenly reverberated within the space of the mountain and water folding fan. Elder Xuanwu, dispatch someone to investigate. What is the origin of that Iching? I demand to know everything about her. Once uncovered, let it implicate the 100 clans. Elder Xuanwu's expression changed instantly upon hearing this voice, unmistakably belonging to Qing Xianji. The demon race members exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. Qing Xianji's status within the demon race is indisputable. Her commands are not to be defied. After a brief moment, Elder Xuanwu slightly bowed. I shall obey the royal command. With that, Elder Xuanwu turned to the burly figure with horns. Elder Qing Niu, send word throughout the kingdom. Swiftly investigate Qing's origins and whereabouts. Uncover all pertaining to her. The horned giant nodded and retrieved a communication talisman, beginning to relay messages across the Wanyao kingdom. Unlike the human race, the demon race, while equally formidable, derives its strength from its innate gifts. In contrast, the human race's might lies in its creativity. For instance, this communication talisman could not have been crafted solely by the demons. While the demons cannot create such items, they can procure them from the human race, whether through large-scale trade or by sending some adept at disguise to infiltrate human territory. Naturally, the communication talismans employed by the elder demons are all acquired through covert purchases, ensuring safety. Communication talismans can be tampered with. Should the creator harbor malicious intent, they could monitor the talismans after selling them, ensuring that all messages transmitted remain within their purview. However, such actions would be targeted. Otherwise, it would lead to complications if discovered by the buyer. Therefore, the talismans purchased sporadically from commercial establishments within human territories can still guarantee safety, as the demons lack the means to detect tampering, necessitating this caution. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at the moment when Elder Qingyo was transmitting a message, a subtle smile flickered in the eyes of Chao Zhe, who stood with his back to the crowd, seemingly gazing upward at the images. Countless symbols danced before him, revealing precisely the content of Elder Qingyo's communication. Chapter 73. The Three Great Functions of the Chaotic Divine Soul. Indeed, Chao Zhe, as the leader of the Alliance of Heaven's Punishment, who advocated for an alliance with the demon race, had covertly manipulated the communication talismans secretly procured by the demons. With Chao Zhe's current prowess at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, his machinations would undoubtedly escape the notice of the demon race. The very fact that he could achieve this speaks volumes about Chao Zhe's meticulous scheming. From the outset, he never truly regarded the demon race as eternal allies. He has always been on guard against them. Even long ago, Chao Zhe had been discreetly surveilling the demons, and upon discovering that some had stealthily infiltrated the human territories to purchase communication talismans, he devised this trap, intending that when the time came to sever ties with the demon race, he would have the opportunity to strike back. However, one must not forget that the current demon race is essentially the 10,000 demons kingdom, and its empress is none other than Qing Xuanji. This individual shares a profound connection with Chao Zhe, having supported him to become one of the 7 prominent women of the realm. Chao Zhe's clandestine maneuvers were even being guarded against by Qing Xuanji. Such a shadowy mindset indicates that Chao Zhe is far from the fervent and naive character portrayed in the game once played by Feng in a past life. Yet, these intricate thoughts are likely known only to Chao Zhe himself. Within the Divine Emperor's Hall, the arrival of the demon race seemed to alter the circumstances somewhat. However, few took note of this change. Only Elder Xuanwu's gaze shimmered with contemplation as he regarded Chao Zhe and the members of the Alliance of Heaven's Punishment, his expression deep and inscrutable. Regardless of the unfolding changes, As long as the Divine Emperor remains alive and the images have not concluded, no significant upheaval is expected. Therefore, the attention of the crowd remains fixated on the unfolding imagery. At this moment, within the images, Feng had been lying atop the mountain peak above the valley for an entire day. As the sun began its descent, he remained utterly still, waiting to ascertain the nature of the aura that once belonged to the Mu clan. Was it concealed within this valley? Had it perished here? Or was it merely passing through? Just as the evening glow dimmed and the sky turned a shade of dusky blue-gray, a faint aura flickered and vanished within the valley. Feng's pupils immediately constricted. The aura of the Mu clan had indeed manifested. Yet, at this moment, Feng's gaze was laden with vigilance, for he had distinctly realized that this aura was different from the one he had sensed the previous night. This was not the aura of the same individual. There were multiple members of the Mu clan present. Moreover, most crucially, as he observed with his own eyes, Feng confirmed that the direction from which the aura emanated was unmistakably from the pack of those Azure Mountain wolves. This revelation caused Feng to furrow his brow in confusion. How had the Mu clan managed to conceal themselves among the wolf pack? These demon wolves were formidable, with the weakest among them at the nascent soul stage, and some even exuding auras surpassing that of the divine transformation realm. They could very well be the legendary tribulation demons, or perhaps even celestial beasts. It is precisely due to the presence of such an existence that Feng has refrained from acting rashly. However, at this moment, the distinct auras of two members of the Mu family are unmistakably concealed within the pack of wolves, and these two auras are merely at the out-of-body stage. How could such power at the out-of-body stage remain hidden amidst this throng of demonic wolves? It is exceedingly difficult for a human to conceal themselves among beasts. Such perplexities have kept Feng from taking impulsive actions. Instead, his gaze has fixated on the thousands of demonic wolves, persistently searching for even the faintest hint of a clue. At this juncture, Feng possesses only the cultivation of the core formation stage, and the ability to wield spiritual consciousness only emerges after transcending to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, if one's cultivation level is insufficient, the moment their spiritual consciousness is unleashed, it would inevitably be detected, especially considering that there are formidable beings at the tribulation transcendent stage lurking within this Qingshan wolf pack. This sentiment resonates with the thoughts of many cultivators in the current realm of Shenzhou. As the twilight deepens, the valley grows increasingly dark, ultimately rendering it impossible to see one's own hand in front of them. Must they wait until tomorrow? Just as everyone was pondering this, the image of Feng suddenly closed his eyes, and an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible aura gradually rippled outward. In the Divine Emperor Hall, a wave of astonishment erupted. Spiritual consciousness. This is undeniably the domain of cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Although Feng's situation is exceptionally peculiar, being at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, his strength seems to accumulate infinitely, as if there were no upper limit, continuously increasing in magnitude. To this day, he has astonishingly attained combat power rivaling that of the divine ability stage. Yet, combat power notwithstanding, his realm remains that of the core formation. It is a well-established truth in the realm of cultivation that a core formation cultivator cannot nurture spiritual consciousness. In this moment, the young Divine Emperor Feng has shattered the established truths that everyone held. How has he accomplished this? A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Chao Zai's eyes. Although he could not provide a definitive answer, he ventured a guess. After a brief pause, Chao Zai spoke with a hint of indifference. Perhaps this is the effect of the chaotic divine soul. After all, it is one of the supreme talents. So it would not be surprising to break such a rule. The crowd nodded in realization. It seemed this was the only conceivable explanation, although merely conjecture. Just as everyone was mulling this over, Elder Xuanwu interjected. Chao Alliance leader is indeed astute. Having guessed the truth so quickly, Chao Zai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would be correct. He had merely offered a rationale. But upon reflection, none present had witnessed the three supreme talents. Prior to today, they had only heard of Mu Lingyin possessing the 9 orifices' exquisite heart. However, Elder Xuanwu was different. He had personally experienced nearly the entirety of the ancient era. Such an elder might very well have witnessed ancient geniuses possessing the 3 supreme talents. Elder Xuanwu's understanding of these extraordinary talents far surpassed what they knew. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards him, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. Without hesitation, Elder Xuanwu succinctly stated, the chaotic divine soul, even in the ancient era, was an exceedingly rare talent, far more so than the other 2 supreme talents. Throughout the entire ancient era, I have heard of only a handful of individuals possessing it. The known functions of the Chaos Divine Soul are threefold. The foremost, undoubtedly, is its unparalleled ability to enhance the speed of soul cultivation, which is also its most significant attribute to as for the other two. The second function is the concealment of one's spiritual aura. Once the Chaos Divine Soul is initially activated, it can naturally cloak its presence. Although it cannot directly obscure one's physical form, it can effectively hide from spiritual probing, rendering the concealment remarkably potent. On our journey here, I had observed the imagery of the battle that led to the annihilation of the Lingpa sect. The reason the blood-condensing Taoist's spiritual tracking failed was precisely due to this concealment. At this revelation, the crowd suddenly understood. So that was the case. This had indeed been one of their lingering questions. After all, the young divine emperor at that time was merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while the blood-condensing Taoist had already reached the out-of-body realm. The disparity in power was so great that they could not fathom why the Taoist's spiritual tracking had faltered. However, during that moment, the young divine emperor was being pursued, and everyone was too tense to raise the question. They had not expected that it would be so astutely articulated by Elder Xuanwu now. As for the third function, it is now apparent. Yet, it is not as simple as what Leader Chao described. Cultivators endowed with the Chaos Divine Soul do not merely possess spiritual awareness ahead of time, but rather, they are inherently endowed with it. Elder Xuanwu's words sent a chill through the crowd. Innate spiritual awareness. What a terrifying talent that is. No wonder the Chaos Divine Soul ranks among the three supreme talents. Spiritual awareness and soul are indeed decisive factors in determining how far a cultivator can go in an instant. Chao Zai's expression grew somewhat grim. He had always considered himself the foremost genius in a millennium, and countless others shared this belief. Even when the Divine Emperor previously revealed his innate Dao bones and 9 apertures lingering heart, he did not feel significantly inferior before the nascent soul stage. These two talents might have made the Divine Emperor's gifts seem extraordinarily brilliant, but what about after reaching the nascent soul stage? For cultivators beyond this point, the true determinant of their future trajectory is the soul. Thus, Chao Zai had always thought that he simply needed more time in cultivation, alongside the possibility that the Divine Emperor had encountered greater opportunities, which allowed him to ascend to immortality. He believed that with more time, he too could strive for the immortal realm. At that point, who could claim superiority over the Divine Emperor? However, now, a single statement from Elder Xuanwu shattered much of his hope. The Chaos Divine Soul. With its innate spiritual awareness, who in today's world could rival such a gift? Just this aspect alone rendered Chao Zai's once prized talents painfully mediocre. Yet, he remained perplexed and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, then why did he never exhibit his spiritual awareness in the previous imagery? Elder Xuanwu regarded him with a hint of curiosity before responding casually. Isn't that self-evident? Even cultivators of the nascent soul stage must learn the methods of spiritual awareness manipulation. Without such training, one can only fumble in the dark. Possessing innate spiritual awareness does not equate to knowing how to utilize it. Moreover, the Divine Emperor was searching for snow beasts in the extreme northern tundra, where spiritual awareness would be of no practical use. Only then did the crowd come to a realization. It seems that the previous Divine Emperor had already realized the existence of his divine consciousness and was exploring ways to utilize it, albeit without ever truly employing it. Yet, amidst the numerous esteemed cultivators present, not a single one discerned any hint of this matter. Momentarily, the crowd exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, within the visual projection, the young Divine Emperor Yifeng's divine consciousness floated gently around him, spreading at a remarkably slow pace, as if he were somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, despite this unfamiliarity, the subtlety of his presence rendered countless cultivators self-conscious. Though his method of utilizing divine consciousness was rather rudimentary, lacking even the ability to direct it with precision, instead expanding outward from his own center, his control was astonishingly formidable. Under such control, his divine consciousness was as intangible as air, exceedingly difficult to detect. In the valley, several tribulation stage beasts merely opened their eyes, appearing somewhat perplexed. Yet this was merely the keen intuition of the beasts. They were entirely oblivious to the presence of the Divine Emperor's consciousness. After a while, as his divine consciousness retracted, Yifeng opened his eyes, the confusion within them growing ever more pronounced. Nothing. There was nothing. His divine consciousness had traversed the entire valley, but not only did he fail to locate the members of the Mu family, he did not even catch sight of a single human shadow. Where are the members of the Mu family? This question also arose in the hearts of many cultivators within the divine continent. Even those from the alliance of heaven's destruction and the kingdom of 10,000 beasts fell into contemplation. Yet, moments later, Feng moved. The confusion in his gaze had vanished, as if he had deduced the hiding place of the Mu family. Gradually, he rose to his feet. At his movement, he instantly attracted the attention of the tribulation stage beasts in the valley. A howl erupted as thousands of green mountain wolves leapt into action, howling fiercely towards Feng's direction. Standing atop the mountain, Feng gazed down into the pitch-black valley, where pairs of green, glimmering eyes met his cold, murderous gaze. The mention of the Mu family? Merely uttering those 3 words caused the thousands of howling green mountain wolves to fall silent, as if their throats had been suddenly constricted. This exceedingly bizarre scene left countless cultivators across the divine continent in a state of confusion. What was happening? Just as everyone pondered this, a chilling smile emerged on Feng's face. Simultaneously, a sharp and frenzied voice suddenly rang out from the valley. "Who are you?" Feng took a deep breath, slowly clenched his fist, and spoke with a calm yet icy tone. "The one who will kill you." The moment his words fell, Feng, standing atop the peak, leaped without hesitation, plummeting into the valley like a meteor. It was only at this moment that many formidable cultivators within the Divine Emperor's hall noticed something peculiar. Those originally wild and brutal green mountain wolves now exhibited a palpable calm and murderous intent in their eyes. Wild beasts do not possess such human-like calmness in their murderous intent. That expression clearly mirrored the gaze of a human when their secret is about to be uncovered, wishing to eliminate witnesses. These green mountain wolves, before they could fully comprehend, within the image, Feng had already flipped midair, head down, and swung his fist downward with tremendous force, in human form, cloaked in the skin of a demon wolf. "You are no longer worthy of being called human. Kill!" With a thunderous roar, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from Feng, cascading down like an unstoppable torrent upon the pack of Qing Shan wolves below. This single strike completely drained the peak essence of the nascent soul stage from Feng, only to be replenished instantaneously, then drained again 10 times in succession. In the blink of an eye, the fluctuations of energy surrounding Feng had transformed tenfold. The power of this punch was equivalent to extracting the entire cultivation essence of 10 peak nascent soul cultivators, amalgamated into a singular force. Among the thousands of Qing Shan wolves below, sensing the explosive surge of spiritual energy emanating from Feng, most displayed expressions of sheer terror, hastily retreating. Yet, their frantic withdrawal could not possibly match the speed of Feng, who descended like a meteor. This punch would undoubtedly claim the lives of dozens of Qing Shan wolves. For while the pack was formidable, most were merely at the Yuan-ing, transformation, or even out-of-body stages, with only a few at the divine ability stage and even fewer at the tribulation stage. Amidst the chaos of the Qing Shan wolves, a shadow of deep azure black materialized in midair, meeting Feng's punch with a clawed swipe. A tribulation stage Qing Shan wolf. This was undoubtedly one of the 3 most powerful Qing Shan wolves making its move. Simultaneously, the wolf spoke with a chilling tone, articulating human words. "Young one, dare you?" In response, Feng remained unyielding, offering no reply or retreat. Boom! The punch and claw collided fiercely in midair. A violent surge of spiritual fluctuations erupted. In the air, the azure-black tribulation stage wolf staggered back 3 steps, descending slightly, while Feng, akin to a ball rebounding off the ground, soared several zhang high. In this encounter, Feng found himself at a disadvantage. And this was merely one tribulation stage Qing Shan wolf. 2 others had yet to engage, while the remaining thousands of wolves awaited their chance. This battle appeared almost hopeless for Feng. At least, in the minds of countless cultivators in the Shenzhou world, it was so. Yet, Feng himself seemed to entertain a different notion. For in the next moment, propelled several zhang into the air, he planted his foot down decisively. Forward he charged. Chapter 75. The light of the golden core in the valley's sky. The tribulation stage Qing Shan wolf's gaze was as cold as ice, yet this time, it refrained from further intervention. Below, the thousands of Qing Shan wolves had dispersed. Even if Feng were to descend, he would merely fall into a trap. Certain death awaited him. Since he had come, he would not leave. He was destined to perish here. The chilling laughter of the tribulation stage wolf echoed as it sidestepped, allowing Feng to plummet into the valley's center. It intended to seal off all of Feng's escape routes. Should it obstruct this step, Feng would remain above, with the sky as his refuge. But now, as Feng landed on the valley floor, the wolf hovered above him, effectively cutting off all avenues of retreat. There was no escape. Only battle remained. In the air, the tribulation stage wolf waved its claw, seemingly attempting to issue commands like a human, yet the wolf's body performing such an action appeared grotesquely awkward. After a brief pause in movement, the Qing Shan wolves emitted a cold grunt, indifferently commanding, "Kill him." Following this order, among the thousands of Qing Shan wolves, 15 at the divine transformation stage, over 100 at the out-of-body stage, and several hundred at the peak of the nascent soul stage surged forth from the shadows, encircling Feng with lethal intent. Invisible and colorless, concealed within the darkness, an onslaught of nearly undetectable wind blades was unleashed, overwhelming in number. These intangible wind blades were the innate divine ability of the Qing Shan wolves. But that was not all. Amidst the hundreds and thousands of wind blades, talismans and magical treasures were intermingled, unmistakably indicative of human cultivators' techniques. At that moment, within the Divine Emperor Hall, some of the demon elders finally regained their composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a voice of furious outrage erupted. These Qing Shan wolves were, in fact, possessed by human cultivators. What audacity! With each furious exclamation, the aura of dozens of demon elders surged violently. Possession. Humans had possessed demons. Moreover, it was not merely one or two, but thousands in total. These thousands of so-called Qing Shan wolves were, astonishingly, all humans in possession. However, just as these dozens of demon elders glared angrily at the members of the Fatty Alliance, Elder Xuanwu spoke calmly. Silence. Chao Zhe hastily stepped forward, urgently explaining, "Elders, this is an image from 100,000 years ago. Do not let this harm our relations." The demon elders were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure, though their expressions remained somewhat grim. Yet, with Elder Xuanwu having spoken, they could only comply, their auras gradually calming. These demon elders had come to realize what had transpired. Perhaps there truly existed a group of Qing Shan wolves that had survived to this day. 200,000 years ago, the Qing Shan wolf clan was nearly exterminated. Perhaps a few stragglers had escaped into the Haiyun Mountains, hiding away, never to emerge, nurturing themselves for a full 100,000 years, thus developing to a scale of thousands, among which there were already Qing Shan wolves in the transcendent stage. But who could have known that they would be discovered by a certain family of human cultivators, who set their sights on these Qing Shan wolves? It was likely that the original Qing Shan wolf clan in this valley possessed the legacy of the celestial wolf storm array, which became the root of their misfortune. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. That human family intervened, seizing control of all the Qing Shan wolves, who were now cultivating the celestial wolf storm array in this valley. If these Qing Shan wolves could truly unleash the celestial wolf storm array, even those in the sacred realm would find themselves in a fierce battle. Should their cultivation and numbers further increase, they could potentially regain the capacity to slay beings at the half-immortal stage, just as the Qing Shan wolf clan had during their zenith. And that family was none other than the Mu family. Elder Qing Niu gazed coldly at the image, suddenly remarking, "This Mu family harbors great ambitions. Who could say whether they still existed today? A cultivation family, particularly one that once boasted a powerhouse at the sacred stage, could feasibly endure for tens of thousands, even over 100,000 years. However, the world of Shenzhou is vast and expansive, with countless sects and families. Unless one pays particularly close attention, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether a family from 100,000 years ago still exists. 100,000 years ago, the Mu family was indeed a prominent lineage. However, in the present day, while the Mu family may still exist, it is uncertain if they retain the surname Mu. With the passage of 100 millennia, who can fathom the multitude of events that have transpired? At this moment, however, Chao Zhe shook his head and softly spoke. They have long since vanished. 100,000 years ago, there was a notable figure named Mu Jiuqiu from the Mu family, who commanded considerable respect, and the clan boasted a population exceeding tens of thousands. Yet, at some point, the Mu family completely faded from existence. For 10,000 years, they have not re-emerged, whether it be the sage Mu Jiuqiu or those myriad clansmen. All have utterly disappeared. The crowd exchanged glances. As the leader of the Fatian Alliance, it was anticipated that Chao Zhe would dispatch someone to investigate the Mu family, especially since they had appeared in the imagery. However, this revelation left everyone somewhat astonished. Among the throng, Lin Gang suddenly inquired, "Chao Xiaoxia, when did the Mu family cease to be heard from?" Chao Zhe paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, and after a brief contemplation, he replied, "The exact timeline has become obscure, as the Mu family had little interaction with other forces, but roughly it would be around the time of 100,000 years ago, not exceeding a millennium." Upon reaching this point, Even Chao Zhe realized something significant, abruptly lifting his gaze to the imagery. 100,000 years ago, with an error margin of no more than a millennium, it could not possibly extend to 100,000 and 1,000 years ago. This time discrepancy could only suggest a period from 100,000 years to 99,000 years. 4. In the imagery, Mu Jiuqiu's demise occurred merely 20 years prior, and now, members of the Mu family had also manifested in this valley. This implies that their disappearance could only have occurred subsequent to that event. Hence, might it be possible that the divine Emperor Yi Feng annihilated the Mu family? At that moment, as the crowd cast their dubious gazes upon the imagery, the figure, having fallen to the ground and surrounded by countless Qingshan wolves, slowly raised its head up. Yi Feng's leather headband had snapped during the clash with a calamity-level Qingshan wolf. His long hair cascaded down, his body bent forward, one hand clenched in a fist against the ground, while the other rested upon his knee. At the same time, he lifted his head, a chilling light erupting amidst the darkness. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, caressing Yi Feng's side, causing his long hair to flutter in the wind. In that instant, across the divine land, a chorus of feminine screams echoed from countless places upon witnessing the divine emperor, whose aura was enveloped in a bone-chilling intent to kill, his eyes glowing a blood red in the shadows, and his hair billowing like clouds. Simply breathtaking, yet, no matter how striking, there remained an unavoidable truth. Although the myriad wind blades, spells, and magical artifacts had yet to form a formation, and the legendary heavenly wolf storm array showed no intention of activation, the onslaught comprised hundreds of Qingshan wolves joining forces. At this moment, Yi Feng, in terms of cultivation, was merely at the nascent stage, and even in terms of strength, he was just at the divine ability realm. This wave of assault could easily overwhelm not only those in the divine ability realm but even those in the calamity stage would need to tread cautiously. In today's world, it was improbable for any practitioner in the divine ability realm to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, at the very moment Yi Feng raised his head, a flicker of golden light suddenly ignited upon his form. Then came the second point, followed by the third. In an instant, countless beams of golden radiance erupted from Yi Feng, illuminating the dark and shadowy valley, tearing asunder the veil of night that hung like a curtain. Those luminous rays were familiar to countless cultivators in the realm of Shenzhou. It was the brilliance of the golden core. In the realm of golden core cultivators, the golden core within their bodies serves as the foundation of all their cultivation. All power emanates from the golden core. Thus, unless one finds themselves in a desperate situation with no alternative, it is inconceivable for a golden core cultivator to unleash their golden core. For while the golden core can unleash an overwhelming force that surpasses the spells a cultivator can wield, should the golden core be shattered, the cultivator's entire cultivation is irreparably lost. Consequently, genuine golden cores are exceedingly rare. When one does manifest, it signifies a life or death struggle. Succeeding means survival, albeit with a severely diminished foundation. At best, they may never advance to the nascent soul stage, and at worst, the golden core may collapse, reducing them to mere mortals. Failure, of course, leads to death. At this moment, when a golden core shimmering with dark golden light emerged from Yi Feng's body, countless souls across the Shenzhou realm were left in stunned silence. Was he truly going all out from the very beginning? In a one-on-one confrontation, such desperation might afford a glimmer of hope. But this was against a swarm. Even if he withstood this wave of attacks and obliterated the hundreds of Qingshan wolves, what would that achieve? Beyond them lay even more Qingshan wolves and above. 3 formidable tribulation stage Qingshan wolves observed coldly. This was tantamount to courting death. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, in the next moment, their expressions morphed into a haze of bewilderment, tinged with unprecedented shock and disbelief. Everyone questioned what they were witnessing. Was it an illusion? Why were there so many golden cores manifesting from Yi Feng's body? A cultivator could possess but a single golden core. When one reaches the pinnacle of strength, they should ascend to the nascent soul stage. In the realm of Shenzhou, almost no one had ever heard of an individual possessing more than one golden core. Yet at this moment, all bore witness to the young divine emperor Yi Feng, from whom one golden core after another emerged, and in the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds, thousands, even countless numbers. So brilliant was the light that it was impossible to discern precisely how many golden cores sprang forth from him. Why? Why did Yi Feng possess so many golden cores? It was incomprehensible even to the ordinary cultivators, and even those exalted beings beyond the true immortal realm were left in a state of utter confusion. In the entire realm of Shenzhou, perhaps only one individual remained clear-headed, Elder Xuanwu. Yet even he was twitching in disbelief, his gaze filled with incredulity. His mutterings were inaudible to those surrounding him. In ancient times, there were indeed theories regarding the existence of 3 major dantians, and it was said that some had cultivated 3 golden cores, but that was the absolute limit. How could there be so many? Yet, despite the astonishment of the entire world, the vision remained unaltered. In the imagery, within the valley, a singular point of golden light emerged, followed by an abundance of such points, coalescing into a brilliant expanse. In an instant, the vast valley was utterly illuminated, resembling the resplendence of the blazing sun. Even the night sky, which enveloped the entire world, seemed to have been rent asunder by this golden radiance. The light of the golden elixirs reflected upon the heavens. Not only the observers of the scene, but even the 3 Qing Shan wolves in the valley, who were in the tribulation stage, found themselves incapable of counting the countless golden elixirs within that luminous display. Just moments before, one wolf, hovering dozens of feet above Feng, had exuded an air of nonchalance, reveling in the spectacle while blocking Feng's retreat. Yet at this moment, its pupils contracted into thin slits, a sense of danger. An unprecedented feeling of crisis enveloped all living beings within the valley. The next moment, a faint sound of shattering resonated. Among the myriad golden elixirs, it was uncertain which one was the first to crack open. This sound heralded the impending self-detonation of the elixirs. Those who had witnessed the spectacle of self-detonating elixirs would find this sound familiar. What was unfamiliar was the subsequent relentless cacophony of shattering that was impossible to discern. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the world seemed to lose its sound, and everything before one's eyes faded into a dull white, before abruptly plunging into darkness. The sounds of explosions? They were not absent. It was simply that all beings in the valley could no longer hear them. Hundreds of miles away, at the inconspicuous mouth of a cave, a Qing sat in the spot where Feng had been the previous night, while behind her, the snow spirit turtle continued to sleep soundly. Yet a Qing could not find rest. She kept her gaze fixed on the direction Feng had departed, quietly awaiting his return, though her eyes were filled with apprehension. She had contemplated accompanying Feng, but she could not do so. After years of companionship, she understood him too well. The deep-seated enmity with the Mu family was a wound within Feng's heart, one that he must resolve personally, otherwise it would fester into the deepest demon of his soul. Even if Mu Lingyin, who shared a grudge against the Mu family, intervened, it could potentially influence Feng. Thus, a Qing could only wait here, anticipating a resolution. He should return. Why has he not come back yet? If you perish, I shall avenge you, exterminating every last member of the Mu family. If that is insufficient, I shall slay all living beings in the world. Once I have avenged you, I will shatter the cycle of reincarnation and bring you back. But could you not make me resort to such measures? I am merely a dog demon. I cannot cultivate to that extent. Please return. Throughout this day and night, a Qing resembled a chatterbox, incessantly murmuring to herself, often uttering words that even she struggled to comprehend. Countless times, a Qing felt the urge to rise, yet she ultimately suppressed her anxiety, remaining seated, though the worry in her eyes was almost palpable. Just then, hundreds of miles away, a sudden brilliance illuminated the sky, casting light across vast stretches, and even this side seemed to be touched by its glow. With a start, a Qing sprang to her feet, eyes wide with astonishment, gazing in that direction. That was the path Feng had taken. What could have transpired there? Might it be related to Feng? If there were such a tremendous commotion over hundreds of miles, then Feng. Countless thoughts surged in a Qing's mind, when suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. The earth quaked violently. In her line of sight, several mountain peaks, hundreds of miles away, were abruptly launched into the sky amidst a golden radiance. A Qing's breath caught in her throat, and as the ground trembled beneath her, she stumbled, nearly falling. Inside the cave, dust cascaded from above, while the snow spirit turtle darted like lightning to curl up on a Qing's head, its frightened little eyes still bearing remnants of sleep. Gazing towards the valley in the next moment, a Qing hesitated no longer. She sprinted towards that direction. It didn't matter. No matter what, she had to see. If Feng was in danger, she would risk everything to save him. If he were to perish, a fleeting glimmer of despair flickered in a Qing's eyes, as the spiritual energy within her ignited, a wisp of ethereal flame swirling around her, propelling her speed several-fold. She was burning her cultivation, sacrificing her life, accelerating everything. Feng, wait for me. Chapter 77. After the explosion cough, as the brilliant light faded, the world seemed to return to silence. Within a radius of several dozen miles, not a single sound remained. The fortunate beasts that had survived, distanced from the center of the explosion, had long since fled in a frenzy. The valley. No, the valley no longer existed. Even the surrounding mountains had vanished. Within a 10,000-meter radius, there lay only a colossal crater. The mountains, stones, trees, and grass had all been reduced to ashes in that resplendent golden light, while the air was filled with swirling clouds of scorched dust. Amidst this vast expanse of dust, a sporadic cough echoed. After a prolonged moment, a dark figure slowly rose, then leapt into the air, standing suspended. As this figure moved, the thick dust was swept away, gradually dispersing. Finally, when the dust had entirely settled, the scene within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters became discernible. The figure in the air was not human. It was a black mountain wolf, one that had lost 2 legs, its body shrouded in darkness, its breath erratic, occasionally spewing blood. A tribulation stage black mountain wolf. This very wolf had previously clashed with Feng, sealing off his escape route in midair. Yet now, where was the earlier demeanor of aloof superiority? In its emerald eyes, only boundless rage and terror remained. Where was the familiar valley? Gone. Where were the thousands of black mountain wolves possessed by the Mu family? Also gone. All that remained were vast patches of blackened earth, remnants of the explosion's devastation, now piled several feet high. Old third, old fifth. The tribulation stage black mountain wolf let out a mournful howl, its form slowly descending onto the thick layer of black ash, as if attempting to use its spiritual energy to disperse the debris, but after a moment of fluctuation, it could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as despair was settling in, a faint voice emerged from nearby. "Stop howling. I'm not dead." Yet hastily turned its head, and from the shadows of black and gray, a wolf's claw reached out, followed by another tragically wounded Qing Shan wolf crawling forth. "Old 5, you're still alive." "What of old 3? It inquired urgently. The recently emerged Qing Shan wolf, referred to as old 5, violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, lying on the ground, weakly uttering, "I don't know. Perhaps search for him. He should still be alive." Indeed, the sudden explosion was terrifying, and both of them bore severe injuries, yet they were merely injured, not dead. As they were all undergoing tribulation, old 3 would naturally have survived as well. These 3 Qing Shan wolves in the tribulation stage were the last surviving elders of the Mu family. Within the Mu family, their status was second only to Mu Jiuqiu, being a generation younger. But they were all blood brothers. In the past, the Mu family, under the protection of Mu Jiuqiu, a peak sage, was considered one of the foremost families among countless cultivation clans in the Divine Land. Hundreds of years ago, the Mu family discovered the remnants of the Qing Shan wolf lineage, captured them, and initiated a possession plan, the aim being the heavenly wolf storm array. With Mu Jiuqiu at the pinnacle of sagehood, combined with the heavenly wolf storm array, even a half-step immortal would not stand a chance against the Mu family. Should the plan succeed, the Mu family might ascend to become the most powerful force in the entire Divine Land. This scheme had been in motion for centuries, which also explained Mu Jiuqiu's presence in the He-Yun mountain range. However, over 20 years ago, while battling in the outside world, Mu Jiuqiu returned to the He-Yun mountain range, but unfortunately encountered the sacred beast Kuan-Yu. In the ensuing battle, he fell to Feng through a twist of fate. Since then, Mu Jiuqiu had vanished, and without the protection of a sage, the Mu family's members traversing the outside world were besieged by enemies, suffering devastating losses. Once a thriving clan with tens of thousands of members, the Mu family dwindled to merely a few thousand in just a few years. Even the few remaining elders of the Mu family fell one after another, leaving only these 3, the second elder, the third elder, and the fifth elder. In desperation, these 3 elders led all remaining clan members into the He-Yun mountain range to commence the final step of their plan, allowing all members to undergo possession by the Qing Shan wolves they had cultivated for centuries, waiting for their strength to increase before re-emerging in the world. Yet today, the second elder and his companions could never have anticipated that even while hiding deep within the He-Yun mountain range, far removed from the outside world, they would encounter that young lad. Reflecting on Feng, the countless golden Dan, and the cataclysmic self-explosion, the second elder's pupils quivered. Who exactly was that young man? The second elder clenched his teeth, whispering with a voice laced with coldness, but he wasted no time, swiftly rising to search for the whereabouts of the fifth elder, as expected. Amidst the explosion of countless golden Dan, survival for those below the tribulation stage was nearly impossible. However, the 3 elders in the tribulation stage still had the capacity to survive, though the fifth elder had sustained more severe injuries and had already fainted, which was why he had not crawled out from the shadows. After a brief moment, the 3 azure mountain wolves gathered together, with the second elder and the third elder exchanging glances, awaiting the awakening of the fifth elder. Suddenly, the third elder spoke in a hushed tone. Do you think that Elodie is dead? The second elder's mouth twitched violently, revealing his fangs, and a flicker of fear flashed across his eyes. Needless to say, with that explosion, how could a mere core formation cultivator survive? The second elder's words seemed to mask a hint of cowardice, and even he could detect the tremor of insecurity in his own voice. The third elder, with a bitter smile, shook his head slightly and replied, Core formation? What nonsense! Which core formation cultivator could possibly refine an unfathomable number of golden cores? Which one could withstand a strike from you and still remain unscathed? The second elder's gaze quivered slightly, yet he fell silent, refraining from rebuttal. Indeed, that lad, how could he possibly resemble a core formation cultivator? The two were utterly perplexed by the situation concerning that youth, but they could only pray that Feng had indeed perished. Just as their silence deepened, the fifth elder let out a painful groan and regained consciousness. The second elder and the third elder both exhaled in relief, ready to speak, when a sharp and urgent sound of slicing air suddenly erupted. The three pairs of wolf eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. In that direction, a shadow interwoven with black and white shot forth like lightning, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. The second elder, whose injuries were the least severe, felt his pupils constrict and, without a moment's thought, struck out with a resounding slap, boom, in the void. The two forces collided explosively, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of the second elder's mouth, a consequence of his injuries. Nevertheless, the black and white figure was sent flying by his strike. It was only at this moment that the three discerned what the figure truly was. It was not a dog. The trio froze momentarily. It was none other than a Qing. Hundreds of meters away, a Qing landed in a disheveled state, nearly shattered by the force of that slap. Although the second elder was severely injured, he was still a tribulation realm cultivator, and considering a Qing's arduous journey, burning through everything, she was in no condition to withstand such a blow. It nearly cost her life. Yet at this moment, a Qing cared little for her own plight, her gaze fierce as she fixed her eyes upon the three azure mountain wolves. Where is Feng? Chapter 78. The death of a Qing. The three azure mountain wolves were momentarily taken aback, before their expressions darkened in unison. The strange occurrences they had witnessed today seemed to unfold one after another. First, a core formation youth managed to face the second elder of the tribulation realm without losing ground. Then, that very individual, despite being a core formation cultivator, astonishingly released countless golden cores, the sheer number estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Subsequently, it became even more outrageous. Those hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of golden cores self-destructed. The explosive power of 1,000,000 golden cores obliterated the entire Mu family, leaving only the three of them alive. That human lad had shattered the preconceived notions of these three venerable elders of the Mu family time and again. But that was not the end. After the explosion, this dog appeared. Not to mention that a canine demon could cultivate to the out-of-body realm. Such a feat was indeed a rare occurrence within the entire canine clan. Before them stood a dog demon of an indeterminate breed, one that neither of the three could recognize. With its dense, black and white fur resembling that of a snow wolf. Was there truly such a variety among the demon kin? Most importantly, this dog demon was acquainted with that human youth. Was the lad's name Feng? Before they could ponder this further, a startling realization struck them. This dog demon was capable of human speech. The three elders of the Mu family were no match for Feng in terms of knowledge. Their understanding of the demon realm far surpassed his. Among the myriad races of demons, whether they soared through the skies, roamed the earth, swam in the waters, or even transformed from trees and flowers, each possessed distinct characteristics inherent to their kind. However, all demon races shared a singular trait: transformation. Once a demon cultivates to a certain level, or ingests specific extraordinary elixirs or treasures of heaven and earth, they can undergo this transformation. This process allows them to alter their size or even take on human form. It is a feat attainable by nearly all demon races. Yet, the threshold for transformation varies among different species. In summary, the higher the potential, the more arduous the transformation. Conversely, if the potential is too low, transformation becomes entirely impossible. For instance, the Qingshan wolf clan, with its remarkable potential, can only transform upon reaching the true immortal realm. The elders of the Mu family had not yet reached this stage. In contrast, certain wolf races can transform even at the tribulation realm, or even earlier, in the godly powers realm, or the out-of-body realm. However, when compared to the Qingshan wolves, those other wolf races exhibited significantly lesser potential. Now, What of the dog demon before them? Upon its first utterance, the three elders recognized two critical issues. Firstly, the demon had not yet transformed despite being at the out-of-body realm, and it bore no trace of human essence. How high could this dog demon's potential be? Among the dog kin, was there one with such extraordinary potential? Secondly, prior to transformation, the physical structure of a demon fundamentally differs from that of a human, making it impossible for them to articulate human language. This is a universal principle. Only after transformation can they speak human tongue. Thus, in the demon realm, should one encounter a demon capable of human speech in its beastly form, it is unequivocal that the being has already undergone transformation, albeit not maintaining its human guise. Yet, Qing was different. She exhibited no signs of having transformed, yet she could articulate human words. Such a contradictory situation left the three elders utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of this dog demon? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, Qing sensed a faint trace of Feng's essence emanating from the second elder. It was a remnant from their previous encounter that had yet to dissipate. Suddenly, Qing sprang to her feet, her fur standing on end, her gaze towards the three Qingshan wolves now brimming with murderous intent. However, it was the fifth elder who first regained his composure, his eyes alight with intrigue as he regarded Qing. This peculiar dog demon might indeed prove useful. With that thought, the fifth elder slowly rose and inquired, "Dog demon, do you know that previous lad?" Qing's pupils constricted, her conviction deepening that these three Qingshan wolves were somehow connected to Feng's disappearance. That earth-shattering explosion might very well have been orchestrated by these three wolves in an attempt to deal with Feng. With such conjectures swirling in her mind, Qing's murderous intent intensified. Without further ado, she let out a fierce wolf howl and lunged forward with ferocity. The essence of the three-headed Qingshan wolf is, in fact, humanity, while Qing, though a demon, has long regarded herself as human after years of companionship with Feng. Yet, to the onlookers, the current scenario appears utterly bizarre. It is evidently a confrontation between three demon wolves and a single demon dog. Even more perplexing is the expression of confusion and concern on the faces of the three-headed demon wolves, while the demon dog seems to have lost its sanity, howling and recklessly charging forward. This surreal spectacle leaves countless viewers in the Shenzhou realm utterly bewildered. However, in the next moment of the footage, Qing has already lunged toward the three-headed demon wolf. The three elders of the Mu family, despite their grave injuries and vulnerability, can no longer afford to hesitate. They simultaneously advance, turning the tide to a 3-on-1 confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Qing finds herself at a disadvantage. Her weaker strength, coupled with the waning power from her burned cultivation, renders her no match for the three tribulation-stage demon beasts. Moments later, her body is covered in wounds, with deep claw marks and long gashes from wind blades oozing blood, staining her once pristine white fur, transforming her original black and white coat into a mottled black and red. Yet, Qing's assault never falters. She has forgotten the danger and the pain, her mind consumed by a singular thought: to slay the three wolves before her and find Feng. Feng is waiting for her rescue. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Qing's breath weakens to its utmost limit, her movements slow and stiff as she feebly swipes her claws. Her speed no longer comparable even to that of an ordinary dog in the mundane realm. Beside her, the three Qingshan wolves exchange perplexed glances. Could this little dog demon be insane? The third elder is filled with bewilderment. The second elder snorts coldly and decisively states, "Enough of this, kill it, and see if there are any of our kin left alive." The third elder and the fifth elder are taken aback. Suddenly recollecting this fact, and without further hesitation, they strike with lethal intent. Howl! A bloodied figure is flung through the air, blood splattering into a small mist that slowly descends. Thud! Qing's battered body crashes into the dust, blood flowing around her as her breath cools, and her once bright and spirited eyes now devoid of life. Moments later, the last vestiges of her breath dissipate. The lifeless Qing lies on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The three-headed Qingshan wolves glance in Qing's direction, shaking their heads in regret. What a pity! If only she could have been tamed as a demon pet, she would have been a rare find. The fifth elder sighs as he shakes his head, and alongside the other two, they turn to seek the whereabouts of other Qingshan wolves. Yet, before they can take 3 steps, a faint sound suddenly emanates from behind them. The three are momentarily stunned, turning simultaneously eye in the footage. Unbeknownst to them, the blood-soaked Qing is slowly rising to her feet. However, at this moment, her eyes were devoid of spirit, as if she had long since lost consciousness. Among her 4 legs, 2 were already broken. Even standing seemed a precarious endeavor, yet she refused to fall. The second elder's gaze sharpened, filled with perplexity. How had she managed to stand? Chapter 79. A half-step to true immortality. The valley. No. Upon this expanse of blackened earth, a gentle breeze wafted through. A Qing's figure stood there, swaying lightly with the breeze, as if on the verge of toppling over. Yet somehow, she never truly fell. The three wolves observed this scene, their hearts stirred with an inexplicable tremor, even tinged with a hint of panic. What was the situation with this dog demon? Moments later, the second elder's expression gradually hardened, waves of fury surging within him. He was a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage. Although now clad in wolf hide, he had never before experienced such a state of disarray as today. First, he had been bombarded by that unimaginable golden elixir explosion from a mere core formation youth, leaving him utterly disoriented, and now, even thousands of his kin were on the brink of extinction. Subsequently, he encountered this dog demon, and after a fierce battle, the injuries he sustained worsened considerably. Most crucially, despite his tribulation stage power, he found that this dog demon, even in death, stood unwavering. Was she attempting to express some sort of dogged tenacity? An inexplicable rage filled the second elder's heart. Even he could not discern the origin of this fury, and instinctively, he swung his wolf claw, sending a blade of wind hurtling toward a Qing. If death was to be her fate, why must she continue standing? As the low growl erupted, the wind blade struck the crown of a Qing's head. Thud. There was no resistance, not even a semblance of defense. As though it had cleaved through mere rotten flesh, blood splattered, and a Qing's body was sent soaring several meters away. Upon crashing down once more, she ultimately could not maintain her standing posture. Strangely, the three elders collectively exhaled in relief. They were even unaware of the source of their earlier tension. Just as the three began to relax, the fifth elder's gaze flickered with confusion. He had seemingly glimpsed a glimmer of light flickering atop the lifeless form of a Qing. When the fifth elder turned to investigate, the light had vanished without a trace. Was it merely an illusion? The fifth elder shook his head, offering a wry smile. The events of the day had been exceedingly bizarre. How could such a delusion arise? Just as the fifth elder was about to turn away, he suddenly froze, then abruptly pivoted to face a Qing's direction. For it was from that direction that a wolf's howl erupted, piercing the heavens and shattering stone. The wolf clan boasted countless distinct breeds, each with its own unique howl. The Qing Shan wolf, as the leader of the wolf tribe, was the most formidable lineage throughout history. Even its call resonated with greater majesty than that of other wolves. Traditionally, the howl of the Qing Shan wolf was revered as the voice of the Wolf King. As for a Qing's prior attempts at howling, they had been nothing more than a poor imitation, a mere shadow of true prowess. But at this moment, a haunting howl emanated from that direction, akin to an exquisitely sharp and frigid blade of steel. Piercing through the ear canals of the three Qing Shan wolves, it shattered the silence and reverberated through their very souls. This howl resembled the gaze of a wolf deity descending from the heavens, surveying the multitude of wolves below, exuding an air of regality that was unmistakably sovereign. The moment they heard it, an involuntary impulse surged within the three elders, compelling them to kneel in submission. As if drawn by an unseen force from the depths of their souls, their expressions transformed instantaneously. It was only upon seeing a Qing again that they were struck with horror. The previously silent Qing was now enveloped in a mesmerizing dance of flames. The flames were bizarre, manifesting in black and white, flickering gently as if they were ablaze yet suffused with an endless chill. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, the three could feel a bone-chilling cold that sent involuntary shivers down their spines. Amidst the flickering firelight, a Qing's fur curled and burned away to ashes, while his skin and flesh ignited, melting into oblivion. A noxious odor permeated the air, mingling with the drifting ashes, and within mere moments, a Qing's form had completely vanished. The three exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Burned to ashes. The third elder muttered to himself, unsure to whom he was directing the inquiry. Not yet. The fifth elder stared vacantly at the swirling black and white flames. Terror etched across his features. Indeed, terror. Even the three who had attained the tribulation realm felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon witnessing the black and white flames. Without having to experience it, they could sense the horror inherent within that fire. It mattered not that they were in the tribulation realm. Even celestial beasts would likely not endure a moment within those flames, swiftly reduced to ashes like the dog demon. Yet, amidst the terrifying blaze, although the entire body of the dog demon had been consumed, there lingered an enigmatic mass, suspended within the flames, untouched by the inferno? The three widened their eyes, straining to discern what that mass could possibly be, yet, no matter how intently they gazed, clarity eluded them. It was as if a delicate veil of mist cloaked it, shrouding whether it was solid or liquid. The black and white flames crackled silently, yet the echoes of that earlier wolf howl seemed to linger in their ears. In that moment, the three were rendered taut with anxiety. And then, in the next instant, a single snow-white hair, glistening like jade, began to slowly emerge from the heart of the flames. Within the fire, a mass writhed and twisted, and upon that mass, the hair began to grow. Soon, a second, a third. Countless strands of snow-white hair materialized. When there was but one, it was difficult to discern, merely appearing as a hue of white jade. But as the strands multiplied, they could perceive a faint, ethereal purple glow entwined around them. The radiance was so subtle, so nearly imperceptible, akin to a fleeting illusion conjured by the eyes. Yet, it existed in undeniable reality. At long last, when the strands had become innumerable, they finally discerned what lay beneath the cascading hair. It was a tiny paw, then a leg. Slowly, an entire petite figure emerged completely at the heart of the black and white flames. This was the very entity that had reassembled from the remnants not consumed by the flames. The three individuals stared blankly at the diminutive silhouette, their minds a void. The form bore a faint resemblance to a Qing, yet it was distinctly different. This figure, with fur as white as snow, exhibited no trace of mixed colors whatsoever. Although it retained the canine shape, including features identical to a Qing's, it was several sizes smaller. This was unmistakably a pure white version of young A Qing. But that was not the end of it. The flames had not yet dissipated. They continued to envelop the petite figure, yet this time, it seemed less an act of burning and more an act of absorption. A Qing was absorbing the black and white flames. Before their very eyes, it was visibly growing. In the blink of an eye, a Qing's size had nearly returned to its previous stature, and it continued to expand. Until, having reached a length of over 2 zhong, the last flicker of black and white flame was thoroughly absorbed. With the flames no longer obscuring it, a Qing's aura surged forth, just as powerful as before, at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. But now it was ascending ever higher. Out-of-body pinnacle, divine ability realm, divine ability pinnacle, tribulation crossing realm, tribulation crossing pinnacle, until it was merely a hair's breadth, a half-step away from becoming a celestial beast. This realm, among human cultivators, was referred to as half-step true immortal. Chapter 80. Bloodline fire within the Divine Emperor's palace. As they beheld a Qing's increasingly potent aura in the image, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. In the span of an instant, it had vaulted from the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, crossing 2 significant realms, and was on the verge of entering the true immortal realm. Such a magnitude of power enhancement was unheard of. In the realm of cultivation, there indeed existed individuals capable of unleashing their potential in a short time, or burning their cultivation and spirit, resulting in significant elevation of their realms. However, such feats could only occur at lower tiers. At the higher echelons of cultivation, the disparities between each major realm were vast and insurmountable. How could a single technique possibly enable one to surpass several major realms? Just as the crowd was enveloped in astonishment, Elder Xuanwu suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. This was. Everyone turned to look. Elder Xuanwu, however, was deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Meanwhile, in the image, the 3 Qing mountain wolves had sensed the impending danger, realizing they could not allow a Qing to continue ascending in power. As it stood, a Qing was merely at half-step true immortal. Should it truly elevate to the true immortal realm, the 3 in the tribulation crossing stage would find themselves swiftly perishing at a Qing's hands. Thus, without hesitation, they unleashed a flurry of wind blades almost in unison, their 3 forms intertwining as they lunged towards a Qing. The battle erupted in an instant, yet this time, a Qing was completely overpowering the 3 Qing mountain wolves. This was utterly absurd. Among the myriad races within the demon clan, there existed countless lineages, and no one could ascertain the exact number of beastly manifestations within the demon realm. All beasts, whether those that had transformed from trees, flowers, and grasses, or those that had arisen from mountains and wilds, were part of the demon clan. Beneath the demon clans lies a multitude of great tribes, such as the avian tribe, the bovine tribe, the serpentine tribe, and so forth. Within these prominent tribes, there exists a plethora of distinct branches. For instance, among the avian tribe, one can find countless varieties of avian demon beasts. Among the demon clans, the wolf tribe stands as one of the eminent clans, encompassing all canine demon beasts under its dominion. In simpler terms, any canine creature that transforms into a demon is classified as belonging to the wolf tribe. This is due to the wolf tribe's unparalleled might among all canine demon beasts, thereby earning it the designation of the wolf tribe. This includes thousands of authentic wolf species, such as the Qingshan wolf, as well as other canines and foxes. The canine tribe, within the broader scope of the wolf tribe, has historically occupied a lower status, lacking a formidable lineage. Even in ancient times, the canine tribe merely flickered into prominence with the emergence of the Xiaotian clan, and since then, no remarkable bloodlines have been passed down. Consequently, the canine tribe inherently faces suppression from the wolf tribe's bloodline, rendering them incapable of competing against the wolf tribe at equivalent levels of cultivation. The Qingshan wolf, being the mightiest among the wolf tribe, leaves little room for canines to stand as rivals. Yet now, we witness a Qing, who, despite being of the canine tribe, currently stands at the threshold of true immortality, boldly confronting 3 Qingshan wolves without conceding an inch. Although a Qing's realm slightly surpasses that of the 3 Qingshan wolves, it is only marginally higher, not a full realm apart, suggesting it should not be capable of contending against the combined might of these 3 wolves. In an instant, the hall of the Divine Emperor erupted in astonishment. What truly lies within a Qing's bloodline? Could it possibly be a remnant of the once mighty Xiaotian clan of ancient times? However, even the Xiaotian clan merely boasted a sacred beast and had never produced a divine beast. Thus their bloodline was only comparable to that of the Qingshan wolves, perhaps even inferior. The assembly was utterly confounded, grappling with this perplexity. Just as the crowd remained in bewilderment, Elder Xuanwu suddenly inhaled deeply, gazing upward at the image with a soft murmur. That is the fire of bloodline. Truly, such a pure essence of bloodline power. Everyone turned their attention, yet all wore expressions of confusion. Even the elder demons exchanged glances. The fire of bloodline? Are they referring to the previous black and white flames? What is that? How could even these elder demons be unfamiliar with such a phenomenon? Beside them, Elder Qingyo hastily inquired, Elder Xuanwu, what is the fire of bloodline? Elder Xuanwu pondered briefly, casting a glance at the members of the Fatian Alliance. It was evident that this was a closely guarded secret among the demon clans, yet Elder Xuanwu chose to divulge it. After all, this so-called secret had eluded even the elder demons for countless years, suggesting that its concealment bore little significance. The fire of bloodline, he explained, had only manifested in ancient times, appearing no more than a mere handful of times over the course of several 100,000 years. It represents an utterly pure bloodline, albeit obscured from view. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. This assertion seemed contradictory. The notion of a pure bloodline was well understood. It signified an exceptionally untainted lineage among the demon clans, even capable of ancestral reversion. The idea of a concealed bloodline was also comprehensible, as it implied a lack of purity, making it difficult to detect. Only through continuous activation and refinement could its true essence be unveiled. However, when these two statements are intertwined, it becomes incomprehensible to everyone. This seems contradictory, does it not? Elder Xuanwu shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. The purity of the bloodline will indeed manifest from birth and cannot be concealed. Yet, what if an external force has sealed it? The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, if a powerful practitioner intervened and obscured the bloodline, such a situation would naturally arise. Elder Xuanwu further elucidated. To put it simply, this Qing possesses an exceptionally pure bloodline, nearly rivaling that of ancient divine beasts. However, her bloodline may have been sealed away during her childhood, and there are only 2 ways to break this seal. One is for the individual who cast the seal to unravel it, and the other is to break through it at a moment of life and death crisis. This self-breakthrough is beyond her control and may even remain unachievable until her demise. Once the seal is broken, it means that her cultivation will remain stagnant at the moment of breakthrough, forever unable to progress further. The crowd's expressions change dramatically. This implies a ruined future. To think that such a pure-blooded creature of the demon race could face such a fate is truly lamentable. Had such an incident not occurred back then, would the demon race not have seen the emergence of a peak in the sacred realm, or even an existence in the immortal realm? A sense of melancholy washed over the hearts of the crowd. Yet, a lingering question remained in the minds of the elder demon clans. Elder Qingyo, known for his straightforwardness, hastily inquired, What, then, is Qing's bloodline? Elder Xuanwu shook his head once more. I do not know. All that can be discerned is that Qing belongs to one of the wolf clan's bloodlines, but as for which branch, the answer remains elusive. Unless an immortal intervenes, it is impossible to uncover her bloodline. The elder demon sighed in regret once again. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the void. Even if she were alive and could revive her bloodline, she must die. The crowd was taken aback, and the elder demons soon regained their composure. That was the voice of King Xuanji. Her words served as a reminder. Aching is a friend of the divine emperor, thus, an enemy to them. Chapter 81. Infuriating deeds. The expressions of the dozens of elder demons were complex, and they all sighed. Indeed, even if Aching possesses boundless potential, she is, after all, an adversary. With this in mind, there is truly nothing to lament. The crowd felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Elder Xuanwu cast a contemplative glance at the image, and inadvertently, it seemed he caught a glimpse of the mountain water folding fan space. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. This moment, in the image, facing the seemingly frenzied Aching, the three-headed Qing Shan wolf had utterly fallen into a disadvantage, desperately resisting but proving no match, its breath growing fainter. After a mere incense stick's time, the elder who had sustained the most severe injuries among them had already been gravely wounded, falling unconscious once more, his life uncertain. With one less member, the second and third elders found it even more challenging to withstand, and within moments, they too were defeated, crashing to the ground in disarray. Yet Aching showed no signs of mercy toward them. Aching's once clear and bright eyes were now suffused with a blood-red hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Complemented by her fur, devoid of any blemish, she appeared utterly ferocious. Yet, at that moment, a faint voice suddenly pierced the air. Aching, did I at you? Just as Aching was poised to pounce and slay the three Qing Shan wolves, her movements abruptly halted, the crimson glow in her eyes dimming to reveal a flicker of clarity. She swiftly turned her head towards the source of the voice. In a flash, she darted several hundred meters away, her paw sweeping through the air, summoning a fierce gust that swept aside the thick layer of black ash. Unveiling the figure beneath it was none other than Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was in a dire state, his body covered in wounds, his skin charred and marred, with scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh. Fortunately, he still drew breath. He was alive. The fierce demeanor of Aching dissipated instantly as she landed beside Yi Feng, her voice trembling with concern. How are you? Let me help you heal. Yi Feng managed a bitter smile, wearily gesturing with his hand. After a few labored breaths, his breathing steadied, and he softly inquired, how many of the Qing Shan wolves remain alive? 3, and they are quite formidable. Aching replied candidly. Yi Feng nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Bring them here, but do not kill them yet. I have questions to pose. Aching promptly acquiesced, and in the blink of an eye, she cast the 3 half-dead Qing Shan wolves before Yi Feng. Among them, the 5th elder had already succumbed to death, leaving only a faint ripple of his, on the verge of vanishing. The 3rd elder was unconscious, while only the 2nd elder remained conscious. Propped against Aching, Yi Feng sat up, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the 3 Qing Shan wolves as he coldly queried, You are not of the, are you? Aching was taken aback, failing to grasp Yi Feng's meaning. Were they not merely 3 wolf demons? However, the 2nd elder silently nodded, his eyes filled with profound resentment as he glared at Yi Feng. Who exactly are you? Why do this? Yi Feng let out a chilling smile, his own gaze harboring an equal measure of hatred. You are all members of the Mu clan? The 2nd elder was momentarily stunned, studying Yi Feng intently before giving a bitter laugh. It seems you harbor enmity towards my Mu clan. Yi Feng nodded, lowering his eyelids, his voice icy as he stated, over 20 years ago, was there a young lady of the Mu clan named Mu Qing? The 2nd elder's eyes reflected confusion. After pondering, he shook his head. Decades ago, the Mu clan boasted tens of thousands of members. I do not know. Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze frosty as he reiterated, Mu Qing, as a young lady of the Mu clan, fled with the servant Mu Wu and went into hiding. You are unaware of this? The 2nd elder continued to shake his head. Despite his form as a Qing Shan wolf, his eyes bore the unmistakable essence of a human, suggesting that his ignorance was genuine. Yi Feng fell silent. Was the disparity in status so vast that he remained uninformed? No. Yi Feng did not subscribe to that notion. It could only be concluded that the names Mu Qing and Mu Wu were simply unknown to the 2nd elder. Upon contemplating this, Yi Feng casually inquired, what about the Tianyin body? Are you aware of it? The 2nd elder pondered for a moment, then shook his head in ignorance. Yet, in that instant, Yi Feng's gaze turned icy, for he had distinctly observed a fleeting, peculiar glimmer in the 2nd elder's eyes at the mention of the Tianyin body. as he instinctively glanced towards the third elder's direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifeng coldly stated, "Eliminate him. For this matter, we need only to consult the third elder, correct?" This time, the second elder's expression transformed entirely. How did Yifeng possess such knowledge? As this thought flickered in his mind, a qing behind him had already struck down upon his head. The overwhelming spiritual energy instantly shattered the last vestige of protective aura within the second elder, reducing his being to mere pulp, even obliterating his primordial spirit in an instant. There was no room for escape. He was eradicated without a trace. All of this transpired merely due to a seemingly casual glance from the second elder. In his final moments, the second elder's bulging green eyes brimmed with disbelief, devoid of any other emotion. Subsequently, a qing proceeded to infuse a sliver of spiritual energy into the third elder, rousing him from his slumber. Moments later, as the third elder slowly awakened, before he could even open his eyes, a chilling voice reached his ears. "Mu family member Mu Qing, do you still remember the Tianyin body?" A shiver coursed through the third elder's body, and as he gradually opened his eyes, just as he was about to express his confusion, Yifeng's indifferent voice resounded once more. "If you refuse to speak, I shall delve into your soul." The third elder's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he had already perceived, from the instant of awakening, that both the second elder and the fifth elder lay dead beside him. A profound fear manifested in the third elder's gaze. He was aware of the fifth elder's demise, but the second elder, the manner of death indicated that he had been slain without resistance. The man and dog before him were mercilessly resolute. The third elder was convinced that should he dare utter "I do not know," he would inevitably endure the torment of soul-searching. Hastily, the third elder stammered, I shall speak." His words were disjointed and unclear. Yet as he recounted his tale, Yifeng's expression grew increasingly somber and wrathful. Not only he, but countless individuals within the realm of Shenzhou, who were observing the scene, felt an overwhelming indignation. The Mu family must be eradicated. This was no longer a righteous family. They were clearly more sinister than the demonic sects. The demonic sects are merely cruel, yet the Mu family is undeniably a lineage of perversion. The union of ancestors and descendants is utterly unheard of. Even within the Divine Emperor's palace, a wave of furious discourse erupted. The Divine Emperor was indeed their foe, and the Mu family was likewise an enemy of the Divine Emperor. Yet they did not perceive the enemy of their enemy as a friend. The members of the Alliance Against Heaven and the Demon Clan regarded the Mu family with nothing but disdain and contempt. For the Mu family was, in every sense, a family of aberration. The several esteemed elders of the Mu family, along with Mu Juqiu, who had perished at Yifeng's hands due to a tragic twist of fate, were all excessively depraved. Led by Mu Juqiu, the ancient ancestors of the Mu family relentlessly scoured the lineage for exceptionally gifted female descendants, all for the purpose of harvesting. Take Mu Qing, for instance. Due to her physique of Yin, she was predetermined from a young age to become the vessel chosen by the third elder. Yet, Mu Qing happens to be a direct descendant of the third elder, who, despite the passage of several generations, is unmistakably her great-grandfather. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Chapter 82. A vicious cycle. Under the relentless questioning of Yifeng, the third elder disclosed numerous secrets of the Mu family in meticulous detail. Initially, he felt a twinge of psychological burden, but once he began to speak, he could not cease. An increasing number of dark secrets came to light, and ultimately, even the practitioners of the demonic path within the divine land deemed the Mu family to be a disgrace. Even those who walked the demonic path possessed aspirations. Their methods, however, may have strayed into wickedness, in this contemporary world, among the numerous titans of the demonic path, which one is not a paragon of their generation. Yet, what of the Mu family? One sage, 2 beings of the great Tao, 3 true immortals, and 17 who had transcended tribulations. These comprised the upper echelons of the Mu family, their ancestors. How did these individuals treat their tens of thousands of descendants? The plight of Mu Qing is merely a microcosm of the greater tragedy. Why did Mu Qing flee from her family? It was because her mother, the maternal grandmother of Mu Lingyin, had once concealed her exceptional potential as a vessel thanks to her father's covert protection, allowing her to survive. However, when Mu Qing turned 16, her mother inadvertently revealed her own talents, and the very next day, she was seized by a true immortal elder of the Mu family, who drained her essence, leading to her untimely demise. It was at that moment that Mu Qing comprehended the true darkness and depravity of this so-called family. Thus, she and Mu Wu escaped to the foot of the Heyun mountain range, seeking refuge in Yi family village, only to be discovered by an elder of the Mu family, ultimately bringing ruin upon the entire village. But can Mu Qing be blamed for this? If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon the Mu family, which is steeped in darkness. In the aftermath, as the final revelations unfolded, Feng, consumed by fury, summoned the last vestige of his spiritual energy and struck down the third elder with his own hands. Silence finally enveloped the clearing. Qing's aura was waning, her gaze dimming, tinged with a hint of pain, yet she remained silent, allowing Feng to lean against her. Utterly stilled at that moment, Feng slowly closed his eyes. Though he did not speak, all present understood that he was reminiscing about his parents, relatives, and neighbors, those innocent lives lost at the hands of the Mu family's twisted legacy. Now, the blood feud had been avenged. The Mu family was no more in the valley. Apart from the two of them, not a single breath of life remained. The last remnants of the Mu clan had perished during the process of seizing the souls of the thousands of Qing Shan wolves. Failure in such an endeavor resulted in death. What remained were only the several thousand who had successfully seized their souls, and now, these thousands had all fallen at Feng's hands. The Mu family was annihilated. Their bloodline extinguished, with vengeance fulfilled. A sliver of relief mingled with sorrow graced Feng's countenance. After a long while, Feng let out a deep sigh, opened his eyes and lamented, if Ling Yin were to know, she would surely Qing. His sentiment was only half finished when Feng finally noticed something amiss with Qing. At that moment, Qing's aura had diminished to an extreme degree. The once surging energy of a half-step true immortal had now plummeted to the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. On the verge of falling into a state of complete detachment, Feng exclaimed in shock, disregarding his own injuries, and hastily turned to protect Qing, gently shaking her, while his other hand relentlessly siphoned the dried-up spiritual energy from his own body, channeling it into Qing. After a considerable time, Qing's aura finally stabilized somewhat, teetering on the brink of falling into the out-of-body realm, just one step away from descending into the transformation realm. At that moment, Feng was utterly unaware of what had transpired with Qing, but he recognized that her condition was dire. Lacking better options, he could only continuously extract spiritual energy from within himself to sustain Qing's life force. Should the spiritual energy run low, a golden elixir would emerge within him, only to shatter, replenishing his energy. As countless golden elixirs shattered, Feng's complexion grew increasingly pale, and his injuries worsened. The self-detonation of a golden elixir was already a grievous blow for a cultivator in the golden elixir stage, let alone being at the epicenter of such an explosion. Surviving the detonation of 1,000,000 golden elixirs was nothing short of a divine miracle. His injuries had become exceedingly severe. His meridians were in disarray from the shock waves of the explosion, and his internal organs had shifted. Yet now, Feng persisted in shattering golden elixirs solely to extract their spiritual energy to heal Qing. This scene felt eerily familiar to many, for it seemed Feng had once treated Mu Ling Yin in a similar fashion. At this moment, countless individuals realized that Qing held a status in Feng's heart that was undeniably equal to that of Mu Ling Yin. These were the most significant figures in his life. In an instant, many hearts were filled with unspoken admiration. The once divine emperor, so deeply loyal and affectionate, was truly unimaginable. After nearly a day and night of this relentless effort, Qing's aura finally stabilized, and she gradually awakened. However, the young divine emperor Feng could no longer endure. The moment he saw Qing open her eyes, he immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the divine emperor's palace, many could only smile bitterly. Qing, fully aware of her disadvantage, had boldly confronted 3 tribulation stage opponents for the sake of the divine emperor, resulting in her first demise, which had unleashed the bloodline flame, allowing her to be reborn and turn the tide. Yet, for this, she had sacrificed her once brilliant future, severing her path of cultivation entirely. Meanwhile, the divine emperor, for Qing's sake, had recklessly endured grave injuries, shattering countless golden elixirs. In that day and night, he had shattered an astonishing 10,000 elixirs. Even shattering a single golden elixir was a severe setback that required months of recuperation for a cultivator in the golden elixir stage, and to restore their cultivation would demand years of retraining. The relentless cycle of shattering golden elixirs, occurring at every moment, left one in awe of how Feng managed to endure. It was simply inconceivable. These two, for each other, had paid an unfathomable price. This cycle of one being saved while another succumbs to despair is nothing short of a vicious loop. However, it is fortunate that upon awakening, Qing found her injuries and cultivation stabilized. Though she had plummeted from the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm to its nascent stage, and was unable to progress further, She had miraculously survived, her wounds no longer life-threatening. Yet, Feng found himself teetering on the brink of death. In an instant, a snow-white figure shot in from the distance, materializing before them. It was the Ling turtle, which had previously vanished without a trace. What could possibly be wrong? Qing shook her head in silence, pouring all her energy into infusing spiritual essence into the divine emperor to mend his injuries. Despite her diminished state, Qing remained within the out-of-body realm, and as long as he was still alive, there was a glimmer of hope. Although she could not heal him completely, at least she could sustain his breath. Yet this was a precarious balance. If Qing were to cease her efforts, Feng would undoubtedly perish. After a protracted period, the Ling turtle returned, clutching several herbs in its mouth, looking disheveled, with scratches marring its shell. Evidence of its arduous journey to procure the healing plants. Quickly, administer these herbs to him. They will temporarily stabilize his injuries. During this time, we must seek out more medicinal ingredients. This mountain is rich in rare treasures, but they are fiercely guarded by demon beasts. Stealth is not an option. We must seize them by force. Qing nodded resolutely, administering the herbs to Feng before rising urgently. Where can we find more herbs? Lead me there. In the Yun mountain range, a canine demon, accompanied by the Ling turtle and bearing a human on its back, incited chaos among countless demon beasts within a radius of several hundred miles. After 3 days of relentless foraging, Feng's injuries finally stabilized without compromising his foundation. Upon awakening, his gaze fell upon the disheveled and wounded Qing. Her once pristine white fur was matted with coagulated blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Fortunately, some herbs remained. Having narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of demon beasts, the duo sought refuge in a concealed location, where they recuperated for nearly a month before fully recovering. During this time, Qing seized the opportunity to inquire about the explosion that had transpired earlier. Feng finally revealed the truth. It was indeed the result of a 1,000,000 gold elixir's self-detonation. How had he achieved such a feat? It was due to a nameless technique he had devised in the extreme northern snowfields. This technique was uniquely suited to Feng, rendering it inaccessible to others. Qing had attempted to practice it, nearly causing her demon core and primordial spirit to explode. It is a fundamental principle that a practitioner can possess only one source of power within. Yet Feng defied this convention due to his extraordinary constitution. Even Feng himself held only a vague understanding of the concept, proposing a hypothesis without certainty. However, after hearing his explanation, the numerous formidable cultivators within the divine emperor's palace deliberated briefly and confirmed the accuracy of his assertion, attributing it to 3 supreme innate talents. The rarest of talents, the utmost endowments, have been exceedingly scarce throughout history. Those who possess such extraordinary gifts are undoubtedly remarkable individuals, their innate constitution far surpassing that of ordinary people. With the assistance of the former Hall, Master Yuan Suru before the Snow God Palace, Feng transferred the innate Dao Bone and the 9 apertures Linglong Heart to Mu Lingyin. However, Mu Lingyin's physique could not support the optimal functioning of these 2 supreme talents, instead imposing immense pressure upon herself. Fortunately, the 2 extraordinary gifts constrained and complemented each other, thereby establishing a simple cycle. In essence, within Feng's being, all 3 supreme talents could manifest their intended effects. Yet within Mu Lingyin, her constitution was fundamentally incapable of sustaining the operation of the 2 exceptional gifts. She could only rely on the innate Dao Bone and the 9 apertures Linglong Heart themselves to create a rudimentary environment that aided her cultivation. For Mu Lingyin, her physique played no significant role in the effectiveness of these 2 supreme talents. Instead, it was solely through those 2 entities that she managed to forge an environment conducive to her survival. As for Feng, his physique was inherently formidable beyond compare. Although this strength could not be directly reflected in cultivation efficiency, the capacity of his body was astonishingly vast. Such extraordinary receptiveness naturally allowed him to accommodate what others could not, such as multiple golden pills. The human body resembles a vessel. For Mu Lingyin, and indeed the vast majority of individuals across the world, the capacity of this vessel is merely 1, whereas Feng's was a staggering 10,000, or even 1,000,000. Each type of supreme talent demands an immense capacity, and the addition of each one is not merely additive, but multiplicative. Thus, while Mu Lingyin contained the innate Dao Bone and the 9 apertures Linglong Heart, her body could not sustain their operation. It was those 2 entities that painstakingly reconstructed an illusory vessel, barely allowing her to persist. However, the effect was akin to 1 + 1 being less than 1. The simultaneous existence of the 2 supreme talents within Mu Lingyin yielded a lesser impact than that of either alone. In stark contrast, Feng's body possessed an unfathomable capacity. Upon the loss of the innate Dao bone and the 9 apertures Linglong heart, a vast space suddenly became available within this vessel. This newly freed capacity was the reason he could endure the simultaneous presence of countless golden pills within his being. A million golden pills? No. After 15 years in the extreme north snowfield, Feng cultivated far more than just a million golden pills. It is worth noting that he could produce a new golden pill in just a few hours, and as his foundation grew increasingly profound and his cultivation became more adept, his speed only accelerated. By the time he departed from the extreme north snowfield, the number of golden pills within him was beyond his own counting, estimated to be around 7 million. However, this was already the limit. Continued cultivation would surpass the capacity his body could hold. Yet 0.7 million golden pills. What an astounding figure! In the Divine Emperor Palace, and among countless powerful cultivators across the Divine Land, regardless of whether they were true immortals or even those at the Saint Realm, they all wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Were it not for the limitations of his meridians, Feng would never have been able to simultaneously mobilize these 7 million golden pills. Just based on this terrifying number alone, one would presume that his strength far exceeds that of the Divine Passage Realm. Crossing the tribulation? It likely surpasses that. He might even rival a half-step true immortal, or perhaps even a weaker true immortal, yet ultimately, Feng's cultivation level remains that of the golden core. He has not transcended to the nascent soul stage. Tio claimed that a golden core cultivator can contend with a true immortal sounds almost comical. However, this vision is a memory of the Divine Emperor. How could it possibly be a jest? This is truly unprecedented. Understanding this matter clarifies why Feng, when facing thousands from the Mu family, resorted to the self-detonation of a million golden pills. It still stems from the constraints of his power. Without an elevation in his realm, even with 7 million golden pills, Feng could at most rely on his inherently formidable meridians to exhibit the strength of the Divine Passage Realm, engaging in a methodical battle that could never match the 3 elders of the Mu family. Thus, Feng decisively mobilized the golden pills for a direct self-detonation. Separating the golden pills is quite simple, and self-detonation is equally straightforward. As long as one releases the golden pills within the stipulated time, a single thought is all it takes. In that scenario, within a mere instant, Feng unleashed a million golden pills. Had he delayed even slightly longer, he might have released 200,000 or 300,000. Just contemplating it sends shivers down one's spine. Within the Divine Emperor's palace, even a formidable practitioner of the true immortal realm instinctively recoiled, murmuring, if the Divine Emperor, not yet 30, were to encounter a true immortal one day, and had the time to unleash 7 million golden pills, followed by self-detonation, then. Amidst the crowd, Lin Gang solemnly added, that would lead to an unprecedented event of a golden core cultivator challenging a true immortal. A wave of dread swept through the assembly. This Divine Emperor truly lives up to the title of the most extraordinary genius of the ages. At such a tender age, he possesses such a horrifying trump card. In retrospect, it is hardly surprising that he could achieve immortality. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Elder Xuanwu maintained a contemplative expression. His brow furrowed with a hint of uncertainty. He seemed to harbor suspicions, yet dared not affirm them. Meanwhile, in the vision, several months later, Chao Zai's gaze flickered with surprise. Was this an opportunity? Indeed, from the onset of the vision until now. Decades had passed, and from the very beginning, Chao Zai had surmised that the Divine Emperor must have encountered numerous opportunities, but until now, he had only stumbled upon the first. The Snow God Palace? That did not count. It was Mu Lingyin's opportunity. But what of this instance? Feng and Qing inadvertently ventured into a cave, only to discover that it plunged deep into the earth, spiraling down for thousands of meters, ultimately leading to a vast lake of lava. At the very center of that lava lake stood an awe-inspiring, colossal altar. Chapter 84. The Altar of Fiery Tribulations, Chao Zai's Ambition. An altar. Yet another altar. However, this altar differs from that of the Snow God Palace. The altar of the Snow God Palace is merely a composite of countless formations, lacking any genuine sacrificial purpose. Yet this altar is entirely distinct. Before them stood a veritable altar, complete with a sacrificial table for offerings still in place. Illuminated by the brilliant glow of the magma, the altar appeared ancient and rugged. Lacking the refined elegance of the altar at the Snow God Temple, yet it exuded a grandeur that was unmistakable. With a swift motion, Chao Zai unfurled his folding fan and remarked with a faint smile, indeed, it is worthy of the title of Divine Emperor. After decades without encountering such an opportunity, Upon discovery, it is nothing short of astonishing. The others nodded in agreement, fully convinced it was evident that this altar was a relic from ancient times, seemingly even older and more magnificent than the one where Yuan Suru of the Snow God Temple resided. This opportunity, it seemed, rivaled the legacy of the ancient sect, the Snow God Temple. Clearly, this marked the true rise of the Divine Emperor, heralding his name throughout the realm of Shenzhou. As these thoughts circulated among them, the contemplative Xuanwu elder casually glanced at the image before him, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. This is, previously, the Xuanwu elder had been deep in thought, and no one dared to interrupt him. However, upon catching sight of the altar, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "The flame altar of karma. This is indeed the flame altar of karma." This exclamation elicited little reaction from the members of the fate-severing alliance, who merely looked on in confusion. Yet, for the dozens of elders from the demon race, a wave of excitement swept through them. Observing their reaction, the members of the fate-severing alliance began to recollect the significance of the flame altar of karma. It was an altar of inheritance for the demon race, devised by countless divine beast clans in ancient times, specifically intended for purifying the bloodlines of their descendants and enhancing their innate powers. Utilizing the infernal flames from the earth's core, it was designed to incinerate impurities within the bloodline. In ancient epics, even as far back as over 100,000 years ago, the might of the demon race was largely attributed to the existence of the flame altar of karma. However, over 100,000 years ago, the Qing Shan wolf clan had rampaged unchecked, slaughtering countless members of the human race and occupying nearly two-thirds of the Shenzhou continent. This incited a coalition of numerous human sects and families to rise against them, igniting a cataclysmic war between humans and demons. Following the conflict, the Qing Shan wolf clan was annihilated. The demon race was forced to retreat, suffering grievous losses, and the last remaining flame altar of karma from ancient times was destroyed. This was also recorded as the final flame altar of karma in the chronicles of the demon race. Yet, who could have anticipated that hidden within the He-Yun mountain range lay another flame altar of karma, concealed for untold years, never before discovered? Instantly, the faces of the demon elders were alight with fervent excitement. Meanwhile, a glint of coldness and wariness flickered in Chao Zai's eyes. The demon race today was far from what it once was. Since the emergence of Qing Xianji, they had nearly unified, establishing the 10,000 demon kingdom, their strength consolidated. Should they acquire the flame altar of karma, their power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Moreover, several elder demons, now at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, such as the Xuanwu elder and the Qingyo elder, might very well step into the realm of semi-immortality through the bloodline purification offered by the altar. As for Qing Xianji, recognized among the demon race as possessing the strongest bloodline and nearing the threshold of semi-immortality, she might even leap into true immortality. The plight of the human race weighs heavily upon one's heart. As this thought crossed his mind, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Chao Zai, accompanied by an instinctive wariness. It was at this moment that the delighted voice of Qing Xianji resonated through the void. Indeed, it was the flame altar. Ha ha ha, the heavens truly favor our demon clan. Xianwu, Qingyo, take note of the location of this flame altar. Should it remain intact under the hands of the Divine Emperor, it shall herald the rise of our demon clan. Chao Zai's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of conflict evident in his gaze. He had never placed his trust in the demon clan, even amidst their alliance against the Divine Emperor. He remained ever vigilant, having contemplated the notion of allowing both the demon clan and the Divine Emperor to annihilate each other, thus seizing the opportunity to vanquish both and secure an unprecedented triumph for humanity. Yet, alas, the Divine Emperor was far too formidable. Should the demon clan confront him alone, it would not be a mutual destruction but rather a path to certain demise. Consequently, the current predicament had come to fruition. Now, as the Divine Emperor found himself cornered, Chao Zai began to devise strategies to contend with the demon clan. However, Qing Xianji's words brought a pang of sorrow to his heart that a nine-tailed celestial fox, who among men could resist her allure? At the very least, during their countless encounters over the millennia, Chao Zai had long harbored deep affections for her. To speak boldly, Qing Xianji was the embodiment of his dreams. Yet now, Chao Zai wrestled with anguish in his heart, and after a long pause, he cast a lingering, profound gaze upon the battlefield in the void, his eyes brimming with heartfelt remorse. Forgive me, my beloved. For the sake of the human race's supremacy, the demon clan must not rise. But fear not, even if all the demons perish, you shall remain unharmed. I shall protect you with utmost diligence. These words remained unspoken, yet he resolved them silently within. However, he had never contemplated that Qing Xianji, could she truly be his beloved? His interactions with her were merely a strategy for the demon clan, a means to counter the divine emperor. As for his proclaimed intent to safeguard Qing Xianjit, was likely more about possessing her as a cherished trophy. Of course, on the surface, Chao Zhe still presented himself as the chivalrous hero devoted to the welfare of all. The leader of the alliance against heaven, his true nature not yet fully revealed. At least the elders of the demon clan and even Qing Xianji herself remained oblivious to his hidden motives, for their attention was entirely consumed by the prospect of the flame altar. It was, after all, a beacon of hope for the demon clan's resurgence. Meanwhile, in the vision, Feng, a Qing, and the drowsy snow spirit turtle remained blissfully unaware of the altar's origins, having failed to recognize its significance. Within this subterranean expanse, the lava lake had melted the earth and stone, creating a vast and open space, all suffused with a fiery red hue. The intense heat of the lava rendered the underground temperature exceedingly high, and the snow spirit turtle, a creature hailing from the frigid northern tundra, was unable to maintain its alertness in such an environment, succumbing to a deep slumber. Nevertheless, this slumber served as a form of self-preservation, posing no real threat, and Feng and his companion paid it no mind. To this moment, they remained in speculation regarding the origin and purpose of the altar, or perhaps they were waiting to see if a lingering soul akin to Yuan Suru would manifest within it. Chapter 85. Sudden occurrence after a prolonged wait. The infernal fire altar exhibited no signs of response. Left with no other options, Feng decided to probe further. He instructed a Qing to remain at the cave's entrance with the snow spirit turtle, while he positioned himself atop the altar. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, the altar appeared to be utterly inert, resembling an ordinary altar devoid of any extraordinary function. Following numerous attempts to elicit a reaction, Feng finally exhaled in relief and waved towards the cave's opening above. A Qing promptly leapt down, landing beside him. "What's the situation here?" a Qing inquired softly, but before she could finish her sentence, a crimson glow suddenly surged forth from the altar. Feng's expression shifted instantly. He had stood on the altar, even attempting to strike its surface, yet it had shown no reaction, much to the dismay of the demon clans in the Shenzhou realm. However, now that a Qing and the snow spirit turtle had just landed on the altar, a tumultuous change occurred. This turn of events took even Feng by surprise. Yet, his reflexes were sharp as he immediately sought to pull a Qing away from the altar's vicinity. At that moment, the blood-red radiance enveloped a Qing, and simultaneously, an incredibly powerful repulsive force manifested beside Feng. His countenance drastically altered as he struggled against this abrupt and overwhelming force, yet he found himself unable to resist. His prowess at the divine passage level felt as light as a feather, easily propelled out of the altar's range. A Qing, Feng bellowed in fury, intent on rushing back to the altar to rescue her. Yet, amidst the dense blood-red light, a Qing's voice emerged that "I'm fine." Her tone conveyed astonishment, yet devoid of pain or panic. Feng's heart settled, and he called out, "I will find a way to bring you out." With that, a radiant glow of golden elixirs began to emanate from his body, signaling his intent to unleash a multitude of golden elixirs in self-detonation. In the Divine Emperor's hall, the elder demons gasped in alarm. But alas, they could only lament helplessly at the sight, unable to intervene. However, within the bloodlight, a Qing hurriedly interjected, "Wait. This altar means me no harm." Feng paused, the glow of the golden elixirs gradually dimming as he cast a puzzled glance at the crimson light. The altar's power warranted his caution, having effortlessly cast him out without resistance, revealing its formidable might and truth. The elder demons were equally astonished, for historical records indicated that their former infernal fire altar did not possess such a formidable repulsive force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily destroyed by the human race. Upon reflection, they understood that the infernal fire altar absorbed the power of the earth's core fire. Though the strength of the fire in their altar's location was indeed greater, it could not withstand the continuous depletion by countless demons. Hence, even if it had repulsive force, it was not excessively strong. Yet, the altar of blazing fire depicted in the imagery lies deep beneath the Heyun mountain range, having existed for countless millennia, accumulating an unfathomable reservoir of power. It is not merely a matter of the divine realm. Even the true immortals of the human race would be unceremoniously expelled from the altar's vicinity. Correspondingly, if the repulsive force is already so formidable, one can only imagine the extent of the altar's primary function of purifying and enhancing bloodlines. This presents an extraordinary opportunity for any demon race under the heavens. In the vision, Qing meticulously attuned to the scene before her, a flicker of familiarity igniting her memory. After a prolonged recollection, she unearthed some indistinct memories from the depths of her mind. This altar seems to be a place for the demon race to purify their bloodlines, offering immense benefits. Rest assured, this artifact poses no threat to the demon race. It is solely advantageous. Upon hearing Qing's explanation amidst the sanguine light, Feng finally felt a sense of relief. However, Qing's voice grew increasingly slow, tinged with a hint of disjointedness. Feng's gaze sharpened, and he hastily inquired, Qing, what troubles you? Do not worry, I am unscathed. It is merely that my bloodline stirs restlessly within me, likely due to the altar's activation. I feel I may need to enter a state of slumber. Qing's voice had become somewhat indistinct. Yet, Feng understood that Qing would not deceive him regarding such matters. There was indeed no danger. Contemplating this, he declared, then I shall wait for you here. Do not show his surprise. Qing promptly rebuffed him. At that moment, within the crimson glow, Qing's figure became clearer, standing at the altar's center, gazing up at Feng. I can sense that this slumber may last anywhere from a century to a millennium. Although there is no immediate peril, I remain uncertain of the changes that will occur post-purification of my bloodline. While this altar poses no threat to me and the snow spirit tortoise, the implications for humanity are beyond my knowledge. You cannot remain here. Feng furrowed his brow slightly, resolutely shaking his head. Then I shall guard the entrance in the cave above for you. Qing gently shook her head, her gaze lowering as she spoke softly. Feng, do you know? During the battle in the valley that day, my bloodline was ignited once, forcibly enhancing my strength, and the consequence is that I am now unable to advance in cultivation for the rest of my life, nor can I take on my true form. Qing's voice carried a hint of melancholy, yet the overwhelming sense of impending slumber began to dissipate. She was battling that sensation, for there were words she must articulate now. For this day, she had prepared for a long time, yet had found no opportunity to speak until now. She had to express herself, for if she did not now, their next meeting might be centuries away. Both Feng and Qing were merely in their youth, and centuries felt interminable to them. She did not wish to wait until the passage of those years, when everything had changed, to voice her thoughts, for the outcome then was uncertain, and she dared not gamble on it. Feng fell into silence as well. Unable to transform, he seemed to comprehend what Qing wished to convey, yet he refrained from speaking, silently awaiting her to continue. After a brief moment of silence, Qing took a deep breath, lifted her head, and revealed a somewhat indistinct smile. Those years on the snowfield, I have indeed contemplated. Once my strength improves further, I shall be able to transform to it that time. I will undoubtedly be a girl of unparalleled beauty. By then, I shall remain by your side at that moment. I shall not concern myself with your willingness. In any case, you must marry me. Qing's tone was remarkably lighthearted, as if she were jesting, her demeanor casual. However, Feng could easily discern the subtle tension that flickered across Qing's face. Thus, he understood that these were heartfelt words, merely cloaked in jest. Oh, you still remember the snow scorpion we encountered that year? We were both quite weak then. You risked being pierced in the head by that creature to protect me. And that time we faced the snow eagle, which intended to carry me away, but you pushed me aside, and it took you for a flight of thousands of miles. Had fortune not favored us, we might have become separated. There were countless such instances, Feng. Though I am a demon, I am also a girl. How could one not be drawn to you? This is solely due to your kindness. Regardless, I shall not relent. Remember this. Once I awaken, I will seek you out and I will find you. Then, you must marry me. Whether it takes 100 years or 1,000, you must wait for me. Do you hear? Chapter 86. The mystery of Qing's departure. Qing's voice echoed across the altar, yet gradually grew faint and indistinct. Despite her resolve to speak so much, the power of the infernal altar had already activated the bloodline within her, and slumber was imminent. Meanwhile, Feng remained in silence, watching Qing, who was gradually obscured within the crimson light below, without a trace of emotion in his gaze. Just as Qing's eyes began to dim, filled with disappointment, ultimately fading into darkness, Feng finally spoke. In my life, there are only two individuals of paramount importance, and you are one of them, so I will wait for you. Qing suddenly raised her head, staring blankly at Feng suspended in midair, then struggled to form a smile, her eyelids slowly closing, and soon her entire figure was enveloped by the crimson light, vanishing from Feng's sight. The countless streams of bloodlight coalesced around Qing, growing denser, as substantial as reality itself, completely shrouding both her and the snow spirit turtle, forming a colossal blood cocoon that expanded and contracted like a breath, gradually descending into silence, leaving not a whisper behind in the magma cave. Only Yi Feng remained, and a familiar yet long-forgotten sense of loneliness surged within him. Suspended in midair, Yi Feng sat at the cave's entrance, silently gazing at the blood cocoon, his gaze unwavering for a full 7 days. Motionless, Yi Feng, now not yet 30 years of age, has spent the first half of his life with Mu Lingyin by his side. However, in those days, Mu Lingyin was still too frail, requiring the protection of the equally delicate Yi Feng. In the latter half of his life, he has finally encountered someone capable of walking alongside him, mutually supporting one another. That person is a Qing. Although a Qing takes the form of a canine demon, what significance does that hold? For over a decade, he and a Qing have been friends who entrust their lives to one another, akin to family. The character of the divine Emperor Yi Feng, revealed over these 20-odd years, is unmistakably solitary and somewhat reclusive. His understanding of the conventional views and perspectives of the human world is rather tenuous. He has not received extensive education from it. Even his master, Uncle Chun from Hu family village, merely shared tales of the wonders of the cultivation realm, never imparting profound principles. Thus, notions such as the irreconcilable enmity between humans and demons, or the belief that those not of one's kind harbor different intentions, have never resonated with the divine Emperor Yi Feng. He is solely aware that the bond forged over these years of life and death with a Qing is genuine, and her feelings for him are authentic. That alone suffices. Even if a Qing is not human, and it is challenging for her to take on a human form, what does it matter? She is one of the most significant individuals in his life. 7 days later, Yi Feng finally rose slowly to his feet. Within the altar of infernal fire, the enormous blood cocoon had long ceased any movement, merely radiating a flickering crimson light, adorned with profound runes that pulsed in rhythm with the breath, refining the bloodline power of a Qing and the snow spirit tortoise. This process is merely the beginning. The next 100 years, or even 1,000, will unfold in this manner, until both a Qing and the snow spirit tortoise awaken. By that time, a Qing's cultivation should have also progressed, should it not? Although he remains unaware of a Qing's race, after the refinement of her bloodline, it is likely that she will advance further. Free from shackles. Yi Feng suddenly chuckled. I truly hope to see you transformed into a human soon, so I may marry you sooner. Yet, regardless of what form you take, it matters not, as long as it is you. In a soft murmur, Yi Feng raised his hand and struck the wall of the cave's entrance with a punch. Boom! The immense spiritual pressure collided with the wall, causing the entire underground cavern to tremble violently. Subsequently, countless stones and earth were sent flying and cascading down, accumulating towards the cave's exit under Yi Feng's control of spiritual energy. Large masses of soil and rock began to pile up, gradually obscuring the entrance. Yi Feng stood within the lengthy cavern, gazing distantly at the blood cocoon in the magma cave, silently delivering punch after punch against the wall, shattering innumerable stones until, in a fleeting moment, he had completely sealed the entrance. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, the red glow of the magma cave having vanished. In the obscurity, Yi Feng slowly turned around and ascended through the cave. After a considerable time, he pushed aside the thicket before him, slightly bending down as he emerged from the cave. Outside, the stars shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze wafted by Yi Feng stood on the mountainside, gazing blankly at the night sky. After a considerable time, he took a deep breath, concealing the loneliness and desolation etched on his face. He turned around, gathering countless stones from the mountain to seal the entrance of the cave, filling it in completely, leaving no trace behind. If it were anyone else, even if they managed to cover the cave's mouth, traces would undoubtedly remain, making it easy for others to discern the anomaly. However, the divine emperor had exhibited extraordinary caution and meticulousness since childhood. His attention to detail was unparalleled. The cave and trance he buried could not possibly be discovered by anyone, not even the beasts inhabiting the mountain. Once he completed this task, Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, firmly imprinting the topography of the several hundred miles around him in his memory before departing beyond the Heyun mountain range. In the divine emperor's palace, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, Lin Gang had posed a perplexing question that left everyone speechless. With the existence of the Hellfire Altar, this Qing's bloodline power should have been replenished and reactivated. Given her previous display of strength, with the assistance of the divine emperor, she should at least be a renowned sacred beast. Yet, why did it seem that no one in the demon clan was aware of her existence? Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted towards the elders of the demon clan. However, those elders exchanged glances, unable to provide an answer. Others hesitantly suggested, perhaps, during the Divine Emperor's weaker days, he failed to protect her. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Lin Gang shook his head, stating, "Have you all forgotten? A Qing has been in slumber for at least a century, whereas the Divine Emperor emerged from the Heyun mountain range, rising to fame across the Divine Continent within a decade. After a century, I recall that by the 100th year of his emergence, he had already reached the true immortal realm, with one foot even in the Tao realm, correct. With such strength, could he possibly fail to protect a Qing?" The crowd fell silent, dismissing that notion. If they were discussing someone else, they might entertain doubts, but the subject was the Divine Emperor. While there are indeed many who surpass the true immortal realm, such as the Tao realm, the sacred realm, and even the undying realm, the question remained. Who was the Divine Emperor? He was a peerless warrior who could traverse and slaughter within the demon territory for 30,000 miles while still in the true immortal realm. He was a ruthless individual who survived for 3 years in the perilous Heyun mountain range, carrying an infant during his youth in the mortal realm. Such a person, even in his lesser stages of cultivation, would undoubtedly protect those around him. How much more so after attaining the true immortal realm, when he could be called a mighty being? To claim he failed to safeguard a Qing would be nothing short of a farce. This scenario was utterly implausible. At that moment, Elder Qing Yo's expression shifted slightly. With a flick of his hand, a communication talisman appeared, its faintly flickering light indicating a response had been received. Elder Qing Yo's action immediately drew the attention of the crowd, who curiously looked his way. Previously, Qing Xianji had sent someone to investigate a Qing's origins, and Elder Qing Yo had relayed messages to the Wanyao Kingdom for inquiries. Surely, results had emerged. However, the next moment, Elder Qing Yo's astonished exclamation rang out, "No? How could there be nothing?" Chapter 87. The city of Mount Wang. After a brief moment, Elder Qing Yo raised his head, his expression laden with profound confusion as he explained. "The kingdom of 10,000 demons has relayed the news. We have conducted an investigation spanning a full 200,000 years, examining all documented demonic clans. Yet we have never encountered a single canine clan member above the out-of-body realm. During these 200 millennia, the highest strength achieved by any canine was merely at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, and there were only 3 individuals who reached this level. Notably, all 3 are well-known and, moreover, they are all male demons." Upon hearing Elder Qing Yo's revelation, the crowd was momentarily struck dumb. Even in the void, the tumult of battle within the mountain and water-folding fan had diminished substantially. Qing Xuanji and Mu Lingyin, almost in unison, ceased their skirmish and turned their gazes toward this side. Though they quickly resumed their fierce engagement, the explosive nature of the news was unmistakable. The demonic clans place immense importance on the inheritance of bloodlines. Thus, despite the apparent chaos among them, meticulous records are kept of every clan member. As long as a clan has not been entirely wiped out, these records will never be lost. The kingdom of 10,000 demons has nearly unified the entire demonic race, with the exception of the deepest recesses of the Heyun mountain range and certain perilous locations in the Divine Continent. Under such circumstances, the findings reported by the kingdom of 10,000 demons can hardly be erroneous. But how could this be possible? In that instant, even the dozens of elder demons shook their heads in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. In the imagery, a Qing clearly possessed the strength of the out-of-body realm. As a member of the canine clan, it would be inconceivable for her emergence to go entirely unrecorded, especially considering this was merely prior to the purification of her bloodline at the fiery altar. Once a Qing emerges from her seclusion, her power will surely surpass the divine ability realm. Such an exceptional canine would undoubtedly elevate the entire clan, becoming a prominent figure in their historical records. It is unimaginable that, even after 100,000 years, tales of her exploits would not resonate within the canine clan. Unless the clan were to face total annihilation, it would be impossible for no one to have heard of her. The many elder demons present, due to their excessively high cultivation, might not have any connections to the canine clan. Otherwise, they would certainly be aware of a Qing's existence. Yet, paradoxically, the queen of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Qing Xuanji, has personally issued the order, and the pinnacle of the sage realm, Elder Qing Yo, has undertaken the task of mobilizing the entire strength of the kingdom to investigate a demon who should be exceedingly renowned, only to find nothing? This leaves but one explanation. A Qing has never set foot within the territories of the demonic clans. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of speculations flooded everyone's minds. Yet regardless of their conjectures, they felt an overwhelming sense of illogic. There seemed to be an enormous secret at play, and until that final veil of mystery was lifted, no one could attain the true answer. After a considerable pause, the assembly finally collected their thoughts and raised their gazes toward the imagery. In truth, unraveling the answer did not require their arduous contemplation. They need only continue observing to uncover the truth. The imagery would undoubtedly provide them with an accurate answer. Within the chaotic furnace, surrounded by the flames of chaos, Feng lifted his head, casting a glance at those outside, flicking his fingers with a casual smile. The plot I have crafted is such that if you manage to predict the outcome, I might as well abandon my endeavors. Just wait and see, for it is not only a Qing who will make an appearance. Others will too. As for Mu Lingyin's betrayal, that is merely the beginning. My ultimate goal is to incite all of you to turn against each other. Feng chuckled with a sense of pride, taking a brief pause before once more immersing himself in the creation of his narrative. In the imagery, Feng finally emerged from the Heyun mountain range, returning once again to the realm of cultivation. This time, he exited from an entirely different direction of the mountain range, situated a staggering several thousand miles away from the original Hu family village. However, Feng harbored no desire to revisit that place. After all, he had departed from Hu family village alongside Mu Lingyin, and if he were to return, it would be only fitting for both of them to do so together. As Feng set foot in the bustling human city once more, he found himself utterly alone. Amidst the vibrant surroundings, his presence felt strikingly incongruous. The townsfolk regarded him with a blend of curiosity and intrigue, for this city was the closest settlement to the Heyun mountain range within a radius of several hundred miles. Yet it lay a full 800 miles away. It was rare to encounter someone dressed as Feng was, clad in a garb of animal hides, with even his footwear consisting merely of a strip of leather bound around his feet. He appeared primitive and fierce. Such attire, in the midst of a mundane city, was undoubtedly eye-catching. Feng had no desire to remain in the spotlight. He preferred a more subdued existence. Upon entering the city, his first course of action was to seek out a common shop, exchanging the silver from his storage pouch for a change of clothing. Nevertheless, even as he walked down the street, he garnered a considerable amount of attention due to his stature and appearance. Now nearing 30, Feng had shed the youthful innocence of his earlier years, his countenance imbued with an aura of lethality cultivated through years of experience. When he locked eyes with others, a palpable sense of dominance emanated from him, one that ordinary mortals found difficult to bear. However, Feng refrained from engaging in eye contact with the common folk, choosing instead to keep his gaze lowered as he walked quietly along. Yet, despite this, many still found their eyes drawn to him. The current incarnation of the divine emperor stood tall, his physique not overly robust, yet beneath the summer garb, his form was sculpted with a firmness akin to tempered steel, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him. Yet, Feng remained unfazed, scanning his surroundings with a casual air. During his shopping excursion, he also procured a map of the city known as Wangshan.